to my world.
What a flop! A full house against quads? Oh, come on!
Please don't bluff. But you bluff also. You have nothing.
It's a four-way all-in with 3 players at risk. And we get a triple elimination.
Got an EPT's first. That is awesome.
Yes. Living a dream.
And Popal has done it. He has won his second EPT title.
I only got one question.
Hello everyone, welcome to Prague and welcome to the European Poker Tour. It's been a while since I've said those words. I am James Hartigan, sat alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Yes, here we go with the first major EPT festival in more than 2 years. We are in the capital of the Czech Republic for 5 days of live cards-up coverage of the main event. We're coming into day 2 today, and we expect the bubble to burst today. So world-famous bubble coverage just around the corner. We will follow this through to the late stages, the penultimate day when they play down to the final table, and that final day on March 16th when we crown the EPT Prague champion, live every day at 12:30 local time. That is 12:30 Central European time. So it looks like between 400, 430 players coming back for day 2. Over the course of the next 5 days, we'd love to hear from you. You know how to get in touch. The hashtag on Twitter is PokerStarsTV. But assuming you're watching on Twitch, on YouTube, that's twitch.tv/PokerStars or youtube.com/PokerStars, you can use the live chat. We want your questions. We want your comments. We want your bold predictions.
Some of them.
Joe, you love the attention. Don't deny it. Okay, so these are the chip leaders coming into day 2. Jack Sinclair from the UK has the biggest stack, nearly 200 big blinds, nearly 318k. One player I want to pick out in the top 10, Joe, is Daniel Dvorak, someone we know very well, a Canadian super high roller reg. This is his first live event in more than 2 years.
Daniel and live poker have been remarried.
And Dvorak does have nearly 150 big blinds. When the action starts, those blinds will be 800, 1600 with a 1600 big blind ante. That's right, everyone. Hashtag embrace the squeak. It's back. A unique feature of this particular stop on the European Poker Tour. So let's talk about the lineup at our first feature table. The stage headline, Joe, by a former EPT Prague champion, a former World Series of Poker main event champion, Hossein Ensan.
They always say the first person to show up at the table is the worst player. I don't think that's the case here. I see Hossein. You know why he's early? He's an older gentleman. That's what they do.
He's the second biggest stack at this table. Martin Cabral, one of the locals. The Czech Pro is the biggest stack. We've got 2 other EPT finalists we should highlight. Jimmy Guerrero, Joni Jokamainen. Jimmy Guerrero, a finalist in Monte Carlo in 2016. Joni Jokamainen, one of the Finns in hats at the Barcelona final table in 2012. And we can see the players coming to the stage, taking their seats at our feature table, and very soon we'll be getting the action underway. Cards will be in the air, and that is the trophy they'll be playing for on the 6th and final day. I can see it. Everyone loves the chop pot hoodie, and that makes me smile.
It makes me smile. All the players are smiling too. You just can't tell because of the masks.
And there he is, Hossein Ensan. It was 2015 when he won the Prague main event. And then, 4 years later, took down the WSOP.
Hi everyone, just a reminder, please use the boxes that are directly in front of you. Those that aren't in use have got a black line through.
I'm hearing, by the way, that Joni Jokamainen is one of the players who's bought in at the start of day 2. We're waiting on the final numbers because we don't actually get the final facts and figures, including the all-important prize pool and payouts, until Reg is closed and we've run all the numbers, and that will be in the next hour or so. The registration desk just closing now with a few players deciding to pay the 5K entry fee or via their second buy-in at the start of day 2. There is Jimmy Guerrero in an understated t-shirt. There is the poker room full of the squeaky chairs. Thrilled to say, by the way, that we've got our usual stream team together for this event. A bit later on, we'll be joined by Maria Ho. We're going to have Griffin Benja join us for the last 2 days of EPT Prague. Thrilled to say that with us on site here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, Nick Walsh is in the mix.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having me again, guys. I am absolutely thrilled to be in Prague. I can't even tell you how excited I am. And the squeaky chairs, just, I never thought that squeak would come back and make me feel more at home, but it did as soon as I heard it. Thank you very much for having me once again.
So it looks like we're getting ready to shuffle up and deal and get cards in the air. That's right, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Live poker from the European Poker Tour on your screens.
People physically touching chips. Cards, faces, eyeballs, real names.
So this is hand number 1 of day 2. A reminder, the blind's 800, 1600 with a 1600 ante posted by the big blind.
Is there possibly a bigger fan of the EPT than Rusi here? He's got the Chop Pot t-shirt. It's always coming 7s.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is how you know the EPT is back. All the memes in one hand. And this is Quentin Rusi from France opening under the gun +1 with pocket 7s.
First hand, here we go, guys.
Yeah, it's last day. Tomorrow no more mask. Day 3 no mask.
Martin Cabral, 7-6 of clubs in the cutoff, and looks like he's going to call the raise, which was to 3,500. By the way, Quentin Rusi, qualified online for this event, has just over $220,000 in live earnings.
Uh-oh. First hand here, ace, queen of hearts in the small blind.
Not just the first hand of the day, yeah, the first hand of the tournament for Jani Jokamainen. That is a 30K fresh stack.
Let's go. Yeah, let's just get it in here. I mean, he's going, I don't know how I'm going to chip up today, but this looks like a pretty nice spot to put in the shove. 30K going in the middle. He's got the triangle of death next to his name. Okay, so pocket 7s with the decision here.
Yeah, so just to clarify, Jani Jokamainen has a starting stack of 30,000 chips, as Joe just mentioned. He bought in at the start of day 2. Very first hand, wakes up with ace-queen suited, gets it in.
I mean, this seems a little crazy, Nick, but it's kind of the play, right?
Yeah.
Starting late.
Yeah, absolutely. He decides to make the call.
Yeah.
And we are going to race town.
Unbelievable. Very first hand back, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a classic race underway at the feature table.
Like the King's Casino versus the PokerStars Arena, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I have to disagree. Oh, really? It's a fair fight. It is.
Ouais, je suis en tape télé. Vas-y, ramène-moi. Regarde, c'est sur YouTube.
Well, 7s holding. Is Jani Jokamainen going to be one and done? One hand and out?
I don't know. These late reggers, though, you know what I mean? They're like, yeah, you know, I like to max late reg these things. I just think it's the best way to play. Wake up with a clean flip right to kick off the day.
I mean, he'll return to Finland a hero.
Looking good for Quentin Rusi, the online qualifier. Jani Jokamainen looking for an ace or a queen on the river to survive. The 8 is a blank. Rusi wins the pot, and Jani Jokamainen pays 5K at the desk takes his seat with a 30k stack. Very first hand he plays, all in and out.
Yeah, it's first.
Nothing against Yanni Akamainen, but it is very annoying when someone late regs and then stacks you on the first hand because they had to ship it in. So slight
Last time I played day 2.
slight justice there for Quentin.
Yeah, as you say though, going home
At the beginning.
to a hero's welcome.
I'm gonna do the same now. But you did it. It's okay.
Now, obviously, guys, we often find ourselves getting behind the underdog. I'm not saying for 1 second that Quentin Russi is not an accomplished player. We talked about the fact that he's got 6 figures in live earnings. I know that he's quite well known in the French market where he plays online as Rastakovic, but he qualified. He has a chop pot hoodie. He's my man. Go Quentin.
Okay, our man again looks down at ace-9 of spades. I mean, are you not going to play this? It seems like a pretty good way to start the hand. He's going to go ahead and open it up here.
So this is where they get my top right before they go to the table. We bring them to you first. Yeah.
Ace-9 has made it 3,500 and folded around to Martin Cabral, who's got 9-8 of hearts, suited connectors.
You know, James, this is not that dissimilar from the previous hand. We had an early position open, and then we had Cabral with kind of a suited connector, kind of pretty looking hand. Unfortunately, he got squeezed out because we saw the ace-queen of hearts, but in this scenario, he's just going to come along again. I mean, we know Cabral from the past. He's not afraid to play some of these pretty looking hands from position. And the big blind actually has a really nice hand to come along with as well. He does decide to complete there with 9-7 of clubs. Little does he know, he is slightly dominated.
Both players dominated.
Indeed.
By Russi.
We have a king, queen, 8 flop, so it's Martin Cabral who flops best here with bottom pair.
Nick, when you do flop best here with bottom pair, is there any way to, well, it looks like Martin is undeterred, but you see there's 2 other players, there's 2 paint cards out there. Do you ever think your 8 is good?
I think you're really waiting to see what the other players are going to do, which is why playing 8-9 suited in position here, having that position is so meaningful, right? Because you get to see what they're going to do first. Ace-9 of spades really is handcuffed here because that calling range in the position where Cabral is going to have plenty of king X, queen X, jack 10, that kind of thing. So you're not really going to get a ton of c-bets through. So this is one of the beautiful things about playing from position, and just a bet and a take it down. I think he also recognizes that if he doesn't bet here, there's a bunch of cards he doesn't want to see, so he might as well just take advantage of his position. He's not going to get a king or queen to fold, but you know he's going to protect his 8-9 quite often.
Hashtag PokerStars TV. Elkana says, I've missed you. Welcome back, guys. And also want to point out that we've got 3 Israelis in the top 10. Let's go. And Steven says, it's been forever since I've watched poker live and not as part of a compilation video.
You're right.
I think it's fair, yeah.
So to answer Supreme Omega Fish, Super Omega Fish on Twitch.
I'm very good, yeah?
We're looking at a field of around 420 players right now.
Excellent.
Waiting for final confirmation, just seeing how many people bought in at the start of the day.
That's great.
I'd like to answer one of my DMs on stream real quick if I can.
So
None of my countrymen is on this feature table. We'll watch it later. Can you DM me when we get a Bulgarian on?
By smart decision of our government.
No.
That's really good.
Thank you for your question.
You're Bulgaria.
Martin Cabral has 6s in the hijack.
I don't know. I'm only playing with this guy on the table. It's like heads up. It feels like heads up. World champion in the house.
Is it possible that... Oh, boy.
Oh, here we go.
Is it possible that Hossein Ensan has gotten younger since we first met him?
He is the Benjamin Button of poker.
Relaxo.
I used to wish he was my real dad. Now I wish he was my younger brother.
He is handsome. He is a handsome devil.
And Hossein Ensan has re-raised into 3-bet to 10,500.
It's free roll. I love it. I love free roll.
So I'm starting a new thing. Instead of set mining, it's set miming. And you pretend like you're trapped in a box until you hit your set.
Oh, it almost looked like a 6.
Instead, it's an 8, so aces are still good. King, Jack, 8 the flop. Cabral checks, Ensign bets, Cabral folds.
Champion, open.
Next time.
Oh. I put you on.
Also, I think when it comes to Cabral, people would appreciate it. He's set mimed.
Better?
I think we have to make a rule in place, like everyone has to show one card when you win the pot.
Yes.
When you win the pot, everyone show one card, the dealer shows the card.
I mean, you know,
I mean, it's fair, eh?
we have the boss here, so
Then you want to look at the card? Yeah, you're the boss, you're the boss. You want, you agree? One card, two cards?
I do like the table talk, though. It's nice. I mean, you know, something that we've missed from live poker, almost certainly, the commentary at least, you know, table talk is gold sometimes.
We were just quiet for about 30 seconds. If we had done that in the PokerStars arena, we would have missed 5 hands.
Because I'm the boss, right?
Yeah, you're the boss.
The boss said I'm the boss.
So if we say yes, so everyone say yes.
I mean, it's clear the players have missed this too, right? Like, our normal tables aren't this chatty usually, and I think we're going to see a lot of this, a lot more camaraderie, a lot more people being excited to see each other.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, just the energy here at EPT Prague, only being here for a couple days, I mean, it's just been electric. You know, people are so excited to see each other, lots of people being separated and being reunited now. It's fantastic to see, and the energy in that room is definitely elevated.
Champion, what are you doing?
Oh! Cabral's going to get 3-bet again. Opens with King 8 and Hussein Ensan re-raising. No, just calling with jacks.
It's awesome. He keeps talking him up when he keeps getting big hands. He's like, "Oh, big boss going to raise again," and then he keeps waking up with the hands. He's chatting for him.
Me too. Same strategy.
So this is John Christian Kite from Norway.
Jonathan Kite, he's fantastic on 2 broke girls.
And
there you
decides
go.
not to defend with 8-6 off, so it's Ensan versus Cabral round 2.
Always.
Yeah, he's got a pretty nicely disguised hand here. He decides just to flat.
Oh, 6-8!
So what's the score? 1-0, yeah? No. So I need to do 1-1, yeah?
He's got a really nicely disguised hand here, but Cabral's got the kind of hand where he can put on some pressure. He's got the gutter and the backdoor spades.
Keep it even.
Forget Ensan. Show me Kite right now. Smoke coming out of his ears.
A bet and a call.
Oh, board pairs on the turn, and Hussein Ensan now close to a 90% favorite as Cabral checks.
This would be a bad time to try to bluff jacks.
Just bet like 1/4 pot on the turn. Just keep it all in. How do you feel, Hussein?
Seems like
And that bet on the turn will win Hussein Ensan another pot.
No offense.
Oh, so you can bet on the turn and win a hand too. So you like the size, right? Yeah, I like the size. It's a good size.
My man, I love to see it.
You know, you could bet the turn.
Hussein Ensan playing close to a 100 big blind stack, 157k.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Can I call the time?
So 1 round of straddle. Everybody?
Okay.
So reminder that we had entries across day 1A and day 1B, plus a few players buying in at the start of day 2. The field here at EPT Prague, 1,189 with 444 players remaining. Just 4 hands into the day.
1189, that's my high score on pole position.
For you, no problem. What's your name?
Got a question here from Legend Kane on Twitch who says, what's prize pool? That's all of the money collected via buy-ins goes into something called the prize pool. Thank you for your question.
Spaniard, go. Spaniard, go.
Cabral with his first real hand. question.
That's something new.
Re-raising with a dominated holding.
Yeah, we do have a domination situation on our hands, and
you know, with a guy like Cabral opening, it kind of makes sense that you might want to 3-bet ace-jack from the small blind, but it's under the gun.
yeah. And Cabral 4-bets enough to put Christian Kite all in, who was pretty much committed with that large 3-bet, and now John Christian Kite is at risk and behind.
For one time he doesn't have an 8 in his hand.
For you, no problem.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
100% VPIP. Yeah. Ice cream. Stand.
Did it? Yeah, right, exactly.
Exactly. You said it.
Unlucky, mate.
Andrea, please, put 3 queens, let's go.
Or lucky, who knows where them jacks at.
My train is running. Champion.
100% VIP. VIP. VPIP. Oh.
That's unfortunate flop.
Well, it's not a terrible flop for John Christian Kite. Straight possibilities, diamond possibilities.
I think it's fair. Yeah. Queen of Diamond is fair.
Are diamonds forever or for never?
We got Christian calling for the Queen of Diamonds just for that sweet, sweet sweat. Oh.
Okay, well that takes away the diamond draw, but they trade side cards, and now John Christian Kite is looking for one of the 3 remaining queens in the deck to survive.
Now it's working, eh?
Another 8 on the river, and that is the end of John Christian Kite.
It should be chop, right?
I agree. GG.
All right, good luck.
If it makes you feel any better, his 8 would have beat you too.
Andrea, maybe you are top 300 here.
It probably doesn't. It probably doesn't make him feel any better, now that I think
maybe
about it.
underestimated you.
So 15 minutes into the day, 443 players remaining.
But it's European, so what you can expect, right?
Cabral still table chip leader with more than 200k, nearly 130 bigs.
Okay.
Good thing I got that Jonathan Kite 2 broke girls joke in there that nobody knew the reference for before he went broke.
Let's gamble. So now.
So yeah, once the numbers have been verified and signed off, we'll reveal the prize pool, we'll reveal the payouts, and there is every chance, in fact, it's almost a certainty that we will hit the money bubble today, that we will play into the money tonight.
That prize pool, that's one pool that won't cause any shrinkage, am I right, Nick?
You said it, buddy.
French qualifier, Quentin Russi, sporting the original. Everyone loves a chop pot hoodie from 2015.
It's giving him power. He's had plenty of opportunities to play pots so far. We've seen him opening quite a few here from earlier position, and 8-7 suited is definitely part of that range, especially at this stage of the tournament. Plenty of play. Hands like 8-7 suited obviously increase in value the deeper you get. You know, they've got more of what we call implied odds, right? Because when you make big hands, they're kind of disguised and you can win big pots. They're less reliant on their actual showdown equity.
Implied odds. Hinted at odds.
Hinted.
I'm implying that you've got some odds here.
Just a hint of odds.
So Dylan Nelson asked what percentage get paid. Approximately 15% of the field will share in the prize pool, Dylan. As we see Russi flop best here and continue for 3,200, gets a fold from Cabral.
Martin against Quentin. Fight.
Yeah.
Quentin number 1. You're number 1 in Czech. He's number 1 in French.
Both small countries, so it means nothing, you know?
I wish.
It means a lot. It means a lot.
What's the population of France?
45 millions. 55 millions.
Yeah, like 60 minutes.
More, 60,
65. 60-ish.
I smell a prop bet coming.
You don't even know.
The best in the world.
I thought we were going to have an impromptu trivia quiz. I was quite excited.
This guy, champion.
I'm going to crush it during the movies round, just warning you guys.
Don't these people know this is what Laden thinks is for?
Thank you, Lada. Yeah.
How many people does Hossein Ensan thinks lives in France?
I think me and Hossein, we are like 2 nicest guy in poker.
I think
I think.
you too.
No, I think we are 2 nicest guy in poker overall.
I think the
You agree?
last 2 years
Sorry.
I've seen more than my grandmother probably on TV.
Only heads up, yeah?
Actually, not saying anything about Martin. There are so many nice people in poker that I think that would be difficult to determine who the two nicest are.
You have
Of
anything
the 6 or 7 hands played at the feature table, how many of them have featured Martin Cabral?
I think the comment VPIP 100% was somewhat accurate thus far. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, guys, if you don't understand that reference, VPIP is voluntary put in pot. It's a technical term for the number of hands where you voluntarily enter a pot. And Mr. Cabral has been in quite a few of those thus far with great effect. And that table image has actually won him some chips as well. Obviously, we saw the ace-queen versus ace-jack all in pre-flop. He made the comment, VPIP 100%, wakes up with ace-queen. And that's how it goes. Your table image can be your friend sometimes.
It's not normal. And I win more than half. It's a good score.
Steve O'Dwyer, you're not banned. You're just timed out.
No, I'm
I'll see you in 4 minutes.
You muted Steve O'Dwyer in the Twitch chat?
I timed out Steve O'Dwyer.
He saw his opportunity.
Steve obviously hasn't been tuning in for the last bunch of months and knows what an itchy trigger finger I have on the timeouts.
Okay.
You're part of an exclusive club, Steve. People save up 50,000 points just for those. You're welcome.
By the way, Vescu91 asked, how long a day is it going to be today? Approximately 12 hours of play. So we have gone live at 12:30 Central European time on a 30-minute delay. We can expect to go off air at around midnight tonight. So they'll finish play 11:30 p.m. real time. The stream will probably end around midnight.
Yeah, if you guys are a fan of poker, you enjoy watching poker on the internet, you're going to enjoy today. We got a lot of action for you.
I wish you.
So what do you have then?
It would be like 600.
Peanuts, yeah? Basically peanuts.
Basically, yeah.
Correct? Peanuts.
For you, yeah.
Martin Cabral raising, keeping up his 100% VPIP.
Cabral's strategy so far, play a lot of
Nice
hands,
ring.
question mark, question mark, question mark, profit.
nice
Thank you,
ring.
Lord Viru.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Probably the wedding one. Andrea, don't smile.
You don't look like a guy who is impressed with jewelry.
No? Why?
I don't know. But that's not.
Look at my number of rings.
Yeah.
I have a lot of rings. I'm Lord of the Rings. Sauron and Saruman.
Saruman, yeah.
Sauron and Saruman.
Wow, nerd alert.
So, what's going on here? Oh,
I mean, who would have thought that Martin Cabral would be across Tolkien, right?
I mean,
Well, it's a movie, right? So you can't, I don't want to take away credit. Maybe he read the books.
I mean, you heard it here first, guys. Martin Cabral's
Here
new
we
name,
go.
Lord of the Rings.
New player.
Yeah, we have got a new player at the table.
Uh-oh.
Old one-eyed Jimmy Guerrero.
So Cabral is open on the button with King and Queen. Guerrero
That's a
has
smart
flattered in the
choice.
small blind. We
Very
know one of
smart
his whole cards, 3 of clubs.
I think
Kodinov
if
is
I
the new
don't
player.
you win.
He's got ace-8 of spades.
That's my prediction.
Should I DM that guy?
Oh, really?
There you go.
Now that Kodinov is in?
No,
That's
no, he has
Bulgaria,
no
right?
chance. He's in,
I think it might
he's
be.
in sandwich.
So good he can play with one card. Nope, he's got ace-3 of clubs. It has been updated now.
Pretty good.
It's right.
Pretty good for the
There
deuce
are
5.
people watching it on the stream, and they think, why is Andrea giving this guy all the good cards? I don't get it. Andrea, how we explain after? Any idea?
I'm thinking a restraining order, maybe. I don't know. Be one way to explain it.
My man, playing every pot, decides that he's going to continue on the board. Deuce 5 queen. Makes a lot of sense. Again, this image might play to his advantage, but in this situation, his opponents haven't really connected in a very meaningful way, and they're both in pretty ugly positions, small blind and big blind here.
My prediction was correct.
You have to show one card, huh?
Everybody happy.
This is the rule. The game is we have to show one card when we won the end. Man, you lie. You say yes. So everybody
Brosi asks, someone know what the blinds are right now? Yes, we do. Thank you for your question.
You'll notice, by the way, the field has dropped down to 430, 429, 420. Do you know what? I'll just wait for it to settle.
It's going to be a while, I think.
This is unbelievable.
I mean, to be honest with you, at this stage of an EPT main event, the tourney staff normally only update it when a table breaks, so it normally goes in 8s. So it looks like 426 players left.
Still like long way to go, but 9 is good already. EPT.
I wish you go in.
Andrea always giving me good hands.
So yes, the new player at the table is indeed Bulgarian, Joe. It is Atanas Kodinov.
I'm not DMing. I can't do it.
He looks like.
Yeah, there was a bit of a look there. I was going to say, before he put his cards in the box, he certainly had the look of somebody who was who was looking down at some good cards.
We got old Live Reads McGee over here. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Okay, so this...
Oh, just a sec. I don't want to break my streak, he says, and he looks down at Jack's speech play extraordinaire.
So it's the first hand we've seen Panagiotis Okonomu play, and he finds himself 3-bet by Cabral and must think he's so ahead.
Yeah. The good news is he's not behind.
Good point, well made.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Good luck to you.
I need it?
Probably yes.
I am not depending on the luck.
Well, I'm not sure we're going to see a jack on this flop, James.
Always ace on the flop,
I
Andrea.
don't like that pessimistic attitude,
Yeah,
Nick Walsh.
not with that attitude, we won't.
However, there is always an ace on the desk. And that could potentially scare someone out of this pot. This is not guaranteed to get to showdown.
This poor guy. He is us right now. This is every normal player in the world. Calls once with jacks here, folds to the second bet. Maybe we'll get to showdown.
Well, if this goes check, check.
Can I bluff you?
No.
No?
No bluff.
No bluff?
That sounds like yes, actually.
Old Live Reads McGee over here.
Give it a shot.
Yeah, once he says no, he kind of does have to bluff at this.
It was a quick no, too.
Yeah,
it was please don't bet.
Please don't bluff me. Yeah.
Normally I should. Sorry, one more time.
Maybe you double me up? Like that.
Oh. It's not possible, because if I like put this, then you fold, so it's not possible, you know? It's just not possible to double you up in this hand. Either we need to, or either I go on and muck quickly, something like that. That's the only chance of to double up this. You know what? You are like nice guy. So
only all in.
But Andrea is here. I don't trust this girl anymore.
Hey, didn't we miss live poker? Did we miss this? Did we miss this unnecessary chatter?
I'm having the absolute best time right now.
So there is a bet from Cabral into a pot of 36,000. Cabral makes it 5-6.
Yeah.
Gets called, and this is going to be a chop pot. And it's been a while since we've been able to do this in person, fellas. You know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
No, this was mine.
If I see any numbers that aren't 10, you're all getting banned.
That was a thing of beauty. The elation I feel right now, you guys. The joy.
Okay, I'll count 11s. No, hold on a second. There's 3 out of 10. You're gone. 9 out of 10. Nope. 8. You banned.
Did anybody tell him we're on TV? Or?
Yeah. If we go in, I fall for sure. Huh?
9.999. You also banned.
That was amazing hand.
6 out of 10.
Amazing hand. I never
Well, it's kind of an interesting hand, though. I think on the river there, he uses a smaller sizing because he thinks he's going for value more than anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you're going to get some stuff to fold, I guess, once in a while, but it was an interesting spot. I don't think he was thinking he was getting a hand like Jacks to fold.
Actually, next time there is a chop pot at this feature table, I would like Quentin Rusi to stand up and basically point at the back of his hoodie.
Can I have a peppermint tea with
absolutely.
honey, please?
Pie Face in the chat says, Nick Walsh TV, what does it feel like watching Joe and his band hammer in person? It's like watching Picasso.
It's weird that I sweat, though, isn't it? It's not an actual hammer.
I don't have patience for this, Andrea, with you anymore.
Wow, Martin Cabrera's just folded a hand.
All right, write that down, everyone.
From Australia, right?
Let's go into the trivia.
Yeah, he's kind of known.
He's always like this?
It's like watching Mozart in front of a grand piano. Picasso with a paintbrush.
It's like watching Mozart in front of a canvas. Watching Picasso with a guitar.
So Jimmy Guerrero opening here with Queen Jack, Kodinov with Queen 10 on the button. Julio asks on YouTube, starting stack? 30,000 chips was the starting stack.
Not super relevant on day 2.
So here we have Radoslav Morawiecz from Poland in the big blind.
Red.
Another online qualifier with 150k in live earnings. His best ever cash came at a side event at an EPT in San Remo in 2012, 35,000 euros.
This is not unreasonable. I kind of thought there was a chance he might try and pull one of these, but he's got that nice king blocker in his hand. He knows that the cutoff open here is going to be quite wide, so he's going to go ahead and try and test his opponent here, making it 14-5 to go as a 3-bet.
When I hear king blocker here, I think of that Ray Liotta Goodfellas meme where he's laughing. It's like the people that invented this line, like, oh, I've got a king blocker here, just laughing hysterically that they trick people into thinking this is a hand you can 3-bet because you're blocking king, queen, and ace king.
Like the guy that wrote the original ebook saying that this was a good play.
And then we told them that it was there was blockers.
This is really nice, yeah.
Well, Morawiecz has re-raised. It's a 3-bet to 14,500. Action back on Guerrero.
He's just got such a beautiful hand to continue in this situation. I mean, you know, it's a hand that just connects so hard.
It never connects with anything. Are you nuts? Have you ever watched poker before?
I have the picture here. I look here.
He's going to come 8 high, all red. Here we go.
Queen Jack of Spades, an overrated hand according to you, Joe.
Oh come on.
There you go.
So, I was, or rather did have an issue with Francois on YouTube, who wrote, everyone does not like a chop pot, stop it. But then Francois' second comment was, James Hartigan and Joe are an awesome team. Joe Stapleton is so funny. So I kind of feel they cancel each other out. Francois, I will allow you to continue watching.
I timed out Steve again. I don't know who you are, Steve. Sorry. I think he gave us a bad review on the Chop Pot song. We'll swag out in a second time.
By the way, guys, I know the screeching chairs are going to talk to you after a few minutes, hours, days, but just remember, hashtag embrace the squeak.
I actually saw an incredibly long comment to do with, I can't believe PokerStars won't invest in some more chairs.
That was Steve.
Was that it?
That's who I... Father Time in the chat.
I love it.
Does he know about the Evans-Stevens thing?
I don't know if he does. He must. Somebody must have told him.
When I have you on the table.
So, Morawiecz bets 15,500 on the turn. Guerrero, 92% favorite with top pair. Calls this hand going to the river, and it is a king! And that changes everything.
Blockers are real.
I mean, I feel a little vindicated here that the few times you do connect with Queen Jack, it's not the best.
I knew you'd say that, Jim.
It is not the best.
I knew you'd say that. No, this is a really nice outcome here. I think he pretty much knows that he doesn't want to. Yeah, I like the check on this river. He doesn't have the strongest of hands. He's not going to get value from it, but it's not exactly the board where you're going to fist bump that river.
What a play.
I got to give Guerrero credit here. If he is indeed the person that said nice hand, it almost sounded believable.
Cooler. Just a cooler.
Yes, I think the nice hand commentary may also have come from Martin Cabral.
Okay.
It did, yeah.
Also almost sounded sincere.
Can you imagine somebody walking up to Martin and just saying, "Excuse me, sir, Joe Stapleton's banned you for 10 minutes. Could you please step away from the table?"
The thing is, I wouldn't. I actually find him to be very entertaining.
I do too. I do too.
Correct, yeah? Half table.
PSR says the chair squeaking makes it seem like the tournament is taking place on an 18th century sailing vessel.
Sometimes it's easy table.
Let's go with that.
Or creaking, sure.
Hashtag embrace the squeak. Meanwhile, we're down to 415 players from a starting field of 1,189. A reminder that EPT main events have a single re-entry.
Almost suited, almost connector. Good enough for Martin Cabral under the gun +1.
Yeah, makes it 3,200 with 10-8 off.
Is it aces? Aces? Yeah.
And Queen 8 of diamonds for online qualifier Quentin Rusi.
Good start.
Yeah, first time.
Yeah, really good.
Supermax 1112 on Twitch asked, will there also be highlights for this event? Yes, in the weeks that follow, you'll be able to watch highlight shows of the action from EPT Prague, and those shows will appear on YouTube in the coming weeks. So Rusi has a lock on this, flops the flush. Cabral still betting 4,000, thinks the 10 of diamonds might be a live card. Spoiler alert, it isn't.
Yeah, this is a very, very spicy situation. If we see another diamond, you know, Cabral, just like we've spoken about his image thus far, you know, being quite loosey-goosey, that can work against him as well, right? So if it comes to another diamond and his opponent's getting kind of sticky, he might convince himself 10 of diamonds is good. These guys just, you know, they're not going to believe me here. Oh, there it is.
Hey. I'll have to check that deck if that were the case.
Rusi with a slight glance at his chips here.
When did you become the live reads guy?
As soon as we could see live players again.
I wonder if that's a thing now. I wonder if, you know, players will have more live tells now that they've played significantly less live poker over the last couple of years.
Yeah, if they're out of practice or something, he decides he wants to lead this turn. The glance was telling, you might say.
A live telling.
Yeah, and makes it 6-5. I love the size here as well, though. It looks like such a little blocker bet. Cabral's like, how do I want to continue so bad. How do I pull this off, though?
Hi, Lucy.
And puts it in the bin.
Oh.
I think Rusi basically recognizes that this turn is one that your opponents are going to be able to check back a little bit too often. So you want to start putting, you know, a little teaser in there to get additional value on the turn where they're going to slow down a lot.
A tickler.
Unbelievable. How bad I'm running. Probably because of this nice floor gal.
So taking you across the room here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. In addition to the main event, there's the mystery bounty event taking place today.
Cool.
Which I know a lot of players are very excited about. There was an early morning satellite for that event as well.
It's crazy that you can run an event where the buy-in is a mystery. How do they do that?
The buy-in is not a mystery. The buy-in is advertised. What you can win, however, is a mystery.
Oh, that makes way more sense than what I was thinking.
You can enter the 1K or you can enter the mystery box.
Yeah, you bust out and they're like, all right, well, turns out you owe 10 grand. Sorry.
Well played. Do you want a copy? Do you want a copy? No, no, no. It's okay.
So here we have Atanas Kodunov with King 5 of spades.
Not a lot of chips.
you check. Checking.
He is all in for 15,500. We are still at the 800, 1600 blind level.
Yeah, can you take it?
Cool.
I had call. Oh!
And this
I can almost got queens.
Unlucky.
Wow, great call.
Just the one overcard for Kodinov. Nice poker in the ears reference from AP Hunter. Kodinov, -1.
For both, all. No, I paid for all.
Turns out that it's like a very card countery
I want a caviar, steak, and he
way
pays
of keeping score.
Yeah, sure. Caviar and steak, pay that. No, I'm joking. I like these free rolls. Everything is like free roll here. In King's Casino, everybody happy. Everybody happy.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
maybe
not
King
quite
coming.
sure
I'm
there's
sorry.
any way back from this.
No, I'm sorry.
Kodinov less
No,
than
really,
1.
it's not nice to do that, yeah? Because
Running
we can win.
king.
7-7. We are in King's Casino.
Okay, finito.
7-7 also does
so
it.
many possibilities. Yeah. But this Andrea never did
It's all over on the turn.
GG.
Kodinov came to the table a few hands ago, and a few hands later, he's out.
It is hard, I think.
Yeah.
Shit, it was somewhere here, but
He said he's paying for all. That all means all the...
Adios, Atanas.
You pay also for the guy, right?
Yeah, for sure. I pay for everyone, man.
It's too complicated, yeah? All in our language means all. Like all. And my steak and caviar are coming.
Steve O'Dwyer is on fire right now. I'll be the only one that's only chatting to complain about the chairs, since I can't be there in person this year to complain to staff about the chairs every chance I get. I won't stop until PokerStars either pays to replace the chairs or pays to carpet the room. My first EPT Prague was 2011, and I complained about the chairs. I also complained about them in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. The cost of fixing the problem, less than the cost of the mental health care PokerStars will need to pay staff for the long-term brain damage.
Stephen, hashtag embrace the squeak.
Bravo, sir. Nice joke. I would love to hear it again. Andrea Gale.
Pumplex Jedi, we are not still in late registration. Late reg closed at the start of the day, so the tourney staff are just putting the final numbers together, and hopefully in about an hour or so we'll have the prize pool and the payouts.
It takes a long time to count all that money.
So, Mr. Queens, let's play friendly, okay? Yeah, the mask and friendly.
The mask is just like, you know.
Today is last day for mask, huh?
Yeah. We should make the final table TV tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow will be better for the TV.
It's not enough.
I mean,
for us.
In poker area is the last day for mask.
Yeah, last day.
So the raise from the small blind with ace-5, Cabral defending with king-3 off.
There's a wide variety of colors out there already.
France, the mask is not...
I see an ace.
You don't need to wear it like inside anymore.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. France, the same France. If you get vaccinated...
As we see the field reduce further, eliminations from the outer tables.
You're from Paris?
Wow, quick check on the turn here. Again, doesn't want to get any value from that ace. Oh, never mind, excuse me, he didn't check. He is going to bet the turn, there it is.
Postpone because the corona.
Yeah.
I think it will be maybe in October. At the Barrier Club.
That was very nice.
There you go, friendly play.
No, it's Barrier.
he was silent for...
So we're down to, oh, still going.
Yeah, probably October.
September.
I have you thinking,
Like
huh?
that, yeah.
I have you thinking.
Just need to... Yes, very nice, yeah.
Have we gone below 400?
Yes.
Like Evasion Club of France, like we open. Yeah. I say Paris is nice. You want to come?
Hussein, don't smile.
396 remaining.
You want to come in Paris? Martin, you're welcome in Paris.
Huh?
You're welcome in Paris.
You pay everything in Paris for me?
Yeah, for sure.
I love this. I love this work.
Yeah.
I will go to Champs-Élysées
Champs-Élysées.
and order everything.
Hold on.
It's a long time. I know.
Hussein is going to adopt anybody. It's going to be me. Get in line, Cabral.
Yeah, last time I think it's like 8 years.
Oh, it's a long time, yeah.
But now I have invitation from my buddy, so it's good. Perfect, thank you. Where are you living? In Prague?
Everywhere. Everywhere.
You don't have like some base there, yeah? Or?
Oh no, I live everywhere. I don't live in Paris. I'm from UK.
Okay.
Hussein Ensan has opened under the gun with ace-9 offsuit.
No, I was thinking you are like living there.
No, I don't
Because you're speaking about it.
38.1.
All right, just the big blind left.
Jimmy Guerrero, finalist from EPT Monte Carlo 2016.
Cool.
Okay, he's going.
Well, there's a domination situation. Hussein Ensan, big favorite. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Ace high still the best hand.
Yeah, Guerrero not really with a hand that he's going to want to continue with here too often. Just not really much to go with by way of winning at non-showdown here, right? And certainly not much to win at showdown either, so he's going to go ahead and put that in the muck. Pretty straightforward C-bet fold situation. Sam82 says, asking Nick, is ace-9 off a little bit too loose to be playing from that position? Absolutely not. No, we're actually a little bit more short-handed on the table than it might appear. So ace-9 off is well inside that range. These guys are also pretty deep as well.
I'm going to go ahead and disagree with Nick there. I wouldn't open anything worse than ace-queen suited. You really can't be too careful.
We've got a new player at the table, the short stack. It is Daniel Fuchs from France.
Remember that from Barry?
Absolutely.
Fuchs! 100 is very big. 200,000 is big for today.
For today.
Jimmy, we have a third French guy.
For day 3, no.
Ah, t'es français?
For day 3, 1 million.
1 million. 1 million.
Okay, seven-handed now.
1 million.
1 million.
Sir, can I please? I like to have...
The day 3 is 6,000 big blind.
Welcome.
Beginning.
Thank you.
Too much.
I like to have a lot of chips.
Yeah.
Because then I can play like 1 million.
He's French as well, he's French.
What?
Welcome, sir. Strasbourg. Strasbourg? I said welcome.
Okay.
Welcome to that. Welcome to
Viet decides to make it
He saw if you were French. He saw if you
an
were
open
French.
to 3,500 from under the gun here with the pocket 5.
Check.
Non, ça va très bien.
Il faut mettre les cartes comme ça avant de les jeter. Dans les...
Hey, you look French.
Gives it a quick fold.
On génère de Besançon, mais sinon pas très loin. Pas de stress.
Once there's more than one French person at the table, English only, out the window.
Allez.
C'était la première fois que je venais. What mistake happened?
J'espère pouvoir faire quelque chose, mais bon, je suis arrivé hier soir à 20h15.
Ah oui.
Et lui, c'est le...
Uh-oh. Hossein in the membrane, Ensan in the bran.
Yeah, he's glancing over the table here. He's trying to figure out how much his opponent is sitting with to begin the hand because it's going to influence the way he plays. Ace-King off is basically always just going to be a straight 3-bet, but if he feels like his opponent is stacked in a particular way, he can decide to play it slower. If his opponent is also quite deep like him, you know, lowering that variance a little bit from out of position.
Ensan checks. Moravich bets. 9,400 in the pot, makes it 2,500.
Yeah. It's quite a small C bet, and I think Ace-King's got to come along every single time, especially given the fact that they've kind of under-repped their hand quite a lot here.
Yeah.
Ensan does. Queen on the turn gives Ensan the straight draw with a 10, as well as the 2 overcards, so still a considerable chunk of equity, 30% on the turn. Okay, pocket 5's undeterred. Oh, but a little pause. Makes it 5,600 to call.
So I like the way that Hossein is paying attention to what Revich is doing, you know, looking for those sorts of tells. I always feel like if I'm so too interested in what they're doing, that might be a tell about me, though.
Yeah, it is a tricky one. He does continue here again. I think he is sensing a little bit of weakness. We did see that slight slowdown there from the C-bet turn. And ace on the river gives Ensign a very strong holding.
Get your flaming Barrys out, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Greenstein makes an appearance.
What if he just like blocker bet the river like real small? Nope, makes it a check.
I think this is going to get checked
And
back.
check, check. Ace king is going to be the winner.
What about?
Nice call.
Okay.
Ensign continues to chip up. Meanwhile, Jack asks, will there be time bank cards after day 3? The answer is yes. The 30-second shot clock will be introduced from tomorrow. Each player will be given 5 30-second time bank cards, and that allowance will be replenished at the start of each following day.
Against the King 4 guy, I would maybe take my risk and go all in pre-flop.
Yeah.
The King 4 guy.
Your choice. Your game.
Of course.
It's a very flat tournament. This tournament is really flat. You have to.
I understand.
Yeah. You wait and.
I understand.
Always small pot.
Control.
I don't like those big pots. You know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nobody does.
Yep, you get a little bit of insight there, guys. Remember I mentioned about him deciding not to 3-bet with that ace-king? He was just saying just then he'd prefer not to lose a big pot in this situation. He recognized his opponent's stack was that which would hurt. But as such, he also played his hand quite slowly as well, right? And he realized the equity of his hand overall without the 3-bet as well, which is why he called the 2 street. Fuchs looks down at ace-king off here for the gun +1.
And we've just had a flurry of eliminations. It's like another table's just been broken, so we're down to 390 now. Opening raise is 3,500. Round to Martin Cabral. He's out. Jimmy Guerrero folds the button. Hossein Ensan gives up the small blind.
Whoa, you can fold your big blind?
Whoa.
And that's what Moravich decides to do. It's raise and take it for Fuchs. There's a lot of conversation on YouTube about the face mask rule. You may have heard the players discussing it. At the moment, the Czech government still has a mandate in place for the wearing of face masks in indoor spaces for major events. We think the rules actually change tomorrow, but until that happens, we will observe the local regulations.
I hope they don't get rid of all the mandates. Like, I like to go out to a nice dinner with James.
The mandated James Hardigan meal.
It's a mandate. Me and James, we have a nice meal. Compliment each other.
We've been mandating for a while.
Yeah.
Raise from Jimmy Guerrero in the cutoff with 10-5 of clubs. Hossein Ensan not playing the Jack-8.
Yeah, I wonder if he includes Jack-10 suited there, you know? He just goes, Jack-8, a little bit too gappy for me. Maybe Jack-10 suited decides to go in that range.
What about the 10-5 from the cutoff, Nick? Can we comment on that? Seems loose to me.
Seems a little bit loosey-goosey. Maybe he knows something we don't. He does actually have 2 overcards to the 4s, though, so...
Loosey-roosey.
Quentin, the qualifier. And looks like he's checked this flop, which is ace, jack, 3. Somehow 4's still the best hand. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Yeah, well, If you're gonna have this hand here,
yeah,
you're gonna bet the flop when you get checked through.
I think so.
Not my flop, he says. 10-5 suited goes. Me neither.
Huh, winning every pot, yeah? That's a good strategy. What?
He's returned.
He's like, no.
This hand 1-2 or next one?
Yeah, he's kidding, yeah. He like,
This hand 1-2 or next one?
I was thinking that, like, the hands he played, he win the most, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, they announced 1-2. Is it this hand?
Only one hand he lost, I think, when I had the button. And
We play 1600s.
you lost something big now?
It's not for the main event?
No, yeah, nothing.
And we got break up.
I heard
I won't even like really nice spot, yeah?
No.
Secret
It's
spot.
for other events probably.
All right.
I don't know, guys. Just enjoy. Just enjoy the moment. You are on final table of EPT Prague.
Not, yeah, it's the fan table TV.
Prague.
Table TV, bro.
again.
Everybody happy.
Table TV.
And
Not
I'm bored.
quite the final table.
Table TV, Jay. Table TV.
Still got a few days to go before we get to the FT.
He's returned. He has ace-king off.
Beautiful. Double peanuts. I told you, winning every pot. I told you.
Guerrero.
Except this one.
Nope.
Yeah, Cabral's made it 3,500. Guerrero and Ensan have both folded.
What do you play cash?
Ace Jack.
Oh no, we've seen this before. Where have we seen this before, you guys?
You play king? Usually.
Yeah, almost exactly, except it was ace queen for Cabral.
Yeah, versus the ace jack.
Usually, yeah.
Brucey with a lot more to lose, though, than the last player we saw take a stand against an early open from Cabral.
Only event.
Yeah.
I will be in Vegas in June.
In June, yeah? How long do you do?
I don't mind a call here. I really don't.
And
Only for main event.
main event and maybe
I mean, with a player as active as Cabral, if you really think you've got him in jail, you can just call and let them do some of the damage, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Hussein just then playing ace-king heads up.
Yeah.
You know, very passively for that same reason. He recognizes the stack depths. He doesn't want to put himself in a reverse implied odds situation, like we were talking about earlier, implied odds. And from this position, ace-jack off is a hand that is very difficult to play. If you 3-bet here and get called, ace-jack off is a really tricky one to play from this specific position.
And this flop totally bites if you 3-bet with ace-jack.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
I'm bringing back bites, by the way.
2 checks.
I'm now here.
Now, ace-jack off has plenty of showdown. You don't necessarily want to be turning this hand into a bluff, but this is way more of the small blind range than it is going to be the initial openers range.
For my hobbies.
If he was in the big blind, even more so. But they both check the turn. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Rusi only checks. There you go, 2 quick checks. And the paired board means ace high is going to showdown pretty much
Chop it up.
every time. Every time.
That's what I would say, at least when I turn over my ace-jack. Chop it up.
This will not be chopped. The king kicker plays, and Martin Cabral is going to win this pot and add 10k to his stack.
Yeah, he slow roll you.
They check it the whole way. I thought these were supposed to be professionals.
Do you think I opened here? Ace 10 or what? No, like, what is this? Poker police. This is not normal. Ace jack?
Yeah, but you slow roll him, like, it's not very nice then. In
I
front.
don't understand this. Like, why he
Slow roll is when you... He thought he was winning, then you say...
He said he's the best player. Why he's calling ace jack?
I mean, you say,
My minimum hand is ace queen, correct?
I mean, you say...
Minimum.
And then after you show ace king.
Maybe first split.
You would have folded ace jack suited?
I would. Against myself?
Yeah, the
for
players
sure.
at the table also recognizing the callback we just mentioned.
You know? So that's the point. Mamma mia, ace jack, double suited.
You know what he means, slow roll, yeah?
Or you would have 3-bets.
Few more eliminations in the field, down to 383 now.
We could get to the final table today if this keeps up.
And it is like really needed.
Guarantee you that pace is going to slow as we get close to the money.
C'est pas bien. You know what does he mean, slow roll, yeah?
Sorry?
Slow roll, like slow roll.
Slow roll?
he saw if he was winning the hand. They say, oh, fuck. And after you show ace king.
What do you think? He thinks that he win with ace jack?
But everyone was thinking he's winning. He was winning with ace jack. Yeah?
Ace jack was nothing, man. He didn't hit anything.
No, but your attitude, like you say.
Easy fold.
Huh?
Easy fold.
Yes, easy fold. Even pre-flop.
I played a $120 tournament last week, and the table talk was exactly the same.
Wow, Rusi's opened on the button, and look at Fuchs, slow playing aces, just flats in the small blind.
4 blues, right?
What I open here, ace queen minimum, I think.
Yeah, I know. That's why I fold before ace 10. You open, I fold.
You're very good. You're very good player.
I can't imagine Rusi's going to lose too much on this board.
You play for colore.
Colore.
Okay, good. Colore, I like to catch.
3,000.
Colore.
And with Rusi
Colore controller.
not given the option to bet first, Fuchs not playing in flow, leads for 3K.
I don't know what the sort of thought process is for Fuchs here, but it seems to have done a good job confusing Rusi. Sometimes you'll get a player, you know, this doesn't always exactly reek of strength when you do this, and it looks like Rusi is at least considering maybe popping this.
I think so.
Yeah.
Just calling? Okay, cool, interesting.
Too bad I was retiring.
Yeah.
Too bad for the business, but...
Good for business. Good for this business.
Yeah, but too bad that I was retiring already.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Again with 3,000, and
I can't agree with you more, but you are a smart guy, so it's no surprise for me.
This is great. This is a very funky hand from Fuchs.
New player. Here.
Look at the size as well here.
Madam. Here.
He's trying to increase the size of the pot ever so slightly on a turn where he knows his opponent can continue with a lot of hands, so that he can queue up that much larger river c-bet.
We'll see, Nick. I don't know. I don't know if that's the actual thought.
oh,
Wow.
raised from Rusi, all in from Fuchs, an immediate snap shove.
Wow, bluffing with aces.
Tables the aces. I love Rusi's heart here, though. I mean, you know, he's picked a spot where some people might consider those aces a fold at that stage, but not sure if that's how you play him necessarily. Love the heart, makes the play, finds the shove.
Oh, new player coming in to the feature table, and this is someone we've actually watched a lot in the last 24 months, albeit at the online tables. This is Dinesh Alt, who plays on PokerStars as Nasty Minder. 600K in live earnings, $5.9 million in online earnings on Stars, and was third in the Scoop High main event in 2019.
You don't know?
Should I tell everyone how to do the special Dinesh Alt emote in chat?
Absolutely.
Okay, if you want to do the Dinesh Alt
What is it?
emote in chat, you press Alt F4. That'll give you the special Dinesh Alt emote.
I would say pay, but we have this friend. Please, buy that for me. It's everything.
Alt F4. Jose Ensan, Queen 10 off.
Where you from? Switzerland? Yeah, you speak French?
Raises to 3,300.
You understand, you understand.
Over to our
You understand French.
friend Oikonamu from Greece, folds.
I don't play against Campione del Mundo.
If you have good card,
No,
you have to play.
Even.
Yeah.
Like,
Raise and take it.
No. I'm like you. Ace, queen, up.
That's correct play.
Yeah.
Honest play.
8s, 9s, only limp.
You good.
How did this guy play the seniors event like 8 years ago? Get out of here.
Look at those guns.
He's got guns, he's got great skin, kind eyes, sweet smelling breath.
As a mid cash.
Non, elle cassera pas. Après, peut-être qu'ils vont changer de table télé, mais elle cassera
All right, hand number 21. Let's go.
Feels like more.
It does. It does. There's just been so much action, and like you say, the table talk is definitely on this year. I think a lot of people are really happy to be back at an EPT, back playing live poker.
King, queen off for alt. Makes it 3,200. That's the minimum raise.
Seems good. Seems good. Mr. Fuchs decides to fold the king it off. I like it. Not aces this time for Fuchs.
Burrell folds 9-8 off in the small blind. Just the big blind remaining. 10-8 off. I feel like you could go either way on this one, Nick.
Yeah.
You think it's a fold?
No, I think he's going to go ahead and play this.
You think
one.
it's a call?
It is the pure min raise, right? Which immediately means you should be playing a wider range. You have a much better price pre-flop. And Guerrero, you know, we've seen him play a very wide range of hands. He's confident about his post-flop game. He's not worried about playing with a slightly weaker range. 10-8 off still has plenty of playability, absolutely. I mean, even more so than some of the hands we've seen him play thus far from out of position.
All right, great. Well, way to embarrass me. 6-4 deuce, 2 diamonds, 1 diamond for Guerrero.
Yeah, I mean, I think Guerrero in this situation has what we might call sort of like a nuts advantage. You know, he's going to have a lot more weird, low, straighting, flushing kind of hands in this situation when he defends his big blind, or at least he should. This particular hand, though, not connected. There you go. Easy fold. But the defend, I think, is mandatory here. I think if you're not playing that against the pure min raise. Now, if your opponent is making it 3x to go,
yeah,
then obviously you need to start considering taking out some of these weaker hands.
So should you just make it 3x then, so the big blind doesn't get insanely good odds to call you with a hand you're doing just okay against?
It works in both directions. If your open size is going to be 3x, you should be playing a tighter range because you're giving up too many chips pre-flop when people 3-bet you. But likewise, Joe added the squeaks in for effect.
Once he loses me, I'm just like,
Can we just check, Joe, because I tuned out for a second there. Pim de Beer, have we addressed this particular question?
We have not addressed Pim de Beer.
Is Tuan Mulder playing this tournament? Yes, and there is a very good chance that we'll see the player known online as Tino Mulder, Spirit of the Horse. A very good chance we'll see Tuan Mulder a bit later on. Mulder won the it was the one-day... Was it the one-day 25K that he took down for like $250,000? I think that was the event that Tuan Mulder won.
Any number of events online.
How is it going?
Always in the mix.
Oh, yeah.
King 5 now? Going up, yeah? Sorry? Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was a joke. So, yeah.
How many people fell for your Dinesh Ulka?
I don't know. I don't have the numbers up.
It's too much information. I'm a good reader.
All right. A couple of big hands for early position. Just a flat from Ace King suited. Ooh.
I think it was pretty good read, so everybody knows that now. Equal.
Pocket eights for alt.
I mean,
Num.
3 decent hands here. Queen Jack of strawberries, Ace King of diamonds, the snowmans themselves. And we are going 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah, you see alt considering putting in another bet. You know, with Russi flatting in the middle, sometimes you can get rid of that player. In this case, don't think it would have worked.
Oh, it's top for Russi, but it's the flopped flush for Moravich.
Ouais, donc te prends pas la tête à analyser ou quoi que ce soit, hein. Je ne peux pas utiliser mon phone en rentable.
4,000 is the bet from the player with 95% equity. And how does Russi respond? With a pair of kings, ace kicker, that's a call.
I mean, the flat in that spot right after Moravich is going to be ace king a lot. It's going to be king queen a decent amount of the time. So yeah. I think I just really like that bet.
Yeah. In 20 Minuten.
Well, 8's got out the way, heads up to the turn, and now Morovic has a lock on this.
Oh, it's such a nice turn, though, isn't it, guys? Like, you don't want to see another heart. You don't want an action killer.
Now, does this count as a value bet and a semi-bluff because of the straight draw? Or do we just...
Oh, Joe, you've misplaced your hand rankings again. Look.
Yeah.
Flush beats
No,
straight.
I know it beats a straight, but you can still make both, can't you?
And a call. Oh, this is going so well. No action killer will probably get him some more. The 3 of clubs might be one of the most brickiest cards ever.
Now you can fear the full house, but that would be a little bit nitty.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of players might play their sets a little bit faster, right? For fear of the hearts, you know, for fear of future hearts falling. That's a lot of Fs.
Let's do the photo now. I really hate how this is not opening.
Or social. Says, I bust here every time.
Oh, there's the shove. And it is all into call for Rusi. And yes, this is a call and it's all over baby situation.
Oh, it's such a nice river for ace-king. You're much less likely to run into a set when the board pairs here. Or what was a set on the flop, I should say.
I can't help but just sit here and hope that the guy wearing an original, dare I say vintage, everyone loves a chop pot hoodie, finds the fold.
I would root for a fold here just because going broke to the flop flush, you just feel
already claiming
so wrong.
It does. And you really got to put yourself in your opponent's shoes and go, is he just going to barrel off here with like the ace of hearts? Is he just going to go to town on me at this stage in this tournament? Yeah. And that's really, you know, sometimes it just comes down to, is he really going to put 3 barrels in here with a hand that I can beat?
I know you're blocking ace-king, Nick, but do you ever think that this is like ace-king and you're potentially getting blown off a chop?
No, I don't think so. I think if you've got ace-king, you've got plenty of business betting, maybe 2 streets to protect your hand from the hearts, but on the river, he makes the call.
Calls all in and is out. Online qualifier, Quentin Rusi eliminated.
That's GG, he says, and the vintage hoodie
is covered up.
I mean, it makes sense he's wearing a hoodie and a coat because that was a bit of a cooler.
Question on YouTube from Kirill Dimitrov. Who allowed this guy to comment poker? Well, you need to be a bit more specific because there are 3 of us. Actually, you don't, because the answer is the same regardless of who you're talking about. PokerStars, thank you for your question.
It's pretty clear who he's talking about. Nick.
Bad call. Bad call.
Bad call, all in call on the river.
All in call on the river.
No, the turn.
The turn is, I call.
Yeah, turn, bad call, river.
River, you bet.
I think I'm gonna
Bet, triple barrel, yeah.
ban a bunch of people that are criticizing the river call.
Okay.
You're banned.
Barrel, all in.
And
Ace in heart.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What day of the week is it?
oh my goodness, you're right. It's Chat Pro Saturday. I am so sorry. Thank you, Lala Electroman. My fault. Chat Pros can never be wrong on Chat Pro Saturday.
Why he was calling that he
Nothing, no opinion is wrong on Chat Pro Saturday, Nick.
On the river?
You want to say straight pizza flush? Doesn't matter. Chat Pro Saturday.
Hey. Opinions we can't take issue with. Facts, the rules of the game, not up for debate.
What you have to do, though, is you have to start your comment with "well, actually," so that we know you're participating in Chat Pro Saturday.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thumbs up in the chat if you're participating in today's Chat Pro Saturday.
Good image.
Good image with King 4.
Oh, more criticism. Joe Travato says Joe Stapleton is a goat.
Oh. I have been known to eat a tin can every once in a while.
Martin Cabral has opened in the cutoff with king 4 off. Saint Ensan in the big blind. Defending with a better king, king 8, suited in strawberries.
Time for our third flop flush of the day. Nope.
Ooh. King, queen, 8. So top pair for Cabral, 2 pair for Ensan.
Now, the turn card here is going to be absolutely crucial because Cabral is going to probably barrel at least twice unless some scare card comes here, right? So if it comes like the deuce of diamonds, for example, we're probably going to, Ensan's probably going to get at least 2 streets. That it is if he chooses not to check raise the flop, which I think on this texture, he's going to be justified in doing so, right? Plenty of cards that he can get value from. Oh, it looks like it was just a call. And the 3 of hearts on the turn, close enough. Let's see if my guess is correct. A check. What if he makes it like 11,000 here? And he bets. 12,000. Okay. Good read.
I just can't get over how real blockers are as I watch this hand.
I think Ensan knows he probably needs to do something at this stage. We might see the check raise turn. Okay, makes the call. Recognizes that Cabral is absolutely capable of barreling off here. Oh,
interesting. Oh. Interesting river card.
Where's Roosie's hoodie when we need it?
Such an annoying turn.
Probably registering the mystery bounty.
Check, check.
So, for the second time today, we have a chop pot at the feature table, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot!
Well, actually, if you have a king and there's a king on the board, it's impossible they have a king. That's something called blockers.
Hello, what is this fed? 8-4.
Yeah.
Full house, man.
Yeah.
What is this payout? I get only half for my full house?
You open also king.
No, king 4, I learned from the boss. I see how it's working. So.
Yeah.
We thought that the 4 is an 8.
Austin Pickering is clearly new around these parts. Asks, what is the squeaking noise in the background? Those are the infamous EPT Prague chairs. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Steve O'Dwyer is back, by the way. He's been doing research for us and has sent some links over for some various carpet companies we could bring in.
Lucky River Mystery, huh?
I kind of feel that EPT Prague would not be EPT Prague, though, if we lost the squeak.
Yeah, it's like, you know, asking people, whatever I was about to say there was not going to work.
Queen was very good for me.
Yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
It would be like EPT Deauville with all the food poisoning.
Lipman Lip says the squeak sound reflects the souls of those eliminated.
That's pretty good.
I like that. Oh. Took all the strength he possessed, but he did actually fold a hand. Ensan with the easy call. And of course a quick check from the ace you saw from the big.
Look at these two hands. This is crazy. What are these guys doing? What is this? Come on, guys. Hey, come on.
Yeah, Ensan got the king high on this sort of like really dry paired board. Just makes it back, takes it down.
Jobs are good. And that noise you hear is not the chairs, that is the noise of the field ticker ticking down to 369 as we continue to lose 368 as we continue to lose players on day 2 of the EPT Prague main event.
That's the same noise my hips make when I'm out on the dance floor.
He's on tonight, his hips don't lie.
That's right.
He's starting to feel you, boy.
You need more
down to 361 now.
Champion.
I agree.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't want to be world champion in poker, yeah?
Yeah, in poker, I mean.
Yeah.
You are already world champion, I know.
I agree.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sure, but it will be in showdown. On the river, there will be big showdown against Mr. King Floor. So don't worry, we will see the hand, like, very easy. Like, very easy.
I don't think Martin Cabral is folding this one.
Guys on the big blind. Playing like Queen's Plus. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Like, I again share my wisdom for free, right? Free coaching.
Let's keep it for the
You're right. You're definitely right. But it was big secret that this guy is like that. You know what? I'm gonna play a little bit, just to make it easy for Mr. Ensan.
Yes. Yes.
What about Jimmy Guerrero? Take it easy, Marty. Jeez.
So we've only seen one of Cabral's cards, the Jack of Clubs. He's raised to 3,400. Jimmy Guerrero, ace, 8 of diamonds. He calls.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Guerrero just opting to flat these sort of seated ace combos against Cabral. I think he recognizes that he wants to keep the pot small, but also that he's going to have plenty of dominating ace-x combos here that he can play, you know, in smaller, effective pots.
Very good. No, really, I think he's flatting the queens. You agree with me, Hussein?
I got a diamond. One diamond.
Mamma mia, what a flop for a queens. Now I need to flip him around.
Can I have my phone, please?
I don't know what the rules.
Yeah. Hi.
It's gonna be on.
Can I have my
phone?
Thank you.
Sure, help yourself. Have anybody's phone.
I don't know which one is mine. This one, no. Last one, yeah. This time.
Well, Cabral is checked. We know that much.
Thank you.
And 600. 96 and 6, yeah. 196 and 600.
Address this question from Briz Frizz while we wait for Jimmy to check. There it goes. What is the expected #1 payout? That would be first place. Thank you for your question.
I'm watching you.
You know, without the flop graphics, the squeaks really stand out.
Well, I can tell you guys, the flop was King of Spades, 3 of Clubs, 6 of Diamonds. I think we're on the turn now.
Have you been on one of those tables? No. EPT tables, no.
Here we go.
And the turn card is the 8 of Spades, so Jimmy Guerrero has second pair top kicker.
Don't put my 8 out.
Not 100% what Cabral has.
Just relax. You can put king out, but 8 leave that.
Well, we can eliminate some hands for Cabral, right? He doesn't have aces.
A new player.
Doesn't have
Very
kings.
good.
Should I go through all of them? Doesn't have queens.
Bet and a call. This hand is going to the river. And the river card is the 10 of hearts. So, no flush possible. We have a king, 3, 6, 8, 10 board.
Why you don't put 8 there? to scare him.
Jacks is possible, right? Maybe a little
This is
jack
some
under
tough
there?
spot.
We might have seen a flop bet from the jacks. We've seen Cabral
Normally I would
not
go all
afraid
in,
to
but
put in
I
C
don't
bets
feel it
where there's
today
one
with the
overcard.
Let's see if Cabral elects to bet the river. We know that Guerrero has third pair top kicker.
Jack 10 a possibility, I guess. There's a 10 out there, right?
10 on the river.
What card could he possibly have that makes this a difficult decision? Jack 8?
Nice bluff.
Martin Cabral bets the river. 18,800 in the pot. Cabral makes it 10,100, so a little over half pot.
Wow.
There's a chance he has some kind of a 10x combo. Now he was just deciding whether or not he wanted to try and go for a value with second pair, something like that.
Isn't it weird that we can see one card and we still don't really have a good read? Imagine if you could see 0 cards.
And a tough decision for Guerrero, and seeing this from his perspective, a bit of a hero call if he makes it. Will it be a hero call gone right or wrong?
I mean, Cabral promised us there'd be a showdown.
I mean, is that kind of a tell if we're going to play the game where we only know one card? I mean, King Jack off isn't completely out of the question, but I don't think a player like Cabral would miss the flop bet because he's got that image of being so aggressive, right? He knows that people don't believe him; they expect him to be aggressive. So the most obvious thing for him to do is slow down when he's actually connected with a flop in a meaningful way.
So a reminder, the board is King 3, 6, 8, 10, rainbow. And Jimmy Guerrero with third pair, deciding whether to call this. Sizable river bet from Martin Cabral.
I think a hand like Jack 10 off would make sense here too some of the time, but again, not sure if Cabral would miss the opportunity to try and put in a nice C bet there and just take it down right on the flop.
Yeah.
Guerrero with nearly 83k behind.
Ich habe ganze Zeit check. Check, call, check, call, check, call. No, check, check. River, check, check.
Wie viel hat er gespielt?
12 auf der Tür. Aber Bord war nicht so gerade. Also, ich meine, mit meinem Glück her war.
Jimmy Guerrero makes the hero call.
Showdown we do get.
Martin Cabral tables Jack 8, Jack 10, sorry. So he rivered it. And Cabral is going to win that pot. I do find it interesting, and this has always been the case whenever we've had Martin Cabral on a feature table, how polarizing he is and how the audience, some love him, some hate him. All I'll say, guys, is all we've had is 2 years of people whining about how online poker is boring. We don't get player chat. We don't see faces. There's no personality. We give you personality, and you start complaining again?
Yeah. There aren't many bigger personalities than Martin Cabral in the game.
I would love him if he cannot come. Okay.
No English.
I would go all in.
He's got a very Will Kassouf-like effect on people.
Whether you love him or hate him, you can't deny he's interesting to watch.
Yeah.
Alas, as it is Chat Pro Saturday, I have to endure these comments without bringing out the banhammer.
Wie viel Blues bist du? How many blues?
It's around 30. That's not good.
I love the fact that Hussein Ensan has put on his really scrunchy Dior coat that's making all manner of noises.
That looks expensive.
Just trying to reboot the graphics machine. So apologies for the lack of hand info here. I think we've seen a raise from Dinesh Alt, called by Hussein Ensan, and we've got a 10-10-3 flop with 2 diamonds.
I knew I shouldn't have used the graphics machine to reply to that Nigerian prince.
Dinesh got a really solid table presence there. Looks confident.
Alt checks the flop. Hussein Ensan bets. And gets a fold from Alt.
Guys, this is what it used to be like back in the day. No hold cards. Just a lot of speculating.
All for you. And my chip also.
Okay, I will allow this question to be asked because it's Chat Pro Saturday, but I will give it the response it deserves. Apex says, well, actually, Grafton has a more interesting personality. Are we going to see him on the feature table? He's no longer in the main event.
Give me 2,000, please.
You start requesting players who aren't even in Prague to be on the feature table, I am absolutely 100% going to ban you.
Good luck, Sam.
There's Chat Pro Saturday and there's Stupidity Saturday, and the latter is not a thing.
Thank you. Can you take my microphone? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think we may be coming to the end of the session. We're hearing a lot of squeaking now, hashtag embrace the squeak, and a few players at the feature table not playing this hand, already out of their seats. I do think we will be changing feature table during the first break, so we're going to have a new lineup on the main stage when we come back.
So if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we're blind v blind here. Haven't had a chance to see Martin Cabral's cards just yet, so we're playing just with the 9 tray off for now. There it is, ace-5 off.
And there is an ace on the desk. Cabral already ahead and now way ahead.
Quick checks on the flop. The 9 feeling like they've got showdown, the ace feeling like they want to try and get more value, and it looks like they are going to get a turned bet.
Of course, Oikonomu has paired his 9. Now 2 pair for Cabral on the turn. And that is a raise.
Let's go for a break. I do the chip raise, and let's go for a break. Give me money. Relax.
A little bit more speech play before we wrap it up. So far, Oikonomo.
Okay.
Also just, you know, love him or hate him, it's tough to play against somebody that's this flippant at the table. Like, it really does confuse you.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't want to admit it, but it does get under people's skin as well. They're like, yeah, you know, I just play my game. I don't worry about what people say. But I think a lot of people do play worse against him.
Yeah.
For that reason, and
even if you're not tilted by it, it's still just sort of befuddling. Like,
Yeah.
it's just confusing.
Yeah,
What
absolutely.
does this mean?
And it's going to merit a call on the turn. He is getting additional value from his 2 pair for that reason.
Like, how many
perhaps.
players are you going to make this call against with just a 9 here?
Yeah, absolutely.
And a bad 9 at that.
4 on the river, and this pot is all Martin Cabral.
I think he knows that his opponent isn't going to be particularly strong here, given that pre-flop action. But you know, what's the bet size here, guys? What do you reckon? 32K in the middle. What's the size to try and get a crying call from a 9, a queen? You know, probably a 5 is a little bit ambitious for any bet size. So you're probably just sort of targeting specifically a 9 or a queen.
Cabral.
Lots of different guesses here in the chat. Love to see you guys predicting.
Yeah. Thinking how much value he can extract on this river. This will be the last hand before the break, by the way, as Cabral fires in a chunk of change.
Might be the last hand for Oekonomou.
Is it enough to put his opponent all in?
Period.
Yeah. 90k, and Oekonomou's only got 41,000, so it is all into call with just a 9 with a really poor kicker.
He's really tempted, he really is.
I fold.
Fold
Stop
tonight.
showing. I guess you'll see on the live stream if you really want to, but...
So that is going to take us to the break, ladies and gentlemen, and during that break, if you're a fan of poker in the movies, it's a chance to relive the Poker in the Ears podcast, where Joe and I got to talk to the poker consultant from Casino Royale, Dr. Tom Sambrook, breaking down that hand. Here's how things finished at the feature table after the first session of the day. Martin Cabral increasing his stack up to nearly $250,000. Dineshol is in the danger zone with just 13 bigs. New lineup on the main stage when we come back in just under 20 minutes. More action to come from the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are live from Prague. We are back with the first EPT in more than 2 years. More action coming up shortly. Action will be on Diego Villela.
Oh, come on, Daniel. That's contagious.
Villela folds. Brion's out. I don't think Ionescu's ever going to play a hand.
Safe. Snug. Ladder up. Fold your way to the final table.
Elke's on the button with aces again?
Okay.
He raises. Marius Patea has arrived on the main stage. 9-5 of clubs.
Oh.
He calls out to the small blind.
Well, this is what Elke wants.
St. Ensam with 10-7 off in the big.
Looks like Hossein is eyeballing some of that quote-unquote dead money out there.
Bad timing, Hussein. A re-raise to 31,000. And Elke counting out a fourth bet. A re-raise to 82,000. And Patea couldn't fold quickly enough.
I go all in.
What?
This is exactly what Elke wanted.
Ensam blasts off.
Oh, Alter.
Runs 10-7 into aces.
Oh, my hand, 10-7.
Love this guy, but this is a massive punt.
It's not done yet. Yeah, 10-7's a good hand. It's my favorite hand.
It's about as good here as it is in bowling.
There's no need for Ensam to stand up. He's not at risk here.
Well, he may need to walk it off.
The flop. Queen, Jack 4. So far, so good for Elke. Now a 95% favorite. Yeah. Ensam drawing dead. Elke doubles up again with aces.
Nice hand.
Somebody get Ensan a red suit and a white beard because he has given Elke quite the gift.
Close to 800k now.
In the mind of the average punter, that's what Suave Bond would do. We know that makes him a total schmuck.
So, the final hand, and I guess if there are two things I've always had an issue with, it's the cooler hand we just discussed. And I don't have a problem with James Bond having a straight flush versus Le Chiffre's full house. Tom, I'm interested where it came from, and I guess it was probably in the original script. Why are these other two guys still in at the end? Why did they not have it heads up, Bond versus the villain, just as it was in the book, Bond versus Le Chiffre, albeit at the Baccarat table?
I don't know. I think for purposes of drama, obviously, it's extremely unusual for 4 people to be present in the final hand of a tournament. Although, of course, it's less likely if it's a winner takes all. But I think it works dramatically to have the actual hand as a kind of summing up the whole tournament, to have it funnel down from some also-rans down to Bond and his nemesis. And, of course, most of the action is in the side pot, and the big side pot there between Bond and Le Chiffre. So I don't really have a problem with that. It's not representative of the way poker tournaments normally end. And also don't forget that, just poker is going to be boring for a lot of people. So it gives the DOP, the director of photography, something to shoot to. So he can cut away from Bond and Le Chiffre to one of the other players. So it gives a bit of colour there. Gives him a bit more to work with.
Now, Tom, I'm glad that you mentioned, it's the first time the word tournaments come up. And one of the things that I've noticed about this last bit here is that it's kind of played like a tournament, referred to as a tournament, but it really feels more like a winner-take-all cash game. Especially that I think they're playing with cash chips even, right?
Well, to me, it's always felt like a single table tournament where the buy-in has a direct value of the chips. So that they are effectively tournament chips, but 100K actually equates to $100,000.
Yes, it's basically a cash game you can't walk away from. So
yes, because Bond tips with a chip at the end. So
let's not go into that. Because
but that's what I'm saying. Look, in my mind, if it's a winner-take-all cash game, then everything about this works for me.
Yeah, that's very kind of you, Jake. To be honest, I think it should be recognised as a tournament because that's what it was. And the chip at the end is, again, it's one of those things where we could have had Bond, root around his back pocket and gain out some chewing gum.
Can I write you a check?
I would have less of an issue if then Herr Mendel referred to the 114.5 million that Bond had because 500K had gone to the dealer. But Tom, you very kindly have shared the hand history, because I think it's important to say in the film we join the action on the turn. The turn card is dealt, but we don't know how we got to this point with these 4 players. And I think the stacks are important here. We're talking about 115 million in chips because there were 10 original buy-ins and 5 players decided to rebuy for 5 million. So 115 million in chips. We know because the dealer's already established, or the floor person who sat in the umpire's chair, that the blinds are 500K and $1 million. And we've got 2 short stacks at the table. So we've got Mr. Fukutu, who's got 12 big blinds. We've got Infante, who's got 11 big blinds. But this comes back to the point I was saying earlier. We can sit here and say, well, they should be playing all in or fold hold'em. They should not be just limping. They shouldn't be calling 4 million or 5 million bets without shoving. But that assumes that they're playing perfectly. They
might
play
not know
badly.
that.
They play badly in this hand, and that's fine. Not everyone plays poker well. I had always assumed that there would have been some kind of pre-flop raise, but interestingly, everyone just limps. So Bond's in the small blind, Fukutu's in the big blind. That means Infante limps with 8s, Le Chiffre limps on the button with ace-6, Bond completes with 7-5 of spades, and Fukutu checks his option with king, queen of spades. I do think it's weird that none of these players decide to raise pre, that Infante and Fukutu don't go with these pretty premium holdings four-handed, but it's not impossible. It's not even improbable. It just means everyone's playing either cautiously or imperfectly, right?
I think the 2 most questionable players, as you say, are Infanto and Fukutu, is that their plays in that hand are probably the least justifiable. But of course, they're supposed to be the weakest players. As you say, there are going to be weaker players there who can get through to the end. Le Chiffre calling with ace-6, I mean, it's not a terrible play. And of course, Bond in the small blind with a big old stack of Le Chiffres, flat calling, or rather completing with 7-5. Again, it's not a terrible play for my money.
So, Tom, I guess my question about this hand is, how did this hand evolve?
Yes.
Did it start with, I want it to end this way? How do we make that happen? Either Martin or the screenwriter saying it. Did it start with them saying, with them coming to you and saying, can you design a hand that has everyone all in by the river? Like, how exactly did this hand get written?
Basically, it was written when I arrived. The actual hands were written as are, and I was pretty happy with what was there. The main difference between what we started with and what we ended with was the bet sizes. So in the previous version of the script, the main pot between all four of them was actually bigger than the side pot between Le Chiffre and Bond. And clearly that just means that the final action, it becomes irrelevant because they're being sucked into the pot anyway, never mind the fact that it's supposed to be all about Le Chiffre versus Bond. So that kind of got worked out on set when Martin Campbell was there, and Le Chiffre was on my side here. He was saying, this is crazy. It's me staring at Daniel across his chips, and all the other chips are over there. This is So the shooting stopped then for about 90 minutes, and God knows how much it must have cost to stop, everything for 90 minutes. While we talked about it, we sort of moved chips around in real time just to see what would make sense. And then it sort of made sense, and shooting went back to, everyone sort of basically came back from the canteen and said, okay, they've got it out of their system now. Now can we go on with making a movie?
And so when you say that the hand was written already, was it written start to finish, or just from where we see it in the movie?
So the actual full hand had been written down as sort of a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, so I could see what was happening. But the script, as shown in the movie, started, I think, as you say, on the turn or the
It's on the turn. It's on the turn.
Yeah, turn.
Yeah.
So Bond has the biggest stack at the start of the hand, 46.5 million. Le Chiffre, only 1 million less, 45.5 million. And we've established that Fukutu and Infante have 12 and 11 million respectively. Everyone limps, and we get to this ace 6-8 flop with two spades. So Bond already has a straight flush draw. Le Chiffre has two pair. Infante has a set, and Fukutu has the flush draw. And again, I should say very quickly, there is that infamous meme of Mads Mikkelsen where it says, calls a raise out of position with ace-6 offsuit, loses $115 million and dies. Number one, he's in position, he's on the button. Number two, no raise. We now know there was no raise pre-flop. This is new information. I don't think this has ever been
I mean, we just changed the meme to limps the button instead, and it still works.
He still probably makes a mistake, but that's by the by. So this is interesting, Tom. So in the hand history, everyone checks the action to Le Chiffre on the button, who bets 5 million, who overbets the pot with two pair, and all players call. And again, at this point, it would be very easy to say, what the hell are players like Fukutu and Infante doing, just calling off half their chips? They're committing themselves to the pot. Infante's got a set and should be betting to protect. Fukutu's got a monster draw. He should be going with it. But again, if you establish that these aren't very good poker players, it makes sense.
Yeah, also don't forget Infante might just be hoping that Le Chiffre will do his betting for him. There are other reasons of the situation. He might think that Le Chiffre's going to bet this flop, whether he's called a piece of it or not. So there's a motive there for him to do what he does. So I don't mind that so much.
Yeah. So the 4 of spades is the absolute killer card, because that is now giving Bond the straight flush. It's giving him the winning hand. It also does give Fukutu, gives him a flush, a losing flush, and, well, everyone's drawing dead. But regardless of that, everyone now checks, and that's in the movie. Everyone checks the turn. And I get that from everyone's perspective. There's a lot of slow playing going on. I guess there's some caution from Le Chiffre now the spade has come. And then we get the ace of spades on the river. So now, of course, Fukutu improves to the nut flush. We see Infante river a full house, and Le Chiffre river a better full house. Bond still ahead with the straight flush. This is one of those situations which I guess is highly improbable, but it's not impossible. And, I mean, Joe, we've covered a lot of poker around the world. We've covered a lot of televised tournaments. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that you would have something this ridiculous.
No, not at all. And so when I first saw this movie, I'd been in poker for 1 year. And so my sort of I thought I was an expert. and I hadn't really, I thought I had seen a lot of poker, and so this came across to me as very unrealistic. And then 15 years later, having watched tons of poker, thousands of hands, it's become less and less unrealistic to me over the years. This shit does happen.
Yeah.
There are wild things that happen in poker, and I've really come to realize that, like, I was being way too hard on it. At the time, coolers happen all the time. And in fact, I would contend that tournaments are decided by coolers way more often than someone making a hero call, way more often than someone outplaying someone else. It's almost always, how often, James, are we doing poker tournaments where we're 3 and 4 hand and we're like, when will this end? And we're just waiting for the cooler to happen.
It's true. And we have seen a 4-way all-in to end a final table.
Yes, we have.
It happened 7 years ago at the Canada Cup. But anyway, back to Casino Royale, Tom. And of course, the hand then plays itself because everyone just gets all their chips in, right? I think, you know, we've established that really players like Fukuto and Infante should have got their chips in sooner. But the reality is they're all in on the river, playing for the side pot, the big battle between Le Chiffre and Bond. I mean, I get, again, why they did it for dramatic purposes, where everyone reveals their cards in turn. Did you point out that Bond is effectively slow-rolling everyone?
No, because, of course, in the mind of the average punter, that's what suave Bond would do. We know that makes him a total schmuck. we know that. But, you know, most people who walk into a casino for the first time and play a hand of poker and they get a big hand, they think that's what they're supposed to do. And they can't understand why they're getting all the abuse they get when they slow roll it. And never mind the fact that Le Chiffre slow rolled him so appallingly earlier with his jack. So, you know, it is poetic justice there. So it was always going to be like that, you know. And likewise with the very slow revelation of hands in the wrong order. Obviously, they should sort out the side pot first and then go to the little tiny main pots. But you know, it's just not going to happen because then for Fukuto and Infante, all they've done becomes irrelevant. So it's a bit weird to have shown them in the first place is what the sort of moviegoer thinks, and then find out, okay, well, where did they go? What were their hands worth?
Tom, sorry, James. One question I want to get in there because I think we're nearing the end of our time. Is there anything that you begged them not to do?
That's what I was going to ask.
That you were, please don't do this. Please, please, please don't do this. And they did it anyway.
No, not really. The only thing I was super worried about was a clangor of Bond basically going all in when he thought Le Chiffre was bluffing. Once that was in place, I was happy to let the drama roll.
So when you look back on it now, are you generally happy? Is there anything you think now I would suggest differently or have tried to steer them in a different direction?
No, not really. I'm super happy with it. I thought it was great poker. I really do.
So right now, Noah Boken has the chip advantage. Ram Vaswani with ace-jack. And that is a call. Noah with ace-queen.
Oh, here we go.
100 more. Raises 100 more, so that's 124K total. And an all-in and a call.
Ace-jack for Ram, ace-queen for Noah.
Wow.
Ace-queen is in the lead, and Noah covers Ram. Here is the flop.
Yes, show us the flop.
Flop is jack.
Oh, it's jack high. Domination or rotation, although the gut shot draw for Noah Boken.
Turn card.
And that king gives him the straight.
The nut straight. And Ram is drawing dead to a queen. Queen for a tie. Here's the river.
He can only chop it. No chop. And Noah Boken becomes an EPT champion. And how weird is that, guys, that we almost had a two-time winner on the European Poker Tour in the fourth event of the tour's existence.
But yeah, crazy. And Ram Vaswani coming in second place. Real kind of passing of the torch.
I mean, if it was going to happen when they were playing a 180-person field, that was the time.
Yeah. Rambaswani gets a first and a second in back-to-back events. Noah Boken joins the ranks of early EPT champions. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Yes, we are in the capital of the Czech Republic for the first major EPT festival in more than 2 years. We were last here in Prague in December 2019. This is the event delayed from December 2021, and we're on day 2 of the main event. We've played 1 level so far. We're down to around, I want to say, 350 players, and we're going to have a new lineup on the main stage. These are the chip leaders coming back from breaks. The start of day chip leader Jack Sinclair still in the top 5. Daniel Dvorak has moved up the rankings, but right now it's Mihai Hanu who leads with 389k. But I know what you're really excited to ask, who is going to be on our new feature table? First of all, I should introduce myself. I'm James Hartigan. I should introduce the man next to me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, thank you very much for having me back. Let's jump into the poker.
And here we go. We have got Czech pro Wojtek Rudzicka. We also have a World Series of Poker main event finalist, a player who won the record-breaking Eureka Poker Tour main event just a few days ago. You may know him better as Papo MC. Alejandro Lococo is at our new feature table. Plus, Global Poker Award-winning blogger Masato Yokosawa, who's made the trip from Japan to be here in Prague.
This is so exciting. This is actually a fantastic feature table. I've literally only just met Senor Lococo, but I can tell you he is an absolute legend coming off his WSOP final table, and now Eureka 400k, first 417k winner at EPT Prague. It's amazing, and what an exciting moment to arrive for.
So obviously we'll get to know some of the players we're not that familiar with at this feature table as we play the first few hands of this new session. And logic would dictate, Nick, that if the blinds during the last session were 800, 1600, that we're now going to 1K, 2K.
That would make sense, and it's much easier to do that mental math when you're on the 1K, 2K. Can I tell you? Live poker players, you'll know what I'm talking about.
And a reminder that EPT main events, many of PokerStars live events now play with a big blind ante, so an additional 2K will be posted by the player in the big blind.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am rooting for Papo, though. I gotta say, your boy is making a big splash right now in the poker scene, and he's out here. The same day that he won his Eureka main events, he jumped into a tournament later that day. He wasn't afraid after all that poker to continue the rampage here in Prague.
It is a classic case of who loves it more, and should point out that if you missed the news, those regional tours are back. They haven't run for 6 years, but tours like the Eureka, like the UK and Ireland Poker Tour, the Australia's Poker Tour, and the France Poker Series, they are back on the live event schedule. And the first Eureka event back was here in Prague, and as I said, it was a record breaker for the Eureka, and 3,500 runners, Nick?
It was absolutely massive. I mean, so as I've already mentioned, he took down something like 417K for first place. That's 417 buy-ins, people, at a live event. It just doesn't happen that way. How exciting. Here he is, the man himself. Let's go, Papo. All right, starts with a fold.
Every year, the World Series of Poker main event, you root for the people that you know or the people you feel aligned to, and obviously last year's event in the autumn rather than the summer, we had both Ramon Kalilas and Papo MC making a deep run, but it was Papo who made it to the FT. So Yokosawa with ace-7 of diamonds, not quite the spraggy because it's suited, raises to 4,000.
He's on the button, but it's 9 deuce off. And it doesn't get much worse.
Just fold, dude. Peter Kubinka has folded the small blind. And we have got Rodrigo Celoan in the big blind. And looks like he's defended. And that means we're going to the flop. And that flop is ace-3-3.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, guys, if there's one thing I've learned in the last 24 months, it's you can't have a PokerStars live stream without a Brazilian on the feature table.
Absolutely. They're a force to be reckoned with, both online and live. You love to see the Brazilians play, known for their aggression, but not quite good enough to continue there. It makes the fold.
So if you're not familiar with Masato, he is a YouTuber and vlogger. He has 678,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he was the winner of Poker Personality of 2021 at the Global Poker Awards that were held in Vegas last month. He's also a pretty decent poker player, 920K in live earnings, and is 9th on the Japan all-time money list.
So deuce off. Doesn't get worse in the bin.
Wojtek Rosicka not going to play this one. He is a player with more than 4.2 million in live earnings.
Alluri.
Yeah. Valon Alluri, who is opening from the cutoff with ace-10.
Okay, so our Brazilian player in the small blind with King-Jack suited has a bit of a decision here. I know this can very frequently fall into a 3-betting combo cutoff versus small blinds, but it really depends on the stack depths here as well. At this stage of the tournament, King-Jack suited is a hand that plays perfectly well out of position.
Yeah.
In fact, it plays very, very well compared to some combos out of position. You also dominate quite a few opens that start from the cutoff here as well. There's plenty of combinations, 10x, King X, that you're just going to have a good time against post-flop. So decides just to call. Lococo on the big blind, King 7 suited, mandatory continue here at this stage. Too much dead money, and it's a hand that plays all right post.
We've got 10, 9, 5 on the flop. So Alluri has flop best, top pair, top kicker. Backdoor draws for both Celoan and Papo MC.
Yeah, it's a pretty good looking flop for ace-10, so it's going to go check, check, and a bet. 17K in the middle right now. He decides to go for something like 3,500. One of these nice small sizings. I think he recognizes that this is a texture where there's not a flush draw available. There might be some hands like Queen Jack and King Jack, obviously, as we're seeing here in the small blind, that you're going to be concerned about, but you are going to have the best hand here a lot of the time, and you still want to get value from some under pairs too, right? If the big blind sitting here with a hand like pocket 7s, pocket 8s, he might be tempted to come along for 3.5.
By the way, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't recognize Alluri's flag, and to be honest, I had to look it up myself. Valon Alluri representing Kosovo, a player with only 1 recorded live cash, and that was at a World Series of Poker circuit event, which was in Prague last year.
Wow, it's great to see him representing here. On the flop, though, we see King Jack of clubs going for the raise. So when 3.5 to start, he makes it 11K to go. And you can see why. 2 overcards to the 10, gut shot, and the backdoor clubs, right? So he's got plenty of options. Even if it comes like the deuce of clubs on the turn that doesn't improve his hand, still an opportunity to continue barreling, representing pocket 5s, representing pocket 9s. Maybe not 10s. 10s might want to 3-bet pre-flop a little bit more often, but again, if King Jack suited is calling, then I don't see why 10s can't be a call at some frequency. But ace-10 goes, I'm not messing around here. I'm going to put the rest in. 31,000 all in. So it's only 20,000 more to make the call with the 2 overcards and the gutter and the backdoor clubs. Okay.
Celoan with the same outs, kings, queens, and jacks. 22% chance of winning the hand does not, and that is going to be a double up for Alluri.
Representing Kosovo, he knows ace-10 is going to be a really strong combination on that texture. He doesn't want to get bluffed off of his hand. He goes, let's get it in, and a full double.
Yeah. So a reminder, registration did close at the start of day 2, at the start of play today. Very soon we'll expect confirmed field size. 1189 is the expected number, 338 players remaining. But more importantly, we want to know the total prize pool, and more important than that, we want to know how many players we are paying and what the advertised first prize will be. There is a very good chance, with nearly 340 remaining, with fewer than 350 remaining is how I probably should phrase it, that we will play into the money today. I think we can expect, and bear in mind that it's going to be a long day of play until midnight local time, that we are going to burst the bubble on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited to be back doing live commentary. One of the really cool things we get online, though, is as we get closer to the bubble, we get to jump around tables a lot more liberally to see those crucial hands as people are getting closer to the bubble, and indeed the bubble itself. But if we're going to get to the money today, a lot of happy people. Min cashing the EPT, the first step on the way to victory. Under the gun, pocket 6s. Seems pretty reasonable. Alluri, fresh off his double, decides to put it in the bin. Ooh, 9-10 suited there from the cutoff, doesn't want to come along either. Very interesting. I mean, I think don't think that's bad or good necessarily, but certainly a combination that people like to play in position. Lots of opportunity to outplay your opponent from that position, and lots of opportunity to improve with a hand like 9-10 suited. And in the big blind here, king 10 off, facing a relatively small open. I think he's probably going to want to go ahead and call here most of the time, unless he's got some other plans in mind. Yep, there's the call.
Eight deuce deuce, 6 is still ahead. So Jobin Yannick playing from Switzerland, 90,000 in live earnings. We don't know much about Valentin Marius Cristea other than he is from Romania, and we know that 2022 is very much the year of Romania.
Under the gun passes. Ruzika looking down at a very pretty hand.
Jack 8 of diamonds.
Looks like he's going to be playing this one.
And the raise is to 4,500. Alluri takes a while with 9-8 offsuit. Makes the correct decision. +1. And round to the blinds. Yannick in the small, ace deuce. Nope.
last year in the big. Also passes. That's raise and take it.
Very nice. Raise and take it.
Yeah, Wojtek Rzucka, 4.2 million in live earnings. Best online result, sorry, best live result rather, was in the World Series of Poker main event, 5th place back in 2016, worth nearly $2 million. Won a high roller on the EPT in February of 2013. That was in Deauville. Took down for 313,000 euros.
Did you play the Eureka here, the final table?
No.
No?
No. I'm going to play this final
Papa
table
MC where
here.
he played his final in the Eureka event.
Yeah.
It wasn't on this table. We were still this table was still in construction at that time.
Under the gun raise, no. For a moment there, I thought Rzucka was playing the 5 deuce. I was thinking, well, this is brave, this is bold, this is aggressive.
I mean, he was sweating that 8-9 off just then. I was thinking,
Yeah.
okay. You just got to double up. Starting to get a little bit spicy. I get it.
Peter Kubinka from the Czech Republic has king 10, folds. But I did hear the word raise, and it is Rodrigo Celoan, who we saw double up a short while ago. A Brazilian pro who plays as Celoan 1991 online. This is definitely someone who we've seen at the online tables on some of the streams that we've done in the last 2 years, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we had such a high frequency of events in the last 2 years online.
Yeah.
Indeed, even, you know, EPT onlines for the very first time too.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've seen these guys a lot and gotten a lot of insight into the way that they're playing online. Now we get the opportunity to see what they're doing live. So exciting.
Ace 5-4, 9's still good. Oh, actually, thank you StatTrick for telling me that Rodrigo Celoan actually won a big 20 rewind event. Remember the tournaments which we themed around the various years in PokerStars history? He won the event that was celebrating the year of Scoop. So in addition to winning that 1K event for 123K, he would have got a commemorative watch as well.
Awesome.
Interesting. Celoan continued for 2.5K, Nick, and Yokosawa has check raised to 7,500.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Doesn't look deterred though. You know, Queen 6 of clubs doesn't look like a whole lot on this flop, but obviously backdoor opportunities. And the deuce of spades now. Now, Yokosawa being in the big blind should have some 3x. In fact, he should probably have more 3x than Celoan being the hijack here. So it's not as if this is a turn where Yokosawa has to slow down every single time just because his initial check raise was unsuccessful. I think if he goes big enough here on the turn, he could get a lot of hands to fold.
Yeah.
Like a lot, including some ace-x combos. And I think he knows that, this is why he chose this combo in particular to make the play, knowing he had some opportunities to turn big draws, but also because he knows he might have a range advantage on some turns too. And the deuce of spades, there it is. That's my boy. 26K was the pot, and I think he's going to bomb it on the turn here. What's the size? Yeah, 13K to go.
And he gets the best hand to fold. Celoan was better than a 4-1 favorite, but lays down the 9s.
Yeah, I mean, just awesome poker there, you guys. Love to see it. Clearly well thought out situation, and getting 9s to fold there is just so awesome.
So a reminder that the must-play MTT of the year is going to be live streamed once we're done here in Prague. We will have cards up coverage of the final day of the 10 million guaranteed Sunday Million anniversary on our Twitch and YouTube channels on Tuesday, March 22nd. Nick, I know you're going to be part of that broadcast.
Absolutely, I can't wait.
Sam Grafton on board for that one as well. Who's going to follow in Vanessa Cade's footsteps? First prize will be more than $1 million. The prize pool will be at least $10 million. It starts on Sunday, March 20th, and we're streaming the final day cards up. Just because live poker's back doesn't mean we're not going to continue bringing the online stuff as well.
I mean, you need that online to, you know, when you can't get out to these events or when you want to get a little practice in, you got to be sharpening your skills online.
Wait for him. Wait for him.
You can play now.
Yeah.
Okay, Lococo in the hijack here, 6-7 suited, very pretty. 6-7 strawberries.
Papo MC makes it 4K to go. A reminder, we're playing the 1K, 2K blind level, so it's a min raise.
I was waiting for you. Don't bluff me. Only value, please.
Senor Lococo.
Can I see stack, please?
My stack, it's like 70.
Okay.
75 total.
That's it. Slight discourse about stack sizing. That's what I'd like to see at these tables. Know how much do you have? Happens all too often. Okay. So it comes along in the small blind.
Christia has flatted on the button. Yokosawa's called out the small blind. Wojtek Rosicka, ace, jack of clubs in the big blind.
Oh.
Any chance we see a squeeze in it?
I mean, it's so pretty, James. Look at it. They all lined up for him. They all lined up, like, all nice in a row. How can you not?
Nope, just calls. We're going to see a flop. We're going to go 4 ways to that flop.
Oh, look at the pain in his face, though. You know that hurt him. He goes, I know. He goes, I absolutely could, but okay, I'm just going to take a flop instead.
And that flop is Queen 6 Deuce. Emphasizing the 6 for Papo MC.
$18K in the middle. Papo in a 4-way pot, though. 4-way pots are so tricky to play. Papo's got the kind of hand, though, it's like doesn't want to see no turns, right? So, you know, if there's ever a chance to take it down, this might be his moment. He put 6K in the middle here.
Gets 2 folds.
He's going, why didn't I squeeze?
Ace high, couple of backdoor draws, call a single bet, see what happens on the turn.
Sure. I mean, he's also going, is this guy really going to, like, bluff into a 4-way pot, though? Is he really? Oh, the pain. He knows he could have just pumped it pre.
This is a case of pump it or dump it.
I know. He's thinking, have I left it too long to call now is the problem.
Well, he does call.
Oh.
And he gets the ultimate turn card. King of clubs, giving him the royal draw.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's got 42%, Nick, with 1 card to come.
Yeah, James had it right. James had it right. That's the turn card of destiny. A touch of destiny on the turn.
Well, Zitska has checked. Papo MC deciding whether to fire again with just a pair of 6s on what is becoming a scarier and scarier board. Does bet again, was not going to get a fold. The question is whether Rosicka check raises the turn. 11,500 is the bet.
I don't know. I don't know, Jim. This is like, it is a good turn to continue barreling if you're bluffing, but it's also a turn where a lot of the hands that he's going to open there from the cutoff are just going to improve. So you're kind of end up getting it in against the draw. So a check raise turn would be really, really interesting to see. But when you've got that much equity, when you know you're just so massive, sometimes you just want to see it come before you decide to put in more chips.
Just seen a flurry of eliminations from the outer tables. We've now got Ted Rogers, 3-2-1.
Okay, makes the call.
And we're going to the river, which is the brickiest of bricks, the 5 of hearts.
Oh, Papo MC in the house. Look at his face. He hates life. He hates it.
Does he take the showdown value, or does he actually think that he has to bet here because a pair of 6s might not be any good?
I honestly don't know. Uh-oh, that's a tell. Just kidding. He goes for it.
So much equity on the turn, so many outs. Rosicka did not hit, and now it's all into call with just ace high. It would be a hero call, and it would be an incorrect call because Papo has it. It being a pair of 6s.
Oh, yep. Tough times. I really feel for you, bro.
I know it's really easy after the event to say, oh, should he have done this, should he have done that? I am slightly surprised, considering his stack size, that Rosicka didn't check shove the turn.
I understand.
Papo MC playing an 84 big blind stack, 169,000.
Yeah, he's been a force. I was listening into his interview after he won the Eureka event, and he was asked the question, you know, you're a successful rapper, now you've taken down, or you've been involved in some big poker events, and you've gone deep in the WSOP, and you've just won this event here in Prague. Are you a rapper or are you a poker player? And he said, I think now I'm both. And I think he's shown that he is indeed both here today. Very, very aggressive. The South Americans in general just have this hyper-aggressive style, and it just is so good in the game of Texas Hold'em. Although he didn't have to bluff there, I wonder if he gets a hand like Queen 10 to fold there, you know, Queen Jack perhaps to fold there. And if he is, that's paying dividends in this tournament.
Good observation from Elkana, who tags his tweet, PokerStars TV. I saw that Bruno Lopez, a.k.a. Cool Shen, also made it into day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. Can we make the Papo MC versus Cool Shen rap battle a thing?
I would pay to see that. Okay, again, a call here from the small blind.
And more 4-way action potentially if Alluri decides to flick it in with Jack Deuce. Nope.
That's it.
So 3 players going to the flop. Jack 6-4. So King, Queen, high still ahead. Ace of hearts on the turn. So Rosicka still with the best hand and the best draw.
He's got another combo draw, James, and it's another one of those really painful ones when you just, you know, he doesn't need it in this case, though, but I think that given the action on the flop, we might see some of these players in position taking advantage of the passive action. Yakasawa being the most positionist.
Yeah. Jimmy observes that the field is evaporating rather quickly. We still have Dusty Bin, 3, 2, 1 remaining. Very soon we'll find out the prize pool in this year's EPT Prague main event, and crucially we'll find out how many are going to get paid. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, pairing the board.
Yeah, absolutely. This is another really painful spot for Ruzicka here. It's like he knows that he probably has the best hand given the way it's played out. He's blocking the hearts, for example, and he has the best king high possible here. But he's playing against two players who are absolutely capable of firing, you know, a considerable size bet on this river, and it looks like we're going to see it right here from Celoan.
Me hicieron dejar el teléfono y quería avisar a mi audiencia que voy a estar en la mesa televisada para que vengan.
12,000 with king high. Yokosawa's folded, and Ruzicka this time has the best hand.
He can absolutely call here, James. This would not be out of the question, but I understand the fold as well.
He doesn't have a lot of chips, Nick. Making those speculative calls is dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just in a tricky spot with that stack. You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
So we've got Asif, the poker tourist, watching the stream, who's been doing some sightseeing in Prague and some of the locations that were used in Casino Royale, which incidentally we discussed during the last break with Dr. Tom Sambrook, one of the highlights from last year's Poker in the Ears podcast. But the building that features at the very start of the movie and the black and white sequence is right behind the Hilton Prague, and I don't know if you've seen, Nick, but we've been shooting these daily highlights videos, and I thought for the very first introduction, which we shot on the roof of the Hilton Prague, it had to be in the background. I wanted that building.
Nice.
That from the opening of Casino Royale to be there, front and center.
I love that. I love that.
That's right. Always a Bond moment during a stream.
Uh-oh.
And always the coolers. Jacks open, but we've got kings in the hijack for Valentin Marius Cristea. Fewer than 20 big blinds. And the Lex to re-raise. The 3-bet is 11.5.
Sure. Sounds about right.
Ace-Jack offsuit in the small blind. Doesn't look great after the action ahead of you.
No, it doesn't. You're absolutely right, James. I think Alluri, you know, might have swerved one here, because that pre-flop action means that he's going to be able to get out of the way in a dominating situation quite frequently, but we'll see.
You're right, Marginov. I stand corrected. We are at the 2K blind level, not the 4K blind level. So yes, it's closer to 40 big blinds than 20. Apologies.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, we actually had a Chat Pro Saturday contribution that was actually legitimate.
I mean, I got nothing but time for the Chat Pros. I love them. Oh no. He's fooled us before, James.
This is not an alluring hand, Alluri.
Very good, very good. He's slow rolling the commentators very often here, but I like it. Consider. Oh, do you hear that, guys? Kings again, he says.
How does he know?
Not just a rap god. Perhaps also a poker god.
Do you think I should, I was going to say treat, but maybe another way of putting it would be subject Papo MC to my rendition of the EPT rap?
I absolutely should. You absolutely should, excuse me. Yeah.
If you're volunteering, Nick, we can do it to you at.
No, I still can't do it, even now, without an audience. Lococo, check, check. Raise hell. Oh, pocket kings deciding to check the flop here, and I like it a lot. I wonder if Lococo gave away a little bit of information by, you know, questioning whether or not he had kings. Is he kind of saying, well, I've got a smaller pair, and I know that that would be a cold deck. Cristea obviously has the kind of stack behind where he can fire turn, fire river, and get plenty of value still. I think the check on the flop is basically means you have to mandatory call the turn every single time as well. Yep.
Okay, 10,000 apiece going to the river. The 8 of clubs. Kings have a lock on this. How do I make this look as if I don't have kings? All right, would kings do this?
So 48K to start the pot. And he's going to make it 15-5. So about 1/3, something like that.
I know Papo MC's on a bit of a heater right now, but this is the year of Romania. That is a force that no man can combat.
Look at him, though. He's in the zone. He is capable of making this fold. He absolutely is. He got the vibe pre. Does he go with his gut?
I'll be impressed if he folds jacks there.
I would be too.
No. I completely understand the call, but yeah, he's not surprised to see kings tabled by Cristea,
right,
who's going to win that not insignificant pot.
Oh, little smile under that mask.
Good sizing.
And thank you, Stalking Geek, for verifying. I've checked with my calendar, and James is right. It's the year of Romania.
You know, I think I'd probably make the same call in that situation. You can't blame him for making the call, especially given the action post-flop. But the fact he was in that headspace is showing you where he's at in his game right now.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, as long as the consideration is there, I think that you're probably gonna find the right decision more often than not.
Hello to Josep, who comments on YouTube. Papo was on the World Series of Poker main event final table, now shipped the 1K and showing more than good play in the EPT main. Papo is far away from only being a rap god.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I'm incredibly impressed by him, having followed all of these events very closely.
Jack 9 for Cristea. He folds, as does Masato Yokosawa. Ace-8 in the cutoff for Wojtek Rosicka. Bless you, Gordo Experiment.
Bless your soul. How's it going, Gordo?
I like seeing others happy, so knowing that James and the EPT have reunited makes my day. Welcome back.
It makes my day seeing you here, Gordo, so thank you for joining us, buddy. Jojo's here too. How's it going, buddy?
Only I am allowed to call Mr. Walsh Nicholas.
All right. Nothing to see here. Next hand.
Obviously, considerably less bants than the previous feature table today, Nick, but this is something that we can also expect to see the deeper we go into this EPT main event. That as it becomes more serious, in inverted commas, as the stakes go up, you're going to see a bit less camaraderie and probably people focusing a bit more.
Sure, absolutely. But can confirm behind the scenes, off the felt, plenty of camaraderie here.
Oh, yeah.
At the Hilton Prague. It is, we mentioned it already, but those of you just joining, the atmosphere here in Prague is just incredible. Like, so many people reuniting and, you know, sharing in their love of live poker. It feels great.
It is a very strange, how do I describe it to Sam Grafton when I spoke to him the other day? I said it's a really strange paradox. There's this amazing sense of community, and yet everyone's trying to win each other's money.
Exactly. There are no friends at the poker table, as they say, but plenty of friends off, I think. Okay, just need the one ace. That's all he needs.
And the small blind, I'd take it.
Oh!
I'd like the other ace as well, please. So, Celowan limp the small. Papo MC raises from the big.
Yep. This is pretty dreamy. I mean, the fact that you're getting action with your queens is fantastic, but the fact you can, I mean, Lococo is going to be raising versus this limp with such a wide range. He gets very little credit. So his hand is kind of disguised in a sense, right? If you're raising at the frequency that you should in this situation, you're going to have a whole bunch of stuff that Ace-X is going to do very well against. Therefore, the limp call is basically mandatory, if not a limp raise or something else, if we can see both cards. Ace of spades significant here because, of course, another spade would give him the flush draw. Something like ace-8 of spades would be like the absolute gin draw in this scenario like this, including the overcard ace. Very wet texture. Lococo probably recognizes that. I wonder if he's going to go ahead and put in a really big bet here. Because on wetter textures, when you've got overcards, you can be tempted to put in bigger bets, but he also recognizes perhaps that this is a situation where the small blind will limp call with a lot of hands that want to continue here, and he doesn't want to bloat the pot, which I can also appreciate.
And the board just got straightier on the turn. We've still only seen one of Celowan's whole cards. We know he has the ace of spades. And here he leads the turn after there was no continuation bet from Papo MC on the flop. 4,000 apiece. We're going to the river. And it is the 6 of clubs pairing the board.
Now, this isn't the worst river for Lococo here. If Celowan here has just the one pair, or sorry, if he had the 2 pair on the turn, for example, which of course we know that he doesn't with the ace of spades, it would counterfeit those 2 pairs, right? Queens and 6s versus a hand like 9-10, for example. So in a theoretical game where we don't know what Celowan has and we're sitting in Lococo's chair, it's not that absurd to just think that, you know, maybe we can go ahead and get some more value here on the river once in a while. And I think that's kind of where his head is at. And a call.
Queens. Queen's good. We may never know what Celowan's other card was.
Celowan, drop me a text later, buddy. Let me know.
He bet like small. He bet 4 and 4.
Oh, I bet 4.
Oh, you bet.
Frankie B NYC asks, is Squid Poker still alive in this event? No, Sam Grafton played 1A, busted. Re-entered on day 1B, busted. I believe Sam is playing the Mystery Bounty event today. Hopefully, and bear in mind, look, there's a lot of poker to be played here in Prague, and I know Sam is really keen to play as many events as possible. Got off to a great start, winning the first 10K high roller on the schedule. But hopefully we can get some time with Sam on stream later in the week. This is only day 1 of 5.
Yeah, if there's any hope for me to play any poker at this event, Sam Squid, you're my only hope. Fishing for fishies. Sam is now in his hotel room listening to his favorite band, Busted. Very good, buddy. Very good. All right, once again, King of Diamonds, only one we know of for Yakusawa now. Zitka with ace queen off. Does he decide to 3-bet this time? We've seen a couple calls from him thus far. That's what you should expect here at this stage. It's not a full 3x, just making it the 11K.
So we're getting some semi-sweat with hands now. We've only seen the King of Diamonds for Yokosawa, but now we have Ace-Queen and Ace-King. Ooh.
Oh, man. Ruzicka's having a really, really rough table so far. You know, a couple really tough situations where we had combo draws, got bluffed off one of them, didn't complete the other against Lococo.
Oh.
And
I mean, Ace-10 suited is a pretty hand, but after a raise, a 3-bet, and a 4-bet, it's like, don't even think about it. Just get rid of it.
No, I mean, you know, I think he's good enough just to put this one in the bin right here and now. It's just getting too messy. It's not that strong.
Yeah.
There you go. Easy game. I feel so much for Ruzicka here. It's just also a situation where I think he might be good enough to recognize that this cold 4-bet is probably got him in handcuffs here. I don't think Salomon's going to be messing about here often enough. He's just counting out his stack, deciding if he can fold, I think.
Yeah.
There's the look again. He's going. I can't believe this guy just woke up with Ace-King.
This would be a disciplined laydown.
It would, absolutely. But, you know, cold 4-bets are just such an interesting, you know, beast. Yeah, very good. Very good. Well played, sir. He's having a rough time, but I think he's playing pretty well.
Yeah.
And, you know, despite a couple frustrating pots, he recognizes that this is not a situation for him. Very good fold. Ben CB in the chat. How's it going, buddy?
The Ben CB?
It might be. Not the real one.
Kings for Ruzicka. There we go. Patience pays off now. This is not a hand he'll be folding.
4,000.
You heard the man. 4,000.
There he is now. Hashtag fake Ben CB in the chat. Well played, sir.
Does anyone have a hand they want to play? Celowan at 9-8 suited. Fancies it. Calls in the cutoff. 10-9 suited. The Grafton.
I love that hand. I love the Grafton. I love the Grafton and the Grafton.
Now, this is a hand that Sam often advocates raising with and certainly squeezing with. And there it is. The squeeze from Papo MC. A 3-bet to 10,500.
Look at this size, though, James.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, he's seized the spot, but he's also giving himself a way out, and for a cheaper price. He knows it's a hand that plays well in position, and he's in position, in the most positionist position. Ruzicka's like, finally.
I have you now.
Nice move.
That's so scary sizing. You were talking to him. This is even scarier, man.
I was literally about to say, it's interesting that he glanced again at his cards there, and I know it seems subtle, but at this level, players will recognize the glance to look weaker, because if you have two aces or you have two kings, you know what you have, and weaker players do not look again. He looked again as if to say, let me check if I have ace-jack or ace-queen. It's so subtle, but Lococo picked up on it right away. That's the level he's at.
2 quick folds.
Yep.
And Wojtek Rosicka chips up.
Oh, man. I know that was just like a really silly little thing, but he goes, nice move. He immediately recognized what he was doing by glancing at his cards again. He immediately recognized the strength in that tell, and that's really, really fascinating to see at this table, especially coming from Papo MC.
So yeah, Rosicka a below average stack. Celoan is the table chip leader. Papo MC the second biggest stack on the main stage. 314 players remaining. Still waiting for official confirmation of the prize pool and the payouts. Should be coming soon, especially if we are going to play into the money today.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Oh my God, I wish I had the ability to ban people on YouTube like I do on Twitch.
What a comment, what a comment.
So we've seen a raise from Rodrigo Celoan, Queen 9 from the hijack, and round to the big blind of Masato Yokosawa. Who defends with Jack 3 of spades. The flop is Jack 10-7. Oh, hello.
Yep, action. I don't want to say super action flop, but both players pick up something. Yokosawa with the top pair. Celoan with that monstrous draw. In fact, despite the fact not having a pair, still has greater equity than the top pair in this situation. It's one of those ones. For those of you asking about the sound, look at the top right of your screen.
Yeah, we just seen the ticker.
There it is, 304.
Drop down.
303.
Is it going to go below 300?
Come on, chat. Get your votes in now. Are we going to drop it below 300?
Well, 3,500 each, and there is an 8 on the turn. Now, if you've got a pair of jacks with a rubbish kicker in this spot, Nick, you're not loving that turn card.
No, exactly. And that was the point I was trying to make on the flop. I wanted to say action flop, but it's not like Jack 3 of spades is going to go off the deep end in a situation like this. And the 8 is really nice, but obviously now any 9 is also a straight, not just Queen 9. So his hand is kind of disguised, which is nice, but it's also not exactly the turn where you're going to get tons of value off of Jack 3 of spades. I mean, is there even some merit to check in turn? I'm not so sure. I think you probably just carry on anyway. It looks like that's what's going to happen here.
A bet of 12,000 and a fold.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we'd expect in a situation like this. Do we have any interviews with Papo yet, James? Do you know?
I believe that Papo did feature in the first highlight show we produced, or first, I should say, little highlights short that we put on YouTube after day 1A.
Oh, nice. Nice. I missed that one out. Gotta go check that one out.
It'll be Wednesday, by the way, when we present that trophy. Still 5 days of the EPT Prague main event to run, today being day 2 of 6. And that 6th and final day will see us play down from final table to a champion. As Kubenka opens
Nope, Wenger folds the 5. Sorry, I thought he put chips in, but actually he was passing his cards. So this is blind v blind now, and it's king, queen of clubs. The crunchiest of all king queens from Masato Yokosawa. Now we're below 300.
We made it, guys. I didn't think it was gonna. I didn't think it was gonna happen, but we did it. All right, little blind v blind action here. Limp with king queen of clubs, and Ruzicka wakes up with ace jack off. So we're definitely gonna see some action here. This is a juicy hand to play blind v blind in the big blind, and he's gonna put in a raise, obviously. Something like 4x, do you think? What's the size? Just the 3. That's fine too.
Can't fold king queen suited in the spot.
No, absolutely not. He's sized this up beforehand. He's definitely entered this pot with the intention of continuing. It's just whether or not he's going to call or raise in this situation. And that is what I was kind of leaning in towards. The limp jam. Ruzicka, I'm not sure if he can fold here. I mean, you know, this is, he's going to do this with quite a few weaker hands, many of which you're going to have dominated here. Ace 10 off, ace 9 off, ace 10 suited, that kind of thing, no problem at all. He knows what he needs to do, but he's still sweating it.
Yeah, he just said, I don't think I can fold this. He makes the call. So the red triangle of death is presented against Ruzicka's name and will be presented against his whole cards. Ace, jack, offsuit, king, queen suited for Yokosawa. Ruzicka at risk and a 59% favorite.
Yeah, Ruzicka's had a pretty rough table thus far. Is he going to get some vindication here? Ooh, there's a king.
But hearts, running hearts will be a factor.
Death by combo draw, James. That would just be poetic.
Yeah, now obviously best chance is an ace. Now picks up the straight draw, so aces and queens working for Wojtek Ruzicka. Has 5 cards he can hit to survive. Doesn't hit, however. And we lose Wojtek Ruzicka from the Prague main event. KO'd by Masato Yokosawa from Japan.
GG, buddy. Well played, sir. Yeah, I feel his pain here. That was a very rough table. And wish him all the best. I'm sure we'll see him again here at the EPT.
78 bigs for Yokosawa, 156K.
Sit open.
Senor Yokosawa, where's this jacket from, my man? This is dope.
More eliminations. Round to Christea in the cutoff, ace 10. Oh, hashtag embrace the squeak.
Embrace the squeak, guys. Just, you know, it's like James will recognize, I've lived in Brighton for a very long time, and in Brighton we have lots of seagulls. And the first thing people say when they arrive is, wow, don't those seagulls drive you mad? eventually you just don't hear him anymore. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
I can handle the squeak. I can't handle the gulls. Seagulls.
Seagulls.
Stop it now.
Let's go, Albion. Hashtag embrace the seagulls. Thank you, Fishing for Fishies.
Lurie with 7s in the big blind. The raise is to 4,000.
$12,500 is the 3-bet size.
Well, hello.
Tough spot for ace 10, honestly. Looked like it was just a call. Going to a flop.
We are indeed, and it's 9-9-5 with 2 spades.
Yeah, let's not discount those spades. I know Cristea's only got 1, but 2 of our
Yeah.
cards in the backdoor spades. It does add considerable equity. And you got to expect your opponent to see bet his entire range here, right? He's going to bet with most of his good hands, if not all of them, and he's going to definitely bet with all of his bluffs, right? If he was 3-betting light here pre, he's going to continue here a bunch.
7.
What's the size, though? Does he go bigger or smaller? 27K was the pot before the bet. He decides to go for... So I hear 7,000. So a little bit less than 3x. Sorry, 1/3, excuse me. That really interesting size though, James. You know, like it's not huge compared to the pot, and I feel like ace 10 with the ace of spades probably wants to float here a lot.
Yeah.
So, and like, you know, depending on how confident you are that you just want to try and get these 7s to showdown, or, you know, if you want to continue barreling turns, I think we're going to see a float here quite often, at least. And that looks like exactly what's going to happen here. And I think that size kind of lets these hands in, but who knows? He, you know, it's not to say that he doesn't realize that he's value betting at this stage either. Oh, that's a really nice turn for the 7s, though, isn't it?
You don't say.
That's not to say the 7s are always good, but, you know, thinking about good turns, turns that don't change the complexion of the board too much, like a king, for example, perhaps an ace, something like that. Any overcard really doesn't make you feel too comfortable. The turn 9 is a pretty nice one.
Gnart says, actual live EPT poker, amazing. What event is this? This is EPT Prague, live from the Czech Republic. Day 2 of the main event. This being the EPT Festival, due to take place in December 2021, that was delayed to March of this year.
So it was 41K on the turn. Excuse me. Cristea decides to bet 16,000.
Just to clarify, this is day 1 of our coverage. Day 2 of the tournament. We'll follow this through until Wednesday of next week. So stay with us for the next 4 days to follow. I mean, after 2 and a bit years, guys, of watching pretty much exclusively online poker, where you've got minimal time bank and everyone makes quick decisions.
Yeah.
We're now faced with people taking their time. One thing I will say is that from the start of day 3, the shot clock comes into play.
I saw a couple comments, and I was going to bring that up myself. Absolutely. Does he just ship the turn? Does he just go, if he's got it, he's got it? Ooh, action shots here. Love it.
Maybe he's disconnected.
The old live DC. Wow. Gives it up on the turn. Was not expecting that. Cristea very well played, takes it down.
Hello guys. Can I get my seat? Hello. Very good.
Very, very interesting pot there. Very anxious to see how the rest of his game develops.
Couldn't be better. Back on TV table. This is like a joke.
Oh, look who's back on the main stage, everyone.
Put this thing right.
So Martin Cabral was on our first feature table. Very well known, very colourful Czech pro. And he's now just been balanced off one of the outer tables to take a seat once again on the main stage. Oh. Getting the announcement from Toby about prize money. $175 getting paid. And a 7-figure score for the winner.
Let's
so
go.
Toby Stone just confirming the field size, and we'll get it changed on the graphics as soon as possible. Actually 1,190 players. 175 are going to get paid, so we will be going hand for hand when we lose another 100 or so players. And confirmation that the first prize in this EPT Prague main event will be more than €1 million. 1,033,520 to be precise.
Look who it is. Senor Lococo wakes up with Ace King of Hearts, UTG +1.
Are we in the money already? Not yet? Bubble, yeah?
100.
Bubble? Okay, guys. Relax, bubble. What is it for?
If you missed the stream earlier on, I've never seen Martin Cabral before. He likes to play hands.
You have nice hoodie.
He likes that VPIP.
I do.
And he likes the speech play. And so far it's working out for him.
And have a nice stack too.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Really beautiful.
So this is Papo versus Cristea, and it's all spades, 10-5-3.
Yeah, Papo has the initiative. He can take the first action here on the flop. It is monotone, which are definitely the kinds of textures where you're going to merit plenty of folds. Yeah, very nice, taking it down.
King, Jack, folds. So yes, confirmation.
How is the table? How is the
From
table?
tournament director Toby Stone of the field size here in Prague. And the payouts for those who cash in this EPT main event. 1,190 runners, a min cash worth 8,830 euros. And up top, a first prize of 1,033,520. So 283 remain, and we will start paying players when we get to 175. And we've seen the rate that they're falling, Nick, and obviously that's going to slow down, but we are going to play into the money tonight. We will have world-famous bubble coverage a bit later on today.
Let's go, world-famous bubble coverage.
Makes sense, right?
It does.
No offense, but you know, we
Nothing
need...
personal.
One play showing one card.
Mister, play your hand and then we can discuss whatever you need.
One play showing one card. Win show one card.
We show one card.
When you win, show one card. The loser select the card.
On a blue table, yeah?
Yeah.
Banana spielers. So many banana spielers.
Banana spielers, he says.
So, who's playing? Always who's asking, yeah?
Well, he's done
What
this
is
before.
Peanuts, peanuts, and double peanuts, yeah?
Cover, yeah.
You have nice double peanut steak. You know what? I give you a chance to increase your double peanuts to quadruple peanuts. How many seats open during this level here? One? Just here, yeah? They made it special for me.
It was your friend. Your friend.
My friend, who?
Yesterday you played together.
Czech guy? Czech guy?
Yeah, Wojtan.
Vojta?
Don't know
He
him.
busted, yeah?
Yeah.
He is crazy. Like in tournament, there is a good strategy that like you shouldn't bust, yeah? Because then you are out. You know? And this guy like really...
It's crazy.
Huh?
It's crazy strategy.
No, it's good strategy. Just wait before everybody else busting.
Yeah. That is right.
He's back. And we're playing one card hold'em, ladies and gentlemen.
I try to help you. Okay, give me that. Thank you so much. Oh, very aggressive dealer here. Very aggressive. You free betting a lot? Professional even. What is it, 20 minutes?
Or less.
But then I need to continue to playing with these guys, yeah? Out of the TV table, yeah?
I don't know.
Or there's a redraw? No idea. Excuse me.
No redraw until the start of day 3.
Go, like out of TV table?
We don't know yet if that table might stay there.
No.
Yeah, it might.
No.
But we don't know yet for sure.
But if we go out, we continue same play, yeah? We continue with same players, even if we go out of the TV table, yeah?
Yeah, of course. That table is still one table. Like you're playing on the table.
I would like to play with other players, please. To supervisor, thank you. Find a supervisor.
There's the chip
Oh
count for
my
you
goodness,
guys.
such a
Prague
tough
main event
table.
day 2. Cabral, 231K. All that chat is serving him well.
Specifically, these are the stacks of the 8 players we have right now on our feature table.
Very good.
We'll check in with the overall chip leaders when we come back from the next break, which by my calculations is about 15, 20 minutes away.
I know him. What is this? It's good that it's not allowed to drink during the during the tournaments, right? Otherwise, people would behave like drunk. Nice tech, by the way. Yeah, such a tough table. Who is the big blind?
Come on, my friend. Let's go.
Oh, okay, big blind, so I don't want to risk.
I mean, looking at the seat draw at the start of the day, Nick, I don't think there was such a thing as a good table draw. A lot of talented players still in the field.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is nice when we get some table draws where we've got some unknowns, get to see some fresh blood. Sometimes mixing up the play from, you know, what we've come to know and love online with so many of these bigger events being absolute crushers, you know, making very few mistakes.
Yeah.
But I think so far we've had just that. We've had a lot of really, really good play.
And looks like we got an all-in and a call here. From the button, Peter Rubenka gets it in for a very short stack with King-Queen, and even though he only has the Spraggy Ace-7 offsuit, Rodrigo Celoan is going to make the call, and he is ahead. So Kubenka, the at-risk player, Kubenka behind. Red triangle of death placed above his hole cards. Let's see us aboard.
Okay, sure, no problem. Takhle mi to nechtěl?
7-5 deuce. Kings and queens still live for Kubenka.
Yep, not a whole lot changes. I know he's made his pair, but he still needed that king or the queen to improve in the first place versus the ace high.
Heart draw taken away, so only a king or a queen. 5 outs for Kubenka.
Pleasure.
Doesn't hit. It is always coming 7
trips seal the deal for Celowan, and Kubenka is KO'd.
All the tournaments. All the tournaments. All the tournaments? You are running hot? Very hot guy. Very hot guy.
The Czech player exits the arena.
All good? Very good. If you need anything, just tell me.
Do you have one here? Thank you very much.
Rodrigo Celowan playing more than 200k now, more than 100 big blinds. We're still at the 1k, 2k blind level.
They don't want to play with me, so they rather bust. They rather go out. So we need to bust that non-straddle guy, and then we can straddle. Where are you from?
Switzerland.
Switzerland? Zurich?
I'm from the French-speaking part of Switzerland, next to Lausanne.
How is it called?
Vevey. I'm from Vevey.
Vevey?
Vevey, next to Lausanne.
Never heard about it.
You heard about Geneva?
I heard.
So 1 hour from Geneva.
Very good. 1 hour walk or drive?
Drive. Train. We mostly take train in Switzerland.
1 hour walk or drive. I'm adding that to my table talk repertoire. Where are you from? Nope, don't know it. Where are you from? Where's it near to? How far is it? 1 hour? Is that 1 hour walk or drive?
Public transport links. How often do the buses run? Is there a special timetable at weekends?
Yeah, he joins the table and he spots a player he hasn't played with, and they answer his questions honestly, and then they learn really quick.
Queen Jack, the raise from Masato Yokosawa, and looks like everyone else has folded. Is Martin Cabral singing Katy Perry?
Boring game. Boring table.
The definition of chirpy chips.
Whatever reservations I may have had about Martin Cabral in the past, if he's a Katy Perry fan, we can be friends.
Všechno dobrý, pánové? Tak máte dobrý.
Queen 10, the raise from Celowan in the cutoff. Queen 7 of diamonds, the hand for Papo MC, folds the button. Yannick in the small has Queen 6 of spades.
Okay.
Nines for Christea.
They are quite deep here. So they might be tempted to just call, but nines can be a free bet here, absolutely, as well. Yep, let's make the call.
Tray for deuce. Nines way ahead.
Yep. Does Celowan even see that here is the question. He's got the overcards, he's got a club. I think it's probably okay still. But 2 checks on the flop as well. Ace of clubs is actually very, very pretty for Celowan. Definitely a card that he can confidently try and represent here quite often. That's not to say that Christea won't turn up with a 5 here some of the time.
This board, Nick, is a straighty flushy board, and
It
if we
is.
get an ace, deuce, 4, or tray on the river, I'm going to be delighted because it will be my favorite type of board.
Okay, 2 checks.
Nine's still good.
Christea looks down at his cards.
Smokin' Louis on YouTube says, this is final table. Louis, this may be Chat Pro Saturday, but that only applies to Twitch. You're wrong. Objectively and emphatically wrong. This is the feature table on day 2 of the Prague main event.
Someone decides to bet the river now. 6,000.
And optical JW, nail, head, connected.
Makes the call. Pocket nines, very nice.
Complex Jedi says, I'm hoping to get to EPT Monte Carlo. Imagine. Would love to have you there. Seriously, guys, satellites running. Love it when we get poker fans, low stakes regs, who make it through those sats, make it through the qualification path and join us at live events.
Yeah.
Who get the experience to come to the EPT and play a main event.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It'd be fantastic to see some of you guys there.
Pass.
Okay, pocket nines here for Fritz. UTG +2.
Relax, man. Bubble. Bubble time. Almost in the money.
Not too long to go now. 102 eliminations, and we will start paying players. 175 are going to make the money. We'll be on the bubble at 176. Min cash worth the better part of 9k, 8,830 euros to be precise. But up top in this EPT Prague main event, more than €1 million. Hello. 7-figure score alert.
I was about to say 7 figures. That is a thing of beauty. You love to see 7 figures at the top of a poker prize pool. Okay, lots of hearts out there.
And only one heart on the flop. Ace, tray, tray. Yoko Sawa has flopped best. Samo asks, chat! Don't ask chat, we'll answer your question. Does anyone know if commentators are in Prague too, or are they commenting remotely? A bit from column A and a bit from column B. Myself, Joe Stapleton, is on break right now at the moment. He's still alive, he's still with us. And Nick Walsh, the three of us are in Prague. We are at the venue, at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. A bit later on this evening, Maria Ho is going to join us, but she'll be joining us remotely from the comfort of her own home. And for the last 2 days of the event, Griffin Benja will be providing guest commentary. He will also be joining us by the miracles of modern technology.
Okay, so we go to the turn. 4 of clubs doesn't change a whole lot. Yakasawa has the benefit of being in the big blind with an ace.
So this new player who's just joined the feature table, or recently joined the table, Nick, is Manuel Fritz, who lives in Vienna. He's an Austrian player with 86k in total live earnings. He is a platinum pass winner from the first PSPC.
Let's go. I'd love to see it.
Won his pass via a $50 MTT, and he was on the direct bubble of the PSPC with 0.1 of a big blind.
Wow. Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, I think Yakasawa probably recognizes he needs to get some value from his hand at this stage. 20k in there. You know, probably going to get called by pretty much all the weaker aces and probably a ton of pairs, you know, kings, queens, jacks, tens, all that kind of thing. So you can go pretty big here. I don't think you need to be too afraid. Like a little bit over half pot. Yep, 13k, that sounds about right to me.
Who is the decision maker, please?
Those players from Vienna, though, lots and lots of very, very strong talent coming from Vienna.
Yeah.
And a big community, not just from Vienna, living in Vienna because it's such a fantastic city, and playing the cards from there.
Boring, yeah? So gamble. Big blind.
Yokosawa playing 172,000 now. Samo, I'm happy to have answered your question, but please don't get me confused with the hairy American. Oh my God, thank you, Joe.
You have nice stacks, reserve it. It's bubble time.
Maybe he meant me, I don't know.
Is there a chance to meet you guys? We're around.
And then final
Absolutely, we're around. Yeah.
When you are in the money, but before.
Thinking about going out tonight? Having it large?
Good luck with that, pal. We're not off air until after midnight.
Oh, that's I'm only joking. I knew that would wind up James. No, we're going to be here well into this evening, probably falling straight into bed as soon as we're done.
Never.
After today's very, very long day.
Range.
But that means we need to bring you lots more cards up coverage here in Prague. And that's how we like it.
Like your shouks.
Like my what?
Your shouks.
Okay. Solo on with the ace queen.
Bubble time and you are not afraid, yeah? You must have really big balls, like big balls, yeah? To play against me on the bubble. I don't know what you want to do.
Really?
Oh, I'm committed, yeah? I can't do anything. Sure, it will be big showdown on the turn, so it doesn't matter, yeah? It will be all in call for sure. Correct, yeah?
Same hand alert.
Like, what is the chance it's not gonna happen? I'm gonna check it blind just to make it easy for this gentleman. And then all in on the turn, right? Ah, man. That's a very responsible check.
Oh, that was a good one. Hashtag embrace the
feeling
squeak.
now I have to bluff.
Oh, yeah.
You call my bluff? Say yes or no, be a man.
10.
Small size. You are welcome. Small size. So snap call. Don't waste my time, please.
I think Martin Cabral is not really in a position to lecture people about time wasting.
Snap call or snap fold? Oh my goodness, now you hit your miracle.
Barry Greenstein, Flaming Barrys, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see him. Let's see him.
Like any other river, I would
Barry's
go
in the
yeah.
chat.
But this? No, really. You can have ace, ace king, and you are not good enough to fold on the bubble. I can feel it from you. Maybe if I bet smaller, like only like 200k or whatever. What do you think?
Maybe if I bet smaller, like 200k or something.
You have aces there, yeah? Because aces, I don't believe you fought for any. No comment. Why? I need to know before I bet. Huh? No? If you don't speak, I bet a lot. If you speak with me, I bet smaller. So, what do you want? You want a lot, yeah? But I put like double a lot, you know? For you. Gift.
There we go. Cabral's finally bet.
Geschenk in March.
And it is a slight overbet after all the speeches.
I can even offer you free advice.
Suspicious.
The person who is speaking never bluffing. Like never. You know? On the river. On the river, like never. Correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's like that.
I don't know this game.
I have a big advantage. I already played this game once or twice. Ay, ay, ay.
And 5 calls.
Super.
Makes the call.
And this is going to be a chop pot. Nick, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. Ding,
Nice
ding,
low
ding,
roll.
ding, ding, in honor of Griffin
Nice low
Banter.
roll for a chop. Really classy. I love it. But I would take like 6 more minutes in your position. Yeah, if you like take 6 more minutes, then I would say a really nice play.
It's good because then we're gonna stay closer to the money, right?
Yeah, very smart guy. Very smart. So this shit you're raising on my big blind, yeah? Ace of queen of suit, yeah?
The bottom.
Yeah, bottom.
Check, not fold.
Sure. Okay. Now I know. If I go all in, you call? No. No? That was my original plan. Nice call on the turn. Bluffer. Hitting your ace, yeah? Must be nice, yeah? Must be nice.
I think the break must be
How
imminent.
lucky you are. I even block your ace.
And
Yeah,
this
so
is where
lucky.
I'm going to disappoint some and delight others. We are going to be
This is the lucky
keeping
guy on the table?
this feature table for the next session. So when we come back from break, we'll have the same players on the main stage.
I'm a fan. I'm here for the cards. I'm here for the banter. I'm here for all of it. Live poker. It's back, baby.
This guy playing almost every hand here.
Cabral VPIP 100.
Sonic Mavenku.
This guy's playing pretty much every hand.
No Sonic Mavenku.
Okay, Christea with the queen tray off. I think we know what's going to happen here.
And then we have Masato Yokosawa, winner of Poker Personality of 2021, which was a Fans' Choice Award, voted for by the public at this year's Global Poker Awards. Very popular Japanese YouTuber and vlogger.
Thank you, perfect.
Called on the button with Queen Jack. Cabral's in the small blind.
Oh, he made one of those faces. Nope, never mind. In the bin.
Looks like Cabral's going on break. To be fair, he gets up from the table after every hand, so he might not be going on break. So heads up to the flop. Fives versus Queen Jack. Fritz with the slight advantage for now, and still with the advantage post-flop.
Yeah, pocket fives very tricky to play on many flops, and this is definitely still one of them. 2 overcards to the fives, and a check to Yokosawa.
I would like Martin Cabral to just vary it a little bit and maybe pick other songs from the Perry repertoire, maybe Firework, Raw, Teenage Dream. Mix it up, Martin.
Mix it up. Yep. Yokosawa using the power of position,
Perfect.
but I don't think Fritz has come here to
But it's turn on, yeah,
check fold
so
flop.
everybody-
He hasn't checked this board because he's giving up. He
Thank
checked
you.
this board because he wants to control the way it's going to play out. And that's actually a really, really nice turn for Fritz. Not only an undercard to the fives, but also giving him some gut shots potential.
Why? Same.
What is my phone?
Makes me wonder, though. Makes me wonder. Yokosawa is definitely thinking on this level. We've already seen some really excellent play from him. I wonder if he's going to put Fritz pretty much on his exact hand and go ahead and fire again. It wouldn't be completely out of the question for him to bet turn and then fire another diamond river, right? Because a lot of Fritz's flush draws will be the kind of flush draws where he has like 2 overcards and the flush draw, which like to barrel off flop and turn, right? So he's not going to have a ton of that stuff. He is blocking some of those combos himself with the jack of diamonds as well. So when he gets to the river, if it comes, you know, 9 of diamonds, something like that, it's a pretty excellent triple barrel. So I think he kind of knows that he can go wild here. What's the size?
16K.
Oh, I like it. And, you know, like, I think this just shows the level that he plays at, because he's not going I have to go big here to make this as scary as possible because he recognizes the rivers that are going to allow him to continue again. He's not going, I'm going to win it right here, right now. I'm going to give myself the opportunity to build a pot here and then continue. King of Diamonds, for example, might be a good river. Don't forget, he's also blocking hands like King Queen, and that's not really a combo that Fritz will have given the action thus far. Put in the third barrel.
Yeah.
I talked you up, Yakusawa. You got to do it now, buddy. I believe in you. This is what you've been waiting for. Now you can put the chips in.
So Fritz, check called flop, check called turn is check river, and if Yokosawa can fire again, Nick, there is a very strong chance this works.
What if he just makes it 32K, James? Look at that chip trick, too. The style, the grace. Oh, my God. How much is that? What did I say?
45,000 went big. Quick fold.
Let's go.
From Fritz. The bluff gets through, and this session is at an end. We come to the end of the level, and that means we're going on break again. A reminder that when we come back from break, which is going to be about 20 minutes, we'll continue with this lineup on the main stage. This will still be our feature table. Cabral, Yokosawa, Papo MC. Hope you're enjoying the action here from EPT Prague. As I said, 20-minute break, then we'll continue. Blinds will be up, and we'll be closer to the money bubble. You're watching PokerStars TV. You're watching the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Back in 20. At the secondary feature table, our qualifier is in the big blind with fives. He's deciding whether to call a 3-bet. Garcia was the original raiser. Connor Drynan then called, and then Koichi Nozaki re-raised. Well, Hadi Al-Azmar has folded.
Garcia's got the chips to speculate, but he's not closing the action.
He calls.
Drynan is closing the action, and his implied odds are good enough that he can try to flop a set with this.
He calls as well, so we're going three-way to the flop.
Nozaki 3-bet into 3 opponents with 2 nines, and somehow it's the best hand.
Here comes the flop. Well, there's a 9 and a 4. Set over set sickness.
Strap yourselves in for a car crash. This is going to be brutal, especially when the 8 hits the turn.
Nozaki is an amateur player from Japan, here in Monaco on holiday. Won his seat in a live satellite.
And you know what I always say, James? Something I definitely stole. Always bet your sets.
63,000. Now Garcia has a gut shot. He calls.
When it goes bet call, yeah, I think I'd be a little confused too. I'd be real tempted to raise here. Someone's bound to have a draw or an overpair they can pay off with.
Drynan does not raise. He calls as well.
No, 5 sides on raise. 5 sides on raise.
Yeah, okay.
Turn card is a deuce. Doesn't change anything. Nozaki slows down. He checks.
Well, Nozaki's a dude here on vacation, so he's going to be more interested in GTL than GTO, but I think he probably should have kept betting there.
Garcia with the worst of it. Throws in 157,000.
I think that lead is pretty loco, or whatever the Polish word for loco is. When Connor overcalls on the flop, I think he's going to be pretty strong.
Drynan calls. Action now back on Nozaki.
I'm ordering.
He shoves.
No, man, Rising Sun over here just check-raised the kimono off you two.
There's not much more for Garcia to call.
Both these guys are committed. At least for Nozaki's raise.
Both call. So there could be further betting on the river between Garcia and Drinan. Nozaki officially at risk, but an 87% favorite. And he improves to quads on the river.
Just quads. Amazing. I hope he does not think poker's always this easy. So confusing.
Check, check.
Fair nines.
Two pair.
Yeah. Yeah, Rocky day.
At least he gets that this is not common.
A huge double up for Nozaki.
I mean, this is too funny. These two sharks thought they were going to carve this guy up like a piece of yellowtail, and it turns out they ate the piece of the fish that kills you.
Understand?
Thank you. Rocky day.
Let's head over to the secondary featured table, where Koichi Nozaki has opened with Queen Jack. Jose Carlos Garcia has called on the button with 10-9. Decision on Olashemian in the big blind. He's got fours.
He's coming along for the ride.
Sure enough.
Koichi the killer.
Two pair for Garcia. Open-ender for Nozaki.
Garcia called a little light here, wanting to play against the tourist, and he's flopped huge, but Nozaki has got so much equity.
Action check to the button.
Garcia should absolutely bet this fairly big. Lots of ways to get called.
44,000 into 74,000. Shemian folds.
Here he comes.
Nozaki check raises to 125,000.
I don't hate it. Sometimes Garcia would have a hand he could fold, and like I said, he's got tons of equity, even against two pair.
Garcia calls the raise. Heads up to the turn. It's an 8. Nozaki makes it straight.
Nozaki, no missy. I'm all for a decent-sized bet here.
Well, that's more than 2/3 pot. 225k.
That might be a little too big. Everything is relative in poker, and relative to the size of the pot. This is a big one.
Garcia still with top 2, and he lets it go.
Good fold, Garcia.
Pick one?
I don't know.
Can I pick one?
Yeah. Nuts.
Wow. That's the real nuts.
This guy's cuter than a Shiba Inu puppy.
Koichi Nozaki up to 1.3 million. He has taken the chip lead from Garcia. Blinds right now are 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. And on the very first hand of the day, we are going to sweat with Koichi Nozaki.
Konnichiwa, Koichi, brah.
He's under the gun with kings.
Raise, we should raise. Sorry.
Nice early start.
How does he know?
Koichi has raised to 42,000. Lyndon Basha and Jose Carlos Garcia fold, as does Muhedin Ferez. Johnny Lodden calls in position on the button. Olashemian also calls out of position in the small blind.
No, not Olashemian too.
Romain Payon folds, so 3-way to the flop.
Hold on to your potatoes. Unless we make quads, this isn't going to be easy.
It's a queen high flop. Shemian checks.
Well, I like this flop so far. And yes, we should continue.
A C-bet of 83,000 from the amateur, who won his seat in a live satellite. Johnny calls.
No, not the both of them.
Yep, Oleg calls as well, so still 3-way as we go to the turn.
Oh, I wish the door to this room wasn't locked.
the 10 of clubs. So the board gets straight here, and there's a flush draw out there now. And looks like Shemian is going to lead 212,000.
Oh man, I hate this. Best case scenario, Ola's semi-bluffing, which means best case scenario is that he isn't beating us yet.
Zaki calls. Round to Johnny.
$600.
That's a raise to 600,000.
Oh, come on! Well, the good news is if that Ola does anything other than fold, we can get away from this. We can get away like Andy Dufresne.
All in.
Shemian shoves.
Get busy living, get busy folding.
What does Nizaki do with his kings?
His jippers.
No, you don't need to count. We're folding. If we don't fold, I will escape from this room using nothing but a tiny little hammer.
Still, an overpair to the board. It's gotta be tempting.
Not as tempting as escaping behind this Rita Hayworth poster.
Nizaki folds.
Thank goodness.
Loddon calls.
All in.
Loddon with a set of 8s. Shemian with a straight.
What in the mother loving? How in the heck did we get caught up in the middle of all that? Screw these guys. It's too bad they both can't go broke. We were drawing dead.
I'm losing.
Yeah.
They're winning.
I'm losing my mind.
Shemian doubles up unless a 5, 8, 10 or queen hits the river. It's a deuce. Huge pot for Shemian.
650. 1,050,000.
Pay that man his swag.
If I lose minimum.
Glass is half full type of guy.
Koichi Nizaki is under the gun. He's got King Jack and he raises to 42,000.
Let's hope this hand works out better for him.
Lyndon Basha and Jose Carlos Garcia fold, as does Muhedin Ferez. 9s for Johnny Loddon.
Koichi's boned.
Johnny calls. On a Shemian with Queen Jack in the small blind. And that's a 3-bet. Shemian re-raises to 170,000.
Squeezing the tourist here is no accident. I'm sorry, but that's what he's doing.
On Nizaki, as Shemian dominated, he calls the 3-bet.
I like the fact that he's not backing down from these dudes, but that's probably a fold. I'm gonna quote the best poker movie of all time when I say, "He who fights and runs away lives to run away another day."
I don't remember that line in Rounders.
It's a deleted scene.
Loddon calls as well. 3-way to the flop.
Johnny's call is A-OK with pot odds and position and all that.
7-4 deuce. Loddon way ahead with this overpair. Shemian does not continue. Nizaki also checks.
I love his little finger check.
Looks like Johnny's betting.
190.
Not much all I can do here.
Yeah, he passes.
What's this now?
Yellow chips are 25,000 each. Koichi Nizaki is getting frisky. He raises to 410,000.
The thing is, he kind of can rep some overpairs and a set of 7s here.
Johnny shoves on him.
Wow. Johnny just sussed that out. Nozaki simply cannot call.
He folds.
I like that fold.
Nice one.
Thank you. I wasn't that nice. It was hard.
I'm pretty sure you're buffing me, not
Nah.
Wow, Nazaki's got kings under the gun again.
This time, buddy. Get her, Ray.
He raises to 50,000. And folded around to Ferez. He passes. Loddon's out. Shemian in the small blind also folds.
Wow, okay.
Jack 7 suited for Romain Payan. And he calls out of the big blind.
Only one opponent this time, and there's no Ola Shemian or Johnny Loddon. Things are looking up.
9-8-5 on the flop. Payan is double gutted. Nazaki's still a big favorite. Action's been checked to the pre-flop aggressor.
Man, I really hope he doesn't get run down this time. With apologies to the Payan fan club, can't afford to upset them again.
A continuation bet of 110,000. Payan calls. The turn card is the 3 of diamonds, so Payan now has a diamond draw as well.
3-13. 2. Okay. I'm all in. I'm all in.
Nazaki shoves on Payan.
Call.
And the Frenchman calls.
It looks weird, but he was getting the right price, and I am looking at some Stan Winston concept art because this is a monster draw.
Payan has 15 outs. 6s, 10s, and diamonds are all working for him. 7 of hearts on the river.
Okay.
He's out in 13th.
All aboard the Nozaki pain train.
Line still 15-30.
Physical chips. You got him.
I'm all in.
Nazaki shoves for 18 bigs with ace-10 from under the gun.
Okay, I thought.
When you do this with ace-10, you really just want it to get through. A call is almost never good.
Jack-Queen for Muhaddin Ferez. He folds. Al-Azmar is out. Ola Shemian has 10s.
And a call ain't gonna be good here.
He calls, putting Nazaki at risk.
Cold straight down. Ola is cold.
You want an ace?
Pocket
You
10s,
sure?
10 of hearts, 10 of clubs.
How much better is this guy's vacation gonna get?
He's looking for an ace on the flop. Now he needs to hit on the turn or river. Shemian, an 85% favorite. Just one card to come. 3 outs for Nazaki.
Whether it comes or not, this guy's kind of free-rolling at life right now.
The river is a 9. We lose Koichi.
Okay. Yep. Hey, Raj.
Nice playing with you.
Hey, Raj.
Love that guy.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you.
Well, that was a pretty good use of 10 years worth of vacation days.
Shemian stacks chips as Nazaki scores the best ever result for a Japanese player in an EPT main event.
I did it.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Prague. Live coverage of main event day 2 from King's Casino inside the Prague Hilton.
Very good. Excellent rule.
Our featured table already touching their cards and themselves. But let's focus on the overall chip leaders for just a moment. There are your top 5 stacks. Ezekiel Weigel out in front. I like these names. Some of them just seem like a bunch of random letters. Like Dawid Kulaberda. Speaking of random letters, how about S-T-A-P-E-S? I'm Joe Stapleton, Uncle Daddy. With me in the booth is Nicholas Walsh. What? Hold on. Nicholas Walsh.
Yes.
There it is.
We're here. We're here. We're back, baby. Let's get into it.
We are back. Martin Cabral still headlining this feature table.
Is 100, yeah?
In the 1 seat. Year of Romania, ace-king offsuit raising from the hijack.
Sorry?
Cabral with jack-9 suited. Taking a peek around to see what sorts of stacks are in the blinds. Is he going to be facing a shove here from the small blind if he flats on the button? He's going to give himself a little insurance against that flat, it looks like. Unless those are, yeah. Free bet to 15,000. Do you know 3-bet is a re-raise? I just learned that.
Absolutely.
Ooh, an Ullery with a flag I do not recognize. King Jack of diamonds.
King Jack of diamonds is usually very alluring, but not so alluring for Alluri.
Are you saying alluring or alluring?
I'm not sure. I'm somewhere between because
You're splitting the difference between those two vowels.
Not
aren't
so
you?
alluring
There
for
you go.
Alluri.
Oh, I see. Alluri. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not. I was trying to
Alluring.
I was trying to do a Stapleton. I actually ripped that one off James anyway, but it's okay. He's gonna put it in the bin. That seems about right.
Yeah, there goes the King Jack suited. It's a regretful hand. You have a lot of regret when you like shove King Jack suited there.
Well, Joe, I know you're a fan of, like you've associated a lot of emotion with particular combinations in poker, right?
All bad.
Yeah. Well, I feel like King Jack suited is one of the good guys. I think. I feel like it's a hand that connects in a nice way. Whereas like Jack 10 suited always looks pretty, but it feels like you're never getting as much connection as you might think.
So Queen Jack is the Domino's pizza.
Yeah.
Of hands. Like you think it's going to be good and it never is. King Jack is like Papa John's. It's like one step better than Domino's.
And sometimes it's good.
Barely edible. Christea makes the call. Big old pot here. 30K in the middle. Jack high flop. Cabral can't miss. Just horseshoes for breakfast for this guy. We are broadcasting to you on Twitch, on YouTube. If you want to tweet at us, that's the best way to make sure I see it, to be perfectly honest. Hashtag PokerStarsTV. Now, what do you do? What's the defense against this, Nick? I mean, not now. Are we supposed to look at this and go and play hindsight and go, I should have put in another bet with Ace King?
Well, I think generally people who slow down with a hand like Ace King after opening pre-flop, generally speaking, they're kind of just trying to check call. They're just trying to realize the equity of their hand without inflating the pot and allowing their opponent to make some aggressive action, which then further inflates. We saw this actually earlier on. Right. He looks at his cards.
He's just going to fold one. Oh, okay. I thought we were going to see a real slick move there.
But then, there are also situations where if you think your opponent is calling from a particular position, you can give them enough Jack X, King X, whatever the flop may be, in order just to basically get away. And in this case, he was right. He didn't have the best hand.
I was saying to dealer, wait for my Geneva friend. She said, no, I don't like him.
Okay, there are the chip stacks at our feature table. Pretty excited about Cabral, obviously. I'm a fan. Masato Yokosawa, we just saw the deepest run ever by a Japanese player in the EPT. Maybe that'll be eclipsed.
I just lost my joke, so I have to do that for him.
By the land of the rising sun.
You see?
Very nice. Yeah, I'd love to see it. So far, we've seen some absolutely sensational play from Adisawa. He definitely knows his way around a poker table, and he even proved me right. I guessed his line and he proved me right, and that made me really happy. So now I'm really rooting for him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Obviously just won a Global Poker Award. I'm sure you guys covered that.
Yes, we did indeed.
Who is the guy? Comedian?
What a personality.
And here we go. We're talking him up. Big hand. He looks pretty excited about it, I'm not going to lie. Although he's excited in general.
American actor?
The guy from The Mask. And Ace Ventura.
What's his name?
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey?
Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Ah.
Somebody stop him.
Jim Carrey in Spanish, yeah? So that's difficult. How is Jim Carrey in Spanish?
Jim
Say
Carrey.
it one more time, please.
Jim Carrey?
No, how is Jim Carrey in Spanish? Don't smile. You have to be professional. No? You look like you are smiling by your eyes.
How do you say, do not go in there in Spanish?
How do you say Jim Carrey?
How do you spell speech
Want to
play in
heads up
Spanish?
then? Want to play heads up then?
Heads up?
Yeah.
No.
So Laurie did make the call on the button.
No?
Excuse me.
Heads
Yes,
up
on the
No,
button.
I like
Okay,
the
okay.
8-handed.
Okay.
I like
So
an
let's
8-handed.
play here.
Much opening with.
Domination situation. This time, justice for Ace King.
That's the kind of connection you're looking for.
He's got an awkward name for trying to call out in a crowd. Yo, Yokosawa. You know, the yo-yo don't really go that well together.
A little bit more Katy Perry there.
And O'Leary dead on the turn. No outs. We'll save King Jack. And the way this hand is going, it seems unlikely Yokosawa is going to fold at any point. And what do you think of the double check here? It feels like when you've got the board so locked up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, not
a huge fan.
Well, no, I think that it depends on your table image, really, right? If you're going to mix up some checks on the flop here, it just depends how often you're going to be checking with what combinations. Right? If you're going to check on this flop in Yokosawa's position with king high once in a while, then sure, yeah, go ahead and check ace king sometimes too, you know. But if you're the kind of hyper aggressive player like we've seen some of the others, with an image of c-betting pretty much every single board and always barreling off, then you're going to want to continue with ace king a little bit more, right? But,
I see.
Yokosawa's playing like an absolute demon right now, so absolutely not a criticism of his play. He certainly looks a lot weaker now.
$12K the bet on the river. O'Leary not folding yet. I think we find the eventual fold here, but obviously two options do exist. The nothing for O'Leary. King high. And there's a funky third option we don't see folks take too often, which is the river raise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure if you're telling the right story and it's the right kind of texture to pull that off. I mean, maybe if you have king jack with a king of diamonds, but again, not really making a ton of sense if you just like
there we go
backdoored the second nut flush or something like that.
That hand was a lot of noise for flopping top pair with ace king, betting and getting a fold.
Yeah.
$1,190 total entries in this event. 258 remain. 175 make the money. Is that what I heard?
Yes, correct.
That's cool. That'll be happening in a few hours.
Yeah, that's cool. Can't wait. World famous bubble coverage.
Been a long time since we've seen some world famous bubble coverage. Looking forward to that. Yokosawa with another big ace.
Okay, Mr. Fritz here on the button with a very playable hand. All right, he's going to decide to come along.
Ooh, how about this hand? More or less playable than Jack 9 suited?
I would say probably the third most playable hand of the game.
A skosh more playable. And a small blind is a place we would see the most re-raises coming out of. 23,000.
Yeah, I dig the size. You want to go like the standard 3x, but you want to add a little bit more because you're out of position, and you want to add a little bit more because you're up against two opponents instead of just one initial opener, so that would make sense.
What can you tell me about Papa Papo MC. I don't know a lot about this person, and I'm very curious. But you know why? Because he's getting attention, and that makes me jealous.
Well, he's a very successful rapper. He's got about 2.5, 2.7, maybe even 3 million followers on Instagram. Yeah, he's big news, baby.
Instagram? How do you take pictures of rap?
The lifestyle. It's a lifestyle brand. Papo MC is a lifestyle brand, baby. And yeah, he's making a big splash. As many people have already pointed out, he final tabled last year's WSOP main event, and he just strolled in here and then went and won the Eureka main event 1K for 417,000 euros.
Is that the winner's photo that you hopped into?
That's the one. Yeah,
so
yeah,
do you know Papo MC?
No, and actually, I was going to address this in a later post, but okay. I basically.
Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out.
No, not at all. It was. I actually think that's kind of a funny story. I literally landed here in Prague, got off my plane, checked in, and I got a text from staff. Get down here. Papo's doing a cool thing. I got down there. Papo is here, and he doesn't have his usual entourage or as many of his usual rail.
Oh, okay.
So they encouraged us to meet him after he won. So I congratulate him, gave him a hug because it really was an exciting moment. And right then and there, we dived in and we just got some shots and just made some magic. But it did, having just met him, it was actually a big moment. So the smiles and the joy that you see are sincere.
I'm glad that I've asked you about this, because if I had known that Papo MC just needs hangers on, I am one of the world's best at running up other people's bar tabs, inviting myself to things where I'm sort of not wanted or especially not wanted. These are things that I am very good at. We're going heads up to the flop here. Cabral limp calling with 8-6 of hearts, 2 10s for Fritz. I hate to say it, but this is like the kind of board that Cabral could easily send 2 10s into the muck. Cabral checks. And it looks like there was a snap fold before Fritz even got the bet out there. Decides not to get cute with 8-6 of hearts.
Good board, eh?
On ace.
Big
king.
Huh?
King.
Big pot. No, but a good board.
Oh, good board.
Full house, yeah?
Almost, yeah.
No full house?
Not yet. Maybe by the river.
Runner. Chicken dinner. Two jacks. I mean, ace king, yeah?
Horrible, right?
Hmm?
Pretty bad for check.
I mean, where are you from?
Austria.
From where?
Vienna.
I heard about it.
Yeah? It's a small city.
He's heard of Vienna.
It's not that small, though. Not that small.
No?
It's bigger than Prague, I think.
He had a good line earlier, Joe. He said, where is this town? Where is it? He goes, do you know Geneva? He goes, yeah, it's about an hour outside of Geneva. He goes, an hour walking or an hour in the car? He's full of it, man. He loves it.
He is quite the character.
Yeah, quite the character indeed.
He's what my grandmother would describe as something else. That Martin Cabral, he is something else.
That's a good way to say it, yeah. Yeah, Kasawa is UTG, and he likes King 9 of hearts. He does. And I do, too. I think this is a really pretty hand. When you're looking at those opening charts, the classic opening charts for very stacked depths, people are always surprised if they're beginning the game how many of these suited King X combos get in there, right? Because you're going to include a ton more hands like King 7 suited, King 6 suited here than you might think, whereas the King 6 off counterpart is just not going to go in there basically at all. Obviously, just being suited plays a little bit better, and it means you are including some of these combinations, but at a lower frequency than you would if you included all of the 12 combinations of the offsuit variety. Okay, pretty decent flop for sevens.
Yeah, sevens doing well here. Dude, those look like aggressive sevens to me. Just the font. Look at the curvature of those sevens. Very aggressive. I don't know if you guys have that resolution at home, but
you missed your calling. You know what do you call the people that design fonts?
I don't know. Is there a name for that?
I think so.
There must be. Designers?
Help me out, chat.
Board pairs on the turn. 7 still good.
It's good.
Andro says, Fontsies? Fonticles. Calligraphers, ooh.
I think calligraphy is only when it's like the hand-drawn, very fancy writing. I don't think that's the same.
A 9 on the river. Bad news for Yoko Sawa.
Typographers, that's the one. Thank you very much. Question task. You win the prize. My respect.
Yeah, Christea. Man, this is one of those situations where you feel kind of like a chump if you don't bet, but it's pretty hard to fold out a better hand at this point, right? And it's pretty hard to get called by a worse hand.
Yeah, I think when you've actually got the king kicker, though, you're probably...
No, I mean for Christea's perspective. You just checked.
Yeah.
Now for this, correct me if I'm wrong here, you're supposed to bet this 9, right?
Always.
Yeah.
Every single day of the month. Yeah,
I know. It just feels... it feels so bad. I know you're supposed to do it. It just doesn't feel great.
Never. I'm excited about this one, Joe. I don't know what you're talking about. This is like, oh, wait a minute. Now I can value bet.
You're excited about making this value bet here.
I'm genuinely excited about this value bet.
I have so much to learn about this game.
Joe, you just got...
This is like, I know. The book says I'm supposed to value bet here.
You just got a lot of... what's the word?
I just get snapped by Jack 10 here, like every time.
You got a lot of trauma, Joe. We got
Queen 10, Jack 10.
I think you got
8-10.
You got the skills, Joe. I think you just need some therapy to get past trauma.
No, I do. I need an eternal sunshine. My entire poker history.
All right, Christea, sizing it up. It does feel like the kind of board where 7s are going to be the best hand a lot. I do see a ton of crying calls here from pocket 7s, and I kind of don't blame them.
I mean, you're not really supposed to have a ton of 9s when you raise under the gun, right? You're not supposed to be like, river.
Sure.
River might have hit him.
Let's have a think about it. So, like, 9-10 suited, King 9 obviously is going to be in there. King 9 suited, Ace 9 suited will definitely be in there. Ace 9 off might be in there once in a while if we're a little bit more shorthanded. Okay, makes the call. Shows the 7s crying call. I understand though. I don't think I think 7s will be there. Will be the best hand there quite often as well. But there you go. Very nice value bet there.
No.
Nakasawa.
Okay. Lucky river, yeah?
Nakasawa continues chipping up.
Tokyo, Japan. Sorry? Japan. Japan. Yeah, Tokyo. You live there?
He's heard of it.
How is life there? Right? How is life there? Life. It's awesome. Where from?
Flight,
Local.
I think he said, but...
Local here, okay. Yeah, Tokyo is good. Yeah? Have you ever been there? No. No? I will go. I'll probably take your number and you will take care of me there. Yeah.
Exactly. Is that an invitation?
Right. After I won this? Yeah. Why? No. You will come to Japan, right? I am planning. Okay. But how is it connected if you will be my guide if I win this tournament? Shouldn't be connected, yeah? Yeah. So you can be my guide? You can give me tips, what to see there and so on? Yeah. Yeah? No?
What if he's just like, no?
Very sweet from you.
And they immediately revoke his trophy for personality of the year.
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
To the foreigners because of COVID, or?
Now it's better than before, but it's possible to travel there now. I have no idea, but maybe not. Maybe not.
It used to not
I'll be flying now to Philippines and then to China, and it's pretty easy now.
All right,
That's
Papo
possible, but
MC.
Japan has been closed
Japan
all
is
the time,
still like
basically.
more strict.
Yeah.
Calls.
They didn't open to
Ace
anyone.
King suited.
I think if I want to
Give the
travel to
cutoff.
Japan tomorrow, I can do that. Yeah.
Not
You
good
maybe-
news for
you can do
Yokosawa.
that.
No. Like I think it's possible. Yeah.
It might be possible.
At least
by
it'll be
now,
hard to spike a king.
Wow, what a dealer.
Ooh, baby!
Ooh.
What a dealer. 4 ladies
Q,
on
Q,
the flop.
Q.
Unbelievable.
3 ladies.
What a dealer.
Somebody get the internet on the phone. Get your cues out. So on. Bets 5,500. Lococo in. Coco in. Yoko out. Oh, the deuce on the turn. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, punished. Punished. Really. And what are we going to do about the Chop Hot song? Are we
No,
doing
I
it?
definitely wanna go.
Okay.
Definitely wanna go. Maybe this year.
I don't imagine Lococo's going to go anywhere. Now, he does have the heart draw here, of
Yeah.
course. Oh, look at that.
So this is not going to be a chop, no matter what happens.
They just go, should we agree to chop now?
Yeah, right? It's just chop, guy.
It's such a weird one, though, guys, right? Because, you know, any pair here, of course, is the boat, so the flush is pretty much irrelevant. But, I mean,
anyway.
it's also kind of, well, it is also kind of unusual for Siloan to not have, to have a pair that he doesn't want to bet on this river, unless it's maybe like, I don't know, pocket eights and he's scared of the 10 or something like that. But even then, I'm not really sure.
I mean, this is an inspired play, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what's the size here? I can't quite pick it out.
I mean, you're free rolling.
What was
Yeah.
it, 100?
105 by our count.
Wow. That is
I'm with Banter.
that is a really interesting bet size, though, huh?
Yes. Thank you for your question.
Fairly gangster. He did it with style. Papo MC in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you confusing style for tattooed hands?
No, I think Papa's got style.
A rounder, 9TY2, says very bad bet, which I would sometimes have an issue with. However, it is Chat Pro Saturday, Nick. So I'll just say, what a great comment, a rounder, 9TY2. Thank you for it.
Oh, yeah.
No Chat Pros can be wrong on Chat Pro Saturday.
So
I
me
loved
and
it when I
Japan,
mentioned
yeah?
that we had
Not
Papo MC on the table, and
Not
about
yet?
5 people went, I can't find him anywhere. Have you guys heard of Google before? Really? Have you guys heard of Google?
These people just want to talk to you, Nick.
I know, and I love you guys. I'm not trying to be
Can you tell
critical,
me what
but
you
you know.
have there, please? Here? Yes. No,
Just stay out raising the button
can tell me both,
with
but chips I
A6
would like.
pocket kings for Cabral. What a great advertisement for
That's
this
perfect. It's
here
okay.
casino.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And the cards, sorry?
One at a time, okay?
Huh? Okay, so you don't gonna tell me, yeah?
I will, but
You will. So now, if you say me, I play friendly. If not, then I don't play friendly. So what do you want?
Oh boy.
Oh.
So what do you have?
Things get a little dicey here
Yes,
when
yeah?
you start saying things you'll do or not do.
Yeah,
So then I play friendly.
I don't mind the table talk, but at some point
It's like affecting the action.
at some point it muddles the action,
Yeah.
and at some point it gets a little bit dicey.
A little murky, yep. Luckily for me, I'm not in charge of any of this. So
This is a lay down. If I can like give you advice.
I'm glad I don't need to make the call on this
Pretty
one.
easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct? Bubble.
please. Thanks.
But again, to go back to leaving the diciness part out of it, like you're kind of tempted to play this pot now. With all that chatter, it seems like he wants you to fold.
Oh,
Good laydown.
Jacks, kings, kings re-raise, jacks fold. Normal, yeah?
Standard.
I don't know. It's like I was playing really friendly with you.
Peekabo21
Like
says
really
speech
friendly.
play has nothing to do with poker. It's
Like
just
a full
annoying.
play.
Chat Pro Saturday
Chat Pro
in effect.
Saturday.
Thank you for your comment.
You're
Smart,
absolutely right, buddy.
Very smart.
Any other day, I would say the opposite of this, but you are very, very smart. Thank you for participating in Chat Pro Saturday.
Japan
Trademark.
very tight.
Chat
Only
Pro
nuts
Saturday.
player.
You know everything.
Yeah, I see how you play nuts player. You play like aces, kings, and king 9. That's all you play. Correct?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
That's the Japanese range. Tokyo guy.
Don't tell them my range.
Sorry?
Don't tell them.
Okay, sorry. I will not share your secrets. You live in Tokyo?
Yeah, like half.
Half? And the second half?
I travel all over the world, like Las Vegas, here.
What are you doing?
I'm a YouTuber.
You're a YouTuber?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You are a huge YouTuber? You are a huge YouTuber? Or big one?
I can say yes.
What does it mean? If you put the video, then it's like what, 10 million views?
Now 10 million.
1 million?
Yeah.
How many subscribers?
Oh, just 1 million?
You like that?
Just the one.
King, queen, 4, 2 clubs. Got a comment here on Twitter using the hashtag PokerStarsTV from Phil Razor. What he likes about this guy's speech play is that it seems way more good-natured than other guys that do it. It does come across pretty good-natured to me, pretty friendly.
Sure. I don't think it sincerely comes from a bad place. I think it runs away with him a little bit sometimes, like we just saw. But I think he's just trying to be friendly, and he's trying to angle for information a little bit, but only a little bit.
Poker is my main thing. Yeah.
Poker is your main thing?
Yes, I've been playing this
Joe,
game for 9 years.
9 years?
You're a student of language.
29.
I am a big fan of language.
You're a bit of a wordsmith.
Yeah.
When you encounter a heckler of this variety, how do you diffuse said heckler?
It's tough. It's a difficult situation, especially if they come across good-natured. Because if you shut them down too hard, you look bad. You look worse.
So
it can be difficult.
Poker YouTuber in the world, yeah?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Luckily,
It's a nice
I don't get
achievement.
heckled that often.
What is the biggest tournament you ever played?
That was a funny
mean
conversation
buying
anyway.
or
What do you do?
deal?
You're a YouTuber. Oh, you're a YouTuber. Oh, you think you're a big boy?
50.
Oh, you're the biggest poker YouTuber in the world?
He's like, yeah.
Oh,
In Vegas.
yeah, okay. Well, that's a great achievement.
win?
Congratulations on that. That's fantastic.
So I have to win this.
That's very unfortunate. I'm crossing fingers for you.
Yeah.
I think you are like my top 3 favorite player in this field. Yeah, top 3.
Thank you.
Jobin. Haven't seen much from the Swiss player yet. Pocket 10s.
Nice and easy.
We jobbing.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Yakasawa though. I'm a fan. I've watched him play for a couple hours now. Big fan of his style. And
So bad you can't be my
seems like a real
guy
swell
in
guy.
Tokyo. So bad.
So bad?
So bad, yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I would like to have like
gets
local
through.
guide, you know? Like if you are in Prague, I can be your guide here, yeah? I show you all the secrets. And I would like to have the same in Tokyo.
Okay.
It's really not nice that you can offer me this service, but I will respect that. Maybe when we will become better friends. Maybe.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe, yeah, you have a chance.
I think there is a chance.
Yeah.
I think
Always.
I think within 15 years we can be like really good friends.
Yeah?
You agree?
Yeah.
What's funny is I really respect Yokosawa just being like,
Have you ever thought
nah.
of doing a YouTube channel, Martin? I feel like you should.
Because I'm not one of those people, like, everyone's always like, oh, we should hang out, we should do this, blah, blah, blah. And people are like, yeah, and they don't mean it. I just say to people, that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
See, I have the other problem. I say yes and I mean it, and then when it
It's not realistic.
when it happens, I'm like,
yeah, you're like, oh.
I'm like, no, but then I follow through with it, and I'm like, why did I do this?
Oh, okay.
I'm enjoying other things more.
No, actually, the majority of the people that I've met through poker or like through streaming have actually all turned out to be like really excellent people. But you do end up hosting a lot, and it takes a toll.
Cabral reaching for chips.
If it is possible for my Japanese
like
friends.
5,000 is the raise.
Sure. I have like nuts. Basically nuts.
9-8 of nuts.
I'm Martin. Martin. What's yours? Masato.
Park at
Masato,
sixes
nice to
for
meet you.
Larry.
You have really good energy. I like people with good energy, like myself. Right? You agree with me? No, not.
Yes, you do.
Not yet.
Oh, he's all in.
What? Not yet. What not yet?
Well, like all in Uri.
I'm thinking Masato. It's a big decision. Tournament life for the guy.
GBR, you know you're always welcome at my home. You know that, buddy.
I don't know. I like the guy. I don't buzz him. Can I ask Masato for his opinion if I should buzz him? No, if I should buzz him, not like. You like the guy? Just tell me you like the guy.
I got a lot of time for
you
Martin
don't like
Cabral.
him,
This
so
is
I
a
will
situation
buzz
where
him
those
for
cards
you,
should be in
okay?
the muck already. Let's go. Oh, he called! He called. It's a flip.
He doesn't mind.
If I bust you, then you have to say thank you to
Like
your Japanese
Postmates versus DoorDash, one of these two hands has a slight
name,
mathematical advantage.
Yokosawa?
Good pronunciation.
Huh? Sorry?
Good pronunciation.
Yeah. Masato Yokosawa.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm very good at Japanese language. You have nice name.
Six.
What?
Sixes.
I was
Slight
thinking
dog
you
here.
were
There's a club. There's a 9. There's an 8. All three cards favorable to Cabral.
Okay, put 6. Masato, let's do that. 6.
It's going to take some real magic
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
for Alluri to survive this.
6. Oh, that's a terrible
The 7 of clubs.
Okay, 5.
So Alluri has a straight draw, but there are quite a few dirty outs. What is it, just the bottom end of the straight?
Boom!
10% seems like too much percents, but here we go. The river is a club. From good to better to better to better to better. Just every card on that board. Smacking Cabral.
GG, yeah.
And his open mouth. Alluri. Valon Alluri. That sounds like a Jedi's name.
Yeah, I think Mr. Alluri is probably going to look back at that sevens hand where he folded on the 999 board, and he's going to think, maybe that was my moment. But after that, didn't have too many chips left, had to get it in. GG, well played, sir. Hope to see you again here at the EPT.
So that's my minimum range, flashes, plus.
I'm just curious. You always play like that, even though this is not future table. I'm just curious.
What do you think?
Good question.
That's a great question.
Do your guess,
I
and
wish
then
I had thought of
answer
it.
you. Do your guess.
Maybe yes.
You made very good guess. You read me like a book. Easy to read.
Okay.
I don't think it's exactly the same.
I
It
don't
can't
know
be
if I should
exactly,
take it
but I
like an
believe it's
example, by the
close.
way.
I believe it's the same game with less talk.
Just a little bit less.
Just a little bit, though.
Living on the edge. Living on the edge.
Is that Katy Perry also? Or is that Aerosmith?
We need to ask our resident Katy Perry expert, James Hardigan.
Masato.
So stay. I gotta bump it up. Ace Jack.
Staying out 50. Out 50. Sorry. How much? Okay, yeah. 8. Okay,
I
thank you.
genuinely don't understand the hatred for Cabral. Now, there's times he acts out of line, but this isn't really it. He's just like chatting, being friendly. You guys are a tough crowd.
Yeah, I would say tough crowd for sure. I mean, you know, like it's like James said earlier. You guys complain because online poker's got no soul, and then we getting all the action here on these tables today, and nobody wants to hear it.
So bizarre. Lococo flops the up and down draw, defending with 7-6 in the big blind. Top pair, top kicker for Cristea.
Oh, such a nice flop for Lococo. Papo MC here obviously has considerable equity, but also the opportunity to get kind of crazy here if he wants.
And Lococo.
Just the call.
Yep, just making the call. Queen on the turn.
Okay. Continuation turn. I really like the continue here from Cristea. I know the queen is an overcard, but ace-jack is just like so strong. Flop and turn here. Definitely a spot where you want to try and get some more value. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Lococo was the leader on the turn. I take it back. I'm sorry. I thought ace-jack was the continuation. Got a bit distracted. Interesting lead. But in the same regard, I think ace-jack is still probably too strong to fold to the lead here as well.
Lococo does not get there. Not many people do get there when Barry arrives. When Barry's on the scene. And Cristea obviously improves. So even if you thought to yourself, man, did this dude really just hit the queen and then lead at me? You're good now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Lococo's turn lead is really, really cool. As long as he recognizes that it's probably not okay to continue again. Like, I'm not trying to think about a combination apart from maybe like queen 5 or queen 4 exactly. Maybe queen 4 suited, queen 5 suited that plays this way. And those are quite specific, right? Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, he might be getting unlucky here as well. Maybe there is a chance Cristea folds the jack. But when the ace comes, I think it's a pretty easy call, of course.
Wow. Lococo with a little Eureka aggression left over. I do not see how this gets a fold. Obviously a huge chunk of Cristea's stack. This would be a very sad fold in the year of Romania.
Oh, I'm not such. I mean, surely he's just deciding whether or not to raise. You know, if my assessment of the lead is going to be queen jack, queen 4, queen 5, then I guess, you know, you probably should be considering the raise. But at this stage in the tournament, if you raise and get shoved on or something like that, you're going to probably feel pretty sorry for yourself. But can you really afford to miss? Oh.
A lot of chat pros say there's no way he's thinking about folding, but I don't know if you really get time called on you if you're only trying to decide between raise and call.
What a call, yeah?
He's arrived just in time to comment on the call with 2 pair.
Right? All the time.
Cristea with a near double up.
Really tough table, Masato. Yeah?
Lococo.
Agree with me.
A little punty there.
But it's European Poker Tour, so what you can expect, right? All the good players.
Yeah.
And Japanese guys. Only that.
We'll go.
Is check. What happened pre-flop? Raise, call?
No, it was raise, 3-bet, 4-bet.
It's okay, guys. It's Chat Pro Saturday. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
I know that all the poker players out there, the real ones, would never think about folding there. But one thing I do know is how to look at somebody's face and see that they aren't that happy. Christea was not that happy. If you're thinking about calling or raising, you don't look that upset about it.
Mistakes. Thank you. King 9, very good play. Very good play. What is it? How many people in the money, please? Anybody knows?
175.
170?
175, I think, yeah.
So now real bubble starts, yeah? So I'm gonna raise it. Just a little bit. Just to make it interesting for Masato.
Cabral taking the opportunity to raise with Queen 9 from the hijack. Zach writes in on Twitch, not using the hashtag PokerStarsTV, which is what you should be using. Says Stapes, do you think there's different etiquette in table talk from tourneys to cash games?
I didn't win.
I'm going to answer very simply. I'm going to let Nick handle this because he's the actual professional poker player between
Peanuts
two of us.
everywhere.
But yes, huge difference.
Cameraman.
Yeah, I would completely agree. And it also depends on the dynamic. Like, I think poker is a lot like life. You kind of like need to feel the room and you need to understand where the lines are. There are definitely certain games where it's like completely inappropriate to be talking, you know, at the same time as the hand is going on. There's certain situations where, you know, you shouldn't really be talking in multi-way pots, but you know, you should understand what the house rules are at all times, because sometimes the house rules are going to get you in trouble. Everywhere is different.
Masato, why are you smiling?
But I would say in cash games it's a little bit more loosey-goosey, and it's a little bit more it's a little bit less critical that everything is done by the book, because you know, if a one pot goes wrong, it's just a pot, but if a pot goes wrong here, it could cost you €1 million.
One pass. Welcome, sir.
Welcome.
How is it going?
New player here at the table, Aaron Writing. Did I say from the Netherlands? He's from the Netherlands. Or is it Holland? Which is it Netherlands or Holland? Which one is he?
5.5.
They're not there. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
So how's it going? All fine? Life is good?
This guy apparently does not have much time for Martin Cabral.
You are the one guy who is not talking in the hand. We have another guy like this here. Seat 4. Be careful about him. Correct. Yeah. I don't understand that. People like to talk, but they don't like to talk during the hand. I don't get it. Masato speaking always. So
I'm being told that Aaron Writing has a medical exemption from wearing the mask.
Okay, so now we can talk, yeah?
For a few seconds, yes.
So,
thank you.
Life is good?
Thank you. Depends.
Depends. Wow. Okay.
Wins his first hand at the table, raise and take it.
I was hoping everything going smooth. Hello.
Hello.
Be careful about seat 8. He's like the best Japanese player ever in PLO 5 card. Top 400 in Tokyo.
Oh man, this is great.
Welcome, Dilo.
We have a dog chiming in on Twitch. I am medically exempt from talking to you.
Next time, not this one. UTG suspicious, but big blind, it's good.
All right, guys, there are the chip counts
UTG,
on our
everybody knows
table.
King's
Cabral,
Races, I don't play any other.
293K up at top.
Especially on Mr. Yokosawa big blind.
You are correct.
He's big defender. So I fought blind. Good? Masato, you play very good. No mistake, I see.
Writing with another solid hand, but a little too early for him in the places to act. Queen Jack folded.
Show the silence, guys. Enjoy the silence.
Thank you. I'm enjoying.
Jobin, ace-9, offsuit on the button. Is this going to be a shove? It is. All insies.
Oh, yeah.
Yokosawa, quick call.
Does make the quick call with ace-6 suited. A domination situation.
Does have the diamonds on his side, though.
14% chance of chop.
Where are you from?
Choppy chop.
You're from here? No, I'm from Vienna, Austria.
Oh.
I've just been to Amsterdam for the first time, like 2 weeks ago. Okay. Super nice.
Wow, that 14% chance of chop now up to 83%
a weekend
with 4s and 3s on board.
Close.
Close, yeah.
All right.
Yet so far.
You ready, Nick?
I'm ready.
This hand does, in fact, end in a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. That was kind of like our own spin on it.
Yeah.
And I liked it.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, time for another round of bands. 5 out of 10.
Very nice call.
You're out of here.
No hesitation.
8 out of 10. That's probably the lowest I'm willing to accept. 12 out of 10, fine. 6 out of 10, and you're gone. Thank you
I'm pretty lucky and
for your
blessed
comment.
to be able to be here and to play poker. I think we're all very lucky, actually.
I agree with you.
I agree with you.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Pretty easy to
Oh,
say.
I love that guy. He's only said 5 words, and I like him more than anybody else at the table. That's beautiful.
The rest is all pure bonus.
Agree.
Wow, this looks could kill.
Right?
Race.
Vienna guy. Unbelievable, this guy. He's always raising my
Vienna
big blind,
guy.
like always. He's like a machine.
Fritz, pocket kings. Under the gun +1. Such a delight. You're like, oh, so many places to get re-raised. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Somebody re-raise.
All the action happens in awkward
So
places.
first I call, and then I think.
Pocket kings, big blind. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Well, the big blind just called, and I do believe that maybe Cabral didn't look.
All right, sounds like he's blind.
Well, he's not checking blind. He definitely looked. I saw him look, but I think he might have called pre-flop. That's just annoying. It's always an ace. Always an ace, Nick.
Always nice.
I'm running so bad today. Like so bad. No cards at all.
How much did you start the day with?
Huh?
How much did you start with today?
Like close to $500,000.
Really?
What?
Close to, yeah.
I think he just made that up.
I don't think that's true.
So I'm running bad, man. I'm playing good.
I'm pretty sure he's up on the day, right?
Like really bad.
Don't think there's any
$500,000. Wasn't the biggest stack coming into the day like 200K or something? Like 140 big blinds.
You always start talking and then you have cards, so you can't.
I'm going to use that one.
I had $500,000 earlier.
How much did you start the day with? Yeah, I was like double chip lead.
Wow.
It's on you, Martin.
Yes, thank you for information. That was very helpful. So me and you?
Thank you for your comment.
I play nice with you.
Oh, wow. Chip's already in hand for writing. Oh. It was a bluff.
Very tight, yeah,
Okay,
button?
quick check.
Very tight. Waiting for the money. I can see that. You want to catch this so hard.
Queen eye flop, writing looking
so
good.
hard for your fans. Correct?
Play your hand.
I need to think.
Okay.
A little bit.
Deuce on the turn, changes nothing. Cabral drawing
Okay,
very thin.
I play nicely with this guy.
Checks again.
Hello.
How many nightclubs has this guy been to?
I play quick enough for you?
Yeah.
I'm very happy. If you need anything, just tell me, okay?
Okay, got it.
You are waiting for the money, huh? That's smart move. It's a lot of money. 9K. Here
First
in
time
Prague,
chat
you
from
can buy a house for
Tud73. Suggestion for
small
future
house.
streams. The possibility for the viewers to mute table talk or mute commentator talk shouldn't be that difficult, and then we can avoid the squeaky chairs and Cabral. How about this? How about I just mute you instead? Thank you for your comment. Best I can do. Best I can do is mute you.
The main case which I get. Okay, send me the link.
You
I will
banned.
buy it for you. Okay? Deal? Or he has good house already.
I almost banned what is your favorite country and why is it North Korea? Fury lol. But luckily the guy right after you took precedence.
Leroy?
And I got it out of my system.
Wow, Leroy. And he has last name as well? He has only one name, like Madonna. Or like...
Now this is a hand I don't love under the gun. I mean, you have to raise it. You got to. But you're not praying for the re-raise like you are with kings.
Exactly. You got to play it. Pocket tens, UTG, of course, going to be opening up here.
Kind of. What is this? No, 5K, yeah? Thank you.
Uh-oh. Sticky situation for Yoko Sawa.
It is indeed, yeah. It looks like he's just going to go for the call, though.
Sounds good. Sounds good with the under-the-gun raise, right?
I dig it. Yeah.
Not quite strong enough to re-raise. Definitely can't fold it.
Yeah, they got the kind of stacks as well where you don't want to be going too mental with nines. I mean, they're going to play really well post-flop. And, of course, you have the opportunity to just hit a set for nice and cheap, too.
Half the opportunities of hitting a set now gone with 9-5 being folded. Flop me, dealer. Ace high, ace 8 tray, 2 spades.
Siloan checks, recognizes that there will be some ace-x combos in that cutoff flatting range, absolutely. We've seen plenty of very strong ace-x combos, like ace-king off, ace-queen off, playing quite passively pre-flop, which makes a lot of sense when you're sitting this deep. Don't want to put yourself in too many ugly situations with those combos.
Is this ace on the flop gonna save both these players a little bit, or keep them from? I wouldn't say save, but
well, I
keep
mean,
the pot a little small.
I've got to say, like, so far Yukasawa seems to just really have a good feel for where other people are at, as we saw with that pocket fives hand where he just barreled off so successfully. And I think if he's betting this flop, his intention is to actually continue repping that ace, because, I mean, I can't imagine that he's just trying to control the pot too often. Looks like he does want to slow down, though. It was quite a small bet on the flop, too. And he's got loads of showdown. I don't think he's going to bet the river. Yeah, that makes sense. And tens take it down. It looks like the ace did slow down both players, Joe. And yeah, Kasawa losing the minimum there. That could have gone very differently.
CX Maka asks, any memorable hands from today?
Surprise for me.
Yes.
No surprise.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question.
Only playing the hands, like, not so many, but when you play, you win, always.
Yeah, because I just play very good hands.
One time you fought against the Mr. there, when he had 4 queens or something.
Yeah.
Correct?
Bone Jong says, I would have all in. And that is 100% correct
Your friend's telling
on Chat Pro
by WhatsApp or
Saturday.
something?
Thank you for your comment.
Sorry?
Your friend is telling you by WhatsApp
Yes,
something?
yes.
Ah,
I saw you had 5 queens in that hand, so. True, yeah?
yeah.
Okay, now it's fair. Everybody knows that. No, what do you have there, really? You want to share?
You can tell Papo MC is actually a successful rapper because he hasn't plugged his SoundCloud even once.
He said he had Jack
That's
4.
not probable.
It is not probable.
Raising the 5,500 under the gun. Pocket trays.
Shock 4.
And that's why you do raise little pairs under the gun.
Look, go. Papo NC representing those threes.
It's funny that Papo's a rapper because I thought Papo loved Mambo. All right, it's a bad joke and I tripped over it. You know what? It's just
Papa
sometimes
loves
I
Mambo.
just don't know. It's way too early to be.
You might inspire like a Mambo rap mashup now, Joe. All right, hand 69. It's going to be a good one.
Otherwise known as the Ronnie the Limo Driver hand. Ace King for Christea. My goodness. My goodness. Year of Romania.
Year of Christea.
What did I sell? Nic neřekl o tom chip. Nevím, jak by měl být.
Roll out.
Neslyšel.
Aaron writing from the Netherlands.
Are we sure this guy didn't play the Hound in Game of Thrones?
Ooh. People with beards do look very similar. Oh, writing. Taking it out and chopping it up with the Sam Grafton hand. 10-9 suited.
He's got the Grafton. Let's go. Going to town.
Lococo with the 7 of clubs. And reaching for chips, we're going to see a call from the big blind also.
You go, Lococo. You go.
Flop is 5-7-5. Top pair for Lococo, ooh, who also had 2 clubs. Action on Lococo, out of position. Seems like a check call spot, but we do know that sometimes players don't always play in flow, and that is not how Lococo is going to approach this one.
Kind of dig it, Joe. I do kind of like the lead here. I mean, what is it's not really a great outcome for you if you check, right? Like if everyone else checks, you give them a free card if you have the best hands. If you check, you might get a C-bet off a worse hand once in a while, and sometimes you'll be dominating those worse hands, right? If they have ace king or something, you've already spiked your 7. But I think the lead here is pretty cool. I definitely don't mind that.
Certainly protected against a pretty vulnerable hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice little look there at the EPT Prague trophy. Someone will be walking away with that at the end of many long days of poker.
Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu.
You're welcome.
Tej Re asks, is this live? No.
It was WPT Jeju main event.
Sorry?
This is a recording.
WPT Jeju.
Jeju?
Yeah, it's in Korea.
How is it called? Jeju?
Jeju, yeah.
Ah, Jeju.
Yeah, Jeju, yeah.
Solo on
Jeju,
ace king
sorry.
suited.
What was the buy or what was it?
It was, you know,
Okay.
Smallest WPT in the history, and buy-in was $3K.
Dollars, yeah?
Yeah, $3K. And the price for the first was
like 500?
$100,000.
$100,000. Yeah. Congratulations, nice. And you playing online as well?
Not really.
Not really.
I used to play a lot.
But not anymore. Smart decision. Very smart decision.
Tidal Wave 9 asks, hey everyone, how many players get paid? All of the players who make the money will get paid.
Pocket rocket.
Jobin all in, called by the initial raiser, Celoan. We are flipping for Jobin's tournament.
So when you win this, you 10 times...
like
you make
snakes
10 times more
versus
money
spiders, one of these two hands has a
previous
slight
record.
mathematical advantage.
That's nice. Or you get like second somewhere for more money.
Pocket
You-
eight's
you
still
have-
the best hand.
No? It's your biggest cash, yeah? 100K?
No.
What's
Ace
your biggest?
king though with the 2 overcards and the hearts, which gives him a
100,
ton of equity. It's something like 49%.
140, but
Yeah, sometimes.
like similar neighborhood, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, no good for the ace
In
king
the
of
EPT
hearts.
Prague.
Still 30%
Here?
equity on the turn
Well,
though.
what was it? 4 plays?
No, high roller.
10K?
Yeah.
Like 4 plays or third?
Yeah, like 6 or something.
6?
River card is a heart.
Wow. GG.
Game.
Jobin
Thank you.
has
This
been
guy
laid
never
off.
loses a hand, so, it's like better not to play against him, yeah? I just don't play with him. Like Masato try, lost. The Geneva guy try, lost. I will never play with you. I wait, maybe in heads up we can play, but not before. Why you would risk? You have dealers on your side.
Yannick Jobin,
Like incredibly good.
eliminated. Only 76 places for the money. I don't know what it is. That's a long way. Jobin, more like jogging. There you go, Samsan. Thank you.
100K.
Jobin, more like gone bin. I don't know about that one, Jimis.
Are there other like poker YouTubers?
Rodrigo Celoan, over
in the world.
200K.
I have like no clue, kind of.
Johan. You know Johan?
Who?
Yo Pilar. He's from French.
Yeah. He was in Rozvadov now. Yeah. I know.
All right, hand 71
but I don't
getting
know
underway.
him. Like I don't know him by heart.
EPT
He's
Prague.
not like a friend or I don't
Let's
know
see
him
what
well.
they have in store.
Who else?
Brad Owen.
I heard that. Yes. It's American guy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Andrew Nim.
Who?
Andrew Nim.
Andrew.
Nim.
Andrew Nemi.
Who is it?
Andrew Nemi.
Yeah, American as well.
He's from
Canadian.
Canadian.
Maybe American, yeah.
I don't know him, but he's
He is
not like
American.
high
He's
stakes
from
player, or is he?
Michigan. Pretty close to Canada, though.
And Doug Polk.
Okay, I know him, of course.
Daniel Negrano.
Yeah, of course. But I don't call these two, especially Daniel, like a YouTuber, yeah, but okay. Who else? I really don't know. Yeah, Lex Woudhuis. Lex is doing
Lex,
some streaming,
yeah, Lex, yeah.
Yeah, Lex, yeah. Yeah, that I know. Anybody else? Like for people who plays even like a decent poker and maybe playing high stakes? Nobody, right? Yeah?
Oh, Johan play high stakes poker.
Yeah, okay. Okay, except him?
Heads up to the flop.
Not really, yeah?
Not really, yeah.
King high out in front. Good question, Pumplex Jedi. Does he
It's actually
know
pretty easy
pie?
to be the best poker YouTuber in the world, right? It's actually like, it's nice achievement, but it's pretty easy.
Not easy.
A lot of work?
Yeah.
No, I'm like joking, you know, but like still, it's possible to do that, yeah? It's possible, if you know what I mean, yeah? Like,
yeah.
I mean, if Phil Helmut starts,
Still
he
ahead.
has good chance, yeah?
Maybe you should start.
No, I have better things to do.
Debatable.
And I don't want to like put you on number 2, you know? So.
Oh, now the truth
nice
comes
guy,
out.
so
Here we go. Heads up for rolls.
I
Let's
don't
get it
have
on.
any motivation.
Thank you very much.
Check again. River card is a tray. Celoan is going to rake another pot if this goes to showdown.
Are like working hard or like chilling? Like in life, you know what I mean?
Or hardly
Like
working.
You
Huh?
really like...
Working hard.
Yes?
Yes.
7 days a week?
Yeah.
It's kind of like needed.
Oh,
yeah.
outplayed.
Otherwise, you just like go down, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard life. For how long you doing this like full time?
For YouTube?
Yeah, like the thing you're doing now.
Years.
Sorry?
3 years.
Wow, a long time.
Yeah.
When you will be finishing that? You don't know?
I don't know.
You enjoying?
Yeah, I keep do it.
That's great. When you do something good, you can enjoy.
Did you know that regional tours are coming back, Nick?
I actually heard about
So,
that. Yeah, regional
who is the
tours
big blinds?
coming
So
back, and
you don't
I,
even
for one,
deal-
cannot wait
don't
for
deal
that
with cards, you just market,
UKIPT.
yeah?
That's
I,
the United Kingdom and Ireland Poker Tour, the Estrellas Poker Tour, and the First Person Shooter are back on the live event
Yeah,
schedule
it's not
with
interesting.
France
What
Poker
can I find?
Series.
Maybe I can find queens and it's pro board, so I don't want to play. Yeah.
You're going to probably get involved in that UKIPT, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, 100%. I'm actually really, really jazzed, particularly for that. Obviously, living in Brighton,
It's not interesting to play
plenty
with
of
the second
awesome
best player
ways
at
to
the
travel across the United Kingdom.
Sure.
I mean, you won't get there on time, but yeah. But yeah, no, I'm really pumped for that. There's going to be a ton of events I'm going to be getting involved with. I think, actually, it's my birthday this month, Joe. Did you know that?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. No, I'm going to be.
It's your birthday.
I'm going to be jumping into UKIPT London, I believe, which is coming up, I think, at the end of this month. If I'm not completely mistaken. I need to check the date.
You know, I'm available to play UKIPT London.
Let's go. You can stay at my place, Joe.
Friends. PokerStars Fat Cat, if you're listening. What?
It's actually
You're listening.
It's actually in April, guys. I take it back.
Threads up to the flop. 3 players, 10-10 tray. Nobody's got a 10. Nobody's got a tray. Yokosawa somehow missed with 6 deuce. Checks it. Christea checks it before Yokosawa. Celoan in position. Christea's going to peel. Does have the best hand. Oh, the deuce on the turn. Oh, how do you fold 6 deuce? How do you not peel with 6 deuce?
This is the second time he's had a deuce, and then he hit the turn.
Goes check, check now, and the river is a tray, so King High is going to play against Queen High again if we get to showdown. Merstyle says, I feel like Stapes would be that house guest that would leave dirty dishes and laundry everywhere. That is accurate.
I don't know about that, Joe. I think you'd probably be a conscientious house guest.
I'm a pretty conscientious house guest. The problem is I hate it, and so I usually just will pay for my own place so I can live the way I want to live. Also, my thing is I don't help. If you invite me over for dinner, I don't help. I don't help clean up. I don't, because if I would have just got takeout.
If I was hosting though, I wouldn't want you know, like
Exactly.
You don't want to be a host and then be like, whoa, I felt bad because Joe didn't chip in making that salad.
Exactly. Like I'll bring in some dishes from the table,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
But
yeah,
that's
yeah.
about like I'm not gonna dry dishes. I would have taken us out to dinner if I knew I was gonna have to work.
I totally agree. I totally agree. All right. Getting into hand number 73 now.
Got a hashtag PokerStars TV tweet here from Steve Mark who says, Cabral sounds like a widowed aunt. I do not know what that means, but haven't had a tweet in a while, so, you know.
Yeah, I don't know that one. But we do have Jack 9 of Hearts here. Writing does decide he wants to come along and open up this pot from UTG. 5.5. And Fritz is like,
oh man,
this is how I get action. Okay, this is cool.
What a time to open. Jack 9 suited under the gun.
Yeah. I feel your pain though, buddy. It looks so pretty. I like that hand too. What was the action of this? Fritz just call? Ah, there you go. That's more like what we were expecting there.
David says, Trez is French. Un, deux, treize. Not sure. Not sure French is the derivation of why we say tray for 3, but thank you for your comment.
Yeah, exactly.
Writing not coming along. Little donation there.
I commiserate with writing in this situation. I love playing that hand, and you catch me doing all kinds of weirdness from all kinds of positions, and always getting 3-bet and always having to fold there. But yeah, fair play.
Yep. I'm in.
Always wait for my Japanese friend, okay? Dealer. Never deal without him at the table, okay? Just do the knot. Or you know what? If not, then I don't buy a new house to Leroy, okay? Okay? Deal? Always wait for him.
How big is
All right,
it?
hand number 74, guys.
Leroy.
EPT
What?
How big?
featured table.
Like this one. Correct? Leroy. You have a dog, Masato?
No.
Good for you.
You don't like dogs, Martin?
Me? I like dogs. Do you?
I love dogs, yeah.
But I'm happy that Masato don't have any. What is it, 5?
First day opening from the cutoff,
surrender.
ace 4.
I surrender.
Writing in the big blind, also with a baby ace, the smallest. Nicki Minaj says, I'm so happy Nick is commentating as well. Feel like he really adds good insight. I agree. Thank you for your comment.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you, Nikki. It's very kind of you guys. It truly is my pleasure to be here, guys. I don't think I can convey strictly across the airwaves how excited I am to be here in Prague.
I can. Guys like me and you, we'd be unemployed and homeless if it weren't for poker. If it weren't for the absolute vacuum of talent in the poker industry. I'd be working at the post office. No offense to postal workers.
Oh, finally some not peanut steak. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine. And you?
Finally, some not peanut stack.
Especially now. Wow, you guys are brothers, yeah? You are brothers?
Look at this.
Ever heard of this guy?
Who's this guy?
Ramon Colilius.
Blackfink, yeah? Supposed to
Winner of the
say-
PokerStars Players Championship for $5 million.
I was there. I was there when it happened. There in the Bahamas in person, and this guy lifted one of the biggest trophies I have ever seen in my entire life, and also one of the biggest prizes I've ever witnessed. Won actually IRL.
Follow Ramon.
7.5. Let's go.
Okay.
Everybody happy.
At the feature table now, Celowan raising under the gun with queens.
Nice trick, by the way. Nice trick.
We've had
Cornelius,
98%
some kind of
he did it on purpose.
minor
but still acting
controversy
like
here.
that.
I guess
Okay. Good luck. to you.
flatting with 5-4 or forced to raise. I'm not sure. Sorry, Nick. Go ahead. 3-betting. Yeah, forced to raise.
We need to do
No, I
full
was
hands
just, it was a
against
very
Spaniards.
side comment. I was just going to say
Because
we
they are
do
too
have quite a
strong
few
together.
French ambassadors and
Too
team
strong.
members of Team Pro here in
Spaniards.
Prague, and they are like such a strong and friendly and outgoing and very talented
Why?
group of people. And when you arrive, and you know, they just give you such a warm welcome, so friendly. And truly outstanding poker players and absolutely relentless. They're in pretty much every single game going.
Who is this now you're talking about? Spaniards?
The Spaniards.
Okay, then we don't need to do
Gave you a
alliance.
rough reception when you
They are
arrived,
not
Joe?
brothers.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think you're right about that. I think that it was funny because
Was the official English in Argentina?
Spain was new to poker when I was first on the scene, and they were kind of the butt of a lot of poker jokes, and now they're absolute crushers. So
they're top boys.
It's
I'll
in
tell
the
you what.
oral language, grazie.
and girls, your
Gracias.
pal
Absolutely.
Anna Marquez in that group.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, good friend of mine.
So Kalilis does catch a piece here and has been raised.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, this pot is getting huge, my babies. Calls the 15K after being what I assume was check raised. And the deuce on the turn gives Cornelius more outs. One of them will look very bad to sell on. The rest of them will be very bad for Sullivan.
Wow. Yeah, he wants to make it more spicy.
Yeah, Sullivan not going for the check raise this time. $45,000. I mean, Cornelius has really got himself in a pickle here.
Yes, he has. I mean, Joe, it's not completely out of the question for Ramon to like actually turn his hand into a bluff.
Do something nuts, yeah.
Yeah, because he's gonna have the sets. He's gonna have. Some two pairs once in a while. I don't know, probably not. A little bit more often, I think.
Just a call.
Sets are probably the thing that he's most likely to represent here if he is going to turn his hand into a bluff.
Huge river coming up. The ace of spades, that is a straight for Cornelius. Now, I said one of those outs is going to look pretty bad in Celowan. That's the ace. That's the no longer disguised hand. Now, Cornelius is going to be tough to put him on a straight. Not hard to know that the ace is a bad card for you, especially the ace of spades completing the flush draw as well. Celowan checks.
Now, Ramon is sitting with the effective nuts. I realize it's not the
No, you got to
exact
check
nuts.
this back, man. It's runner, spade. Come on, you can never be too careful.
Is this for the table? Is this for the table or is it yours?
No, it's mine.
Oh.
Who makes an open ender?
Can I buy one? Can I buy one?
Who does that? Buried, that's right, Wheel. Oh, it's from a person named Wheel.
There's 161K in the middle, people.
Gulp.
Serious gulp. Oh, man, it's chunky.
120. 120. So gross. So gross for Celowan. Just a gentle fold.
Welcome to the table.
Thank you, man.
Huge pot for Ramon. One of the biggest we've seen, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Ramon lands with a splash.
Mister, was it a bluff?
I don't speak English very well.
You don't speak English? No Inglesio?
No.
Ah, so you are brothers at the end.
I'm going to try this one if Cabrera tries to talk to me at the table. Sorry.
Oh, you don't speak English. No Inglesio, which is not how you say no English in Spanish.
Headphones are complimentary, yeah. Complimentary. Wow, what a river. Sick. Sick river.
Sure was. You have no idea how sick it was.
Yeah, by far. Headphone guy.
Fungi. Mushrooms?
What is it? Queen
He said
five of
headphone
clubs?
guy.
Oh, headphone guy. I thought he said I had fun guy.
He's set out to label every player something that isn't their name.
You
See,
win
so
something with that?
there's King 4 guy.
Sorry?
There's headphone guy. There's
Little
no
bit.
talk guy. No talk during hand guy.
Congratulations.
Cabral, 75. In the cutoff, looks like it was a fold. Oh, nope. I heard raise come out of there. Looks like we just lost the graphics for a second. There he is. Fritz with King 10 suited in the small. Beautiful just call small hand. Small blind hand.
Ah, this is such a tough
One
table.
time, says Cabral.
Such a tough table.
Jack 10 deuce, pair 10s for Fritz. Check, check. Turn card, another deuce.
Yep, now's the time, buddy.
One chip. That's all it takes.
Open.
Not this time.
Bluff? Bluff? Like Spaniard? Everybody bluffing here. Only Masato and me playing solid. Only two guys playing solid. And you, sorry, of course you. Sorry. But otherwise, gamblers, bluffers, crazy. Queen 5.
Don't forget, straight chasers.
Straight chasers, yeah.
Yeah, very tough table.
$221 still remaining.
I think
Just
this
under
is the
50
most
players for
boring
the
table
money.
we can like choose for TV table. Agree? I think it's pretty boring.
Stay with pocket deuces.
I think you were making it interesting to watch.
Sorry?
I think you were making it interesting to watch.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes,
without
thank.
need
Wait,
to
hold
be
on.
talking
We're
about
making it interesting too. It's not just him.
Oh, like? This is like a really not good table for TV table. Correct?
Look, the poker is what makes it interesting. Okay, it's not about. Well, it's a little bit about me, but it's not about any one person. Okay, onto the blinds. Small blinds in, sell on with fours. And the big blind, Papo MC. Parappa the Rappa.
That was a great game.
Coming along with Queen Deuce suited. Two clubs on that flop. That's what I spy with my little eye. Flush draw for Lococo. Four is winning for now, it seems.
Lococo got the FD, the flush draw. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be going nowhere.
Unfortunately, Cristea's outs is just an out at this point, isn't it? Oh no, hold on. Doesn't need an out right now. That's what makes it. That's why. Is ahead. Is ahead. It seems like they're behind, but it's a 50-50.
It's one of those.
$51.49. That's what the computer tells me. Computer says 4 on the turn. That would have been a set of 4s. Why do these people keep folding?
Don't they know there's a turn coming?
You gotta chase.
Yeah, so this is definitely an interesting situation for Lococo because unless Cristea decides to fire a bullet on the turn, it's probably a good shot that Lococo can turn his hand into a bluff, unless he just makes the nuts. No big deal.
Making the nuts, making the nuts. You gotta go for the check raise here, right, Nick? Just kidding, bro. When I ask you like that, it means I'm just joking.
All right, so 33.5K in the middle right now, and Lococo decides to make it, how about like 1/3? What do you think, Joe?
A third pot? Oh, it seems less than a third to me.
Teeny, teeny, tiny. He's
I'm
actually
not, I'm
targeting
not really a math
perfectly.
guy.
嬉しい。これめちゃくちゃ嬉しいマジで。最高。神あなたは。
Mafia Frogger asks, when does day 2 end? It will be immediately after the last hand is played. Thank you for your question.
Whoa, has he picked a size which merits a raise?
Again, Lococo attacking things from a unique perspective.
Yeah.
And again, working out to his advantage. Cristea falling for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Double check. Do I have the nuts? Yes, I do.
Yep. Lococo picks this amazing blocker bet size that looks super, super weak. Obviously, he's going to get a call from some like really small pairs, so they've got that benefit. But also, you're looking weak and you're giving your opponent the opportunity to turn their hand into a bluff. And the ace of clubs looks really scary to a lot of hands that might have continued flop and turn.
Sure.
So in this situation, finding the perfect line to get some more chips in the middle, he's sitting there with the absolute nuts. And he's like, okay, so now how much do I make it? Do I think that he's actually strong, or do I think he's got something that I want to try and just eke out a little bit more value?
I mean, the only other strong hands that could make this raise are other flushes, right?
Right.
Worse flushes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unless...
I think it's hard to get called by anything. Obviously, you still have to raise. You have the nuts, but...
I mean, I think against this size on the river, people might get brave and raise 2 pair or something like that, but there's not necessarily a combo that's going to call another raise again. So you're going to try and target some of those 2 pairs, or you're going to try and target the flush, and I think it's probably better if you go for the value against the flush, because that's what you're going to make way more chips on, right?
Virtual all-in, insta-fold from deuces.
Well played, Papo. Yes, let's go, mate.
You did? Masato is the boy. He's the boy. He is the guy, the superstar.
Alejandro Lococo, otherwise known as Papo MC, already won a massive event this week, the Eureka Poker Tour main event. Lost a fairly big pot here at the feature table, but is once again stacking chips.
Yeah, you love to see it. That was a really nice pot for him.
Everybody's scared of busting, especially Masato. Tough. But I hope that Leroy gets new house. New house. What is it?
Bubble tea.
Bubble tea? No, really? Really? It's with that bubbles?
Yeah, bubble tea.
Where do you get it?
It's disgusting.
Yeah, I really hate that too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, drinks you gotta chew.
You like that?
Yes. Love it.
Not my favorite.
Yum, yum.
I think this is going to be the last hand before the next break.
Who's the big one? Spaniard?
By the way, this person in chat knew about the boba tea ahead of time.
Pretty tight.
I know.
Blue Devils 12-12. Yokosawa's happy as his friend brought him a boba tea. He must be the friend.
Okay. 10-8 suited for Fritz. This in the cutoff. This is definitely a playable hand.
It's definitely a playable hand, but has Cabral folded yet? Because this is the exact kind of situation where, like, it's a break. He can, like, sit here and just terrorize you. Cabral
Which
has
3
already
questions you
folded,
have?
right?
Yes.
But Celoan on the button is re-raising. Ace of clubs, we know. Lococo also with a hand in the small blind.
Yeah, I don't know. Given the 3-bet, though, I mean, he could maybe put in like a cold 4-bet here. I guess the call isn't completely out of the question, but I guess King Queen off, especially in the small blind, is not really all that desirable.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
I think if you're going to have one of those options I just mentioned, I think this is it.
This guy is Loco. But it's going to work out.
Oh, there you go. That's how you do it. The cold 4-bet gets it through. Easy peasy.
Picks up a ton of chips without seeing a flop. 4-betting to 41,000. And as I mentioned, these players are going on break.
You have to take this off? Do you have to take this off? Yeah? Yeah?
Player's still mic'd up.
And here are the chip stacks from the featured table. Ramon Colelius hitting one of his many outs on the river, drilling, cracking queens. Cabral, Yokosawa, all still sitting pretty. Valentin Marius Cristea, the table short stacked. Year of Romania. And we are headed to a break. More when we return from the PokerStars EPT European Poker Tour from Prague. Back in just a bit.
I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Leon Sukanik to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. What about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At Kings Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years, with 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making Kings Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at Kings to become a part of poker history.
James, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but which chip is bigger, the purple or the green?
Oh, that's a good question. I did say it at the beginning, didn't I?
It must be green, because there's purple in the middle.
Purples are
already.
100, greens are 1,000, browns are 5,000. Here comes Alex Stevic. But he does have another pretty junky hand, though, 7-4.
But he's got all the chips, right? So
yeah,
not all of them, it looks like.
Well,
looks like he's the chip leader, so opening light. All right, I'll allow it.
Well, Roback is the other big stack at the table. What a flop for Roback. All the equity under the sun.
Please tell me it goes running diamonds. I mean, look, Stevic has 2 piles of chips.
Stevic continuing for 14K.
So all options available to Roback. Yeah,
Well,
raise, obviously, fine, totally fine.
He has announced raise, and we see a check raise to 50,000.
Alex better give him a couple of good looks to let him know he won't be pushed around. What's he doing? Why does he have chips?
Raise. Oh my God, he's re-raising!
Okay, all right.
Oh, this is awesome.
I mean, look, it would work sometimes.
Okay,
a non-zero percentage of the time, this would work.
Okay, at best, this is bold. At worst, it's button clicking. Crucially, how do you respond if you're Roback? You have got a straight flush draw.
Okay, so something that we're actually not thinking about that we should be is ICM considerations. I don't know how big of a deal it was then, but these are the 2 biggest stacks. Like, This is totally unnecessary.
Well, the re-raise from Stevic was to 160,000. I thought Roback may shove there. He just calls. The turn pairs the board, king of clubs. We can see that Roback is still a huge favorite, a 9-1 favorite.
I absolutely hate calling there. Personally, I just can't ever call there because you can't. Now what do you do? Like, this is one of the worst cards possible.
Well, he checks, and Stevic is loading up for another bluff. Bear in mind, his re-raise on the flop was to 160K. This is a bet of 60K. This is pretty small in relation to the pot.
James, remember how you said part of it was bold, part
And
of
a
it was
fold.
button clicking? I'm going to call it bold button clicking.
Oh, look, and he gets a round of applause for everyone for pulling off that amazing bluff.
Yeah, I'd be pretty tilted too.
I told you to play the flops. Didn't I tell you this? I know, 8-9. He has 8-9.
He did not have 8.
8-9, for sure.
And the blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000.
I miss some of this creativity. I miss creatively peeling your cards. I miss creatively stacking your chips.
So it's a 3x raise from Roback with ace queen of hearts. And there is a shove from O'Callaghan with 7 deuce.
Wait, what?
Okay.
This is just for the lulls, right?
O'Callaghan at risk and slightly behind.
They knew about 7 deuce back then, right?
Maybe the 7 deuce game was being played.
It wasn't like seatbelts and smoking while pregnant. They knew that 7 deuce was a bad hand.
Oh my God, it has always been coming 7.
Oh my goodness. At Roback, hold on. You got 1%.
Also, Callahan's the at-risk player. Oh, hello. Hello. Ah, a little bit of hope flashed at him, but I think Roback is still going to have chips. That was a big double up for David O'Callaghan. Ace 4 of diamonds for David O'Callaghan. He's all in.
That makes sense to me.
Luca Pagano has ace-jack in the big blind. And he is going to call all in, so Luca at risk, but he does have the best hand.
Domination Nation.
Ace 4 of diamonds. Luca's all in with ace, jack of hearts. Flop comes 4.
Oh, it's a 4 on the flop. And I fear, Joe, this is where the trend starts. This begins a narrative that will become prevalent on the EPT for the next 10 or so years. Luca Pagano gets done dirty. And he is out in 3rd place. His first cash of many on the European Poker Tour in the inaugural event. 20,000 euros for his 3rd place finish.
Down to 600,000 for Alexander, 550,000 for David.
Another Domination Nation situation. All kinds of paint.
David calls.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again it's Domination Nation. And it's a queen high flop.
David checks.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
Alexander bets 135,000.
Go.
David calls.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevic's stack with his chips all over the place.
5 queen deuce, turn card.
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the third time, by my calculations, Stevic is in a position to win this thing.
3 queens, kicker check.
This one feels like the one, though.
3 queens, better kicker.
O'Callaghan
86%, 1 card to come.
looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevic became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch. First hand of 30-60, and O'Dwyer's raised his button.
Pantlin can definitely defend this three-handed, especially with his stack.
He calls, and we are going heads up to the flop.
My guess is that Steve is going to have an advantage post-flop, especially in position.
9 deuce deuce. Ace high still good. Pantlin checks the pre-flop aggressor, and Steve does not continue. He checks behind. 7 of hearts on the turn. O'Dwyer now with a flush draw.
See if Pantlin takes a stab. He plays pretty fearlessly. Gotta respect that.
He will bet the turn. He overbets the pot. 385,000.
This is a big bet for more than 10% of Steve's remaining chips, but he might feel as if he's got to make this call based on what he could win if he goes runner-runner. That's implied odds.
There's the call. The river is not a heart, but it is a queen, giving O'Dwyer top pair. Pantlin now checks.
Steve probably knows his hand is going to be good here a lot.
The yellow chips worth 25,000 each. O'Dwyer going for value.
What is that?
750,000.
Scott Seaver and JC Alvarado giving Steve their thoughts between hands. Totally allowed. Steve has made a great polarizing value bet with an unpolarized hand, which makes this a merge.
Guy with the best hand here. Funny one.
Specifically designed to get a hero call out of a pocket pair or ace high.
And Pantlin does hero with ace high.
Steve O'Dwyer played that river masterfully. They are right to be patting each other on the backs for that one. That was huge.
Steve will win this pot.
O'Dwyer currently has an almost 2-to-1 chip lead over Pantlin as the blinds go up to 40-80 with a 10k ante. O'Dwyer raises his button with 8-10.
Standard button raise.
Pantlin has king 5 suited in the big blind.
Suited king is a very easy defend and will be good at showdown often enough.
Pantlin calls.
All about the post-flop play, heads up.
Well, let's see the flop. Wow, action guaranteed. Trips for O'Dwyer. The second nut flush draw for Pantlin. Pantlin checks.
I think Steve has got to bet here to try to build a pot. There are lots of bad turn cards, not just for Steve, but ones that could be bad for Andrew too, and therefore kill his action.
O'Dwyer does continue for 300,000.
Pantling obviously can't fold a draw this huge.
He calls. The turn card. It's a spade! It's the flush for Pantling.
Check.
He checks again.
Unfortunately for Steve, he cannot slow down here because a flush is just so unlikely. Worst part is, if Pantling decides to raise a bet here, I don't think Steve can fold. This is a spade to dig Andrew Pantling out of his hole and possibly a grave for Steve O'Dwyer.
600,000 is the bet on the turn.
Does Andrew go for the raise now?
Signs point to yes. That is 1.425 million.
Like I said, I don't think Steve can fold. He's beating a lot of other eights. He's beating all semi-bluffs. And when he's up against a flush, like now, he's got equity to boat up. Still, he is behind.
How much do you have left in green? Can you cut those out?
Pantling has 3.5 million behind.
The only question is, does Steve call and reevaluate or just go for the gusto here? Guess the good news for him either way is he can't go broke.
Pantling is praying that Steve lumps it in.
I'm all in.
O'Dwyer shoves! And Pantling calls.
8.
Down, please, gentlemen.
Is that a flush?
It is a flush. And Pantling will double up unless there is a Jack 10, 8 or 4 on the river. 10 outs for O'Dwyer, which would see him win the title, but there's a 77% chance that Pantling doubles up and we play on. It's an 8 on the river! It's quads for O'Dwyer that see him triumph here in Monaco and win the EPT 9 Grand Final main event.
That's one, Steve. Cheers. Yeah, thanks, thank you.
Time to celebrate with the supporters.
You're right, this was the easy part.
And for Andrew Pantling, heck of a showing for a guy who only plays poker in his spare time. But wow, what a tale of redemption for Steve O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer rules.
842k for the runner-up, 1.2 million euros for the winner.
All the adrenaline's just like rushing as they finally.
Major dump. Okay, yeah. That's unreal. That's unreal. I saw it was a small card.
I couldn't see it.
Could be an 8.
I saw the look on his face and I was like, oh, I think I won.
We are keeping the same lineup for one more level. We are going to have the dinner break at the end of this session, but we are going to have the same players on the main stage for the next 90 minutes. So we still have the, I think he's entertaining, Martin Cabral. We're also going to have the PSPC champ, Ramon Kalilis from Team Pro. And we still have Papo MC, a World Series of Poker main event finalist and winner of the biggest Eureka Poker Tour main event in history. Just a couple of days ago, Alejandro Lococo took that one down. No short stacks here, Joe. No one in the danger zone.
Nope. Sorry, that was me not saying danger zone.
Min cash, 8,830 euros. Once we get to the final table, big money with the winner of this Prague main event receiving more than $1 million. And of course, we will crack open that prize pool of more than 5 mil tonight, playing into the money and beyond. Thrilled to be joined live on the line from Los Angeles in California by Maria Ho. Prague calling Maria. Prague calling Maria. Can you hear us? Over.
You guys! Are you guys back? Is this
back.
real life?
I mean,
Oh
for
my
us
goodness.
it is. You're still in the PokerStars arena as far as we're concerned.
I know. I got stuck here, but I'm very jelly, and I hope to join you guys on that side of the world soon.
Ultimately, Maria, you get to enjoy the same experience as us and the same experience that everyone watching at home has right now. Live poker, an EPT festival, the first major European Poker Tour event in more than 2 years. It's happening. People are playing with chips and cards on our screens right now.
Love to see it. Love to see this ace-10 of spades as well.
You know why Maria's not here? Because her hair straightener doesn't work in the outlet.
I definitely blew a fuse in one of these stops trying to straighten or curl my hair. 100% facts.
So we have had Manuel Fritz open from the hijack with that ace-10 suited, Maria, and here comes Papo MC on the button with Queen Jack of clubs.
I'll tell you what, this dude likes to play hands.
Has he flattered or did he re-raise? It is a 3-bet, 10,500. Crucially, Maria, whether you're here or whether you're there, you do get to enjoy the sound of the chairs here at King's Casino. Hashtag embrace the squeak. So Fritz called the re-raise, and it's a pretty bleh flop. 7-4 deuce rainbow.
Check, check.
Queen on the turn. That's all Papo.
So I don't want to step on Maria's toes. Maria, do you think this is a good card for Lococo?
Well, you know, let me think about it. I'm going to go with survey says yes.
Ding.
So 1,190 total entries across day 1A and day 1B, plus a few players late regging at the start of day 2. And 215 remaining as we see a delayed C-bet from Papo MC, which gets the fold from Fritz. So, Maria, bear in mind that my finger is hovering over the button that cuts your line. Did you see the second half of Jaws?
Uh-oh.
I actually did finish it, and I thought it was spectacular. The monologue, amazing. Okay. Glorious ending. No, I'm really, though, I did watch it.
I can tell that you're being genuine and not just saying that to appease me, and I'm really glad you enjoyed it, and I'm really glad that you were able to put your reservations to one side. I know you didn't really fancy watching an old movie with a rubber shark, but I'm glad you appreciated it because it does stand the test of time. It does hold up.
No, I absolutely was pleasantly surprised. I definitely went into it not sure if I was going to like it, but I genuinely did. I don't know if it's necessarily something I would watch again, but it was very good.
Careful.
His fingers hovering.
I think part of the reason it holds up is that if it's a movie that took place in the present day with like present day technology, it would still be just as scary.
Yeah.
Because when you're out in the ocean and there's no land anywhere around you and that equipment goes down, you're in the exact same boat, pun intended.
So we have got Christea and Yokosawa, Global Poker Award winner Masato Yokosawa going to this flop.
I've been pretty impressed with both Yokosawa and Lococo. Both taking less than standard lines in hands, but ones that you can kind of understand and have, at the very least, been working out for them. All right, Christea more or less looking for a club here. Check, check, and no club.
Yeah, they've been keeping this pot pretty small, but I think here in this spot, Yokosawa should go for some value if it is checked over to him.
It is checked to Yokosawa.
Maria, is this one of those spots where you're supposed to know you can value bet because of how passively it's been played, or are we okay with a check back?
I think it's clear value here, but again, sometimes people want to maybe take a line that is a little more passive just in case they get check raised in the spot and they really wouldn't know what to do. But
yeah,
I think at this point, you know, you rather put the bet out there and see what happens than miss potential value from high cards that might be willing to call you with this type of run out as played.
I would really love for Christea to call with Queen High and prove that immediately.
The fact that the man's thinking about it, you know, should tell you something.
Like if I had bet 6K here on the river, I would just be like, I don't know if I want to call or not when he thinks that long.
Yokosawa wins the pot. Daniel Hart comments on YouTube, Robert Shaw is brilliant in that movie. He is. That is not to take anything away from Roy Scheider, Richard Dreyfuss, and the rest of the cast. But Robert Shaw as Quint, a character that at times you absolutely love, at times you absolutely hate.
Can I say one thing about that is kind of a hot take? He's not really acting.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
He's playing Robert Shaw.
He's doing a good accent.
All right, his accent's good. His, obviously, as Maria said, the monologue is an all-time great.
Which he wrote himself.
Yeah, well, again, wrote. It's almost as good as the Large Marge monologue from Pee-wee's Big Adventure, I'd say.
Almost. Is it my imagination or has writing only got half a head?
He's got a hat on, I think. Maybe blending in with the background.
Well, he's raised under the gun with ace-7 suited. And not just any old suit. Strawberries. Yum.
So the fact that it's suited makes it not the Spraggy,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Correct. The Spraggy is ace-7 offsuit, in the same way that 10-9 offsuit is not the Grafton.
And this comes down to Cabral in the big blind, who's gonna defend with the good buddy hand.
Pretty wide defend against an under the gun open, but you know, I've seen Cabral make things happen out of the big blind before.
Yeah, so have we. From the big blind, from under the gun +1, really.
Guys, whether we're playing live or online, it is always coming 7. The 7 it is coming.
Are these new 7s, by the way? It's a very aggressive 7.
45.
What do you mean, an aggressive 7?
It's got aggressive angles.
I don't mind this lead by Cabral. Obviously, I think this board does favor the big blind defend range more so than the under the gun opener. So not surprised to see the stab, but of course, just up against it here now with the trip 7s of writing.
Ace King Jack asks, where are the graphics? Well, we've got the whole card graphics in the bottom left-hand corner, the community cards in the pot in the bottom right-hand corner. At the top of your screen is the little PokerStars spade saying we're live, and next to it is the field ticker showing that 210 remain from the 1190 who entered. Thank you for your question.
Just a min raise out of writing. I think I would have liked to see a bigger sizing. I completely understand why he's electing to fast play at this point. Obviously, a lot of draws possible, but you might want to have gone slightly bigger and hope to get called by a lot of these draws that are hoping to hit. And also, let's not rule out Cabral 3-betting. Cabral feeling
move.
like, yeah, I mean, Cabral feels like he has more 7Xs here as well as straights, and thinks that if Writing had flopped a set with that type of wet board, he likely would have followed it up with a C-bet. So I can understand the play.
Yeah, or just from a simpleton's perspective, like, yeah, he probably don't have a 7, which most of the time he'd be right.
Cabral does river showdown value now, so it would be interesting to see if he tries to go for thin value with the size down or checks it over, and I think that's smart.
And Writing is going to add 100K to his stack, a profit of 54,000 on the hand. So there is a chance. I'd say it's kind of a thin chance that we actually hit the bubble during this level, but we will definitely be on the bubble by the time we get to the level beyond the dinner break.
I never say definitely, but we all know James is very rarely wrong, so.
What a bad beat.
It's interesting that things have gotten a little quieter as we see the bubble on the horizon.
Yeah, even Martin Cabral has toned it down.
So lucky.
Amazing bad beat.
Nice, lucky river. Very lucky. Amazing.
Here we have Valentin Marius Cristea opening from the cutoff with ace-4.
You can kind of tell a little bit about how Cristea's last couple levels have been going by what colored chips he's gotten from him. Has not won a pot for a while. Whittling down to just those big denomination chips, the 5Ks.
Cabral re-raising with 8-4 suited out of the small blind.
Yeah, and I don't mind this hand combination 2-3-bet with. Couple of reasons why. Of course, you know, it's not a hand that you necessarily need to see a flop with, right? If you had 10-9 suited, 9-8 suited, you might just consider calling pre-flop. You don't want to miss out on a chance to see a flop. But with this type of hand, you know, you're not going to flop very well too often. Better to try to take it down pre. And Cristea had that type of stack size, you know, around 30 bigs effective, where you're going to find out real quick if Cristea has a hand that he wants to commit to pre-flop. Clearly, if he ends up 4-betting, it's an easy fold, and you know where he's at right away. And Cristea can't really peel that wide off of 30 big blinds either, because it does risk a significant portion of his stack to do so.
Yeah. What is it, bubble tea? No. Oh, nice.
Maria, what's your take on drinks you have to chew?
I must have missed that. What is he drinking?
He's got some boba tea.
Well, I am Taiwanese, and that is the origin of boba, so
it's disgusting.
I'm going to have to say, like, 2 thumbs up.
I was like, hey, can you give me a lemonade and put some paintballs in it for me? That'd be great. Thanks a lot.
Wait, do you guys know what boba means in Taiwanese? Like it's like a slang word for something. Do you guys know?
Does it mean like
it means a woman's breastises.
Oh.
Think about it, right? Think about the shape,
You're telling me that the most famous bounty hunter in the Star Wars universe is named after a woman's breast?
Booby fat.
You guys.
So we have seen Papo MC open with the Grafton 10-9 suited. Martin Cabral calling on the button with 9s. And now we've got Manuel Fritz folding King 8 in the big blind, so we're going heads up to the flop.
It actually kind of explains his body type.
Well, we have got top pair here for Lococo. The power of the Grafton still in effect.
I'm just surprised that talking about Boba Fett isn't triggering for some people, because I have heard people complain so much about that series.
Justifiably.
It's not good.
By not good, he means terrible.
Which is sad, because the expectations were so high after Mandalorian.
Yeah, which proves the point that we've made multiple times. Stick to making stories about new characters and stop trying to extend the story or do prequels about existing characters. Team Pro!
Ooh, fancy.
We've got two at the table.
One time, like 7 years ago, I put a Team Pro badge on as a joke, and boy, did I get in trouble.
I thought you were going to say people played against you differently.
Nope. I got put in timeout.
Nobody messes with Team Pro.
It would be cool if, like, right before I get fired or retire, whichever comes first, for one day, if I could be a Team Pro, that would be cool.
So, Intrin Sick asks, how is Lococo a Team Pro? He's a rapper. Lol. I'm sorry, guys. I don't buy this whole chat pro Saturday thing. I don't believe that anyone has the right to express an opinion and be right.
It's a question.
Okay.
Just focus on the question part.
Well, that's like saying, how is Sam Grafton allowed to be a Team Pro? He was a teaching assistant / actor, correct?
You're saying a person can be more than one thing?
I know this is a controversial stance to take.
I don't know.
I'd say if you make the final table of the World Series of Poker main event and you take down the biggest Eureka Poker Tour main event in history, beating 3,500 players, you kind of deserve to wear a patch.
I will allow it, believe it or not. All right, Christea, let's go. Let's go. Look at this. Look at this stack that's been slowly dwindling. Let's add some chips to that. It's the year of Romania, after all.
Sir, is it able to eat food on the future table or not? On the table.
May I recommend the chicken schnitzel if you do? It's delicious
Ooh.
there.
I've been dying for some schnitzel.
If they can just
really,
hold on.
it's amazing.
If they can just hold on for another 75 minutes, there is going to be a 1 hour, 15-minute dinner break.
Ooh.
Oh, no, no,
Oh,
no.
boy. This guy's about to put the F in Fritz.
Aces for Christea, kings for Fritz. Fritz facing the raise from the small blind. And I imagine we'll see a 3-bet, and chances are all the chips are going to go in pre-flop.
The good news is this cooler won't cost Fritz his tournament life. And, you know, still 2 kings in the deck, guys. Not that I've ever won one of these, but I'm just saying.
Okay, if aces get cracked here, it's Maria Ho's fault. Is it triangle time?
Bing. Bing. For whom the triangle tolls.
It's just the worst when you're Fritz and you're like, please make a move, please shove on me. And you're like begging for a certain action, and then it happens and the cards get turned over and you're like,
Oh, here we go. All in. And a call. Kings versus aces. Christea, the player at risk, but the player with the dominating hand.
Another cooler. Another cooler.
19% is so much percent, though.
What do you think sounds worse, 4-1 or 19%?
4-1 sounds worse.
5-3-3 on the flop. Ace is holding. And now Fritz will go from 19% to 9.
4-1 sounds better than 9%, though.
8 on the turn. 2 outs for Fritz. Needs a king on the river. Otherwise, Kristea doubles up.
Fritz already has the chips cut out in front of him.
Yeah. Kristea gets the double
yeah.
up. But as you said, Maria, Fritz survives. Still has 100K. More than 100. Nice to see aces hold for Kristea in what we have established is the year of Romania.
Correct. This is it. It's so convenient that we came back in the year of Romania.
$66 bigs for Kristea. ABC points out, well, actually, 4-1 is 20%, so 19% is actually worse.
Chat Pro Saturday. Thank you for your comment. What a genius.
So I know that buffets are kind of taboo post-pandemic, but do they still have that buffet out there?
Only for breakfast,
Is
lunch,
buffet-
and dinner.
Okay. Okay.
The
I
buffet,
was gonna say.
buffet is a thing, Maria. The buffet is a thing.
Are you guys partaking in said buffet?
Yes, and will be in.
It's very good.
The good news is that everyone, as they're walking to the buffet, is wearing a mask.
Just saw the ticker go down to 204. A reminder that the money bubble is when we're on 176, and 175 is when we start paying players. Not sure exactly when we will go hand for hand. This is a decision that the tournament staff now make on a case-by-case basis. If we see a lot of stalling, if the game is slowed to a snail's pace, they may go hand for hand earlier than 176.
All they're going to have to do is watch the stream.
I don't understand this comment on YouTube from Israel Moya.
You could probably say that about most of the YouTube comments, but go ahead.
James, tell Stapes to do El Comontador when Papo or Ramon get a hand. I don't understand. El Comontador is his own person. He is a Spanish commentator who, sadly, has not been able to make it to Prague.
For some reason, people think that I am El Comontador.
Why?
I don't know.
So Cabral has 3-bet from the hijack with ace-5, and this is going to get folded back around to Yokosawa, who opened with
Bluffing,
king-10.
Japan. Why are you bluffing?
Oh, no.
Huh?
How can I drop?
Maria, I'm such a bad friend.
Yeah,
What?
stealing my,
I forgot your birthday on your actual birthday. I asked about your birthday
Yeah, you are.
ahead of your
You're an
birthday.
awful
I'm
friend.
really bad with birthdays. Yesterday was
You're a
Hardigan's
terrible
birthday, by the
friend.
way, everybody.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you, Maria.
How many
I'm sorry,
slices
Maria. Happy
of pizza
birthday.
did you eat to celebrate from the buffet?
I had a lovely chocolate cake and everything.
Nice.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Maria. Happy birthday.
It's okay, Stapes. It's just something that I'll always hold against you, but you will never know it.
Maria, I know you've been really busy recently, so I will not hold it against you, but did you get a chance to listen to the episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast where your situation in Florida was discussed and we allowed the audience to make a ruling on whether Joe is a bad friend or not?
Wow. I cannot believe that Stapes brought this to the masses, but I would love to hear the results of
Well,
this
guess
poll.
what, Maria? You won.
I knew it! I knew
Amongst
it.
idiots.
Well,
I did,
guys,
and Maria, I love you dearly.
Yes.
But I
Yes.
did side with Mr. Stapleton on this one. Had I been making the ruling, I would have said,
could you?
Maria, if you have an issue, pay more money for a better car service. That was basically my take on the
No.
situation.
Well, James, I would have, but in Daytona, there isn't like Uber Blacks or premiums. And by the time I kind of realized how early I would have to leave, it was too late to call a black car service, or else I absolutely would have done that and I would have felt fine. So
The
if that
problem is
changes your
Maria
mind
used
at
all of
all,
her transportation budget on getting me there in the first place.
that is also true. And he left me out to die.
This is so ungrateful. I was like, I'm already here. Nah.
He's like, who cares if she gets back alive?
I thought even walking you down to the car I was like, all right, fine.
I want to know something. Was it heavily in my favor? Like, what was the percentage of people who, was it just slightly? Was it 51-49?
I'd say it was more like 80-20 in your favor.
Oh,
and
love to hear it.
And again, taking nothing away from you, Maria, I'd say it's more 80-20 against Joe rather than 80-20 in your favor.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to explore this further, but I really think the average person would have sided with me.
I think that the average person, yes, was picturing getting to spend time with Maria Ho, the celebrity poker player, and couldn't fathom how I wouldn't get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and take an unnecessary trip to the airport with you.
But wait, we all know that the airport was 12, 15 minutes max away, and you could come back and sleep for 4 hours. It would be different if you had to wait with me at the airport or something. I mean, I don't know.
I didn't have 4 hours of sleep. I had the podcast to do 45 minutes after I would have gotten back.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, it is a full house on the river for Papo MC. We've got pro versus pro. Both players repping the red spade, and Kalilas deciding how to respond to this bet of 20,000 folds.
Good fold, good fold.
Okay, okay. It used to be like that. It was not supposed to be. Yeah. I mean, enjoy.
We've got people acting very rationally in Twitch chat right now.
I've long stopped expecting rational behavior from anyone.
Yeah.
So cool asking. I have a question about feature tables. Are pros hand selected to be on them? And if so, isn't that bad for them? Wouldn't they rather be matched with randoms? Everyone is matched randomly. We just choose a table that looks interesting after that's already happened. So they're not chosen individually. The entire table is chosen.
Can you imagine if we had the right to go around the room and put together our own feature table? Okay, we'll take Tim
it kind
Adams.
of happened like that sometimes back
Adrian
in the day.
Mateos? No, it didn't.
Not
No.
here, not on this. I'm saying I think that on other tours.
That's pretty gross.
There might have been a little bit of like, oh, this person's getting moved. Why not send them to the feature table?
Chris Has Wings asked, do we still expect the famous post-bubble bust-out bonanza? Absolutely, but we've got to get to the bubble first. So Cabrera's open with ace-9, Cristea with queen-5 of clubs. Is this a defend, Maria?
Yeah, I would absolutely defend in this spot, but Cristea, I don't know. I haven't seen much of his play. Okay, he does defend. Sometimes, you know, when you just have newfound chips, you might be a little hesitant to put them back into play right away, but I think this was a clear spot.
Nine high flop. Top for Cabral.
Casilla has the type of hand that has some backdoor potential. I think that it just depends on if you're feeling ambitious and want to perhaps take an aggressive line, but not against Cabral.
I do like the fact that even though we've deemed it Chat Pro Saturday, we're still prepared to swing the ban hammer in the face of idiocy.
Yeah. Especially dangerous idiocy. Wood Floor Sales says, does anyone else think Europeans play very slow? It seems like an unfair statement. It's the first live poker we broadcast in over 2 years. Got nothing to compare it to. It's certainly slower than online.
Hello.
Also, there's at least one non-European at this table.
Last one me.
Ooh, we got some free subs coming out courtesy of PokerStars. Thank you, Daddy. Heads up to the flop. King 8-8. Yokosawa's ace high. Doing pretty good here. Is there a shock clock from day 3? Asked Scooby. Yeah, absolutely. If you don't act fast enough, you get shocked. Actually, it's a very staticky building right now. James touched a doorknob earlier, and I heard it from across the room. Got him real good.
Oh, man.
9 on the river after the jack on the turn. That's the key card here.
Yeah, I can't blame Yokosawa for looking him up with ace high on the turn, but now facing this bet on the river, I think it's kind of tough to imagine that many bluffs in Cristia's range, especially for this sizing. Just looks very value heavy. Ranges are wide open because it was a limped pot pre, so Cristea could have all kinds of 8Xs, of course.
You're Romania.
Acá cerca venden comida china también muy buena. Muy buena, sí. Bastante cerca.
203 players, money at 175. It's going to be all bubble talk all the time, very, very shortly. Aaron writing under the gun. Nah. Fritz also out. Ceylon gone. Lococo does not play Jack 9. Onto the blinds. Nope, not yet. Onto the blinds.
How are you doing? Great. A very enjoyable table.
Yokosawa completes with King 8.
Can I see your stack, please? Like 200.
Show him.
No. Just 200 even.
Cabral with pocket threes, raises from the big blind.
And I feel like King 8's the type of hand where if you're going to limp in and if you're playing so deep stacked as they both are effectively, I think that it's a fine hand to limp call with. I wouldn't expect that Yokosawa would be limp folding.
So let's see a flop, which is 7-6 deuce. Threes still good. Yokosawa checks.
Cabral going to go for some protection from a lot of the overcards that he perceives are going to be in Yokosawa's range when he limp calls the raise pre.
Maria's calling with quote-unquote 2 overs here with King 8, the same as like Queen Jack.
No, I think it's a little different. I mean, I actually don't mind the King 8. You know, the 8 gives it some possibilities with some straight draws on the turn, but I think that I would much rather have some stronger kings or some stronger Broadway type cards to call with.
We've just ticked down to 200 players and the bubble is in 176. There's your bubble. That will go red when we hit 186. That's when we will officially start our world famous bubble coverage. And once we lose a player in 176th place, that bubble will burst and we will be in the money. Had a tweet from Heshi, hashtag PokerStarsTV, doing some renovations in my apartment. I'm going to have to turn the stream off. The workers are watching and not doing any work.
Ha!
That'd be funny if they're like, hey, could you grab me some popcorn, maybe some lemonade? Like they just start asking for snacks while they're all propped up in front of the TV.
Hey, how do I enter this?
So, Christea wins that one with a 3-bet.
There we go. Big and green.
A reminder that the trophy will be presented on Wednesday. That's the final day of this EPT main event. A 6-day event. And on that 6th and final day, they will play down to a winner. More than €1 million up top, plus that trophy.
Alethea asks, when people muck their cards really high in the air, aren't they afraid they'll turn over? No, they are not. They should be, but they aren't. Thank you for your question.
It does sometimes happen.
It does happen, but they're not worried about it.
That's true.
Or they wouldn't do it.
That is true.
It takes a while to perfect the helicopter muck, but once you do, it looks pretty cool, I'm not going to lie. But it's really annoying when I can see the bottom card. And several times it's happened where I could see the bottom card, so I say something to the person who mucked that way, and they would get all defensive. And
They
I'm
don't
like,
like that.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to help. But I'm trying to help protect the integrity of the game. And I'm just letting you know that I could see the bottom card when you muck. But I've had people not take too kindly to that.
You're messing up their style points, that's why. Oh, Martin Cabral. If he ain't talking with his lips, he's talking with his chips.
He has been incredibly active all day, and here he 3-bets with a dominated hand and gets the fold from Yokosawa.
2 aces.
Yeah, that's not necessarily the type of hand that most people would choose to take as a 3-bet, but of course I think Martin is playing the dynamics of the table and the situation, considering we're getting close to the bubble.
Correct? Yes. Say thank you and it's okay. No?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I don't want to bust you.
Thank you.
You're like nicest guy, second nicest guy on this table. There is not so tough competition though, so it's okay.
Does it mean there's not tough competition for nicest or not tough competition for poker?
I don't remember the table like this. Wow.
Blue one.
Hello to Miles Niemeyer watching on YouTube, who says, love to hear Maria announcing.
Nice, your stick, please.
Maria,
Thank
announce
you.
something.
Yeah. To who?
I announced that I need more coffee. Who's going to get it for me? It's only 9:57 in the morning here, guys.
Can I just like to go over this exchange here on Twitch if I can. Mitch says, why is it called the muck? To which David says, it's a losing hand, so you muck it in. What a great explanation. When you use the words to define the word. That's fantastic.
Bubble race.
Bubble raise, says Cabral. I mean, 7-3 offsuit is obviously an attempt to steal, if that's what he means.
Yeah, the man tells no lies.
Bubble call.
Small pot.
No, don't speak. You are in the hand.
Hey.
You can't speak, man.
Oh.
You are in the pot.
Now you know what I have. You can hear it about my voice, huh?
Writing has called on the button with 5s. And here we have Rodrigo Celoan getting involved in the big blind. We referenced earlier on, Maria, Celoan 1991 is a player who we've seen a lot during our online streams of 2020 and 2021. Took down a Big 20 Rewind event in November of last year. High stakes Brazilian pro, and here he is in the live world at an EPT feature table.
You're right, pretty small pot. You're right about that.
Yeah, this is all Cabral. All
I
Cabral.
think as played writing definitely needs to take one off here and see what develops on later streets.
You have anything there?
Not yet.
How? Why are you speaking in the hand? You said you never speak.
Oh, no.
Oh,
what did I say?
my goodness.
What did I tell you?
It's like Cabral knows.
Have 2 pair.
It's silly. It's very, very silly.
4 pair.
4 pair? No, not possible.
Oh man, this is
Sometimes when people say poker is stupid, I really get defensive about the game, but
Yeah.
sometimes hands like this happen and I'm just like, maybe it is stupid.
So easy.
I love this comment from Drunk Ship who says,
I go
Cabral
in
is
river,
Diet
what do
Tony G.
That's the question.
Let's see.
You call all in on the river?
Wow.
I think so.
Writing calls 20k on the turn. Bricks the river.
Oh
wow, Cabral's loading up for a big bet on the river, and the question is, for his opponent,
No.
is the writing on the wall?
Because I will pay that.
You pay this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then I should put more, right?
I think if I were writing, I wouldn't try to beat Cabral at his own
This is
game
your
with the
maximum,
speech
yeah?
play, because I think he's just giving too much away in the sense of
Yeah.
he's very rarely slow playing here, right? He very rarely has 10s full
Thank you.
from what he's saying.
was actually
And
very
so it
helpful.
really allows Cabral to choose a certain sizing because he knows
Yeah.
that he's very likely to not be raised.
To Cabral's credit, by the way, he's been working on getting writing talking since writing came to the table. Like, at first, he wouldn't talk to Cabral, and Cabral's just been chipping away, and now has him giving away information the same way most of the other players at the table have. And it's really impressive, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and love him or hate him, I mean, Cabral really has perfected the art of the speech play in a lot of scenarios that I've seen him in.
I mean, we've got 75,500 in the pot. Both players with similar size stacks behind. And Cabral going for value on the river. Dealer just verifying the size of this value bet. 59,500.
And that's definitely something you can't underestimate, right? Is somebody's frustration against another player will lead to them making mistakes and paying off in situations where perhaps they normally wouldn't.
Yeah.
I resemble that remark.
Cabral certainly has that working for him. I mean, clearly you know that Cabral is not going to take this line with ace high, right? He's not going to fire 3 streets and take this sizing on the river with something with pretty good showdown value. So what you're really looking at is Cabral having potentially tens full here. You know, you're not going to put Cabral on too many 3x type hands. Certainly, you know, ace 3 suited, those type of hands would open from the cutoff. But I just don't think that this line is going to be very bluff heavy, even from somebody who's as splashy as Cabral can be.
But that's the brilliance of him, is that it seems like it could be.
Yeah, and it doesn't hurt that the man did say, you know, bubble raise before opening this hand pre. You know he's going to be in there with a wide range of hands, but let's not confuse raising wide pre with barreling flop, turn, and river against what was, you know, 2 opponents on the flop. I think that you have to take that into consideration, that people might be willing to all day raise pre really light when we're getting close to the bubble, but they're not going to fire 3 streets with nothing very often.
Your logic is super sound. It just seems like the guy that never stops talking during the hand is perfectly capable of just like triple barreling you and then showing you a bluff at the end, which we know isn't happening and does not happen very often. It just seems like it could. And that's what's so tough about this spot. Quiet now.
You know, there's spots that you want a hero, and there's people you want a hero against, right?
Point.
And I think that for writing, Cabral is someone that you want a hero against. You want to be able to turn over those 5s triumphantly and be like, got you, but you really have to play out the entire situation and still make a good decision regardless.
Fields just ticked down to 198. Writing still in the tank. And yes, the shot clock does not come into play until the start of day 3. So unless someone calls the clock on him, he will just keep on thinking. He's called. Single chip call. And Cabral wins a pretty huge pot.
Taking it like a champ.
Yeah, and I like that he's...
Right, sure.
And definitely don't show Cabral what you called him with. I think at this point, there's only so much you can do to kind of keep your composure.
Okay. You sure, yeah? Okay.
Nice open.
Cabral.
There it is.
Up over 360,000, playing more than 120 big blinds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He just couldn't help himself. I thought he was going to make it through.
He is the table chip leader. Ramon Kalilas, the second biggest stack, followed by Papo MC. Fritz, the low man at the table with 97K. This is the last level before the 75-minute dinner break.
If that were me, by the way, I would bring up the 7-3 open every 30 seconds for the next 10 years. Every March 7th, I'll call you. Hey, man, just wanted to remind you what a great open it was with 7-3.
No.
Cabral in the hijack. He's raising with Jack 3 of diamonds, which last time I checked, Maria, is actually a better hand than 7-3.
Well,
yeah, and
well, actually,
at this point, I think Cabral realizes that he has free reign to open so wide. I mean, he's not getting 3-bet, right? That's the key, is nobody has been willing to 3-bet him. And so the more they're letting you get away with, this is exactly what bubble play should be about, is extending your lead, your chip stack, in the situation where people are unwilling to play big pots.
Okay, we've only seen one of Papo MC's cards, but oh my word,
Come
Cabral
on, guys.
flops trip 3. He didn't have to
This
wait
is-
for the turn this time. He's flopped it.
nice open. I mean, do you guys know that watching this drives me absolutely crazy, right?
Triggered. Do
I'm
we
so
need
triggered.
I know. Do we need a new It's Always Coming 3?
It's just when
saying for
people make
Cabral? I mean,
like more hands in a orbit than I make in a half a year.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. So obviously we only know one of Lococo's hole cards, but it doesn't matter what the other card is. Cabral currently ahead, and Cabral continuing to bet.
I mean, good for Cabral, too, for just not laughing hysterically throughout this hand. I would just be like, you guys are never going to believe this. I bet.
While Alejandro Lococo calls, and this hand is going to the river. 49,500 each.
Sorry, behind only small chips.
A pot of more than 135K.
That's an upside down 9.
6 of clubs.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, Maria, is there any card Lococo could have here that makes him a winner? No, right? Just want to double check
No.
that. Okay.
I mean, even if you had 9-3, the kicker is inferior because the jack is going to play here, and Cabral very clearly, as you see, this pot is 135K, and Lococo only has 173K back. This is going to be a big, big river bet coming out of Cabral.
Who gets to do this 2 hands in a row?
And from what I've seen of Lococo's play, I have seen him make big calls. I have seen him risk his tournament life in spots where players might be afraid to, and he would be a good candidate to do this against. We don't know what his other card is, but I would not be surprised
Block.
if Lococo would be willing to look him up light.
What?
What?
That seems a little premature. Now, granted, there's no aggressive... Wait, there's just an all-in?
Yeah.
There was no aggressive action facing him, so I guess you get a little less time, but that seemed a little quick to me.
I'm all for trying to speed up the game, but that did seem a little premature.
And now Cabral knows he has this whole table right where he wants them,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, he just knows how to use every bit of information he's given to his advantage. You want to call clock? Cool, I'm all in.
If Lococo has ace-9, which is what most of the audience seem to be putting him on, is there any chance he calls this?
What about pocket nines?
Yeah, I mean...
There's the call.
Oh,
we don't have
there
to
goes.
speculate.
Oh, wow.
Calls all in. Shows his hand. It was ace-9. And that will see the elimination of Papo MC, Alejandro Lococo, World Series finalist, winner of the Eureka Poker Tour main event here in Prague, is out. Finishes outside the money as he calls that huge polarizing river bet from Martin Cabral and walks into trips.
What do you think?
Excuse me, sir, could you put your mouse back on? Not now.
Lucky river.
Wow. Wow.
Very lucky river.
Cabral. Very lucky river, what?
Cabral is now playing more than 600K. Chip leader at this particular table, probably among the tournament chip leaders, if not the player in the catbird seat. And we have lost Papo MC. Now we have to follow Ramon.
Not a terrible trade-off.
Yeah, sure. 1 second, please.
Action's been folded to Martin Cabral.
What three? Oh, real hand.
Real hand alert, guys. He's got the goods now.
He's playing very responsible.
Sometimes it's 7-3, sometimes it's Jack-3 suited, and sometimes it's pocket tens. You never know.
1 raise 6, 2 raise 7.
Round 2, Rodrigo Celoan on the button, who has the Snowman's num-num, calls with the 8s.
So is Cabral going to flop a set or quads?
Don't joke.
Or is he going to set over set him? Okay. Well, this is still going to be fun.
Buckle
Fun
up,
for
buckaroos.
Yeah.
Ramon has checked.
This is 3 straight draws. One of them open-ended. 1 overpair.
You see, you joked about a set of 10s. You joked about quads. The way Cabral is running, we get an 8 on the turn.
Or 10-6.
$9,000 called by Celoan, not by Kalilas.
Well, this is boring.
You are very unlucky, man. Can I know what is in the box, please? Can you help me with that?
Oh, man.
Cabral just poking fun at there being a 7 and a 3 out, I think. You know, if he has 7-3 again, could have 2 pairs, what I think he's trying to say to Celoan.
Earlier, Cabral was BSing, as he is wont to do, and said that he came to the table with 500K in chips and that he had lost a bunch, which is a lie because he was only up on the day. Now he has more chips than the lie he told, which was a ridiculous lie at the time.
Again with the big bets, 39,000 in the pot. What does Cabral bet here?
I mean, how do you ever fold this?
Is he putting Celoan all in? Yep, he has.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Almost 3x pot. just really shutting down a lot of the type of hands that, you know, Celuan actually has here. This pair and a straight draw scenario makes it really tough to call off.
It's called!
Yeah.
There is
I
one
mean,
card to come, though. Celuan is not drawing dead. A 10 or a 5 gets him out of jail.
Unbelievable.
Any other card, and Cabral will have done it again.
5 outs is an unlucky number of outs. Nobody ever hits a 5-outer. 6-outer, yes. 2-outer, yes. 5, no, forget about it.
The river is an ace. Barry Greenstein has no influence on the outcome of this hand. 2 in a row. In back-to-back hands, Martin Cabral wins huge pots and eliminates Papo MC and Rodrigo Celuan.
This is so ridiculous.
Cabral is a one-man wrecking ball. People on the outskirts are just like, they just see that number ticking down and they're like, what is happening on that feature table?
People playing like 2 days.
Crazy.
And then like,
28 minutes left on the level. 193 players remaining.
that's weird.
Now the chance that it gets nicer on the table is
Cabral now playing a stack of 717,000. Nearly 240 big blinds. That's just silly.
It is silly.
You have overpair, you go all in, yeah?
Easy game.
But what he did, I don't understand.
He called.
Why? Why?
Oh.
This is great.
I mean,
we are back, baby.
Maria, anytime you are sat at a table in a live poker tournament with a tower of chips like that is awesome. But when the bubble's approaching, that's even more awesome.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for the other players at the table, especially Yokosawa, right? Because Cabral is directly to his left, and so now, unfortunately, you really have to tighten up your opening range when you're approaching the bubble. When you have that big of a stack to your direct left, you just assume that they're going to be punishing your opens.
Yeah, maybe better to just sit this out until the bubble bursts.
Vienna, you are that brave.
Fritz is 3-bet to 16.5K with jacks.
You wanna bust as well, yeah?
Not yet.
I mean, I think it's very clear here that Fritz would never be 3-betting light off of that stack against Cabral. So, pretty easy fold.
What do you have, 2 aces, yeah?
Almost.
I block you. I
At
had
least
king.
one.
King against kings.
I mean, look at the disparity between 1 and 2 in chips at this table. Cabral, 711K. Ramon Kalilas, 308K.
Such a small bind. People then play
It's absurd.
Now, hold on. There could be a bigger stack at another table.
Right? Masato, you agree with me?
I was not paying attention.
That's really bad. Okay, I don't play at this table anymore.
Cabral gives a speech and is then told no one was listening.
The best thing you could do right now, do not make this man think that he is more important than he is just taking out people left and right now.
Deuces, sometimes wins is, and Ramon Kalilas is going to raise on the button. And Sato Yokosawa is going to defend his big blind with 7-3 of spades.
All right, here we go, 7-3. We're starting a trend.
2 spades, flush draw for Yokosawa. Deuce is officially the best hand right now. But Yokosawa has more equity, 58%. Continuation bet from Ramon. 12,500.
You ever raise this bad flush draw here, Maria?
I mean, considering Kalilas did open from the button, obviously that just weakens his range a little bit, so I wouldn't mind taking an aggressive line sometimes with a flush draw in this spot, but also, you know, it's okay to proceed with a call as well.
Mm-hmm. 9 of hearts on the turn, pairing the board. So now Kalilas becomes a favorite. Deuces still ahead. I know that Masato actually flew to Vegas for the awards, Joe. Did you meet him there?
I did not meet him, but he flew to Vegas without even knowing that he was going to win. He went all the way from, I believe, from Japan to just attend the awards and happened to take it down.
That's
and
so cool.
Everything I've seen of him thus far shows that he's pretty deserving of that award.
9th on the Japan all-time money list, but a more impressive stat than that is he's got nearly 700,000 subscribers on YouTube. Oh, wow. Ramon just got counterfeited, but by the board. They're both playing the board.
Yeah, but I think as played, Yokosawa certainly has a lot more 9Xs and 4Xs, considering Kalilas did check back the turn. And so because of that, this would be a neat little spot to bet as Yokosawa and try to take this down. All right, Yokosawa, we know you can make good content. Let's see you make this play here.
Into a pot of 42,500. Yokosawa bets 26K. And Ramon with a decision. And bearing in mind he's playing the board, Maria, what is he thinking about?
Yeah, it's a little surprising, right? Because Yokosawa certainly could be bluffing with the best hand. And because of that, it is surprising to see him take this time, because I don't believe, just based on his facial expression, that he's considering a raise here. And the line wouldn't even make a ton of sense, in my opinion. So it is interesting that he is deliberating.
How many poker players have their own personalized, branded card protectors?
I mean, I have one, but I'm terrible.
His winning hand from the PSPC and his name on the red spade.
Like, this is the situation where it's like, I would hate to maybe call for a potential chop here and have the guy turn over King X, you know? I'd just be like, oh. So I'm not really sure what the tank is for.
He's never calling here. It's a tank raise,
well,
right?
But look at his expression. His whole body language from the jump at the river was never, in my opinion, if I was staring at Kalilas right now, I would never think he's going to raise, ever. I would be like, if he raises, I would just re-raise him. Snap re-raise. I'd be like, no, you never looked like you were going to raise. You didn't get that vibe?
Nice hand, nice hand. I mean, I did, but I just don't know what else you could be what else you could be thinking about there. So I think maybe he was never going to do anything but fold, but just wanted to give it an extra thing.
Well,
how's it going?
There were some, you know, missed straight draws that he does get to chop against, you know, 8-7, 7-6. So if he thinks that Yokosawa was betting those playing the board as a bluff, then he could have considered the call, but either way.
Looks like we've got a new player at the table.
I can't hear it. So after dinner break, there will be new, yeah? Okay,
Yes, you will go back to your regular table after the dinner break. Table 2 down there.
Great.
People in chat do bring up a good question, guys. How are we feeling about the prospect of if and when we do the chop pot song that it's going to go well,
It's been
considering
going
this new
perfectly
setup
so
we've
far,
got?
but that's because we haven't had to involve anyone who's not here.
Right.
Because of me and
Right.
now and
I'll be the
So,
guinea pig.
No pressure, Maria.
Now it will be like
No pressure.
super boring table.
Maybe you don't make yourself so popular now on the internet.
What?
You don't make yourself so popular after busting out people.
I don't understand what you mean.
You're in here, huh?
It's okay. I can
So
talk.
action folded to the blinds here, and
will be me,
it's
Martin.
Yokosawa with Jack 7
Why
in the
are you
small.
not just folding, man? It's a bubble. You know what is bubble? You know what bubble is? I know. So why you just don't play normal and fold? I don't get it. Osawa, why? Huh?
Cabral
this
raising.
is so bad. Like next time, just save your 1500. I don't want to bust you, you know, man? I really don't want to bust you.
So, the new player who's come to the table is Serge Chechin from
Your friends will
France.
be disappointed if you don't make money with this stack, okay? Correct?
A lot of balancing and breaking going on right now. We're down to 192.
Honolulu. Who can stop him? Nobody.
Nobody for now.
Maria, is that the real you on YouTube?
Yeah, it is.
You're chatting with the
I'm not-
audience on both Twitch and YouTube?
I've got both chats up. I've got my coffee. I've got the stream feed up.
Thank you. That's very good advice. I will think about that.
I usually don't respond
Thanks for the
on
advice.
Twitch or YouTube when I'm in vision, just because it's hard to like type without looking at you guys and kind of looking into the camera a little bit. But this setup, it works out nicely. I could still follow the action and everything.
Nice. You're going to have to throw Twitch a bone now, Maria. They're not happy about the fact that you're communicating with YouTube. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Jeez. It's like the Sharks and Jets.
One pass. I don't have any cards today. Like no cards.
Sorry, is that
Bad,
Cabral?
I'm running so bad.
Yeah.
Like so bad.
I don't believe you.
No, really.
What a
I have,
troll
like,
the
virtually
man
no hands
is.
Today. Like no hands at all.
I don't know if he's being ironic or if he's talking about starting hands. 'Cause it's
I
true,
think
he
he's just
hasn't
trying to
had
be.
like.
He's trying to get to peak level annoying for his table mates. Is what I think he's doing.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Under the gun raise from Manuel Fritz, and the re-raise from Writing. And we've only seen one of Fritz's whole cards, so don't know how tough a decision this is going to be. It looks like he's passed. Writing wins that one pre. I think we might have another new player coming in.
Well, that's good news for people that want to make the money.
Bluffer. ETG bluff, yeah? Bravo, Vienna. On the bubble. Very smart move. Very smart. I had a very good hand. At least Masava plays a responsible poker, like me. I think there are only two responsible players on this table. You agree? Yeah.
So who have we got coming to the main
Okay, deal.
stage now,
Okay.
filling the one
No?
empty seat
Why
that we
not?
have? It is Henning Andre from Sweden.
Yeah, it's okay. But we can deal.
Are we sure it's heading Andre?
Not really?
Yes. Double checked.
Okay. Sure. Okay. It's okay.
Right there.
Let's go. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
How tall are you?
2 meters and 15
Sandu Gabriel asks on YouTube, what is that noise?
15?
His name is Martin Cabral.
You don't get this question that often, yeah?
I don't.
Where are you from?
Sweden.
Sorry?
Sweden.
Sweden?
Yes.
Göteborg.
And
Not
I do believe that Henning Andre is a cousin of Peter Andre.
Oh.
Welcome to the table.
And I can confirm that is 100% a hashtag fake fact. But I'll tell you what is a hashtag fun fact.
Swedish
Peter
guy.
Andre once collapsed at GAY at the Astoria because he'd eaten too many bananas.
This is one of your favorite stories.
Potassium overdose.
You need some chips.
Decent wall. I would take a steak, yeah.
You can have it. Wow. This table is crazy. Every hand free bet. Every hand. Almost every hand.
You freak everyone else. They have to. Oh.
Well, Andre wastes no time getting involved, opens with Queen Jack. Ramon Kalilis has 3-bet with 10s, and Manuel Fritz has got Ace-King.
I mean, you know, certainly
what?
In every conceivable scenario, you would feel like with about 33 big blinds, you would just pile with Ace-King, but you are facing an early position opener and an early position 3-better.
So what do you have?
Oh, Sandu Gabriel gets back in touch and says, no, I meant the squeaking noise. Sandu, his name is Martin Cabral.
Fritz going for it here. 15, 16, that one is 14 from the money.
Yeah, Fritz completely undeterred by all of that pre-flop action. And now for Kalilis, maybe just feeling like this obviously cannot be a light 4-bet, first of all, but also it is a decent portion of Kalilis' stack to call off. So it's not for nothing.
Good fold.
You play very good.
We are off to the races, and Fritz is flipping for his tournament life. He has the red triangle of death here. Oh no, it was a fold.
Fallen? Never heard about it.
I thought I heard Ramon say call, but actually he folded.
I didn't even hear a call, and I'm surprised.
The World Championship in
Yeah, I think you just know that that range is very, very clearly premiums, and so up against most of those hands, you know, queens plus, jacks, etc., you're dominated, and I think only ace-king are you flipping against. I don't even think someone's going to 4-bet ace-queen suited there in that scenario.
Really good guess.
Yeah. So thank you for underestimating my geography knowledge. Thank you. How are you doing? All good? How much you start today with?
We're down to 189 players, by the way. A reminder, that bubble's going to go red at 186. That's when we're 10 off the money, and that's when, or rather 10 off the bubble, I should say, and that's when we're going to start our world-famous bubble coverage. Andre 3,000 to call.
Oh.
But Andre raises to 6,000.
That's 2 Andre 3,000s.
What is it, 6?
Oh, this is a very Cabrelian hand.
So how much you start today with?
Do you think there's any way Cabral gets to over $1 million before we take a break? He could do it during the bubble.
We'll see. Sweden guy fallen.
And so far, Cabral, you know, he's been incredibly aggressive, but his timing has just been really good in the sense of he's up against hands when he 3-bets that aren't able to peel against his 3-bet, that aren't able to 4-bet against his 3-bet, even though they know he's very likely 3-betting light. It's just they don't have the right hand to continue with.
What are you doing for a living?
There you go. Nice one from
enjoy
Keith
life.
Becker. Accidental
What do you
raid.
do
Andre
for a living?
3000, that raise is so fresh and so
But,
clean.
that's my job, to enjoy my life.
Interesting.
I think it was
You are like
Chris who observed that
Japan.
if Andre goes bust,
Are
he'll
you
end up as an
YouTuber?
outcast.
Enjoying life?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
How about the Love Below starting stack?
Ah, nice.
Ooh, that one was a little less obvious. I'm proud of you for that one.
You are like very good at ignoring me, so I must give it to you. So I don't know already.
Oh,
But you can
Ramon.
answer my question. What are you doing for a living?
Enjoying life.
You are like finding money on the streets, or you are like professional son, or what? No answer?
The only street
Under
he
the
finds
hand.
money on is 4th
You are
Street.
not in the hand yet. Maybe. You can answer me now, like in 1 second, and then so good. Correct?
No, so
It's okay, it's okay. You can fold, it's okay. Don't worry. We know you're gonna fold. Ty karty musíš vzít, že jo? To už je prostě jedno. Normálně vezmeš, jo?
Fritz ain't folding.
Yeah, and up against Christea, who Fritz had the kings against aces earlier, just really hoping that it's not a repeat.
By the way, I think Serge Cheshan may have folded out of turn. Whatever.
Serge.
Fritz has made it 17k, action back on the original razor.
Raising under the gun +1. Kind of narrows what that other card could be, eh? And calling, too.
Interesting.
TT for Christie.
Yeah, also depending on how wide Christea is willing to call pre-flop against a 3-bet, some of the suited broadways as well could potentially, you know, like the king 10, queen 10 suited, but unsure at this point.
Bravo. Bravo. Thank you.
Here comes Fritz. Getting a little frenetic with that bet.
So we've had a bit of a messy hand so far. We had the Queen of Hearts exposed by Ramon. We had Cheshan folding out of turn. We're missing one of Christea's whole cards. Other than that,
Oh, well, then that takes queen 10 of hearts, though, out of his range. I forgot that it was the queen of hearts exposed.
Yeah.
But king 10, jack 10 suited, potentially. 10s as well, of course. With that call, I think it does.
Ooh. Could he have the
feel a little
Grafton?
more
Could he have
likely.
10-9 of hearts, Maria?
That would feel like a little bit of a loose peel, but you know, maybe he's a big fan of Grafton and wants to win with his hand.
I mean, people have had that man shouting at them for the last 2 years about how valuable this hand is and how you shouldn't be folding it pre-flop.
Okay, 16, yeah?
Yeah, even though I think to some people the 9 on the turn may look scary, I think you have to realize that Christea won't have a lot of 9Xs that they're going to raise with from early position and call a 3-bet with. So because of that, you do feel like if you're Fritz, you're probably going to be up against, you know, other overpairs that are lower than kings, perhaps, you know, wanting to protect against a jack 10 suited hand, of course, as well. So definitely a lot of worse hands you could get called by and hands that you want to protect from.
I'm going to say he didn't have 10-9.
I don't know. I don't know.
We are close to the bubble, guys.
Exactly.
So
You can never be too careful.
Be too careful.
Manuel Fritz playing more than 50 big blinds. So yeah, we're about 10 minutes away from the end of this level. And just a reminder, guys, that there is going to be a dinner break of just over an hour.
1 second.
When we come back, we will have our world-famous bubble coverage. We will play Into the Money and beyond. 2 more levels to play tonight. And we are going to be changing feature table during the break. So we'll have a new lineup on the main stage when we come back.
Who was the big blind? Who was the big blind last hand, guys?
I think it's correct.
Who was the big blind?
I think I was.
All right, I'll be the big blind.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
You should pay more. I think you should pay like 2 times big blind because you are from Sweden and you are way too good. Correct? And you are enjoying life for a living.
Yes.
Sharky asks, what are the blinds? The blinds are 1,500, 3,000. And the raise from Christea under the gun is 6,500 with ace-king.
You're lucky James fielded that question, not me. I'd have told you what the blinds are.
Thank you.
Oh, Chechen gets away from the dominated hand.
Raise and take it for Christea. Still at 189. Close to the bubble on day 2 of the EPT Prague main event.
15 people will stay, try to stay fairly long. I think
maybe,
it will take 2 hours. 2 levels.
Not one likely.
One level, one full level. Maybe they don't show up after the break.
I'm gonna miss that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe we should be paying more attention to the chat on YouTube. Tom Dwan is in the chat.
Dur?
Barely got there.
Now, the last time I thought someone was fake, it turned out it was the real Maria Ho.
Right.
So maybe that is the real Tom Dwan.
Let me ask him something only the real Tom Dwan would know.
Yeah.
Nothing. Pre-flop, on the flop. Nothing.
What about turn ribbon?
Yeah,
Tom,
turn
which
ribbon,
which
right.
dorm
You're right.
did you live in your freshman year of college?
And awesome play. Awesome play as well. It's helping a lot.
To the same college.
To just play awesome.
At the same time?
I don't think so. Especially because he was only there a few months, I think. So if we did go at the same time,
No restrictions, yeah?
he did not last as long as I did either way.
Ace of spades for Henning Andre, and he's raised to 6,000. Haven't seen his other card.
What was it, ace?
Button raise? The ace is hot go. Let's go. Doesn't matter.
Oh, sorry.
Open it.
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
Again.
Guess I will miss this table then.
Guys, anybody has the red chip still? No?
Good. Just the one. So.
AA for Andre.
Last hand, huh?
Yeah.
Ice cold.
See, the problem is, Sharky asked that question, and I gave a legitimate answer rather than a trolly Stapleton-esque answer.
Yeah.
And Sharky's back in chat
With
a few
another
minutes
dumb
later,
question.
asking what are the blind amounts. I'm like, you had your question asked on air, you had your answer.
It's me.
You want to know what the blind amount is? You're banned.
I have
I
no
don't have the power
cards
to
today.
do that on YouTube.
Bye-bye, TV table.
Minimum players, you're on 75 minutes dinner break. Once again, minimum players, you're on 75 minutes.
Yeah, so main event players being informed that At the end of this session, they will have a 75-minute, a 1 hour, 15-minute dinner break.
Luxurious.
We will also be on break during that time.
Because he's alone, yeah? No?
Oh, you will do that.
Sorry?
Okay.
All right. See you after the break.
Yeah.
How much do you have? How much do you have? How much do you have? Chips? Yeah? Almost million.
I guess this is going to be the last hand.
Yokosawa has a hand that I think you should always be raising from the... Okay, maybe not always, but most of the time raising from the big blind against the small blind. But he does just...
When you say raising, you mean
check the
re-raising?
option. No, Christea limped in from the small blind. So against a limp from the small blind, I would be raising.
Okay.
When you're, you know, at least 30 big blinds effective or so, I would say that that feels somewhat standard. Christea trying to take a stab. Certainly there could be some ace-X's that Christea would limp in with. And of course, you know that players will have some traps with some big hands in this spot as well. But I think Yokosawa has enough to call.
Uh-oh. Ooh. 8-ball.
Ooh. So when we come back from break, Maria, I know you'll still be with us for our world-famous bubble coverage. There is a chance that we will also be joined by the reigning World Series of Poker main event champion, Corey Aldemir, may be spending some time with us in the booth.
Aldemir, one does not simply bring in the World Series of Poker main event champion.
And the reason I'm hedging is because even though we agreed a time,
Right.
I know there's a high roller this evening,
Yeah.
and I know what poker players are like when the prospect of a juicy 10K rears its ugly head.
Yokosawa does river a higher pair than Christea's eights. Definitely a very coordinated board, and the action so far has been bet call, so not really sure how many more chips are going to be put into this pot unless Christea wants to turn this pair of eights into a bluff.
Oh, he does. You cheeky chappy.
But this sizing, I think,
Yeah.
it's just a little too good for Yokosawa to pass up. You know, you're just getting such a good price for the fact that you've rivered a pretty good card for your hand. It's not the best. Sure, the backdoor flush gets there and straights are possible as well, but you do have that jack blocker for the straight.
Or is it too good? Dragon the Egos says, call him. Chat Pro Saturday. Anything goes.
I mean, if you think Christea is taking this sizing with a thinner value bet like an ace-X type hand, obviously you still can't beat that with King Jack. But I think blind versus blind, you might just be a little bit curious.
It's not as easy a call when you can't see all of the cards.
Yeah, you just don't imagine that Christea is going to go 3 streets as a bluff very often, especially when Yokosawa showed some resistance calling. Okay, looks like
Makes the call.
Does eventually make the call, yeah.
Good call, and that will see Masato Yokosawa win the last hand of the level. It's the last hand we'll see of these guys for now, because we are going to be changing the feature table during the break. And a reminder, yes, thumbs up. This
see you.
is a 75-minute dinner break.
He's coming over to get closer, I think.
These are the stacks of the players we've been watching for the last few levels. Martin Cabral up to 726k. So when we come back at the 2k, 4k blind level of 181 big blinds, and when we do come back, not only are we going to have a new lineup on the main stage, including a couple of former EPT champs, we are also going to be close to the bubble. World famous bubble coverage is imminent. So please make sure you're back here. If you don't want to watch what we've got during the break, be back in an hour and 15 for our continued coverage here from the European Poker Tour in Prague. Well, here are some stats about Ramon Calles, winner of Platinum Pass number 304. CEP leaderboard winner. That's a local tour in Spain. $10,000 in live earnings, now guaranteed more than 229k. Looks like there's an all-in on the main stage. So Griffin Benja shoved, and Ramon Calles called all in. Ace-Jack against Ace-8, it's Domination Nation. And Griffin is the dominated player this time. Now, the stacks are awfully close, but we think Benja just has Calles covered. Jack on the flop. Gut shot for Benja.
Yep.
Ten on the turn? Nope. One last chance to hit. 4 outs for Griffin Benja.
Try one more time.
The river card is a 9. And Ramon's girlfriend Nesri is thrilled. He's just doubled up. And Griffin Benja will still have chips behind, but not many. Jansen raising with King Jack. On to Ramon in the big blind. Ace-9 of hearts. Call. Pretty good flop for Ramon. Open-ended straight draw.
Wow.
And the nut flush draw. Still ahead with ace high.
I was going to call for the Jack of Hearts.
That's a crazy card.
It's just annoying when people are always calling for cards, so I didn't do it. But I was like...
And no way that Jatin isn't going to get involved here.
I know.
Top pair and the second nut flush draw. And yet he is drawing dead. So no c-bet from Farid on the flop. Ramon's going to lead turn with the nuts. 650,000 into 1.2 million.
Attention dealers in the flight B for the 2-day event. All dealers in the flight B for the 2-day event. Please, when you receive players coming from the broken table, make sure that you report...
Farid calls. This hand going to the river.
Make sure you report the some players coming from broken table.
5 of clubs does put a 4-card straight out there.
That's an incredibly fortunate river for Jatin.
Because Coleus now has a straight.
In the event that you make a flush and a straight, your opponent is forced to forfeit all of their chips.
No, they get to pick.
Definitely put a damper on open and straight flush draws. It's not too big of a bet. I like that he goes for smaller sizing here.
Yeah, it was 650 on the turn, 625 on the river.
Yeah, he gets called.
Nice answer. Ramon up to 8 million. Farid down to 6.3 million.
What will give you the edge at the final table? Experience?
J'ai fait pratiquement tout le circuit français. Je fais pas mal de tournois européens aussi. Mais ça risque de prendre beaucoup plus d'ampleur quand même.
I've been doing this for 6 years, and I know that this is a chance to get the big one.
Perseverance.
I play final table 3 times. I won a one-time win.
Barcelona stop, I made the final table there. I always knew that I'll make it again.
Talent.
When I was close to 18, I won a very big score in Moscow. I thought that I'm the chosen one.
A €1 million challenge from Full Tilt was my first big live tournament, and I got 30K. That was basically my start bankroll, and I grinded it up from there.
Leave nothing to chance. Find your edge. We've come to the beautiful Czech Republic for one of the most eagerly anticipated stops on the PokerStars.com EPT. Players came in their hordes to compete in the ultimate clash of wits for a share of the €5 million prize pool and the coveted trophy. The Chip Daddy brings a stack of 10 million to the final table.
It's like a dream, of course. I was expecting once in my life to come to final table or something like that, but to be in this position, yeah, that's a real chance. And look forward to using it.
Hussein Ensan has gained a reputation over the last couple of seasons for being a bit of a wild card.
I don't play tight. I am aggressive. You can win one tournament when you aggro.
Ensan came third in the EPT 100 main event in 2014. The 8th place finisher in that tournament was Slaven Popov.
I feel a little bit more confident. I've done the table before. Now I just want to play to win.
Thomas Butzhammer is also haunted by the ghosts of EPT's past.
I'm really glad I made the final table. Last year I finished 16 in the same tournament and I was a bit disappointed, and so I'm even more happy that I made it this year.
Gleb Tremzin is a young online pro with a lot of faith in his own abilities.
I'm feeling 100% confident about my game, about my experience. I will play my best game.
And finally, short-stacked Olivier Ferrero will be looking for an early double-up.
Actuellement, je suis en table finale. Actuellement, j'ai 1 700 000. Je suis short stack, mais ça va, je me sens bien. Pas de pression pour le moment.
All 6 players have taken their seats. Time to get this final table underway.
Let's light this candle.
Blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. An action on chip leader Ilkin Amarov, a recreational player who likes to combine his holidays with major poker tournaments.
He's 43 years old, but he also looks 11.
So he's raised it with Jack-9. Slaven Popov has pocket 8s. He calls the raise.
I think a flat call is the way to go. Even though it invites a squeeze, you don't want to have to 3-bet fold or 3-bet get it in.
Folded to Olivier Ferrero, another recreational player who owns a couple of businesses with his wife. He passes, and Ensan gives up the big blind, so heads up to the flop. And just like that, Slaven Popov flops quads.
Popov gets a treat. Hey, don't call it quads. It's disrespectful. It's like calling a police officer a cop. This is 4 of a kind.
Amarov, drawing dead, continues for 175,000.
Oh god, what do I do? Play it cool. Play it cool.
Popov flat calls.
Yeah, push those chips in, Ilkin. They're not coming back.
Oh, Amarov pairs his 9 on the turn. This could prove costly.
Well, at least he might slow down now that he's got okay, nope.
Second barrel coming. 255,000.
I think I like a smooth call here again. Let some draws hit the river. But I guess when Amarov raises under the gun, I don't know how often he's going to have draws.
Popov raises to 660,000.
He can rep a draw. I actually think a call here would be pretty loose.
Amarov does call. We go to the river with 2.3 million in the middle. It's the 5 of spades, so a few of those draws got there.
So maybe that'll save Amarov some chips.
Well, he has finally slowed down. He checks the action to Popov.
Popov, play it safe. Check behind.
He's got the second nuts. He bets 1.2 million.
Amarov thinking of getting loose again.
What the hell, yeah?
Just quads.
Thought we agreed we'd call it 4 of a kind.
Whatever.
Nice hand.
Amarov lets it go.
Good fold.
Well, this is Popov's second EPT final table. He's also won a scoop event online and is a very popular poker writer in his home country.
I think he's wearing the exact same outfit he wore last time, too, which I'm guessing has to be for luck.
By the way, while we're talking about online achievements, Gleb Tremzin has 3 W-Coop titles and 6 six-figure results online.
Gleb with his shirt all buttoned up like he's straight out of Compton.
Tremzin raises with 9-6 of spades. Ferrero has 5s on the button. He shoves. St. Anselm with ace-queen.
Me too.
He calls all in. And Tremzin can fold his garbage.
We have got a race like Ryu versus Ken. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
It's a battle of the short stacks. Hussein Ensan officially at risk here with the overcards.
Short on short fighting, like the movie Time Bandits.
Queen on the flop. Ensan takes the lead.
Ferrero's gonna need to spike a 5 now, which is pretty Ferrer.
The turn card is a 10, 2 outs for Olivier Ferrero. He needs a 5 on the river. It's another 10. Ensan doubles up. And I think Olivier Ferrero is going to be left with just 3 big blinds.
Pretty annoying to lose a flip.
Ensan up to 2.2 million.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
I like that, not quite a full thumbs up.
Ensan's friends also liking it. So the next player out will earn 166,000 euros. We see the usual big money jumps as we move up the spots, with the winner receiving more than 921,500 euros. Blinds 60-120. Action folded to Ferrero. Super short. He shoves with 8-9.
Not the best hand in the world, but he had to do it.
355. Yes.
Such an embarrassing question I have to answer.
Popov folds. Bartshammer's priced in, and it's an easy call when you wake up with ace-king.
That's how you don't slow roll a dude. Nice one, Buttshammer.
Ferrero at risk and behind.
Ah, il a payé dans le noir. As-3.
French humor.
The flop. Has 2 kings on it. That is pretty much it.
Look.
Ferrero needs running cards. He's drawing down on the turn, and we are down to 5.
Good luck, man.
Olivier Ferrero cashes for 166 grand.
Lost a flip, lost with live cards. Now I know why the French make such dark films.
1 down, 4 to go. We're now 5-handed here in Prague, with Elkin Amarov holding on to the chip lead. He's the first player from Azerbaijan to make a final table on the PokerStars.com EPT, and he got here in style. On the penultimate day of the tournament, with just 13 players remaining, this happened.
I'm all in. I mean, 2 all-ins in front of you, then you wake up with kings. You got 2 players behind. You have no choice. You have to put it in. I'm all in.
We have a 4-way all-in with 3 players at risk.
I saw an ace, but after these crazy decisions before me, I just snap, fold it, and leave you alone.
The flop was crazy. I mean, everybody back at home, they were watching live, they went mad.
A triple elimination.
That is awesome. Yes. I mean, I feel bad for all the guys that just got cold decked, but that was sick.
Living a dream.
It's like incredible, you know? I was really happy with that situation, obviously, because I was short stack, and then I secured my spot at the final table without playing a hand.
My telephone was bursting after that part. I don't think I will ever forget that part.
He had missed calls from over 10% of Azerbaijan's population. 41 calls.
So now we know how he came into the final table as chip leader. Action's been folded to Thomas Buttshammer on the button. He's got Jack 7 off. And he's raising to 250,000. Hussein Ensan is in the big blind.
200?
Don't let the old man routine fool you. This guy likes to get down with the kids and the peeps and the... Where you going, Gleb?
Stretching his legs. So Buttshammer pairs his 7 on the flop. And looks like Ensan is leading with absolutely nothing.
Well, this is weird, and it's probably never going to get a fold because if he had an ace, he probably wouldn't play it like this.
Ensan, the oldest player at the table, 51 years old. Buttshammer, the youngest, at 26. He's called the bet. We get an 8 on the turn.
Don't forget, y'all, this guy is Hossein in the membrane, Insan in the bran.
Is he going to take another stab at this?
That's what Insan people do.
Here he comes. 720,000.
I still don't think he plays his value hands this way. It might work other times since Buttshammer's rarely going to have a pair here, but this time he does, and he probably can't fold it.
And he calls again. A pot of 2.7 million.
And remember, he's already beating most unpaired hands. I think he probably gets a lot of credit because he's 51 and clicks buttons like a 21-year-old.
The river is a king. King of spades. Triple barrel bluff? Nope.
And Buttshammer can't value bet. He can't really expect to get a better hand to fold.
You say that?
Huh.
He thinks better of it and checks behind.
That's what I thought. Maybe he was just trying to get a read.
Buttshammer takes a big pot off Ensan.
Sick. Yep. Nice call.
Nice calls, plural. There's Ensan's rail. I call it the Ensan Asylum. Those guys are crazy.
So back to the action. Gleb Tremzen under the gun. He folds. Ensan raises with 4s.
Sure.
Ilkin Amarov has King 10 on the button.
Sure.
He calls the raise. Popov in the small blind has Ace-Jack of diamonds.
Are we going to see a little squeeze from the Bulgarian?
Yeah, he raises. 3-betting to 825,000. Buttshammer folds. It's back on Ensan. Wow. He moves all in.
Wow is right.
Amarov's folded. It's back on Popov.
I want to play heads up with you, man.
I have good hand.
This is
you can show
this
my
is
card.
the only reason that I would not go.
I don't know what you have, but I have big hand.
Yeah. Let's play heads up, huh?
Okay, man.
I'm going to go ahead and say the speech was great. The play...
Sorry, I cannot just call push or fold. Sorry, man. Yeah, that's a game.
You do what you have to do, man.
Okay, man.
I heart these two. They should have their own TV show. Popov and the Ensan.
Mr. Ensan is a really fun guy.
Popov, doch, der war ein ganz angenehmer Junge.
After the final table in Barcelona, when we see each other, we exchange some words, and he's a really nice gentleman.
Und meine Mitspieler sind sehr wichtig. Das ist ein Charakterspiel. Poker ist ein Gentleman-Spiel.
Back in Barcelona, I didn't get involved with him in many hands because I just lost him quite early. he's a really tough opponent and really tough to read.
Das ist nicht nur um Karte gucken und mit Poker kannst du mal Menschen kennenlernen.
I'll try to avoid him, but when we play the heads up, then I have to play all the hands with him.
Blinds are up to 80,000, 160,000 with a 25,000 ante. Hussein Ensan is raising with Queen 7 suited from under the gun. Butts hammer in the small blind.
Butts hammer.
King Jack. He calls.
325, yeah?
Gleb Tremsin with ace deuce of clubs in the big.
Come on, Gleb. Don't get hot, get in the pot. Though it's gotta be pretty warm up in there with all those buttons. It's driving me crazy.
Three-way action. Well, the flop gives Ensan top pair. Nut flush draw for Tremsin and nothing for Butts hammer. He checks.
No, Ensan's betting all right.
He continues for 410,000. Butts hammer folds.
420. 410.
420, I'm out. 410, you got yourself a turn card.
Tremsin calls. We're going heads up to the turn. King of diamonds. So Ensan still ahead. Now a 71% favorite. Action goes check, check.
I would have liked to bet there.
Oh, Ensan improves to trips, but Tremsin makes his flush. And looks like Gleb's going to bet for value. 1,555,000.
Hussein's kind of got a call.
He does call.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had much, so Gleb would probably also be betting all of his busted straights and kings the same way.
Look at the crowd rushing in to see what happened.
Yeah, that's the appropriate face.
Nice one. Yeah, thanks. Nice river.
The best possible river card in the deck for Gleb Tremsin. And the online beast is now playing close to 8 million.
My name is Gleb. I'm from Russian city, Archangelsk. Hello to everybody who watching me, rooting for me, my friends, my wife. I appreciate it very much. So I must win in this tournament. I playing more than 10 years and I didn't win big tournaments. I won some small tournaments, but this, you know, it's crazy money. When I was 18, I got second in some tournament in Moscow, and it was a very big score for me. After that, I have some tough years because I thought that I'm like the chosen one, but I wasn't a good player, and maybe now I'm still not the best. But I will play my best game, and I come to take a trophy.
He's so smiley because he's that random Russian you're always losing to online.
Blind still 8160. Butts hammer under the gun folds. Tremsin's out. Hussein Ensan on the button has ace jack and he's raising with it. Amarov folds the small. Popov with ace deuce in the big.
I'm all in. Call.
Shoving a call. Popov at risk and dominated.
Yikes, folding ace-jack before to shove here is also a little... He could have been flipping before, but now he is dominated.
Ensan's coming over. Such good camaraderie between these two.
I wish they were my real dads.
A 9-8-5 flop. Popov needs a deuce, or running clubs, or running straight cards. King of hearts on the turn, just 3 outs for Slaven Popov. He needs a deuce.
It does not look like they're going to get to play heads up.
No deuce. Slaven Popov eliminated by his friend Hussein Ensan.
Better than his last finish. Just.
And we are down to 4 in the quest for the 3rd main event trophy of EPT 12. Well, if you want to make friends on the European Poker Tour, try qualifying for a main event at PokerStars.com. Hussein Ensan just proved there are no friends at the poker table, dispatching Slaven Popov from the PokerStars.com EPT Prague main event in 5th place.
Hussein Ensan is a good, crazy player, so I like him as a person, but I'm sure next time we play, I'll beat him.
And now, he's hoping 3rd time's a charm.
I play final table 3 times. I want a one-time win. It's a trophy, please.
Well, he asked nicely. The guy's insanely polite.
Blinds are still 81-60. Gleb Tremzen's first to speak.
It's only big blinds, yeah?
Don't have to worry about that online.
He's got Jack 10.
370.
He raises. Action on Hussein Ensan. Looks like he's going to play here. So I tell you what, Joe. Let's try and play against Hussein Ensan. Let's sweat with Gleb.
But I don't want to play against Ensan. He's going to be my adopted uncle when my real parents die in a big game hunting accident.
Ensan has 3-bet to 635,000. Tremzen calls out of position.
I think I already know what we're going to do. We're going to call, and then call, and then call, and then call again if necessary.
Top pair and a gut shot for Tremzen. Checks the pre-flop aggressor. And Ensan continues for 450k.
So far, my plan is checking out. Step 1, call.
There's the call from Gleb. Turn card is an ace.
Oh, I assume he wasn't 3-betting us with nothing.
Tremzen checks a second time, and Ensan checks behind, river for free.
Now Ensan checks, I don't know about this.
Ace of diamonds, so now we have a straighty flushy paired board. And Ensan bets pretty much full pot.
2 million.
How much?
2 million.
Look, I said our plan was to call 6, possibly 7 times. We've only called twice. I say let's go for it. This guy's an aggressive little monkey. He will rue the day he messed with Gleb Tremzen.
Gleb calls. Ensan. Table's queen 10 of diamonds for a flush.
No, diamonds, are you serious? Come on. Well, at least my adopted uncle's gonna be rich.
Ensan. Now playing a stack of more than 9 million. Well, Hussein Ensan certainly has a unique and aggressive style.
Also folgt in dem Sinne, ich kämpfe für meine Stake.
All in.
Why so much?
Call.
He calls, and Hussein Ensan is drawing to a 9.
That is thin.
Kann keine sagen, dass keine Fehler gemacht hat.
The river card is a 10.
1, 2 Fehler ist es immer, aber da kann man reparieren. Ich habe versucht, immer dieses Spiel besser lernen. Ja, ich habe alles probiert.
With 3 final tables in a year and a half, he's clearly doing something right.
Turnierspielen. Turnierspielen, also braucht man viel Motivation, viel Geduld und auch rechnen muss man gucken, also was man crazy, verrückt, aber das lass die mal denken. Ich weiß, was ich tue.
Hossein Ensan is now the chip leader. Action's been forwarded to Thomas Buttshammer on the button. Ace, queen of clubs.
Time to give him the old Buttshammer.
He raises. Ensan is in the big blind with Jack 10. And he defends.
Fair.
The flop is Queen 9-4. Top pair for Buttshammer, an open-ended straight draw for Ensan. And with top, Buttshammer will continue.
Betshammer.
All in.
Wow.
Call.
Blimey, that pot got massive rather quickly.
Oh man, Hossein Ensan has zero chill. I don't hate the shove, but I think he's going to get snapped off enough by a queen there to make calling the right play.
Buttshammer's at risk and has to fade eights and kings to double up and survive.
Tough to smile when you know 34% of the time you're getting run down.
8 on the turn, and it's over for Thomas Buttshammer.
Ouch. I guess shoving was the play.
Sorry, man. That's that game. Six down.
You know what? I'm gonna call him Bootshammer. He's earned it.
Ensan increases his chip lead. And we are down to 3 players at the EPT Prague final table, with Buttshammer's elimination.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played, and I'm also happy with the result. 300K is a huge cash, just my biggest cash by far, and I'm really happy right now. Really nice experience, I like it a lot, and will come next year for sure.
I'm gonna miss that little Buttshammer.
So Ilkin Amarov, who started the final table as chip leader, is now the shortest stack. He raises small to big with ace-9 suited. Ace-10 for Gleb Tremzin.
All in.
Who shoves?
I call.
Another all-in and a call.
Jeez.
To this.
I just learned a swear word in Azerbaijanian.
No comment.
Раздали кулерок.
Куда мне деться?
Ну да.
Oh, Gleb speaks Azerbaijanian too? Man, the American educational system sucks.
Да, здорово. Ну еще, может, поиграем.
So Amarov at risk and dominated. No diamonds, no 9.
Спарринг да olmadı.
He has 3 outs.
Семерка.
One last chance to hit. It's a 6.
Молодец.
Разорви.
Хорошо дошли.
Good game.
The start of day chip leader exits in third, cashing for nearly 392k.
Well done. Heads up. In EPT.
Okay, man.
Not bad.
And we're heads up.
Ich bin so happy und ich bin erleichtert. Ich habe verdammt sehr gute Gefühl.
I come to take a trophy. He's a nice guy, he's a good player, but I think I'm better.
Ich habe mich nur entschieden, für ein Turnier hier hinzukommen und meine ganze Kraft investieren.
In heads-up game, you need to fight for every pot. You know, it's pure poker.
Also Heads-up-Spiel, so einfach ist er nicht. Heads-up-Spiel für mich ist nach dem Flop, Turn und River.
I will just play my game. We will see.
Ich bin ein ganz fairer Spieler. Wenn ich gewinne, ich freue mich sehr. Ganz hart dran gearbeitet.
What's your name?
Gleb. And you?
Lip.
Hossein?
Hossein. Lip.
Gleb.
Lip. Glip.
Gleb.
Glip.
Yeah. Hossein.
Yeah, хорошо.
Хорошо.
Gleb, Gleb, Lip, Gleb, Gleb, Hossein, Gleb.
So as the guys are pretty even in chips, they agreed a deal. They agreed to chop the prize money and play for 30,000 euros, and of course, the title and trophy.
I love it. What a display of sportsmanship.
Tremzin's on the button. First to act. 10-8.
Wait, what's his name?
He raises to 600,000. 9-7 off for Ensan.
I was saying, remember what you were saying about it being a post-flop game?
He 3-bets. Re-raising to 1,375,000.
These guys want to play bigger pots? Fine by me. It's your funeral. I always wanted to say that.
Tremzin calls. So 2.85 million in the middle already. Tremzin flops top pair, nothing for Ensan.
Best hand flops best. Well, we know Hossein's not slowing down.
He slows down. He does not continue.
Okay.
Action check to Gleb. He bets 475,000.
How much?
475.
Oh, is this the part where he doesn't slow down?
That's why he didn't continue. He wants to check raise.
1-9.
I really like Hossein's chutzpah, but I'm not so sure about this.
Call.
Tremzin calls. There's now 6.6 million in the pot. The turn card is an ace.
Bit of a scare card for who, I don't know. I guess Hossein can rep it a little more effectively.
He's loading up. He bets 2 million.
This bet is so small, even if he did play with nuts this way, it wouldn't get a fold here.
Tremzin calls. So now the pot is more than 10 million. Neither player has a pot size bet behind.
Ah, cool.
A king on the river. Tremzin still has the best hand with a pair of eights. And Ensan's going to try bluffing again. Super small, 1.3 million.
Insanely small. Would he really value bet an ace or a king this small?
How much you left behind? Like
9?
9 1 million chips.
all in.
Tremzin shoves! Was that a bluff or a vanny bet?
As much as I love Hossein, Gleb played that hand like he had some really good leads. The Gleb-Gary leads.
And the young Russian takes a 2-1 chip lead over Hossein Ensan.
Now, will you go to lunch?
It started off so friendly, but things just got serious. We're heads up here at the PokerStars.com EPT Prague final table. Russia's Gleb Tremzin has a commanding chip lead over Germany's Hossein Ensan. The lines are 150,000, 300,000 with a 50,000 ante. And Joe, we're going to give you another go to play against Ensan. We're going to sweat with Gleb once again.
Of course we're going to sweat with Gleb. He refuses to take down that top button. Dang.
Ensan has raised. Tremzin has ace-king.
Hossein said he doesn't like to play big pots pre-flop, which is the reason why I want to make this pot bigger now.
1,000,006.
There's the 3-bet from Tremzin.
Hossein doesn't seem that thrilled about it.
He calls with the advantage of position. The flop is 5-5-4.
Not a huge fan of this board. I think we should c-bet small and then maybe just shut it down from there.
Tremzin does not c-bet. He checks the action to Ensan, who checks behind.
Okay.
8 on the turn. And still no bet from Tremzin. Ensan, on the other hand, will bet 700k.
This bet is so small, we have to call. I think he tends to bet small when he doesn't have it. I think.
Tremzin calls with ace high. The river card is a 10.
I say let's check one more time. Hope for a free showdown.
There's the check. I don't think Ensan's checking behind. He is loading up.
Maybe he's just building a chip castle before he checks.
Oh. He's really loading up.
Ollie.
He shoves!
Awesome. We fold. We fold.
Gleb's not convinced. Could ace high be the best hand here?
I mean, it's possible.
He calls! Ensan tables a full house!
Yes. I don't know. This dude's kind of random. I was just flipping a coin back here anyway.
He flopped it! And got the absolute maximum. The ultimate hero call from Gleb Tremzin, and it cost him.
You can't really blame him. Hossein is confusing. I mean, his name's Hossein Ensan, and he's from Germany. He's already a bit of a conundrum.
What did the Russian rail make of that?
Wait, is Igor on the German rail or the Russian rail?
Kurganov's on the Russian rail. EPT 8 Prague winner Martin Finger is on the German rail. So it's almost even again. Tremzin with 8-4.
Call.
Completes. Ensan checks his option. His hand, Queen 5. And he's still ahead. Bottom pair now. Action goes check, check. Deuce on the turn, doesn't change anything. Tremzin has picked up a gut shot, and he bets it, 400k.
It's the most passive pot we've seen them play so far.
Ensan calls.
Nice try, Gleb. Now give up.
6 on the river, so Ensan still has the best hand. And he's going to bet it. 400k.
Gleb's raise of a super small river bet got a fold before. Pretty good reason to think it might work again.
There's the bluff from Tremzin, 2.3 million.
It doesn't look like it's going to work.
Ensan re-raises.
Good call.
You call?
Yeah.
You win. I'm just 5. 5.
Yeah, it's a good call.
I think there's some confusion here. I think Gleb thought Ensan was calling.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I win.
Yeah.
Yes, I win. 4,6.
4-6.
I said good call.
Call. You call.
No, I said good call.
I call. I raise. Hey man,
But I
you
didn't
call.
say it.
I call. I call. I call. You say I call.
Floor?
Yeah, he bet 400.
Of course, I'm not calling. We say.
This is I raise. This is I raise.
You said raise. Like it's clear.
He didn't say raise.
Raise, my friend.
You said call.
I said good call, not that I'm calling. How can I call with 8-4?
Well, this is awkward.
Let's go back to the tape and hear what Gleb said.
Good call.
Good call.
Yeah.
You win.
He thought Ensan was calling, and he praised him on his call.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Okay, gentlemen. It's okay. I don't want more. It's okay. It's okay.
Of course I'm not calling.
No. I don't want more. Yeah. It's okay, man.
Yet another amazing display of sportsmanship.
Be careful.
Yeah, sorry,
it's okay.
sorry for that. It's my mistake, but...
Maybe poker is a sport.
But next time, please don't bluff.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay.
It's not good.
But you bluff also.
I have 5. It's don't flop. You have nothing.
I kind of want both these guys to win. I did not see that being resolved so happily.
Well, the blinds are up to 200, 400 with a 50k ante, which means Gleb Tremzin is now playing fewer than 20 big blinds. Hussein Ensan, the dominant chip leader, and he has aces. He limps.
Wow.
Million.
Tremzin raises with Queen Jack suited.
How much?
Things are about to get swifty in here.
Ensan continues to play it slow. He flats.
This is very, very suspicious.
And this could be fatal for Tremzin. He's paired his queen.
Things are about to get real swifty in here.
He checks. And Ensan continues to slow play. He checks behind.
Jeez.
9 on the turn. Tremzin's going to come out firing. 1 million.
Kind of seems like Hossein check calls a lot and then bombs the river when he has it, but there's pretty much no way Gleb can know that.
Ensan calls. The river card. An inconsequential 4.
There's going to be consequences, all right, for Gleb.
260.
2.6 million.
I go all in.
And Ensan shoves on him.
I know that Hossein and the membrane, Ensan and the brand plays nuttier than Bear Grylls used pine cones, but I think when he moves all in here, you have to consider the fact that a large percentage of the time he is going to have it.
This is a decision for Gleb Tremzin's tournament life. This is a decision for the title.
Can I fold in this bank?
Really tough to fold here and leave yourself 3 million to his 30.
Tremzin calls all in and busts.
It is over.
Good game.
Yes!
Hussein Ensan is the winner.
Well played, man.
He is the champion of the Czech Republic. His 3rd EPT final table, his first win. Such a great vibe at this final table, such great camaraderie between the final 2. Remember, they chopped most of the prize money, but the title and trophy was still up for grabs, and they both go to the EPT 12 Prague champion, Hussein Ensan.
Hossein Ensan, 3 final tables in the last year and a half. You finally win one. Don't you know poker's a young man's game? What are you doing?
I think poker is for all people. I am young too. Yes, it's 50 or 60 is doch not too much old.
Are you happy?
I'm happy.
He's very happy. Let's get a big round of applause for EPT 12 Prague champion Hossein Ensan. Very good.
Lost and found, hidden safe and sound. Turn around, watch the sand hit the draws down, scattered hit the ground. Colors, explosions, I feel like the world and I'm changing the world tonight.
And big shock, look who's got a hand.
Well, Torsten Brinkmann should get some action here. He's going to 3-bet. This must be music to Brinkman's ears.
Freitas just 3-bet an under-the-gun razor. That's going to look pretty strong, but I'm not sure I can automatically give credence to a 3-bet from the chip leader, especially remember his propensity to get it in with ace-4. It's pretty rare to see someone lay down ace-king at this stage of the tournament to only 1 bet.
Brinkman's got the perfect size stack for...
Whoa.
What happened there?
Tight fold.
He just laid down ace-king?
I mean, why even raise if you're going to fold to a re-raise? He had position and chips behind as well. Even when Freitas gets unlucky, he gets lucky.
I was about to say, Brinkmann was in a perfect position to ship it, and then he folded? Did that really just happen?
That was terrible. It was a terrible fold.
And action is on the chip leader, Ivan Freitas. He's got 9s, and he raises under the gun to 245,000. A decision for Torsten Brinkmann.
Freitas really hasn't gotten out of line too much today.
The decision is to fold. 5s for Eugene Unite.
Eugene's got about 25 big blinds behind. Not a lot of players are going to call and try to set mine with a stack like this, so this might be fold or all-in territory.
I'm all in.
It's the latter. All his chips go across the line.
Freitas will have a decision to make, but he's got a couple of players to act before him.
Van Wyk gives up the button. And both blinds quickly muck.
Back to Freitas.
Counting out the chips for the call.
Freitas hasn't folded too often in these spots.
There's his wife. They're celebrating their wedding anniversary today.
I call.
He puts Unite at risk.
No. Pack 5, pack 9.
Unite looking to spike a 2-outer. Freitas is the 4-1 favorite to bust Eugene and become an even bigger chip leader.
There's PCA final tableist Bolivar Palacios.
And behind him, Umberto Brenes.
A lot of support for Ivan Freitas. A flop of 10 Queen 6. Unite still drawing to a 5.
Umberto somehow found his way up to the wives section.
Ace on the turn.
Unite still dead to a 5. Meanwhile, every poker fan in Latin America is somehow here and on their feet. Unite is down to 1 card, 2 outs, or it's checkmate for the chess master.
The river is a 6. Freitas consolidates his chip lead. A disappointing result for Eugene Unite. 6th place will earn him 250,000 euros. Can anyone stop the freight train?
Everybody's really upset at him. They just everybody else is like, oh, this guy's unbelievable.
It's a really specific situation. I don't know what to say about it, but I didn't like it actually.
I called a bet on the flop, and the turn came 5. It went check, check.
River cards, 6 of spades.
On the river, I put out a kind of small to medium bet, and my opponent postured for a while.
Hey, raise.
And then he said, okay, I raise. And he put out a call.
I'm sorry, call.
What? He said raise. Thomas Krems has been called to the table.
Call.
Sorry, you announced raise.
No, speak English.
Everybody on the table saw what happened, and everybody understood what happened.
Wow, you see that?
That was not a mistake.
The floor man came up and said, you know, this guy did this earlier in the tournament.
I think this is exactly the same situation.
Wow, Freitas has got previous for this.
It's exactly the same move and you had the nuts. I just share this information with you, okay?
He wasn't against the rules, but he did some mistake to make some kind of confusion on his opponent.
I believe we're looking at an angle shoot here.
Made a mistake by calling because I had a pretty strong hand with king queen, but I can pretty easily fold because I know he has a full house from his tell.
He makes the call. Freitas shows the full house.
Yeah. No, I know. I heard about this before the tournament started.
So ugly.
Ugly. Move was so dirty. Feel like I need a shower.
Nobody liked it for sure. Yeah, but it's poker.
Apparently, Ivan Freitas has shot the same angle multiple times in multiple tournaments. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, still shame on you. It's just messed up, man.
He's got Jack 9 off suit. It's been folded to him on the button. He's raised it up to 250,000. The green and black chips are in play. They're worth 100,000 each.
Brinkman knows Freitas could be raising a pretty wide range from the button.
A raise.
He's going to 3-bet.
680.
Makes it a total of 680,000. Hamas Lenvai, a 6-9 off suit.
Dominated in both spots.
So it's back on Freitas.
6.
That's 6 million. I really think there's no shame in Freitas just letting this one go.
Instead, he calls in position, and we go to the flop. 5-3-10, all clubs. Both players with a club draw. Brinkman's got the nut club draw.
Brinkman was the last aggressor, and he's first to act.
680.
680,000 again, the same size as his 3-bet pre-flop.
Freitas has only got jack high, but he's also got a flush draw. Here come those new big chips.
It's a raise to 1.5 million.
Honestly, I think this is an ideal spot for Brinkman to get it in. Without the ace of clubs in his hand, it's pretty unlikely Freitas can call. Brinkman might have the best hand, which he does, and he's got flush and backdoor straight draws. Perfect spot to get it all in.
Call.
Instead, he decides to call. Well, what happens if he misses on the turn?
Exactly right, James. I think that may have been a misstep.
It's a 9 on the turn. Freitas takes a commanding lead.
Check.
Bowling.
And he shoves.
At this point, Brinkman has to fold.
Now he's thinking, why didn't I get it all in on the flop? Another victory for Ivan Freitas, who smashes the 10 million chip mark.
And then Freitas shows the, well, I'm not sure if he thought he was showing a bluff or a value bet.
Freitas with a stack of 11.5 million. Andrei Danilyak has picked up 3s on the button.
And he's only got 15 big blinds.
He shoves.
Whoop. 1,785,1785.
Decision on Ivan Freitas in the small blind. He's got ace-9.
Should be an easy call for Freitas. Danilyak could certainly be shoving worse than ace-9, and Freitas got thrice the chips of the next closest player.
You are sleeping?
Yeah.
Do you like go home?
And you?
Yeah.
Ah, the universal language of poker.
I'm all into.
That I understand.
Brinkman in the big blind. Will fold, so Ivan Freitas puts Andrei Danilyak at risk.
Danilyak is the slight favorite, but I gotta tell you, no one's a favorite against Ivan the Terrible.
We're off to the races one more time. Okay, we've established who's got what. Let's steal the flop. Jack 7.
17 Jack.
Safe flop, but Freitas picks up 4 more outs to a gut shot, so even though Danilyak dodged the flop, he's still a coin flip through the last 2 cards.
The Freitas fans are calling for an 8. It's a king.
Freitas is double gutted now, so he picks up 3 more outs. Danilyak's not nearly as big a favorite as he should be after dodging 4 cards, but he's got just 1 more left to dodge.
He needs to fade aces, queens, 9s, and 8s. It's an ace! Unbelievable! Freitas wins again. He eliminates Andrei Danilyak in 4th place. The Russian will collect 400,000 euros.
And Ivan Freitas is an unstoppable rebel force.
Nine set of diamonds on the button for Freitas.
Definitely a raise.
$350,000. Ace King.
Seems fairly obvious.
Surely Brinkman goes with this. Surely he shoves.
I'm all in.
I call.
And Freitas snaps like he's got aces.
Torsten Brinkman taking his time, pushing his chips in before Ivan Freitas inevitably runs him down.
Freitas does have 40% equity with his 9-10, but Brinkman is the favorite to get a double up.
And the better halves are anxiously awaiting this board to be run out.
Of course, if Freitas hits that board, as he has been known to do from time to time, it's over, and we have a champion here in Madrid. There's a 9 on the flop!
Torsten's now got to make a pair or he'll be runner-up, and Ivan Freitas will be our champion.
Torsten Brinkman needs an ace or a king. He needs it on the river, or Ivan Freitas will get the 1.5 million euros and the championship trophy. 6 outs for Brinkman. The river is a blank. Freitas has done it. The Venezuelan is the winner of the grand final in season 7 of the European Poker Tour. Brinkman gets 900,000 euros as the runner-up. But it's 1.5 million for Ivan Freitas, plus the trophy, the prestigious title, and that seat in the Champion of Champions tournament. Welcome back to the year 2022. Welcome back to Prague and the European Poker Tour as our coverage of day 2 of the main event continues from King's Casino inside the Hilton Prague. We have played 4 levels. We still have 2 to go, and we are on the cusp of our world-famous bubble coverage. As we come back from the dinner break, we have around 189 players. These are the big stacks. These are the players who don't have to worry about the bubble. Players like Martin Cabral, who's been on our feature table for most of the day. But there are plenty of shorties, and they will be clinging on. We're going to look at the lineup at our new feature table. That's right. We have brought Hussein Ensan back to the main stage. Hussein, a former EPT Prague winner, a former World Series of Poker main event champ. We've got another EPT winner in Davide Katai. We've got a two-time World Series finalist, Antoine Saut. We've got Andrew Wilson, Bowie Effect from the UK. We've got Paul Tedeschi from France. It's a strong lineup with the blinds at 2K, 4K, and a 4K big blind ante. I'm James Hartigan. He is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my bubble babies.
And we are still joined by Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
Maria, you see who's in seat 2 there? As per my email, you will see who is in seat 2. Oh, you gotta have fun with your job.
Action is underway, the clock is ticking, and we are into the new blind level, 2,000, 4,000. And looks like we've got Hussein Ensan in action.
This is gonna be fun. These days are pretty long, but we're gonna get through it because we got the adrenaline pumping through that bubble.
So, Katai opened with ace-queen in early position. Ensan has 3-bet with kings in the cutoff. Action is back on Katai, the winner of EPT Berlin in 2012.
And you know, it's been a few years since I've played with Katai, but if memory serves me, he does not like to fold.
Oh, he's tough.
And Katai has indeed called, and we are going heads up to the flop. First hand back from the break. And it is Queen 10-6, all diamonds. So top for Katai. Ensan ahead with the overpair, plus he has the King of Diamonds as insurance.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, who like these two guys are just absolute titans. Like this is anybody's game, even with this flop.
Yeah, and this is definitely the kind of flop where you're not going to get away quite yet. You definitely want to tread somewhat carefully, especially as Katai, seeing as how Ensan did 3-bet pre. But of course, once you flop top pair, top kicker, even with the flush out there, you're not going to be too quick to just let it go. Might not be a spot where you want to overplay your hand, though, considering we are on the bubble.
Is Dominic Katai going to look at this as being on the bubble, 13 from the actual bubble?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the soft bubble portion where you know players are going to be playing a little bit more aggressively if they have a big stack, especially pre-flop. And you also don't necessarily want to have to risk your tournament life unnecessarily. That's not to say that Katai is just going to be folding top. It's just that you're going to tread a lot more carefully.
So after it went check on the flop, I'm guessing we're going to get a delayed continuation bet from Ensan.
There can no longer be an action killer on the turn.
Yeah, and this is the part where you definitely want to, of course, get value from worse, charge for those diamond type hands that are looking for one more diamond to come.
Katai taking a sweet time after this bet of 31,000 from Ensan.
Katai ever thinking of giving this up? No, right?
No, especially because it did get checked back on the flop. I think that in some ways it actually makes Katai feel better about his hand because, you know, there's a world where, say, Enson maybe has jacks, right? And that does seem like the type of hand he would go for a delayed c-bet, where perhaps he doesn't want to bloat the pot on the flop, but once it's checked again on the turn, he feels comfortable going for value and wants that protection as well from the diamonds.
If anybody thinks Davide Katai might be stalling on the bubble, I just want to let you guys know, he does this all the time. This is not a bubble. He's a deep, deep thinker.
He is a player with $10 million in live tournament earnings. He's a Triple Crown winner, which means he has an EPT title, a WPT title, and a World Series of Poker bracelet. So Ensan bets, Katai calls eventually, and we're going to the river.
Stack the pot ratio. Alert.
Yeah, Katai 80k behind, 140k in the middle. Quickly checks that river card. Does Ensan go for more on the river?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed a flop bet on. I missed that Enson did bet the flop, but here, yes, he does end up going all in. I mean, it is interesting because obviously you don't expect a lot of the times that you would get called by worse with this run out when you have a hand like kings. But you're especially targeting a hand like ace queen. I mean, that's not the only hand that your opponent could have. Of course, I think your opponent will have, of course, queen jack sometimes, and king queen, you block that with the kings in your hand. But I just think that this is a very thin value bet. I mean, of course, you might have a lot of history with each other, and it might feel a little bit more comfortable at this juncture to just put it all in and hope for a call. I think you feel pretty comfortable, though, that your opponent doesn't have, say, a set of tens in this spot or something like that, just because you would have expected to hear from them earlier because of that 3 diamond monotone flop.
So if Katai calls, he is out.
It's one of those spots where when you put your opponent all in and you have kings, you're really happy that you don't get snap calls, you know? You feel like it's for value, but you never want to have a snap call in this spot.
Might not have noticed, but we did just see the field ticker go down 2 spots from 189 to 187. Matteo Calzoni from Italy was the first player to bust back from the dinner break. Silviu Balatenu from Romania has also gone out, and another one's just been eliminated. We're down to 186.
Obviously a big decision for Katai here. I mean, I don't think he's taking this much time because he thinks 10 players will get eliminated before he makes his decision, but obviously it's a tough spot.
He might be trying to read the squeaks.
Especially when you don't block any diamonds as Katai, you know, it's just hard to imagine that a player would be taking this line as a bluff, considering Enson did 3-bet pre-flop and bet every step of the way. You don't have, say, an ace of diamonds in your hand to block, you know, the nut flush, the hands that, you know, would 3-bet pre that contain maybe some suited combos of ace X. ace, king, etc. The one thing I will say is, sorry, it just makes it a little less likely that, you know, maybe your opponent has perhaps like the non-diamond ace and they're just trying to bluff through, but good fold.
Amazing fold according to Parasocial Sim.
So, Katai survives on the feature table, as we just referenced. 3 players on the outer tables did not survive on the first hand back from the dinner break, and that means we are down to 186. That means we are 10 off the bubble, 11 away from the money. That bubble's going to go red, I've just found out, when we are 5 off the bubble, and that's when we will officially start our world famous bubble coverage. But as a warm-up, as an amuse-bouche to that, thrilled to say that we have a guest commentator with us on the stream. We have got a World Series of Poker main event champ on the feature table, Hussein Ensan. We've got the reigning World Series main event champ with us here in Prague, Corey Aldemir. Great to have you.
Hi, yeah, good to be here. Hi, James.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Is this awkward, you having to do commentary on Hussein Ensan?
Yeah. I'm a little bit jealous of those guys, but yeah, it's fun to be here as well.
Are you sick of people telling you you're not allowed to be jealous of anything? Like, how long before you're gonna be like, all right, shut up, man, we get it, I want to win again?
I just didn't play poker for 3 months, so
okay, good.
That's how I escaped that, basically.
It's over.
There is a saying in poker which is called doing a Hashem, which is basically winning the World Series main event and then complaining for the years that follow that you never get lucky.
Yeah, I might try that. Yeah.
So 3 months no poker. We're going to focus on this poker when we can, but I want to talk to you a little bit. 3 months no poker. Did you do other fun things or did you do nothing? What was those 3 months spent doing?
After I played 3 months poker straight in Vegas, I thought it was time for a vacation after Christmas, so I went to South America actually.
Hell yeah.
For some vacation, which we had planned before the World Series already. And yeah, I visited some people in Argentina and Colombia with a few other friends. It was a lot of fun.
And who is
no
we?
Poker.
Friends or a relationship?
Friends from Vienna.
Okay.
And in Colombia, there are actually some friends of me living there. Some other poker players in Bogota and in Medellin. And it was awesome. My first
cool.
time in South America. Yeah, it was great. But I didn't play any poker, so it's cool to be back here in Prague for the first time in years and playing some cards finally.
Now, Maria, I know you can't see Corey, but he can see you. So we have the advantage.
I was gonna say to Karai, I was like, why are people talking about how you won the main event? Why don't you tell them what you really won in Colombia? Because I saw on your Instagram stories a little competition that you also came out ahead in. So that's the real bragging rights right there.
Yeah, the problem with that is that I only got second in the last day at our little sports event that we did there.
No, really?
Yeah, very unfortunate. So some friends of us
you had the
who
chip lead the whole way, though, until the very end.
Until the very end. Yeah, some friends organized the sporting event. We did like 10 different sports within a week, just for fun and bragging rights. Football, paddle, bowling, chess. Was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was great.
A decathlon. 10 events, right?
Yeah, exactly. 10 events in 1 week.
And I know a couple of poker players went to South America and came back with wives. Did that happen to you?
No, that didn't happen. Didn't happen this time. No.
That was very 2015.
Yeah, I mean, some friends of mine stayed there for a little longer. I mean, I'm not sure. They aren't back yet.
So the last hand saw some cute play from Andy Wilson, who we've seen a lot of the online tables in the last 2 years, plays as Bowie Effect on Stars.
But was a good bluff, huh? King 7 was a good bluff.
Another fun first hand on
We've got
feature.
Raise here from Queen 10.
Close from the money, and then stole to the money.
I'm not used to commenting on a Matson who isn't Simon Matson.
That's what I just thought.
Yeah.
He's here in Prague, by the way.
This looks like a fun table, lots of familiar faces.
Yeah. I was saying at the start of the day, Corey, that, you know, you go down the list of players remaining on day 2 of an EPT. And previously, like back in 2019, the focus would be on people who've made major live event final tables before, former EPT champs, you know, players, I guess, who were, for want of a better word, TV famous. And now, after 2 years of watching the best in the 5Ks and 10Ks online, it's like, okay, so Tuan Mulder, Nicholas Azstedt, Simon Matson, those are the names that now scream out at you.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought when I played the 10K high roller here last week.
Yeah.
There were a couple of faces that I hadn't seen live before, but I knew them from online, exactly as you said. Yeah.
Was that the 10K that Sam Grafton won?
No, it wasn't that one actually. It was the second one. Yeah, I wasn't here for Sam's win yet.
But that's the thing. These 10K high rollers, they're a dime a dozen. You know, Sam, you've got to get over yourself, buddy. It's not that big a deal.
10 dimes a dozen.
46 people bust.
2 busts, no?
Not surprising to see Tedeschi take this spot with that ace X, just because, again, putting a lot of pressure on, you know, a 30 big blind type stack close to the bubble, just knowing that there's not going to be a lot of hands they're going to be able to call a 3-bet with.
I mean, I appreciate you've joined us at a rather weird time in the tournament, Corey, because, you know, 183 remaining, 175 get paid. This is the point in time when everything slows to a snail's pace, and you're just waiting for the TD to go, enough, we're going hand for hand.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. But it's also kind of exciting, right? Like, this is
oh,
where,
yeah, absolutely.
where the pressure starts building, and yeah, pots are getting more and more serious.
I would imagine if you were going to be somewhat jealous of people still in a tournament, obviously the final table, but here on the bubble, you must look at someone with a big stack, someone that can have a little fun on the bubble. That's got to be tough to beat, not in the driver's seat for.
Exactly, yeah, that's the dream scenario always, yeah. Just taking that 3-bet, as Paul just did. I was kind of surprised of that Queen 10 open there. That was kind of, right before the bubble into those big stacks. But yeah, he got punished for that.
Would you be less surprised if it were a player less capable of Paul Tedeschi with that big stack, or is it just based on stack and not on who it was?
Yeah, I mean, these guys have played all day with each other, I assume, so they probably know better than I, who just came in here. But yeah, I mean, I know that Paul is very capable of being aggressive there, so yeah, I'm not surprised to see him 3-bet.
You're just hopeful, right? With Queen 10, you're like, I could just win the blinds and antes here.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you have some blockers, I guess. It's less likely that some other players have queens or 10s.
Oh, we got another blocker guy in here. Great.
Stapes, I don't think you want to tell him how you feel about that, but I think he knows.
I'm sure the World Series of Poker main event champion is right, and I am wrong.
It is Chat Pro Saturday, Joe.
That is true. I'm probably the world's highest paid chat pro. I mean, I don't make a lot of money, but as far as chat pros are concerned, there goes Bowie effect.
Andy Wilson all in with ace-10 of diamonds, just has the big blind to get through. And does. We've talked a lot about Hussein Ensan. Won EPT Prague in 2015, won the World Series main event in 2019. I also want to highlight Antoine Soak, because here is a guy who's made the final table of that 10K tournament twice in the modern era, in 2009 and 2017. And as someone who's been there once, Corey, to do that twice is no small feat, right? It's a huge, ridiculously minefield-littered field to get through.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Also that he did that in 2009 and 2017, so there's 8 years in between. That's pretty impressive. I think 2009 the numbers were really high already, and Yeah, I've played against him online too. He's been around forever, very tough guy, and yeah. And Hossein with the jacks here.
Has opened under the gun to 8,000. Oh, the chairs are on form this evening. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Maybe it's like a post-dinner restlessness. This person just can't keep shifting around.
You wish it was just one person.
I do.
And this may well be raise and take it for Ansan. It is.
Pocket jacks. Pocket jacks.
They almost feel wasted here, right?
Almost feel, you should have cracked kings with them, right, Koray?
I know what you're referring to.
So obviously, we've talked a lot about your latest achievement, your victory out in Vegas last autumn. Take us back to the beginning, Corey, as briefly as you can. What is your life story? How did you get into poker? How did you make a name for yourself? What would people know you for before you played the World Series main event last year?
Yeah, I first started playing with friends when I was like 16, 17, and got to know a poker player when I first studied at university and thought that was super cool. Somebody that made money playing poker. I had already played a little bit at the time, but not in any serious way. So that's when I first started playing a little more, and then I don't know, I moved to Vienna at some point for studying, and over the years I met some people like Fedor Holz, Rainer Kempel, Julian Thomas, Steffen Sontheimer, who were a little ahead of me, and that was great. So I got better and better, and yeah, at some point I had some success also and started playing some high rollers, and yeah.
Which of those friends do you think is the most insanely jealous that you won? That laugh says that he has a name in his head to me.
I know, he doesn't want to say it out loud. Koray, I will say, you know, I recently played with Didi in Vegas, and he did tell me that he was very upset because usually you guys swap, but he didn't swap with you for the main event, and so he definitely, I heard some complaints out of Dietrich Fast. So I just need to let him know.
I refuse to believe that, Maria. Dietrich Fast has never complained about anything in his life. You may have heard loud pop, and you may have noticed that the bubble has turned red, and that is because we're down to 181. We're 5 away from the bubble. So I'm calling it. I don't have any kind of jingle, theme music or anything, but world-famous bubble coverage is on, ladies and gentlemen. We're officially closing in on the bubble of the EPT Prague main event.
This is the only reason I tune in.
I feel like they should time it where when the chair squeaks, it means someone is eliminated. It feels kind of like a bubble bursting, you know? Just me? Okay.
Just you.
I should highlight, Corey, that you had a near miss in a 10K tournament a couple of years before the World Series, PCA 2018. Was it third place finish?
Yeah, that's the year when my friend Maria Lampropoulos won. Yeah, I got third in that. That was a lot of fun. That was one of the last EPTs I played. Yeah, 10 place.
Absolutely. Here we are 4 years later, 2 years after there's been a major EPT, and already on day 2 of the main event. The St. Ensan table chip leader right now. The shorter stacks, Andy Wilson, Antoine Saut, and Davide Katai, who's playing just 70K. Blinds at 2,000 at 4,000. Ever since you mentioned Simon Matson, every time the action's on him, I want to say Simon Matson, but it's not. It's Per Emil Matson.
How many freaking sons does Matt have?
Matt was very busy. I mean, if you are a middling stack, kind of 20 to 30 big blinds, is it relatively easy at this stage in the sense that you should pretty much be folding everything?
Yeah, you pretty much pray for others to to bust at the other tables, and kind of hope that you don't have a hand like ace queen or something where you have to think, should you risk it or not? And yeah, sometimes, I mean, Maria, how do you see that? Sometimes you kind of hope to not have a good hand, right? To not have to make that decision and just get into the money and go from there.
Yeah, definitely. There's no shame in that. I've been in spots where it's close to the money and I just have one of those stacks where I know there's not much maneuvering I can do and I'm kind of handcuffed. And I'm like, I don't want a marginal situation. Like, please just give me easy decisions. I'm happy to fold my way into the money, and then I will reshift my game plan after we get into the money.
There's been so many times that I've, not in a tournament like this, but been near the bubble, and we'll get the ace queen, we'll get the pocket tens, and be like, I don't care, like, I can take it, even if I bubble, I'll be fine. And then I bubble, and I feel terrible. I feel so sick. I'm like, why did I do that again?
Yeah, I'm curious how Onisiforu is going to approach that spot. I mean, you could make an argument for not playing a hand like this right at the bubble. And now he flopped kind of a little bit of something.
And that's the problem, right? You think, oh, I can defend here. I've already posted
I can flop a straight flush, and then you flop one card.
Yeah, and very nice flop for Paul here also. Curious if Onisiforu is going to continue here.
He looks like he's trying to Jedi mind trick a fold. Or a call, probably, in this case, but...
Paul's made it 8K. Oh, he's going to stick around.
Yeah, don't blame him. Just 8K.
Oh, it's just painful. Just catches another small piece on the turn, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it just gets so tricky because you continue to find yourself in a situation where you can reason and rationalize your way to committing some more chips, but for what it's worth to the remainder of your stack, it's, you know, quite a lot to have to be put in these spots. But, you know, that's the kind of river card that I think he would be able to get away unscathed from.
We've got an inconsequential Greenstein. I want to see Flaming Barries, ladies and gentlemen. As this gets checked to showdown. Come on, Twitch, whip out your Flaming Barries.
So after you play that hand with 7-4, you lose a fifth of your stack. You're just like, okay, now I'm not playing any more hands. Please say I have enough to get me through the bubble. Now. Okay.
But look, 2 other players busted, so maybe he does pretty good.
Couple of pops. As we move down to 179. 3 off the bubble, 4 off the money. Just looking up Georgios Onisiforu. 100K in live earnings, but the majority of that came from one event. It was the GUKPT main event earlier this year where he got 3rd. So Jan Subik and Christian Pedersen are the 2 players that we just lost, taking us down to 179. We've got Andy Wilson here with King Queen. Ooh.
Yeah, this is a spot where you just wanna get it through, basically.
Yeah.
Hope that all the big stacks have air.
This is pretty close to the bottom of the raising range from this position.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, definitely. And if somebody's gonna 3-bet him, I assume he's gonna fold.
With this stack size, Maria, if you're dealt King Queen off under the gun +1, are you playing it?
Yeah, it's like it feels dirty to fold, right? And of course, blocker effects being relevant, but you also know that whether or not a big stack has a hand behind you, that doesn't necessarily mean that they need a big hand to 3-bet you and put you and your stack in a really tough spot, right? So it's like this is the stage where when you open, you're almost you almost expect a 3-bet from a big stack. You know, you almost don't expect to be able to get it through.
Look, I think the squeaking is really appropriate right now because it is squeaky bum time.
Yeah, true. As per my email, I've got a hand right now.
How long are we going to have to wait before Mattson does something?
Everybody does it. It's just weird how sort of the mores of poker have changed over the years. I remember when I first started working in poker, one thing is players would be like, I would never call the clock on anyone, ever, for any reason. I would never call the clock, and I would never stall. And now both of them are things that are part of the game, and I'm not being critical of either side of it. I totally get it. Like, take a few extra seconds. Like, oh boy.
Ace, Jack 7, top 2 for Mattson. The gut shot straight draw for Wilson. So obviously we'll keep one eye on how this hand plays out. But I want to ask a question of both Maria and Koray, which is, shot clocks are a relatively new thing in live poker. And clearly a lot of operators, a lot of tours, a lot of events are trying to work out the best point to introduce the shot clock. And I remember that when we first had the shot clock on the EPT, it was brought out before we got to the bubble. So it did speed up this process. Now it doesn't come into play until the start of day 3 when we're already in the money. Koray, I'll ask you first. Would you prefer the shot clock before the bubble, or do you think it's right to wait till players are in the money? Oh! Boy. Hold that thought.
Yeah.
Hold that thought.
No, finish. This hand will work itself out.
I mean, Andy's super excited about that turn card here, obviously.
Yeah, look at his breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go from a spot where on the flop you just c-bet, hoping to just take it down right then and there. And then on the turn, you're just like, please stick around.
I wonder if he is actually channeling the Bowie effect. Is he wearing the infamous David Bowie t-shirt under that?
And Mattson for sure likes his hand too. He might just stick it in here.
Well, that's not going to work out for him.
I mean, there's still a few outs left.
Down to 178.
Yeah, and you can see with SPR, you know, when Mattson at least calls here on the turn, Wilson will have just about pot back for the river.
Maybe.
Just to correct some folks in chat. This is not C. Darwin.
This is Per Emil Mattson, who is all in and behind, called by Andy Wilson, snap called by Bowie effect,
puke,
and just 2 outs for Mattson.
Come here. Then you tell me later, after what you have, I say you my hand.
Ah, but
P.
I tell you now,
Uke.
Ace queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why you don't call?
You have it or not?
Feels bad, man.
You have it.
At least we're doing it quick.
Why you don't call? Ace in diamonds?
No.
Maximize the pain.
I was 0% on the turn. Yeah?
Then we will
So Wilson is actually the at-risk player. Wilson gets the red triangle of death. Matson will not be eliminated.
King or tens?
King queen is yours.
Maybe he'll squeak into the money.
At least you're on the feature table where you're not having all the people from all the other tables rush over to see what's going on.
Right.
Like hovering over you.
So that is a full double up for Andy Wilson, and Matson is left super short. So apologies for interrupting the conversation, but hey, we had big action on the feature table. I was asking Corey, first of all, shot clock before the bubble?
Yeah, I think there are arguments for both sides. I mean, first of all, I'm a big fan of the shot clock in general. I think there's an argument that it's kind of counterintuitive to start the shot clock when the decisions are for a lot of money and not at the start. But on the other hand, of course, the counter argument is that people want to get used to playing the tournament at the start, and they don't want to scare maybe first-timers away with the shot clock and give them enough time at the start. So I'm not sure what the ideal thing is. In the high rollers, we have them from the start, but there aren't so many first-time players, so that makes definitely start to have them from the start. Yeah, I don't know. For sure, there isn't an ideal situation for everybody. What do you think, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with all the points that you brought up, Koray. I think that there's definitely a little bit of a fine line between it being a deterrent for newer players that might be intimidated by the introduction of a shot clock from the start of a tournament, especially when it's a main event type buy-in, right? Like a 5K plus type buy-in. I think for a lot of them that may feel a little bit intimidating. But also, you know, I think having it introduced, whether it's day 2 or day 3, I think it does start familiarizing everybody with how play with the shot clock can go, and then maybe in the future we can start implementing it from day 1. But it's not a one-size-fits-all type of procedure. I think I like the fact that some tours do it differently, and I like that it's not at the point where it's necessarily so uniform, and I don't think it has to be. But I mean, I agree overall. I like playing with the shot clock, and when I sign up for a high roller, I understand that that's going to be in play from the beginning, and I actually sometimes play high rollers just for that reason, right? And so I think there is a little bit of something for everybody, the way that it exists now, and I think that's a good thing.
40 chairs agreed with you. Corey, when you say you like the shot clock, do you like it because you're a player that doesn't need that long for your decisions, or that you would take a long time and it sort of keeps you in check?
No, I sometimes need my time for sure, but I think it's just fairer for everybody. Yeah, not only thinking that long, but I think stalling can be a huge issue, just as we're seeing here. I mean, these guys aren't overdoing it, in my opinion. This is kind of relatively fair what they're doing, but sometimes, especially in the bigger buy-ins, it can...
It's hard on the feature table to get away with it too, right? Like on an outer table, you can certainly tank a little bit longer with 10-3.
Right.
And the official line is always that we go hand for hand when we're on the pure bubble, when we're at 176. But in reality, they will make a judgment call. And even now, with 178 players remaining, if they see excessive stalling, if they see the clock being called left, right, and center across the room, there's no reason why we can't go hand for hand early.
Tricky spot for Matson here. He only has 2 big blinds, 3 big blinds, but he's so close to the money. I'm not sure how the stack size look like at the other tables, but if he folds this, he has a whole orbit. So there's definitely an argument for folding here, letting go of the ace, although it feels very bad, of course.
You're basically just gambling at this point that it's not going to be more than an orbit before we're down to 175.
Exactly.
Not to put you on the spot, Maria, have there ever been any situations where you've made a decision on the bubble to play a hand or go with a hand where if you just folded, you would have cashed?
Not in recent history. Like, I don't remember a spot where, I think it's just because my stack size is in the point where we're moving towards a soft bubble or the bubble was one where, you know, I didn't have one of those like middling stack sizes or 20 BB type stack size where I could get in some potential trouble. I was either, you know, a relatively healthy stack, or I was like super short. So I was like, nope, just gonna keep folding and keep stalling my way in. So luckily nothing that I regret as of late, but who knows? I haven't played that much live poker lately, so get me back in there. I'm sure I'll mess it up somehow.
So I have a very good friend who's a professional poker player, and sometimes they'll coach me.
Right.
I'll ask them for advice in between hands, and when we get to the soft bubble, they'll be like, "You're not that good of a player. Just stall. Like, don't be a hero. Just stall as long as you possibly can." I don't want to say who that player is.
Yeah. Well, that sounds like they're giving you really good advice. Sounds like they're a really good friend.
It's a great friend. No, a really good friend.
Is it the kind of friend you'd be prepared to get up with at 4 in the morning and make sure that they were safe in a car?
I would at least hear out their request.
Okay.
You know, and it's only fair when perhaps said friend has a financial stake in whether or not you cash or not, just to have you err on the side of caution so we don't break the bank.
They would be like, "Do not light my money on fire. Just fold. Fold like the wind."
I would say that, Maria, I mean, your friend, if they don't want to light money on fire, shouldn't stake you to start with.
Let's be honest, it hasn't been working out for the best lately, but that's what I heard. So I hear from
for this person.
Maria,
Yeah.
I didn't offer you a piece of the 120 I played last week. I did cash because of the bubble saver situation that arose.
Bubble saver.
I was in for 120 and I cashed for 150, and I spent about $20 in tips while I was there. So I think I walked out a $5 winner.
177, 1 off the pure bubble, 2 away from the money. Gail Bauman went out in 178th place.
No.
Didn't even get to see her on the featured table.
I'm definitely rooting for Madsen to cash just because, you know, what
Same.
happened to him was pretty gross. And I'm like, I want you to make it.
On the one hand, I agree with you. On the other hand, I'm not convinced by that jacket.
Ooh. Take it easy, Mr. Blackwell. You know, one day they won't put this poker tournament right next to the sea lion enclosure.
So round 2. Andy Wilson in the big blind with a dominated hand, 10-9. Oh.
We need you to leave the area straight away, please. We can't do our job when there's too many people in the room. So unless you are press, please leave this corridor. Thank you very much.
There's actual press here and not just poker bloggers.
I think that's what he means. Oh boy.
That is the voice of tournament director Toby Stone you heard there. This is the Stone Bubble. And he runs a pretty tight ship.
No squeaky wheels in this ship.
I'm curious if Andy's gonna raise this up here. He certainly has a hand he could do that with. He's expected to put a lot of pressure on in the situation at the bubble as the biggest stack. On the other hand, the hand kind of loses in value too, because the other person is not gonna call you down that lightly. So he decides to take it slow and just call.
Do you think having just doubled up plays into the thought process? It's not supposed to, right? But emotionally,
yeah. So sometimes it's weird when you're a big stack before and then you're a short stack suddenly at the bubble, or the other way around as here. So you kind of maybe need a minute or two to realize, oh wait, you're supposed to pressure the others now, not the other way around.
So Andy Wilson's opponent here is Dutch player Raul Rifos, who's been playing poker for 15 years and has 800K in live earnings.
Wow. Impressive. So this is a little bit of a defensive bet here. He downsizes, bets a third of the pot. Doesn't want to load the pot too much here at the bubble, of course. But feels that like his hand is a little bit too strong to check it back here. But yeah, Wilson doesn't have any other choice than calling here.
Check, check.
What else?
Your kick is no good, Andy.
Rifos man.
So if you have just joined us on this Saturday evening, it's evening where we are in the world, which is Prague, capital of the Czech Republic. It's the European Poker Tour. It's day 2 of the main event. And we're bringing you world-famous bubble coverage because 177 players remain and 175 will get paid. We're very close to the money. James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, and the reigning World Series of Poker main event champ, Corey Aldemir.
According to Twitch, this is Tom Heated Tiny, a PLO expert and a valued member of the community. Nice to meet you, Tom.
He means to me.
Is it possible? I mean, I'm just going to throw out a theory here that someone hasn't updated the auto commands.
It is possible, yes.
Now I see what you're referring to. Okay. I needed a second there.
Do you do a lot of commentary, Twitch streaming, anything like that?
No, not really. This is my first time commentating in English. So I've done it once in German before.
You don't know me.
Well, it's an honor to have you. I'm really glad you could make the time for this.
Gambling addiction.
I mean, Karai, I don't want to blow up their spot, but they thought maybe you wouldn't show up because apparently there's another tournament going on that you could have entered. And I was the one that was like, nope, Karai's really reliable. He would definitely be there. He's not like other poker players. He has a sense of responsibility. He would never leave you guys hanging. That's the only reason they kept me on probably was because they were like, just in case Karai doesn't show up.
No, you're right, of course. I wouldn't do that.
That's good to know. He's good in the pocket.
Oh, that was a good one. Hashtag brace this week.
I was going to say, I know that you guys don't love giving away all your secrets on stream and stuff, but luckily, James and I, there's no chance we would even ask you a question good enough for you to give anything away. It's kind of like saying you wouldn't give away driving tips to a dog.
Oh.
Oh, my creamy friend. What are you going to do?
Good luck. Let's go. Let's go. I'm on my feet for per email Matson.
I feel like this is one of those spots. If this wasn't the feature table, he might just fold and not tell anybody.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Totally.
I mean, he could still fold and just
for
not
sure,
care.
For sure.
I mean, he's in
Right.
great position. He's only got, what, 3 players to get through?
Let's all take a bet on which hand he's going to run into. I'm going to say aces.
It's just a problem when you're on the stone bubble and you don't have full equity with your stack, pretty much. You know, it's like, you know, you're going to see a run out.
I know that if I was sitting here thinking about this and Toby got on the loudspeaker, I'd be like, okay, I'm all in. Toby scares me. Drunk Chip on Twitch says, never go all in with JJ, and since it's Chat Pro Saturday, I will allow it. Absolutely correct. Never go all in with Pocket Jacks. I don't even care how long he takes, honestly.
Well, the thing is the players at his table knows that he must have a real decision because they're hand for hand, right? So he's no longer stalling. They know that he just is unsure with whatever he has about what he should do, and maybe just hoping that at the same time he could hear that maybe someone's all in from another table. But
He's folded.
You let him go. Oh, he would have run right into king 3.
This is the thing, we now get to see all the other hands.
Now that he folded, there won't be any other hands.
Every ace I push. Every pocket pair.
Oh! Oh!
I push.
yeah. Katai's a man of his word. I think in this spot he's
Oh,
going
yeah.
to do it with this hand.
I told you I have addiction problem. I'm all in.
Oh. Can we rabbit hunt? I want to see if there would have been an ace on the desk.
Did you look at the other?
Can I be the other one? I don't know.
Here's another one, Chat Pro Centering. Don't play poker
Crazy
if you
French
care about
guy.
money.
Raising the button.
If you have much experience with Twitch chat, Korai, there's some real gems in here.
Yeah, I bet. No, I've never streamed on Twitch. Maybe I should try.
Korai, the first time that you played poker in 3 months, I'm assuming here at EPT Prague was the first time.
Yeah.
How fun was it for you on a scale of 1 to 10?
It was actually pretty fun. I played against a lot of my friends, which was fun, but also made the field kind of tough because all my friends are pro poker players.
Yeah, really good poker players.
But yeah, I mean, it was definitely fun.
When you go to dinner, do people expect you to pay because
Great
you
question.
have $1 bajillion now?
No.
You're missing all the fun.
Well, that's
You
good.
know-
You have good friends.
You know why? No, it's because they all think they're going to win one day, and when that happens, they don't want to pay. Yes, Kay, Marcel, this is the same Saout that final table the main event a few times.
Twice, in fact.
Are you one of those people that thinks a few is 3? Are you one of those people that thinks a few means 3?
I think a few is definitely more than 2.
Debatable.
No,
Debatable.
because 2 has a specific word for it, a couple. So more than a couple is a few.
There are synonyms, also synonyms. There are synonyms.
I would say a few is 3 and above.
Maria?
Yeah, I would agree with James on this one.
Wow. If it wasn't world famous bubble coverage, I would tear off these headphones right now and storm out of here.
I guess we should feel lucky that you can't ban us then, huh?
Okay, ace-8 has opened. Tedeschi's got ace-king in the cutoff, and again we see Onisforu opening with hands when he doesn't really need to do anything, could comfortably just fold his way into the money.
Yeah.
Is this boredom, or is this...
I mean, if he feels like the chip leaders aren't going to play back enough, then he can get away with stealing a lot of the blinds, even as a middling stack or like a smaller stack. But yeah, we don't know if that's the case or not, because Tedeschi has a real hand here, and of course he's going to 3-bet. But that's actually a thing. Like sometimes there are situations where you can gain some chips as like a smaller stack too, because it looks so strong when you open. And yeah, maybe Onisiforu is taking advantage of that here.
Plus, you
Or
get
trying
yourself
to.
a nice tanking opportunity once you get 3-bet. Oh, I got a real decision here. How many chips do I have?
I mean, we're all agreed, right, this is just Hollywooding. There is no way this guy's going with ace-8 of diamonds.
Yes. And I think, again, like within reason amount of Hollywooding. Yeah.
So, Stapes, you were saying that you don't think that Karai and I would be on here giving away all our secrets, but I will give away one of my secrets to stalling when I'm short stacked.
Okay.
And that is, I will pretend like I'll just be looking around. I'll pretend like I'm a little distracted by things going on around me, because obviously there's a lot of commotion, so that when it gets to my turn, somebody has to get my attention first. So then I like turn my focus back to the table, then I very slowly gather my cards, which at this point, right, and then I like look and then take a little time to peel, and then that always shaves a few extra seconds just because people have to get my attention first.
Yeah,
that's a way, like, because
you look at the tournament clock, you go, how much time is left on the level? What are the what's the min cash?
Yep.
I like it. There you go, gang. Straight from Maria Ho.
Poor Matson getting closer and closer to that tough big blind spot.
Oh man, and then you really regret not getting in with jacks at that point, right?
Yeah. But actually, I think he has another orbit, right? If I'm not mistaken, and the blinds don't go up too soon.
What are we at? Freeze. 244, yeah.
14,000. Yeah, and Tedeschi taking advantage here, of course. The 8-7 offsuit from the hijack.
Hey, Jaipai, why are you writing live poker coverage in quotes, huh? You think it's ironic coverage? Tell you what, I can ban you in real time. Thank you for your comment. You ban. The tie did not make the same claim. Any ace shipping in. He does have the blinds to worry about.
Yeah, Davidi is known for his live reads, so maybe he tries to pick something off of Tedeschi here. But yeah, I assume it's a bit too risky.
I don't think I've ever seen an emotion on Paul Tedeschi's face, one way or the other. Refos with a real hand.
Yeah, he's deep enough that he can for sure just call here and see a flop against the range 32. That is so wide as the one Tedeschi. That's definitely an option, but he tries to just get the money right here and 3 bets.
We're raising to 32,000. Antoine Soap with junk in the big blind.
This guy, absolutely no stranger to these types of situations. No insta-muck from Tedeschi this time. A little longer.
King Kong.
Per Emil Mattsson playing 14K. Now we've got Stat Trick out on the floor. And he says there's another player out on the field, Pedro Goiz Neves, who also has 14K. Oh.
Hand by hand, I think.
So dealers still dealing after this hand.
So that might be Toby preparing to announce hand-to-hand play.
So it wasn't hand for hand.
We were not hand
yeah,
for
I
hand.
didn't
No.
think we were. I just didn't want to.
Oh, okay. I thought we were. I was confused.
You did the assume thing, Maria, and you know what they say about assume?
I did. Yes, but I just don't know if I can say it on air.
It makes you look like a real jabroni.
That's the expression, correct.
So this is a tough decision for WD here with 20 big blinds at the cutoff. I'm not sure who's big blind it is here.
We're allowed to look at our phones down here. We can look at our phones down here.
I feel like WD might just go all in here because he doesn't want to get re-jammed on. He might decide to raise forward. He just lays it down, which is, I mean, that's an option too for sure. I get the bubble.
It just sort of speaks to the point about how even the top pros do care about making the money.
Absolutely.
You don't respect me.
Call. Open your call.
I can flop straight though.
Flop.
The truth of the matter is the lifeblood of tournament poker is really about making the money and putting yourself in a position where you end up getting to that real significant payouts, you know, the final table, the top 3, the top 5. It's about treading water. When you're playing tournaments, the variance is so high. You're just really trying to tread water and survive, you know, and continue to be able to play tournaments, put in the volume so that you are putting yourself in a position to get to the money and to potentially get one of those significant payouts. And so it's really never a bad idea to, at one stage, try to focus on that aspect and get into the money and then go from there. I think that no pros would say that that's not a part of their game plan as a tournament pro.
He's not using the one maybe that you see, but the one that is on the other side. He is showing his cards for flop, because otherwise the dealers keep telling him constantly.
The dealer did tell him one thing, and then afterwards he didn't.
Yeah, I feel like there was a time where people kind of the higher stakes ignored the bubble a little bit, like a couple of years ago, and just tried to go for the win, but in recent years people
Show his cards when he don't.
I mean, catches are important.
Yeah, everyone's just smarter now in general, just understands the whole dynamic of profit and losses.
What I can tell you
Un peu avec 14 blinds, c'est quand même moyen.
A lot of milling around. Toby's not going to be.
Okay. Okay.
I've been on that table
I know, but
way too many times to know that they don't.
Ouais, je pourrais folder plus tôt. Très flop, j'ai voulu fold. Très flop, ouais.
So if your
Puis je me suis dit, premièrement, de la reprise, il a dû se dire, je vais le prendre. Mais vrai qu'avant, j'ai relancé toutes les mains.
you still can see it.
No.
Is this normal chatter or is there something happening?
I believe that we're waiting for play to finish at all tables because I'm assuming that we're going to go hand to hand.
Okay, chill. Tranquilo.
C'est pas la toute première main. Là, ça sentait genre les verres du table, tout ça.
Yeah, it looks like there's hands going on at a lot of the tables still.
Okay.
Okay.
Chill. I know. Okay.
A couple of people suggesting they put down carpet to stop the chair squeaking, and I just want to let you guys know, if there was a carpet in this room, there would be electric shocks that would send people across the room.
Oh, man.
Next time I raise.
You raise, you win.
What time we start again? What happened?
Yes, Persenko, hand for hand means all tables need to wait for a hand to be played.
Can I just take my phone?
Yeah, and that should eliminate the stalling.
This is
There's
a lot of
absolutely no
phones.
reason
I take the whole
to
box.
tank needlessly. And the thing is, we've commented a few times, pretty big field and probably above expectations in this Prague main event. 1,190 runners, and as ever, we pay roughly 15% of the field. So that means we're dealing with a sizable number of players and a sizable number of tables as we get closer to the bubble. So clearly there's a lot for the tournament staff to stay across.
Oh, yeah. I'm guessing because there's at least one all-in and four.
Oh, half an hour.
Most likely.
C'est pas de l'enfer, même si.
We might have an all-in at one of the outer tables.
J'ai relancé tous mes ITG pendant 7 heures. Je me suis dit,
I would just watch this massage till we're ready to go. That's fine with me.
Il peut, mais bon.
I wanted to do this gag at the World Series this year. I played a small event where I wanted to have my friend who lives in Vegas come and pretend to be a massage girl and stand behind me and just text the entire time. And then every time I tell her, hey, do you think you could massage me? And she just yells, shut up!
T'as deux balais avec le valet de carreau aussi, que tu check call 2-3 peut-être. T'as des notes sur flop. C'est bizarre, ouais, qu'il est devant.
I don't want to get on Toby's bad side. Sit TF down.
It's the Stone Bubble with Toby Stone.
The Stone Bubble.
Qu'est-ce qu'elle a à la table, elle grimpe.
Hashtag embrace the squeak. So what I'm trying to understand here is whether we are just waiting for play to finish at the other tables, or if there is actually an all-in on one of the other tables.
What if it's just one player is like, oh, was it on me this whole time?
You joke, that has happened.
I know.
In fact, a very well-known pro, a former World Series of Poker main event champion from many years ago, I want to say around 2003, famously was seen to be stalling on the bubble because he didn't know the action was on him.
He had sunglasses on, right? No one could tell what he was looking at. All right, looks like we are trying to zero in on a table right now.
Yeah, I think there is an all-in. And I'm going to guess it's the table with everyone crammed around it.
That looks like the one. Or someone's doing a magic trick.
Ooh.
I love close-up magic.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can get that close to see the magic. We might miss the prestige.
Well, if the hand takes place on the back of that guy's head, we're going to get it.
Don't worry, we've got our guys down on the floor. They'll at least tell us what happened, even if we can't see it. Okay. What? It's Roman Kalilas and Martin Cabral. Both huge stacks, all in.
Wow.
Can confirm, they both had huge stacks when we last saw them.
Hold on, hold on. Toby's just said we're at 176. I've just heard that one of those two players is out. Okay, guys, I've got the hand history. I've got the hand history. Martin Cabral filming on his phone, telling everyone they're in the money, both hands face down on the river. Cabral shoved. Ramon Kalilas called all in with a set of sixes. Cabral had 4-3 for the straight, slow rolled him, slow rolled Ramon and said, got him, Casino Royale, James Bond. I'm quoting directly. And that hand eliminated Ramon in 177th place. So we are now on the bubble.
Do you think that saying that we're in the money already was part of his whole shtick, like an angle?
I don't know. He also should not have been filming, especially if he's actually in the hand himself. But as much as I hate slow rolling, I have to say the "we got him" Casino Royale James Bond line does make me smile.
Look, it's oftentimes the case. Some of the worst things that happen in poker are the most interesting and the most entertaining.
I definitely would not put it past Cabral to be angling with the whole saying that they're in the money if it happened before Claes made his decision to call off. I just, that whole hand history is insane. Wow.
Yeah, that almost sounds made up. I mean.
Crazy.
So guys, just to be clear, for this particular EPT event, we are very pleased that the team at King's Casino have facilitated this live stream for us, but it does mean that we don't have our usual production team with us and we don't have outer table cameras, so we're not able to actually necessarily see all the outer table hands. We are relying on our man on the floor. His name, Statrick.
Well, Statrick is doing sterling work. As, I won't say always, as usual. Just kidding, buddy.
I'm not necessarily trying to drive people to Cabral's social media, but I would assume that that clip is going to be put on his social media at some point if people want to try to verify how that whole situation went down.
I mean, things are confusing out there, right? Like, it's possible he did not know they weren't in the money. Or he was saying, after this hand, we'll be in the money. There's a lot of different... I try to give people, like, the best possible interpretation of things until I look like an idiot, but...
But when it's Cabral, maybe you give them a little less of the benefit of the doubt.
I actually wouldn't bring it up at all if it wasn't Cabral, right? If it was Korai Aldemir, I'd be like, oh, he made a mistake and thought they were in the money.
So Toby Stone once again confirming that we are hand for hand on the pure bubble. 176 remaining. Next player out, €0. Make it into 175th place. You've locked up a min cash. Just a recap of that hand, Kalilas Cabral. We get to the river. The board is 2 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 10 of clubs, 6 of clubs, 9 of spades. Cabral shoves river, has Kalilas covered. Ramon calls all in with a set of 6s. 4-3 the hand for Cabral, had the straight. And yes, we do understand that Cabral slow rolled it.
I mean, that's one of the more interesting things I've heard about happening in a really long time. I mean, granted, there hasn't been a lot of live poker for a really long time, but what a way to come back.
The super short stack of Per Emil Mattsson, one of the 2 super shorties remaining. How long till he's forced all in?
Was the clock running that whole time?
No, it was paused.
Okay.
I'm kind of surprised. Was that right? Did he fold King Queen suited when they're in the money?
No, they're not in the money. We're on the bubble.
We're hand for hand now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I was confused. Okay. Oh, okay. That whole Cabral story confused me because I was like, okay, then we're 1 off from the money. Okay.
I love the fact that Martin Cabral managed to confuse all the players and the commentators.
He definitely did.
A little more Chat Pro Saturday here from Adrock. Bro, you got to shove that King Queen suited. Absolutely correct on Chat Pro Saturday.
I think King Queen of Hearts is such a beautiful hand. How do you not play it? And look, you would have the best hand. And I'm a great believer in playing results.
That's all we keep track of.
Yeah, Onisiforu just flatting here with the ace-10 from the big blind and flops himself a double gutter here. Dicey spot again at the bubble.
D'accord.
La main dedans, elle y est pas.
Ah bon? Tu l'as pas vu? Personne l'a vu? Tu peux revenir en arrière?
I do admire Onesiphoro's ability to play as if he's got 60 big blinds instead of 16.
Tu vois la carte du tournoi?
Yeah, it looks like they're both trying to just show their hand down at this point. Yeah, he just hopes that his opponent has something like ace-5 or something that he beats with his ace-10. But PokerStars will take it.
Either way, it's lucky you just get to show it down.
So that's the hand at the feature table over and done with, just waiting for play to conclude at every other table now, and it is the tables towards the back of the room that are the other tables in the main event.
I know that technically all this happened 30 minutes in the past, but can we get a chip count on Martin Cabral?
Oh, yeah.
I will accept heaps, all of them. Hovering around 1 million.
No, 625K,
Okay.
Cabral.
He must have lost some. He had like 570 or something when we went to break, dinner break.
Tu peux partir moitié de ta carte relancée. Dans le noir.
C'est cool, hein?
C'est grillé.
Used to be 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think that...
So you move here.
I'm not sure.
Now, I know the rules fluctuate and change and get adjusted. How it used to work, and I don't know whether this is still the case, but the clock runs the whole time. There is not a set amount of time per hand. The clock just runs.
About 4 or 5 years ago on one event, and that's the only time we ever did it.
Okay.
So, yeah. But obviously, if it takes way too long, we will go back to the previous
Yeah,
level
Matson
and
just
do more
hoping to
times
hear the
once
words all
the
in a
tournament
call.
to
Yeah.
allow you guys to play.
That's only half the battle.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we never do.
I think that's at least one of the floor staff just confirming to the players that no, we do just let the clock run and we do not pause it and then just take off a limited amount of time per hand. And remembering the one occasion when we did do that, and it added about 5 hours to the day. I'm not sure if this is the table in question, but our man out in the field, StatTrick, tells us that Adrian Mateos has just bet huge on the river against Manuel Labus. The decision is on Labus. Oh, I think he's folded.
Oh, ça.
Tu m'as demandé le time.
Ah ouais. Non, je l'avais.
What if there's one table just playing hands, like just didn't get the memo?
T'avais deux valets, toi?
And down.
And down?
No doubt the short stacks at that table will definitely point it out. But that's happened before. I've had a dealer who didn't realize it was hand for hand, and what do you know, the big stacks at the table didn't really say anything, and it was obviously a short stack who was the first to be like, nope.
That's not how we do things in Biloxi.
Long time. You mean that table, this table? Yeah, many minutes, no break. Yeah, nice. Nice to be all, we both doing good. Yes, that is important. Dominating the table. That is important. Dominating the table. Yes. My image is so Then get to check back. Belle dame ou un dame fatigué? Regarde, parce qu'il y a plus. Mon as, c'est tellement
Okay. So there is still one table in action. Looks like it's Dimitar Danchev, another former champion, winner of the PCA in 2013.
One of my favorite Bulgarian players, top 5.
All in and a call. Danchev with queens, Grzegorz Glauni with kings, and Glauni is the at-risk player. King on the river, so that is a set on the river for the at-risk player. That is a double up.
Like I said, all in and call is only half the battle. All right, somebody sent me the Cabral hand.
You've not won the trophy just yet, my friend.
No, I'm just feeling it. To get used to it.
Break the hands in a little bit, yeah.
There's 2 men on this table who want an EPT. You want EPT?
Not the worst slow roll I ever saw.
And next one is yours. Oof.
But it was definitively a slow roll, right? Timing-wise.
I mean, it was slow, but it wasn't like he sat there being like tapping the table like nice hand, nice hand. It was very clear to me that he knew he was winning. He just took a second to table it because he wanted some extra attention. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying it wasn't like the most evil slow roll I ever saw. The problem is the guy pushed a Ramon call. The guy had to show first but refused. This is from Koshak. Thank you, Koshak, for sharing that reel with me.
Bravo.
We're clapping because Davide Katai raised and took it.
Yeah, and Matson just followed his big blind there as expected.
Antoine coach measuring the strike.
He has another orbit.
So just to recap that hand we were discussing, the net result is that Ramon Kalidas was eliminated in 177th place. That's taken us to 176. That means we're on the pure bubble. And oh my God, he's going to last another orbit.
Yeah, he was just in the big blind and folded. Tu folded tout, toi?
Ouais.
T'as foldé devant moi?
Ouais, 10 et 2.
Waouh, suité ou offsuit?
Offsuit.
Waouh.
Ou 10 et 4.
C'est un push, je crois.
J'avais un open facile.
Ah oui? Well, the hand is on the poker
news. La
news.
table, c'est sympathique, l'ambiance, on laisse jouer un peu.
I've shared it as well.
Oh. Qu'est-ce que tu t'es croustillé? Un petit dumbbell essuité?
Non, j'ai montré un as.
Non.
Ah, maintenant? Ah, j'avais as valet. Suité.
Tu es content quand il y a le derby siège qui
Any hands still in progress? Anything tasty going on?
Huh? Ja. Ich habe, was haben wir jetzt? Ich habe 300.000. Das ist average. 200.
Yeah, Fersenko. We've got a couple fewer cameras than normal. We have to deal with this angle for the field.
I think play is concluded everywhere. I think all hands are done out in the field.
I hope the people involved in the hand that we're waiting for know that they don't have to stall because we're hand for hand. I hope it's legitimately going all the way to 8th Street. All right, here we go. Deal them up. Andy Wilson, UTG, Queen 10 suited, raising.
Hossein has been relatively quiet being the chip leader, but he didn't get any hands since I've been here basically in the last hour.
Is that an acceptable thing to do if you're the chip leader but don't have any hands? Like, does it feel like you're wasting the opportunity, or is that totally fine?
No, I think that's really good. Not to get impatient, thinking you're the chip leader, you have to do something. I mean, if you just get like 9-4 every hand, I think it's the right decision to wait. And Hossein definitely knows when to put the pressure on.
Yeah, I was going to say, most of the time I played with him, he is far from shy from being active at the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known him for a few years. Yeah, I've played with him before. I've watched him play at the WSOP and also at the EPT here in Prague a few years ago.
Has his game changed much since then?
I wouldn't think so.
It
No,
doesn't seem like it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's just very, very good in my opinion at exactly knowing what we just talked about, when to put the pressure on, when an opponent doesn't have a strong range, basically.
He's definitely got a style all his own, but it really works for him.
Absolutely.
I mean, I remember he was at my table prior to him winning the main, and I didn't know who he was. And obviously, I think you stereotype some players, you know, especially ones that you've never seen before. And I remember texting Reiner and being like, do you know who this is? And immediately him and a lot of other Germans were like, yeah, he's a boss, you know? Like, don't underestimate Jose.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see him having a huge stack here again.
Il aurait pu limite chauve pré-flop pour que l'autre fold ou check raise de flop un peu. Ouais, il a changé en idée, ça bougeait. Est-ce qu'il y avait SN au début? Ouais.
Yeah, they know by now. The name is Mars. Yeah, it's a chocolate bar. One is good. One is good. I take a little bit. Yeah, one Mars. Here. Yeah, I have. I pay with the card. Yes. My bank card. Because I don't have check wrong.
It's the most boring candy bar ever. Get out of here.
I pay with my bank card. No problem.
This has actually got some cocoa solids in it. I guess this is the last hand in progress.
Don't like to fold. Never fold. We make one after my kid's birthday beginning.
this Adrian sitting there?
I'm not sure if there's been any significant action.
Mateos, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I mean, you would know the back of his front. It does look like him from the profile, you're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good spot.
I'm not that sure anymore.
I mean, if anyone at the table, I mean, the big wall of hair, it's close. It's a flip.
I knew like almost everybody, but 2 years ago, not meeting.
Here we go, next hand.
Saying now.
Le premier mois, ils vont faire le mois de juin. Et elle vient aussi avec sa sœur, son mari et le cousin. Ils vont faire juste 2 semaines au début de.
What was the bubble like for you in that main event?
At the bubble I had a good stack, so I had fun. Although I had Jason Kuhn to my left, who had an even bigger stack than I had. He got moved there like half an hour before the bubble. I wasn't happy to see him at that time. Oh, and Davide with the kings too.
All right, my babies. This is going to look a little suspect. Just a little suspect.
Just the blinds left.
Yeah, and Paul's probably thinking, can I really have him win this hand here? Can I really fold? But 10 taps to it? Not sure.
I mean, this is the fear, right? Is that you let someone in the door cheap. Obviously, you want to get it in, but if they don't let you.
Thank you.
He seems so upset about having to give that up.
Win again.
King Kong.
I think it was the right.
King Kong? Oh,
King Kong, not the good timing. Not the good timing. You fold déjà? I should have limped.
Alarm bells.
So again, we're in that situation where play has concluded at the feature table, and we head out into the field and see what we can observe. Potential development on table 9.
Oh, right, table 9, sure.
Where Gab Young Kim has bet big against John Mooney, one of the short stacks.
La maison est réservée jusqu'au 15 juillet. Pour t'envoyer un lien, toi, je peux te partager ça et tu regarderas plus tard.
C'est ça, mais le but c'est de chercher avec des enfants, comme ça on partage des menus, des trucs.
I'm going to assume that that is the last hand in progress.
What if they just take up a collection and everyone throws in 100 euros? We just pay the bubble.
Yeah, we used to do that at the first tournament we had played in the casino in Berlin.
Then everybody learns it ruins the integrity of the game. Can't be paying the bubble.
So what was the longest hand for hand you ever had?
We had a Barcelona that went real long once. I want to say like 90 minutes.
There was also that PCA bubble where the one time where we did the 2 minutes behind thing, which was like 3 hours long.
Oh wow.
That was an experiment that was not repeated, if I remember.
Correct.
I mean, at least we know that at our feature table, one person will be all in 5 hands.
Pretty soon. 5 hands could be an hour from now, though.
Apparently, Mooney has folded.
Sam pointing out that a $100 collection per player would be about 17,600 euros, so that's pretty good. It's like 13th place money.
I was going to say, it'd be great then when the bubble saver is like double a min cash. Then suddenly, you can imagine, Matsson's going to be like, yes, now I'm all in.
Koray Aldemir is still in the booth, if that's what you're asking, Kamoka. Not still in the tournament, sadly. But he's right here with us.
Yeah, I had a very short day today.
You've earned it. You've earned a short day.
I don't know if that is a compliment or it's different. Okay. I'll trust this word.
Get back to your seats. Let's go.
So next hand, and we're back at the feature table. Round to the button.
Yeah, Paul is gonna raise it up with every hand here, literally. Oh. No speech this time.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
He's just mad he can't play it creatively.
Premium toutes les mains, ouais. Premium every hand.
Yeah, you still hope for the fold.
Yes, I do.
That's what even
Oh, yeah.
Ace King, sure.
Voilà, tu profites un peu trop, hein, ça suffit. Hein.
Since I'm on the TV table, I had so many good hands, and I'm losing chips 60k.
Well, Mike, who's watching on YouTube, says, I left the stream, did the dishes, watched Instagram videos, came back, they're still on the bubble. Isn't it great to have live poker back, everyone?
Yeah, we all love the world-famous bubble coverage. Still, it goes on like 1 second too long, and then we're like, all right, that's enough.
That's a big 10K. Right? The 10K in Barcelona is pretty big, right?
Yeah, Prague also.
Yeah, but the one on my final was a small one. It was a time ago. And then it wasn't, I think the year after, it became very big. Yeah. First prize was, I don't think, around not even 400k.
Toby Stone walking the floor, checking how many tables we still have in action. Will not deal the next hand until players concluded at every single table, as we are on the pure bubble right now. 175 getting paid, a min cash worth just shy of 9,000 euros. But whoever exits next will get nothing.
We might get a story and a couple more Instagram followers, but yeah, no money. You guys want to play open face while we wait? Do people still do that? Is that still a thing? What's like the game now that people play when they're trying to kill time?
I've never really played open face that much, so I'm not sure, but I think it's a thing. Have you ever played
Yeah,
that, Maria?
people still play it. Yeah, people still play it. I mean, but nowadays it's like, even if the person you normally play against is live and in person, you'd just rather play on the app because it's quicker and you just play more hands. So people aren't really playing games on the side in person. It's just such a waste of time, you know? You could be multitasking.
Maria, did you ever play that one with the alligator tooth? There's like a, you know, Cora, you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, is it like a crocodile, right?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, crocodile teeth, and then everyone picks a tooth, and whoever it snaps shut on loses.
Yeah, I think there's an app as well, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's what I mean. Yeah, there's.
yeah.
Are you trying to get Korai to join in and pull my leg right now? Because this doesn't sound legit.
No. There's this. It's like. I don't. There's no.
You guys are in
PC
person.
term
I
for it.
don't know what kind of like nudging or like tapping under the. I can't see you guys. I feel.
Tap on your phone instead of under the table. I don't know, crocodile teeth or whatever. This is one of these games these sickos play when they have like 30 free seconds. They're like, okay, for like 100 or 1,000 or whatever, we'll play the crocodile teeth game. James is gonna check it out.
I'm assuming it's available on iOS.
Yeah. It's called Crocodile Dentist. Thank you, Black Ooth's first time. Blackout HS,
Not
first time chat.
Be confused with Crocodile Shoes by Jimmy Nail.
Definitely not.
Crocodile Dentist. There is Crocodile Dentist Roulette. Croco Roulette.
It's all a bunch of knockoffs of the same thing. Yeah.
Right.
Crocodile Dentist is the best drinking game, says Senative.
Wow.
It's a new way people use it for like credit card roulette too,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Instead of having the server pick the card, you play Crocodile Dentist.
Crocodile Shoes. The table we're watching, by the way, from a distance is Martin Cabral's table, where there was obviously a big hand a short while ago that saw Ramon Kalilas eliminated in 177th place. This is Cabral versus Masato Yokosawa. And I think the hand may be over, and Yokosawa was the beneficiary of the pot. It went check, check on the river, and Yokosawa had a full house.
Well, I did it, guys. I put Crocodile Dentist into my search, and something came up. But I still don't believe you.
I mean, this would be the most amount of effort for the lamest prank ever. Doesn't mean I wouldn't
I don't put
do
it past you. Exactly. I was going to say, Stapes, come on. Don't act like you're too good and you're above any kind of prank.
When you were doing your sports in Colombia, was there money being wagered on it, or are you able to hang out with your friends and just play things for fun?
No, we actually didn't play for money. We had some small random side bets between our friends, and we had like the organizer had actual medals, like a gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal, but yeah, we didn't play for money.
By the way, the fact that there is only 2 and a bit left on the clock, I do think that we might... Yeah, we're only going to be able to squeeze in one more hand. Maybe they'll add an extra hand after this, but we're really close to the break now. I think the bubble might go into the next level when the blinds go up. And
this whole tournament has gone to the next level.
I'm just wondering, how many hands have we got before Per-Emil Mattsson is literally forced all in?
I think it's more than 2.
So he paid. I have no money.
Paul with an actual hand here this time.
Everyone's getting a little bit frustrated now. I mean, it must be tough, right? If you're only playing like one hand every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Davide has a few more chips than before now, and yeah, too much to risk there. The ace-6.
Oh. King Kong?
Oh, close.
King Kwong.
Covered
Queen
queen.
And we wait.
Oh, my room. I put on my room.
Coffrer Davide cette fois-ci.
Man, it's so great we were able to pick the brain of Koray Aldemir for all this analysis.
But you must have been in these situations where you're at a table that's playing relatively fast, where it's either just raise and everyone quickly folds, or maybe one bet on the flop, and then you're just waiting for all these other tables.
Yeah, definitely. And it can feel so differently. As a short stack, you're under so much pressure, basically, and waiting for other tables to maybe bust somebody. As a big stack, you're kind of relaxed most of the time. You know, this is the time where you gain a lot of chips if things don't go badly.
You're welcome, Scott Bunkus, who tweets to say, thanks for the Jimmy Now Crocodile Shoes reference. It's brought back many funny memories.
All right, this is a Koray-specific question. Let's see if he understands the reference here. Do you think George Holmes was value shoving or bluffing on the last hand?
I would love to know this answer as well.
Yeah, so this question refers to the last hand of the main event where George had top pair and I had 2 pair, and he was shoving. He had king queen on 10, 7, deuce, king 9, and he jammed the river. I think he thought he had the best hand for sure. I haven't talked to him afterwards, but I mean, he made some thinner value jams before, and I mean, he's gonna have the best hand most of the time when I check there. So yeah, I don't mind him like going for thin value there.
I guess we're staying here.
Yeah, this time I had it, I guess, and I didn't expect him to have that hand, to be honest. So I was kind of expecting him to have maybe a better hand or a bluff most of the time. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a super interesting hand, and I've heard different thoughts from different people. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he wasn't bluffing.
Have you done a ton of interviews about what happened at the final table?
Yeah, in the days after the event, for sure, I did a couple of interviews. Yeah, I actually haven't watched the coverage yet, to be honest. Only like some. I mean, I watched the last hand and maybe 1 or 2 others.
Yeah,
but not the whole thing. Definitely gonna do that at some point. Yeah.
I think my follow-up question to that, Koray, is, well, 2 questions, actually. One is, would you have done the same thing in his spot? Like, would you have gone for value there with his hand? And then also, obviously you didn't, I was there, and you didn't, snap call right away because, yeah, you had a good hand, but of course, when he ends up shoving there, you don't necessarily expect that you're always going to have the best of it with 10s and 7s. So I guess my question is, I mean, was it kind of a spot where it's like your hand is just too good to fold? But of course, it was also a massive, massive pot where if you were wrong and he did have you beat, then obviously you're crippled at that point. Like, what was that feeling like?
Yeah, definitely. I thought it was a close spot at the time, and also even if it wasn't that close, I mean, there was so much on the line, so I definitely wanted to double check my thoughts. Basically, we were playing for like 9 days straight, 10 to 12 hours every day, so we were both kind of exhausted, and yeah, I think it was super close. I wasn't sure what to do. I think it was. I mean, I could have just bet myself on the river. I could have checked and then called like I did. Would I have played the same way in his shoes? I think against how I played against him, it was a bit too thin. As you can maybe tell from the fact that I tanked with a better hand with 2 pair.
Right.
But I mean, I could have had like. I could have had a worse king sometimes, I guess, and then his value bet would have been genius. And if you think like if you put the hand in the solver, actually his bet makes sense from what I've heard, what some of my friends told me. I just wouldn't have perceived him to go in with that hand.
The good solver or the bad one?
Well, one of those. Yeah.
So this is definitely the last hand before the break. In
I
fact,
hope so.
You've seen most players file out of the room, right, because they are going on a 20-minute break. And we still have, I believe, at least one table, if not two, still in action. So there is still a chance that we could burst the bubble before the break. I just want to take this opportunity now, knowing that we are about to take a hiatus, to thank both Corey Aldemir and Maria Ho for their time in the booth. Maria, you're going to be back with us tomorrow.
Yes, I will be seeing you or not seeing you guys then. You guys will be seeing me, let's put it that way.
Most importantly, everyone gets to hear you, and that's what counts. That's what matters. And Corey, thanks for dropping by, and hopefully we get the chance to do this again, maybe later in the week.
Yeah, sure. That was a lot of fun. Enjoy the bubble while it goes.
Yeah.
And yeah, see you guys later.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Well, first of all, let's check what happens with these last few hands being played on the outer tables. But assuming we do go to the break still with 176 players, I do get the impression that it probably won't be long. It can't be more than a few hands before we have the bubble burst.
I mean, imagine it bursts down, everyone's on break. No clapping, no celebration.
So I'm hearing we've got a hand here with three-way action. Georgi Sandev has shoved pre-flop. Leonardo Romeo is thinking, and Alexios Servos still has to act behind.
Well, we'll be able to tell by the reaction of the crowd what happens. I assume.
So, an all-in and two players left to act. And at least one of them is taking their time and considering making a call.
So, Alexios, you're allowed to think about what you're going to do while Leonardo is thinking about what he's going to do.
One of two things is going to happen. Either everyone stood around that table is going to crowd in. That's when you know someone's called.
Yeah.
Or they're all going to turn the other way and walk away.
Some of them might be visibly upset.
Hashtag embrace the squeak.
So good.
And it looks like both players have folded. That hand is over, and that is the end of the session. And just double checking, but we think every single table has concluded, and that means this level is at an end, and that means we're going to be coming back from the final break of the day with the final level of the day, and we are still going to be on the pure bubble. That's right, our world-famous bubble coverage will continue on the other side of the break when the blinds will be up. 90 more minutes of poker to be played today, and we do expect to burst the bubble and play through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza as we start paying players that min cash of nearly 9,000 euros. So let's check on the stacks of the players we have on the main stage. There is one stack in particular that we should be paying attention to.
Not really a stack, more like a smattering.
A wise philosopher once wrote, all it takes is a chip and a chair. Well, Per Emil Mattsson has less than a big blind, 4,000 chips. Blinds will be 2K, 5K when we come back. My thanks to Corey Aldemir. My thanks to Maria Ho. Nick Walsh rejoins us for the final level of the day. More action. World-famous bubble coverage from EPT Prague in 20.
I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Leon Sukanik to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years, and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. But what about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At King's Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years, with over 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making King's Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at King's to become a part of poker history.
A raise on the button from Rob Hollink to 50,000 with Jack 8 suited, King 7 the hand from Brown and Schaefer.
Brandon's got a lot more chips than I was expecting him to have after that double up, or double through.
And Brandon calls.
Defends with King 7, and we have a King 9-5 flop.
Brandon checks.
Top pair for Schaefer. 94% favourite here.
And Rob bets 70,000.
Hollink continues for 70k.
Yeah, continuing in a similar vein, very, very high frequency continuation bets we see in all of these hands, really. Not too much for Schaefer to have to protect against.
20,000 more. 70,000.
He is just going to make the call on the flop.
We know he loves protecting.
Taking us to the turn, which is the 8 of clubs. Hollink now with third pair.
Schaefer's got a gut shot to go with his top pair.
Oh, Hollink slow down now that he picks up some showdown value against Jack 10 or Queen Jack. Looks like he has chips in hand. Not really sure what a bet here is going to accomplish, but there it is.
Smell that grapefruit.
Calms me down. I don't know why only 70.
Maybe you should heat up is better. Maybe you should heat up instead of calming down.
Yeah, I need to calm down.
Sniffing citrus to calm down.
He really needs to have a meeting with his management team after that, if that's what they came up with. All right, Brandon, here's your thing. It's a grapefruit, and you smell it to calm yourself down. It'll be huge.
So Schaefer calls the 70k. It's a jack on the river. That's 2 pair for Rob Hollink.
Well, not slowing down on the turn might pay dividends. This pot is 410,000 in the middle.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Schaefer going to need to take a big old whiff of that grapefruit if we see a river bet.
Hollink shoves on Schaefer.
Straight to it.
Oh, goodness.
Tell me your secrets, grapefruit.
This is for the title as Brandon Schaefer calls all in, and he is beaten. We are denied a 2-time winner. Two of the final 3 players were former champs, but it's Rob Hollink who was victorious and takes the inaugural EPT Grand Final title and trophy in Monte Carlo.
eventually they convened a kangaroo court of senior poker players, brought Sandy 1 and Sandy 2 into this hotel suite, I think in Monte Carlo, or I might be wrong about that, but I think it was in Monte Carlo. And they then, as an unelected, Supreme Court, decided the amount of money that Sandy 2 would have to play Sandy 1.
So I want to ask you about this, Terence, because there is an urban legend that has been doing the rounds at Stars for years that occasionally Isai would go into the customer support inbox and would sometimes try and reply to questions himself. And the rumor is that someone had a situation where they had the ace of spades in their hands in Omaha, and there were 4 spades on board, and they couldn't understand why they didn't win with a nut flush. And the rumor is that Isai's response was so rude and direct that it was then used as an example when training customer support staff of how not to talk to customers.
I don't know that it was specifically used as an example of what not to do, but Isai did have a very direct approach.
Direct.
In emails. Most commonly, those are the emails that he didn't answer that often. I mean, he would definitely go into customer service emails just to get a tempo and a flow of what's coming in and what people are angry about. The ones that Isai really went after were, and you'll remember this from the early 2000s, where everybody thought online poker was rigged, yes. Right? Like that it was rigged for action flops, and like every time you get kings, somebody's going to get aces or whatever silly thing, or aces are always going to get cracked by 7-5 suited or whatever. It was his passion to go in there and explain like how randomness works and how we have no incentive to rig the deck and that we don't play. Like it was really a thing, but he was pretty aggressive about it, and it's a hard thing to even do properly, even if you're not like, because this is his baby. Like you can see that as a personal attack on your integrity. Like, you created this thing and people are out there saying, you're a cheating scumbag. That's a personal attack on your integrity. And his only thing was he took it a little bit, too personally. And it's, you kind of have to back off that and step away and show a little empathy and just be like, yeah, it really does suck when your aces get cracked. Here's all the times you had aces. We made an aces and kings report because this was happening so much. So that he asked the programmers, give me a report that just filters for every time this guy's been dealt pocket aces and pocket kings. This is like pre-poker tracker. Obviously, this is child's play now, but it was at the time, everybody's like, oh, okay, well, actually, you're 18 out of your last 23 when you've been dealt aces or kings or whatever. And we would go, here's all your hand histories of every time you got dealt aces.
So funny. That's so funny to be like,
and it's hard to reason with that, but it's like it does kind of shut people up. It's like, well, like okay, sure, I won that pot where the guy flopped a set of 9s and then I hit a river ace, sure, but we don't think about those hands.
Yeah.
There was once, and then you two have to stop me if this is. I'm not allowed to say. I won't say any players' names, but you see.
We have a name for this. So whenever we tell a story we can't use the name, we say it's Sandy the Degenerate, because Sandy is genderless and is ageless. So Sandy did what?
There's two Sandys involved in this story, I have to say, because it's a bit like, as you know, when you get any group of players over a period of time who play in all the same tournaments, who travel throughout Europe together, throughout the world, it's the same in Formula One. It's the same in the tennis tour. It's the same in the poker. They get to know each other. It's a small world. They stay in similar hotels, and you get the gripes, you get the rubbing of personalities, you get the friendships, and it becomes very kind of like villagey, I think is the best way to describe it. And poker's no different. But there was two players, Sandy 1, Sandy 2, who used to play poker for, I think, $10,000 a hole. Sorry, used to play golf for $10,000 a hole. And they were really similar, and their handicaps were obviously quite accurate. Yeah. So nobody ever won more than like 20, 30 grand every time they played. And they would always meet to play. So they meet to play, and Sandy 1 wins like every hole, right? He's playing out of his skin. So Sandy 2's now find himself in a serious amount of debt. And after they finish playing, the story goes, myth, legend, truth, whatever it is, that Sandy 1 goes, I bluffed you. I had lessons from Tiger Woods. Sandy 2 goes, well, you've cheated because your handicap isn't right. And he goes, I haven't played since. He says, yeah, but you've cheated. And he went, no, I bluffed you. So Sandy 1 was trying to use poker parlance to say, I've just bluffed you. And Sandy 2 was like, you're not getting a penny off me. So this grew and grew and grew and became more of a beef between Sandy 1 and Sandy 2. And eventually, I'm hearing this, and John Duthie's telling me this is terrible. They've got to play each other. There's going to be problems. And so eventually they convened a kangaroo court of senior poker players, brought Sandy 1 and Sandy 2 into this hotel suite, I think in Monte Carlo, or I might be wrong about that, but I think it was in Monte Carlo. And they then, as an unelected, Supreme Court, decided the amount of money that Sandy 2 would have to play Sandy 1.
Amazing.
And that's it. I mean, you aren't dealing with a bunch of librarians. No offense to librarians, great people, and, you know, libraries give us power and all that.
Hey, the librarian tribunal can get pretty serious, too.
It's true. But these guys are poker players, you know? So that's not the only story, you know? And it's like there was a feeling of the Wild West involved. They kind of looked after themselves, not in a hugely dangerous way, but like there was an edge, and that was exciting in your 20s to be a kind of little part of that. And there was always a kind of feeling of, you know, that it was huge. And here's this thing that changed the way people looked at poker, which was you go to Vegas to be a poker player, you go to America to be a poker player, and then now, well, actually, you guys are coming here. That was huge. Good, you know, and relatively the prize money was really important at that time and getting bigger and bigger. So it was an amazingly important event, but it did have also, it was big, and at the same time, it was a little village, just like Formula One would be today, you know. They lived beside each other and they get in each other's hair, and it was similar, and I loved all that.
And then obviously the second moment, my highlight, I would say, was the final table in Monte Carlo when I finished sixth. Finishing sixth, I got to 300 or 400K, which compared to 2 years or 3 years before with Barcelona was completely different, a different game, a different industry, different figures. But I keep thinking somehow what could have happened in my life, not just in my poker career, but in my life, if I was going to win a coin flip that I lost in the final table, that probably would have kind of secured my winning, my trophy. And that was a 2.1 million first prize.
It was absolutely huge that year. It was the season 4 grand final won by Glenn Chorney. And I remember that flip, Luca, and I remember the look on your face when you lost that hand, which I think is only equaled and possibly rivaled by Elke's many looks of desperation when he's lost flips or come second in poker tournaments, just like, this shouldn't happen. Not now. This is meant to be my time.
James, let's put it this way. And again, maybe it's a way for me to consolidate myself, but maybe winning with tournaments, I wouldn't have the opportunity or the willingness to jump into the esport wagon. And who knows, maybe I wouldn't have, or I'm not going to have the opportunity to sell Clash for some billion euros. So that's how I always intended poker. It's kind of, I don't want to say that I believe in destiny, but I like to give a sense to all the good and also the bad things that has happened in my life, but also in the poker journey. So I take it in that way. And honestly, that gave me always the strength to recover. I do believe that the real strong people are recognized not for their winnings, but for the way that they can recover the big loss or the big missed winnings, let's put it that way.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour final level of day 2 of the main event at King's Casino Hilton Prague. And we are on the bubble, ladies and gentlemen. World famous bubble coverage continues. 176 players remaining, 175 get paid. Back to the action with me, James Hartigan, him, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my still bubble babies.
And him, Nick Walsh.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me back.
So Davide Katai picks up ace-king and moves all in. Oh, no, not quite. Did he say all in?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's a virtual in, right? He's not gonna.
Yeah.
It's so he can tank, I assume, when it comes back to him. No point in that. Hand for hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we see online. We see this plenty online, right, guys? You know, the virtual all in, just leaving a few behind, so he still has the decision, but he's going to take it down. Yeah. Is that Andy?
It is.
Is that Andy Wilson I see?
That is the Bowie effect.
The official Bowie effect. My man, how's it going?
I looked right at you when you said that. That was weird.
We have that kind of connection, me and Andy. We go way back.
Even through 30 minutes ago.
So players concluded at the feature tables. So now we have to wait for play to conclude at all the other tables. And these are the stacks of the players on the main stage coming back from break. Obviously, we've got healthy stacks for players like Hussein Ensan and Paul Tedeschi, and for Bowie effect to a certain degree with 32 bigs. Antoine Soot on the short side, but no one is shorter than Per-Emil Mattsson, who's got 0 big blinds, 4,000 chips, and when the blinds come around, he is going to be forced all in from the big blind. That's going to happen really soon, by the way.
He's probably the only reason they haven't colored up the 1K chips.
Min cash is worth just shy of 9K. 175 players are guaranteed at least that, but the next player out will leave with nothing. Really big money during the late stages of this thing, with $1 million going to the winner when we crown a champion on Wednesday, day 6 of the Prague main event.
Sick. €1 million.
So we're going out into the field, and a reminder that we have to kind of observe the action from afar, but we're trying to keep tabs on what's happening at the outer tables. Obviously, we've still got at least a couple, if not more, hands still in progress. Not every table, by the way, is a main event table. That's important to point out.
All right, chat, let's play a quick game. How many people in this image are wearing baseball hats? Place your bets now.
No peeking.
And there's no prize. It's just for funsies.
Just for fun.
So we mentioned that in addition to Mattsson on the feature table, there's another player who's super short. Pedro Goiz Neves also had around 10, 12K. In fact, Neves is in the big blind. So he's paid the 5K big blind, he's paid the 5K ante, and he has 4K behind. There has been a raise, so he's considering whether to stick in his last 4K.
This is so incredibly sweaty for this short stack.
There was a raise from Valentino Konachiev under the gun +2. Pedro has 10K of his 14K stack invested in the big blind and big blind ante, and now has to decide whether to call off the last 4K.
Got. Looks like we've got some camaraderie there. Friend stood behind him.
Camaraderie or commotion?
A little bit of both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
I mean, there's commotion in that shirt alone.
Yeah, he doesn't look too fussed. He looks like he's pretty confident. He's saying, hey, you.
Oh, Pedro's called. It's been announced that they should stop the clock, and we are just going to wait to ensure that every other hand has concluded before we run this out. It is pre-flop. Valentino Konachiev versus Pedro Goiz Neves, and it is Neves who is the at-risk player. Super short, was pretty much forced all in from the big blind. And Toby Stone will be making his way to this table. In fact, he's there. Do it, Toby. Okay. Can't necessarily hear Toby that clearly, so we'll try and tell you what's happening here. Cards are being turned over.
I think this guy's got his girlfriend on the phone.
Pedro is the at-risk player and has tabled pocket fives.
Cinco, cinco.
And Valentino was on the steal. 10-5 of clubs.
Oh, no.
DA-cinco.
So Pedro, the at-risk player, with fives. Valentino with 10-5. And the flop is 10 high, 10-9-4. Oh, no. And that means Pedro's drawing to a one-outer. There is only 1-5 left in the deck.
Blocking himself.
Queen on the turn. King on the river, and we're in the money. Pedro goes broke. And that means we are down to 175. The bubble has burst, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, good night, everybody.
And with Pedro going out in 176th place, the final 175 are all guaranteed at least 8,800, including Per Matson at our feature table.
Joe, come back. Joe, come back. It's not over yet.
As per email, Matson cashes.
And you know what that means, right, James? You know what we have to look forward to now?
We are definitely looking forward to the post-bubble bust-out bonanza because, Nick, as you know, as well as we do, the longer the bubble takes, the more intense the bonanza.
The more intense the bone bonanza.
I really regret it.
Oh, look at those chips. That's all you need. Just a couple of those and a chair to sit in.
So stupid, it's better.
Can't believe that strategy worked out from Joe. He had a couple of opportunities, right? Pocket jacks, king, queen suited, decided just to fold, knowing that if it went round another orbit, he was going to be forced all in. But he made it. I think he was one hand away.
You watch.
Well, we're about to find out because I don't think he'll be folding much longer.
No, EPT champion in the making. Mark my words.
Here's something I would absolutely disagree with if it weren't Chat Pro Saturday. Absolute scum, everyone clapping.
Play poker much?
I just want to let Adriano know, even though it is Chat Pro Saturday, you are completely correct. They're not clapping to cheer the person that went broke. They're clapping to congratulate everyone who didn't. And I know that that seems a little off, and I've had that opinion before, but it's a celebration.
So we can start the clock running again, and we can continue to play. The bubble is over. Hand for hand is over. We're in the money. Congratulations to the final 175 from a starting field of 1,190 who have all cashed this EPT Prague event. And there is the red triangle of death. There is the all-in for the super short stacked Per Matson. Hyper danger zone, this guy.
Danger zone!
Ace Jack, all in. So not really a 3-bet from Katai. This is actually the opening raise to 15,000.
Zylo says, not a bad hand to go all in with, TBH. What a limb. What a limb to climb out on.
So Katai's raise with Jack 4 has been called by Onesforu in the big blind. So we have got action on the side. 9-5-5. Is Matson going to get a triple up here?
That was almost 4-4 and almost 2 clubs.
So close.
We don't know how big a favorite Matson is without the final hold card being exposed. I mean, Jack 9 is a hand people will call with. Can't be Jack 9 suited at least.
Got to look out for those hold cards, Joe. Very important in this game.
Yep.
So Katai bets, gets rid of Onesforu. And now it is the Jack-4 versus the Ace-Jack, and Mattson is an 83% favorite to triple up.
What did I say? EPT champion in the making.
Anytime I can dust off my old catchphrase that I invented, all it takes is a chip and a chair, I'm pretty happy.
Oh. Actually, if you include the small blind, it's a quadruple up. And the ace plays. Mattson survives. Don't call it a comeback.
Seriously, don't. He still has like 2 big blinds. Is this an insult? Hey, Staves, weren't you born on the cool person bubble? Is that a burn?
It's a burn.
If it is, it's a bit of a shite one.
It's weird. It's like almost brilliant, but also bad at the same time.
I see its brilliance for sure. I think that got
you
me,
like it?
actually got me pretty good.
If it wasn't so hard to tell if it was a burn or not, it would. It's missing something.
Well, we have our first bust out of the Bonanza, ladies and gentlemen, and it is one of our former EPT champions, Sebastian Malitz. The winner from Barcelona 2016 has just gone out in 175th place.
I walked past him outside yesterday. I was like, "What's up, my dude?" And he looked at me like he had no idea who I was, and then eventually realized it.
How quickly they forget.
Congrats. I think I had a mask on at the time.
Went, wait. I know who you are. You're that guy that busts out of the cool person bubble.
That's right. You were born in the cool person bubble.
Antoine Suit all in with an ace. We'll see the card because it's going to showdown. And it's Mattson again.
I hope his ace is Sauded.
Ace deuce against Queen 4. And again, we find Mattson is the at-risk player.
Big story, huh?
Yeah. You don't have too many big blinds, so Queen 4 of hearts is definitely got to be a call blind be blind here, without question.
Sorry, bro.
10, 7, 6.
No help so far.
And 8's a fun card.
Immediate outs, queens and 4s, some backdoor possibilities, and that is one of them.
Still a few opportunities.
So now with the nut flush draw, and Mattson needs a queen or a 4 that's not a diamond. And it's over, but he cashed, guys. He made it. He folded his way into the money.
Gotta be feeling pretty okay.
Still not sure about that jacket he was wearing.
Yeah, well, you're not exactly.
The fashionista.
The guy who's got 4 different Jaws t-shirts is handing out fashion advice.
If you're going to wear a jacket, wear a jacket. Don't wear something that looks, I don't know.
I love where this is going.
It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen.
That sweater looked very expensive, by the way.
If you're going to wear a jacket, wear a Jaws jacket. Am I right, James?
That's right.
No. So what have we got? About 80 more minutes of poker to play today?
Uh-oh. We've just been informed this is the official post-bubble bust-out bonanza. Top left, guys. Check it out.
Yeah, well, we are now down to 172. 3 eliminations so far since we made it into the money.
That's not enough bonanza, James. I need more bonanza.
We need more bone. Anza. Maybe more Anza.
$52.
Whoa. Giving it a think. I guess on his 4 would shove some worse hands.
Sure,
Sure. But it was much better than I thought.
Yeah, he is slightly ahead here.
Were you shoved when he saw the 8?
Yeah, I think this is pretty reasonable. Again, we've got this sort of dealer versus big blind dynamic. Queen 9 of spades actually is relatively high up there in your calling charts
J'y peux rien. Non, mais
for
lui, il
this
avait
effective
3000,
stack
donc
depth.
fallait se le respirer. Là, c'est des points importants.
What do you think about the flop, red or black? On the flop.
Oh, and it's 9 high.
Oh.
Not dead yet. 21%, excuse me. For Honest Fioro. Jack of Diamonds, no help. And the river is a deuce.
Thank you.
So that is Georgios Onisiforu cashing out for 8,800 euros.
Onisi for you.
Shall I give you this?
8,830 to be precise. The min cash in this EPT Prague main event.
You can take the money, Georgios, but you can't take the mic home.
Mimosa Man asking, live tourneys, how do they calculate who finishes in what position with bust outs going on everywhere? They have someone watching. Thank you for your question.
And ultimately at this stage, it doesn't really matter if you get the ticket for 171st place or 168th place, because it all pays the same.
Exactly. You just get a +1 and your little notebook.
And you're right, Joe. Obviously, the floor staff are watching, and they're trying to keep it as close to real time as possible. But suffice to say, when we're on a payout jump, they will pay even more attention.
Correct.
Saud. Pocket sevens. In the cutoff, seems like a pretty reasonable hand to open up here.
Texas Hold'em says, oh, I thought it was who could run to the cash desk fastest. Guess what? You want to be the second person to the cash desk, not the first one.
Mr. Wilson. Bowie effect himself. Has this guy ever folded a big blind?
Sorry,
Let's be real.
I kind of started talking there because I was like, oh, we're not going to see a call with King 3, but it shows you what I know.
We're seeing a call with King 3.
This is what you do when you're a good post-flop player, is you can call with all kinds of hands in the big blind because you're not terrible at poker.
Absolutely, yeah. He's, I mean, here's a name that we see all the time online. While we were doing lots of our online series over the last couple of years, Bowie effect, an absolute staple.
Yeah.
Not the Stapleton, a staple
I need a bit more
of our
chips.
streams.
Stop low.
Why not?
I'll try.
Why not? You have to try.
Yeah.
That's how you play it, Joe. You defend, and then you fold.
The Rooster's back again for round 2. Hey, Staves, weren't you the bubble boy for the voted top hottest bubble boys of 2021?
Why are you laughing at this? They're rubbish.
I think that was very clearly not a burn, though. I think that was at least like a...
Oh, it's like an ironic...
Like a hey, we're pals.
I like the callback. I don't know. I
So-
like this format. I like this format. I'm not going to lie.
Here's the thing. We always observe the local time zone we're in, right?
Yeah.
So it's now 11:30 at night. In 30 minutes' time, and we're still going to be on air because we've got more than an hour left to play.
Yeah.
It will be midnight, and that means it will officially be Sunday. Are we all in agreement that in 30 minutes' time, Chat Pro Saturday comes to an end, and we can start banning this moronicity that is plaguing one of our interactive channels?
What time do we actually come off the air? 12:30?
It's going to be close to 12:45.
I think we got to let it flow for the 30-minute delay. I think that the thing they're commenting on will have happened on Chat Pro Saturday. You see my logic. You might disagree with me, but you understand my logic here.
Paradise.
Yeah, but I kind of
I'll split the difference with you. 12:15.
Fine.
Got him.
Deal. Got him.
Nice turn card here for Katai. I mean, was doing all right already. These two unique checks. We got the...
Oh. Club ain't bad.
Club is good. Andy Wilson with the check that reminds me of me in 8th grade. See if he does it again.
Well, the only way he wins this pot is if he bets. And his opponent hasn't shown too much interest thus far, so I think he might be tempted. Yeah.
Time for a check for a club. I love that the pros have to do this too. This makes me so happy. Club check.
I don't know. I think Kataya knows that probably you're going to try and go for a little bit of value here. It's like your opponent probably would have repped that ace of clubs at some point in the hand thus far.
But nah.
Then again, they're not particularly deep here. So he might err on the side of caution regardless. Yeah, makes the call. Fair play.
C'est tout.
C'est tout. Just a call, all right.
That wins.
Yeah. That was the chuckle of two players that play a lot of poker at very high stakes, and I know what you're doing there. I see what you did there.
Someone just raised a really good point in chat. I know that's a sentence you didn't expect me to hear, but
fresh meat.
We know that we have a decent number of viewers who are watching from North America, from the US, Canada, and we all know that daylight savings time is an absolute nonsense. And it's an absolute pain in the you-know-what.
Sure.
It's an even bigger pain when there is no actual sync between when it happens in different continents. So, for example, tonight I believe is the night that in North America they start observing daylight savings time.
Oh.
However, Europe does not start observing daylight savings time until the 27th of March. So guys, our clocks aren't changing here. So that means the time difference is going to be reduced.
So what you're saying is we should still observe the Chat Pro Saturday rules.
No, I couldn't give a monkeys about that. What I'm talking about is tomorrow, people might show up at the wrong time and miss some of the stream.
Oh, no, we're not worried about that. We're worried about Chat Pro Saturday. Come on, James.
One more hour. One more hour.
Oh, no. We've resolved that. That's done. 12:15.
I didn't have all the information when I made the deal.
I just mentioned the clocks don't change in Europe, so it doesn't affect anything. What it affects is people watching the stream tomorrow. So let's work it out. Spring forward, right? So it's an hour later on the East Coast and West Coast. So, for example, today, when we go live at 12:30 Central European Time, that was 6:30 a.m. Eastern.
Yes.
Tomorrow, it'll be 7:30 a.m. Eastern. So you guys get an hour-long lie-in.
No. It happens sooner. It happens at a later time, but it happens sooner for them because they're springing ahead. They're losing an hour, not gaining an hour.
But if the clocks move forward, that means what was 6:30 is now 7:30. So if we're going live at 12:30 Central European Time, what was 6:30 Eastern is now 7:30 Eastern.
I just heard lion. What kind of lion are we getting? Like,
I'm taking the under.
Joe, how you know I know time zones, right?
This guy knows time zones.
He does know time zones. Yeah, we can't take that away from him. Uh-oh. While we're talking time zones, Termsy is looking at all-ins.
All right, James, I might be ending Chat Pro. I'm just going to inch my cursor over here if someone happens to smash the ban button. I had nothing to do with it.
Good one.
Not good
Sweet Lord.
Okay, back to the Bonanza. And 1-3-3 getting underway. Ensign, my man. UTG with ace-9 off. We do have a full house here. We do have a full table, I should say. So he's going to put that one in the bin. Seems pretty reasonable, especially at this stage. You got a lot of stacks that are very shovable around the table.
By the way, while we've been arguing about Chat Pro Saturday and time zone shifting, you'll notice we have dropped down to 154 players. The Bonanza is in effect. We're losing players from the outer tables.
Yes, indeed. So the initial opener here is Termsy, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But Mr. Andy Wilson in the cutoff with the kings. He's going to give it some thought. Very stoic, Andy, at the table. Off the table. Pretty wild. He does opt for the call here. I think he is recognizing that at this effective stack depth, he's not going to struggle to get those kings all in, and this might be the best way for him to extract maximum value. Maybe incentivize some players behind him to put in a squeeze. Katai has ace-jack off, just puts it straight in the bin. That's definitely a hand that somebody might be tempted to get a little bit sneaky with. And it's out in the big blind, 9-10 off. Not unreasonable for him just to continue here. But with 82K, okay, yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, good flop for the Kings.
You still like it? Yes.
Good flop for the Kings. No change. Still a huge favorite. Yep, that check is definitely how you want to be playing this hand in this situation. Queen Jack 5, not a good flop for your pocket sixes here. Not a flop that you're going to get a ton of c-bets through. Okay. Andy decides to go 16K and takes it down.
Yeah, so thank you to Tom for pointing out that anyone on the East Coast who turns up at the same time they did today, you're going to have to wait an hour. Basically, you get an extra hour before the stream starts. So don't get up at 6:30 thinking we're going to be live then. It'll be 7:30 Eastern when we start streaming from here on out.
Got a question in the chat here. Sorry, guys. Prague Main Event Day 2 chip count there. That's our current feature table. Take a look. Feast your eyes.
I think my issue, James, is that you keep saying they get an extra hour.
Before the stream starts.
It's not an extra hour. The time is just different.
Fine. I just don't want anyone. If they were considering setting their alarm for 6:30, they get an extra hour.
No. They set it for 7:30. There's no extra hour. They're losing an hour.
Yeah, but if they were going to set their alarm for 6:30, they would gain an hour.
No.
All right, you two. just really quickly, I wanted to say...
It's been over 2 years. We got to get some of these kings out.
Blundell in the chat says, do PokerStars ever sell these chips? I don't believe they sell these chips specifically.
That sounds like a complete disaster.
They don't sell these chips for obvious reasons, but they do sell poker chips on the PokerStars store, and you can also buy them with your Stars points as well through the reward store. The reason I bring this up isn't strictly just to discuss these chips. It's because I actually have one of the more recent chipsets, and it's super cool. It comes like in this little, it looks like a little, what's the word? Like a tool chest kind of thing. So it's easily transportable, and yeah, it's a really, really good one. So go check it out.
I'm going to give you an example, Joe. I am Mr. Poker Fan, and I live in New York.
Yeah.
And I decide to stay up until 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking at things in my time zone, right? So I'm in New York.
All right.
It's 2 a.m. Oh, my clock goes forward to 3 a.m.
Yeah.
And I think, man, I need to go to sleep because that EPT stream, I know, starts at 6:30. I get up, only having had 3 hours sleep, switch it on, I'm like, oh no, I have to wait another hour until it starts. If I'd set my alarm for 7:30, I would have got an extra hour.
Totally agree with that. No.
That's what I meant.
Totally agree with
I know you lose an hour when the clocks go forward. I get how that works. I'm saying that if you were to accidentally show up the same time you showed up on Saturday, you could have had an extra hour in bed.
Right, but you've already lost the hour in bed.
Yes. You were. Oh, you might. Again, maybe you didn't. Maybe you were awake until 2 a.m. to make sure you were there to switch all your clocks.
Nick is so annoyed right now. I don't think I've ever seen him this irritated.
I'm not in New York. Mr. Poker Fan is in New York. And he likes to stay up until 2 a.m.
Exactly 2 a.m. when the clocks jump forward to 3 a.m.
Allez, Antoine qui marque les cartes.
Non, mais étape télé, c'est souvent étape analogue.
Why are you in New York, Carl wants to know.
Seems like something, I don't know.
And do you have time to hang out?
C'est quoi, c'était un as?
Une dame.
Ça va, une dame.
Hein?
Ça va, une dame, on s'en fout.
Ça va. Which card? A queen.
You do realize that the more you say move on from this, the more we're going to talk about it, right?
It's true. We are in no mood right now. This is post-bubble bust-out bonanza. And this table's not really bonanza-ing.
The bonanza is occurring. It's just happening off table.
Scooby says, I live in Germany and the clock's not going 1 hour forward until the 26th, 27th of March. I know, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, you did sound a little like John Oliver then, actually.
A lot of it. Well, Scooby also told us to stop talking about the clocks and talk about the poker, which would usually receive an immediate ban hammer.
Oh, that's definitely a ban. I don't care if it's Chat Pro Saturday or not. Where is that?
Just too excited.
Scooby, who thinks it's called a shock clock?
Just
all right, Tedeschi, one of our chip leaders makes it 10K to go. I dig it a lot. You got to be playing these hands. I mean, it's probably part of the opening range regardless, if you're looking at the charts.
Good comment from Such Sweet Thunder. Nick's not concerned about all this because we're talking about a man who updates his calendar 10 days after the beginning of the month.
That is so accurate. It's actually unbelievable. That's good. That is a professional chat comment right there. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't really I don't bother myself with such trivialities. I'm a student of the game of poker, and that's all that matters.
Okay, let's help Tranda, Joe. Tranda says, James, I live in Seattle. What time do I have to wake up for the tournament? So Seattle, Pacific time?
Can't do it.
Set your alarm. Assuming you have a phone that updates automatically.
Okay.
Set your alarm for 10:30 in the morning.
What?
4:30 in the morning.
Oh, what are you doing this, chat? Don't do it. Don't do it. We have a game here. King 10, Ensign on the dealer button with King 10 off. The flop is 10 high, but there is one spade.
I was just about to say, I'm ready for a little Hossein Ensign magic.
Tranda says SEA is Southeast Asia. No, SEA is Seattle. That is the abbreviation for Seattle. Every Sunday I watch the football games. SEA is Seattle.
I'm expecting a c-bet from Tedeschi here quite frequently. And that's exactly what he decides to do. Ensign to act on the button with a very juicy looking top pair. These guys are, I don't want to say super deep, but they're certainly deep for this stage of the tournament.
Rooster. Third time was the charm for Rooster. How many time zones is James wrong in right now? And with the delay, is he wrong for an extra hour in each time zone?
I've not been wrong about any time zones.
Oh, it's such a nice turn for Ensign.
Ensign is the best.
He is.
Spade, though.
He is one of the best. 10 of spades obviously giving Tedeschi that flush draw. He might think as well once in a while he has like maybe a spare 8 or a 7 that'll give him the best hand if he's up against a hand like pocket 6s, pocket 3s, that kind of jazz that might come along on the button here, just as a flat call pre.
Pilatus is right, though. This is like the plot to 10 it.
The 10 is particularly good because if Tedeschi had pocket aces, pocket kings, pocket 9s, pocket 8s, that kind of thing, it's a very well disguised hand that Ensign has here. I don't really see Tedeschi slowing down though when he picks up the draw, right? He might try and apply pressure to some of those smaller pocket pairs I was making reference to. If he goes big enough here, you could probably get a hand like pocket 3s, pocket 4s, pocket 6s, those kinds of hands to fold. It looks like that's what he's decided to do.
Let's get to the river already.
Just 24K. I dig it. I dig it. I don't imagine he's going to fold, Joe. What do you think?
You never know. He is Hossein in the membrane. Ensign in the bran. Just a call. Here's your river. Not a spade. Not a board-changing card.
Not at all. Just the overcard.
Maybe hoping if he takes a long time here and checks, he'll get a free showdown with his 8 high. I do that sometimes.
Yep, he does decide to check. You know, tempered aggression. I mean, he didn't get that stack, not knowing how to play a few cards. And found the C-bet, found the continuation, but I think he knows he wants to slow it up now. I think when your opponent calls twice here, he's unlikely to have a lot of those hands that you were targeting your C-bet with on the turn. $75 and a quick fold. Ensign raking about 66K there. Very nice pot there.
Another tournament, another Hossein Ensign deep-ass run.
JC says the sound is disgusting. That's my friend Joe Stapleton you're talking about.
It's like you can hear my thighs rubbing together. Yes, Ice Waffles, I remember you. Action folds around to Termeezy. Sounds like a pair of sneakers. Did you get the new Termeezys?
Do we know if it's Termesi or it's Termesi?
I think it's Termesi. This is Peter Termesi, and we've had him on stream before, obviously not for a while.
I apologize, Peter.
I start the hand with 92.
92. Thank you.
It's not really a folder, is it?
Yeah, I think blind be blind. It's definitely not going to be a fold. I think he's probably eyeing up his chip stack and thinking, I could put this guy in a very difficult situation in a lot of spots with a raise. But he decides to go for the call instead, which seems pretty reasonable. You're not folding. It's going to be one of those two. It's going to be the call or the raise.
Queen, Queen, 5.
Pretty good flop for 10s usually.
Brace the squeak.
Easy with the delayed continuation bet only in how long it took him to do it. 11,000. You might not hate ace high here, but Tedeschi does fold.
Very nice. Not messing around. I think a lot of people would be tempted to continue there.
I don't feel so stupid for saying it now.
No. I think it's pretty reasonable, Joe.
Yeah, early. Yeah. He had a rough day.
These chairs have had a rough day. Can you hear them?
They're crying out for help.
So this comment here from Talented Eve player says, put some oil on those chairs and tables, man. Obviously, we're not going to do that, but I can't imagine Steve O'Dwyer sneaking in here late at night and just flooding the place.
That's why they call him Oily Steve.
Just sliding around with sticks of butter.
Just go away one night, lock the place up, come back, there's marshmallows on the tips of all the chairs.
Yeah, just Crisco all over the floor.
It's an ice rink. Uh-oh. Andy Wilson has king, queen off. That's a dangerous, dangerous situation, if ever I saw one.
All in.
Ooh. He knows this spot better than probably any other person on the planet.
Andy Wilson, we know, as he was a guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast last year, spends a lot of time in the lab.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm making reference to. This guy knows the spots, and if he doesn't know the spot, he learns it pretty quick in the lab. And right there showing that pre-flop prowess, getting the chips all in and making a better hand fold.
When you say lab, do you mean that kitchen where his brother was making an omelet while he did the interview with us?
And is there any way your brother could like wait? Oh, he's just washing up after breakfast. He's washing a saucepan that's got baked beans in it.
You can't let that stuff dry. It's impossible later.
That really is classic Andy. And Sam with pocket fives.
All right, so does he flop the set or the up and down draw?
No, I think he'll just break it all and then get the best hand to fold anyway.
Okay, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, he's good at those too.
He's just magical. He's a unicorn.
He gives me confidence.
I'll tell you what he does do for me, to be honest. It's kind of funny, but it is absolutely honest, is that he gives me hope that you can still have a good life as an older fella.
I totally know where you're going with that, yeah. You can still live well.
Yeah, like you can still have fun. Oh! Oh, baby.
The look Joe just gave me in the booth.
I mean, I could end up having to bite it hard here if the heart rolls off and the board doesn't pair.
Oh, no, blockers are real. He's got the 5 of hearts. No chance of that, mate. So the king
Check out that chip trick.
The king deuce of hearts here obviously would usually have a ton more equity, but pocket fives also take into account here the paired boards that give him the full house, and then of course that heart that's missing as well. So he's got one less heart to hit and a whole bunch of other cards that are going to improve the fives in a way which is going to kill the value of those hearts.
Katai only loses 2% equity picking up the wheel draw.
Yeah. By the way, now we are down to 140 players. There has been a pay jump. Everyone now getting the better part of 10,000 euros, 9,930.
Katai picks up that gut shot.
So with this being a quarter of your stack, do you ever jam here, Nick? Or is it just a call and then have a couple of chips left if you brick?
Well, I'm not sure it's always a call. I mean, it's.
Oh, so there's folds too.
No, I think given the bet size you're always calling, I think you've got way too good of a price to fold. But yeah. I don't know about the jam. Given the fact that Ensan's open from this position, I think he's probably just going to have too many hands that'll just go ahead and call the shove. Okay. So you might as well just realize. So he's giving you a price, which means that you can call profitably, right? So you might as well just take the.
Hear that sigh?
I'd love to think that was actually Katai.
Katai going, oh.
Go ahead, bet whatever you got. You win, you win, you win.
Especially because it was red.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those situations you look at your pot odds and you go, yeah, I just have a good opportunity to improve my hand, and I've got a really nice price to do it, so why do I need to get tricky?
I appreciate this is a weird detail, but I noticed it during the bubble, and it's really bothering me. Davide Katai's watch has stopped.
Ooh.
It's been at 5 to 9 now for, well, I think ever since he sat down at the feature table.
Do you think there's some significance to that?
Thank you.
Like Doctor Strange's watch broke and he still wears it because it reminds him of the way he used to be before he became a wizard?
Spoiler. Ah, stat trick. That's because he lost an hour.
Very good stat trick. But it would still be moving. The seconds hand isn't ticking. It's frozen at that particular time.
Maybe he's actually a Time Lord. And that's why he's so good at poker. Everyone thinks he's really good at poker. He's just seen the future, James.
I cannot just say all in. If you say
good point, Stephen. How does he randomize now?
Ah.
Harrington on Hold'em.
Very, very clever, yeah.
Obviously using it as a randomizer, but always wants to roll high.
When you want to randomize, but you never want to fold. Fantastic. Great job, guys.
Wow, a lot of people weighing in on this.
I love this. Katai's watch stopped the last time he played a hand wrong.
It's just a really weird little detail. It's just something you don't see very often.
Maybe it's like live, die, repeat. And, you know, every time he makes a mistake, they just send him back.
Yeah.
until he's found the path all the way through. What was the final title of that film, by the way? Didn't it change a couple times?
Edge of Tomorrow.
It was Edge of Tomorrow. Okay.
Both terrible names.
It was a great film, though. I thought that was a banging film.
It was probably the best action movie of its time until the last Mission Impossible, I would say.
Is it possible that Davide Katai has been exposed to an electromagnetic pulse?
Yes, it is possible.
Oh, the floor's been called because the burn card has accidentally been exposed. NBD, everyone can see the 5 of hearts is dead.
Yep. Carry on.
Do you think Steve O'Dwyer is laying like a rubber room by now?
I love the fact that people have got suggestions about how we're going to sort out the chair issue. How are we going to fix Davide Katai's watch?
The ace of clubs seems significant, but it's actually not at all in this pot.
I was like, someone's going to flip. Nope. No, they do not.
Yep, the ace does have a tendency to change hands quite frequently. That's why it's such an effective scare card that people can attack, use to their advantage. And the only person in position right now is Andy Wilson. And he's like, wait a second. I remember hearing something about ace high turns. Yeah, there it is. That's my boy. And that's how you do it. Bowie effect, picking up another pot. I knew the ace was important. I knew it.
I think you're going to win the tournament. I have the feeling.
That means a lot from you.
135 player left, remember.
It's just a big sitting go.
Well, we will remember Katai's prediction, should it ring true, when there were 135 players remaining. Davide Katai said that Andy Wilson is going to win the tournament.
Right now?
It's just a big sit and go, he says. And I love that. I love that philosophy.
I thought it was just a great big onion. Who's that song by? Hold on. Marvin Gaye.
I hope nobody in Florida ever wants to listen to that. Katai limping the button here with 10-8 suited. Kind of cool. Gonna mix things up a little bit.
Yep. People can absolutely develop these limping ranges at these effective stack depths. He's going to be in here with some sneaky stuff, too. That's how you balance this out.
Oh, yeah, let's go. A little multi-way action as we get to the twilight of today's play. Just 10 minutes left on Chat Pro Saturday. Get your idiotic comments in.
Do it now.
There's going to be at least three banhammers swinging in about 9 minutes.
Bless you.
I never did figure out what you're supposed to do sneezing into the mask. I mean, you're not supposed to take it off, obviously. Sneezing into it is also awful.
Gotta do what you gotta do. There you go. Katai playing that limp strategy very effectively. Gets to a flop, takes it down.
You ever have to sneeze when there's food in your mouth and you're afraid you're gonna bite your tongue off?
Just 18 bigs for Katai.
Player like Katai, 18 bigs, might as well be 18 million. As we see him sneak in there with that limping strategy and take down a really nice little pot. Increasing his stack by that a little bit more.
How's it the first time chat from Wiener85?
First and the last, it would seem.
Steinbrenner. Ace 4 of clubs.
Ouais, 260. J'aurais mon petit bluff.
Yeah, I think there was a slight pause there. 8-9 suited is a hand he'd love to tangle with, but I think in the hijack he's just a little bit too far out of position. Ensign in the big blind, however, heads up pot, 8-7 suited. It's pretty much as pretty as it gets. He's going to want to continue here pretty much every single time. There's the call. Oh, we can hear him from here. Oh, very spicy flop for 8-7 here. Middle pair and the gut shot. Steinbrenner is going to be way behind on this flop, 14%. Yeah, I like the check here a lot. It's just one of those boards like, what are you going to do? Oh, never mind. Ace on the turn. That 14% is going to be significantly higher here. Not super duper high. He does improve to a bigger pair on the turn with one card to come, but 8-7 suited still with the possibility to improve into an 8 and also into a straight with a 9.
I like that me and James are just checked out right now. We're just letting Nick do it.
That's why they bring in the big guns at the end. I'll carry you home, boys.
That's why we basically put Nick in his cryogenic chamber for a couple of levels so we could bring him out fresh for the end of the day as our brains slowly melt out of our ears.
If by a cryogenic chamber you mean the bar. No, ladies and gentlemen, we're keeping it clean. We're keeping it professional here.
Since when?
I have no issue having an old drinky poo on stream sometimes. It's just that on day one, it's tough to justify it.
Oh, yeah.
Klar, beste.
That's why they call me Nick the Closer. No nose, thank you very much.
Give me Walsh.
20 cc's of Walsh stat.
White shirt.
Down to 131 players. I think it's fair to say that after the bubble burst at the start of this level, we have seen the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, but the vast majority of eliminations have occurred at the outer tables.
I think we only lost the dude who had like a quarter of a big blind, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Senor Katai, a little bit deeper than he was just now when he played that limping strategy on the button. Decides to raise to 10K here. Just the straight min with ace-queen off. I don't see any reason to go any bigger than this. This seems like the GTO strat.
Ooh. Ace-king for Antoine Sote. And he is all in. Question, Nick.
Yeah.
Can Katai get away from this?
I don't know. I think with these effective stack depths, I don't think you're going to be folding ace-queen off. It's kind of a side call. Yep. Yeah, he knows it. I know it. Yeah.
And Sote is the at-risk player here, but has Katai dominated. And Duthie, if he loses, as he will do 3 times out of 4, he'll be left with 1,000.
Yeah, there's nothing to do, is there? It's ace-queen off. I mean, your opponent's going to shove worse here. They're also going to shove plenty of hands that you're going to have too much equity to fold. So mandatory, in my opinion. Very unlucky. But still, the flop, turn, and river to come.
A couple of things here. One, it won't be the proverbial chip in a chair. It will be the literal chip in a chair. 2 is the number of flush draws that Dominic Katai has.
One time.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. I could tip for the million, but...
I said I got to bust you, but how
many people there? Good flop, good flop. Very good.
Uh-oh. That seems premature.
Good for Saud.
The queen of clubs is going to be fun. That's not good.
Just less outs, fewer outs. No big deal.
Good turn, good turn, good turn.
2 outs for Davide Katai or Antoine Sout doubles up.
Je ne veux pas cette fois, c'est pas pour moi. J'ai trouvé plus chatard que moi.
And the ace on the river, inconsequential Greenstein. And that is going to see So up to nearly 200k, and Davide Katai down to just 1k, one single chip.
Chip. I don't own a chip, let alone many chips that would necessitate an entire rack.
144, 143. 20 is next legend.
This is indeed a 0 big blind stack.
That literal chip.
You might get it. 120.
J'ai trouvé plus chatard que moi. You know what chatard means in French?
Big Deal is asking, Nick, how much fold equity does David have right now? About the same size as his stack, sir.
Negative fold equity.
I actually feel really bad for the dealer in this spot. This is going to be a really annoying pot to deal.
Okay. I think I'm right in saying that Katai is entitled to the full big blind ante, right?
That's a great question.
I believe he is.
I think so, yes.
So he's basically entitled to the full 5k ante and then 1,000 of the big blind. So he's all in for under the gun +2. We've only seen one of his whole cards at this point, but suffice to say we will see it eventually. And looks like he's going to be up against Antoine Sout again. Steinbrenner in the small blind. He wants a bit of it. And Temezi with ace-10 in the big blind.
You all want my chips.
This is awesome. It might be near the end of the day, but anything can happen in any hand still.
Does he know it's his turn?
Yeah.
All in.
Oh, Temezi decides to squeeze here, and if that gets rid of Sout and Steinbrenner,
it's one of those weird situations, right, where Katai's put his chips in, 2 players call behind, and then 1 player squeezes the other players out. So he ends up winning. He ends up having a lot more equity if the other 2 players fold in a situation where he can win a lot more chips. So he can get the, I mean, he's going to get a big, he's going to get a huge, what I'm saying is if he had a normal size stack, that would be true. In this situation, he's going to win a bunch of chips regardless, but.
I need my calzone, George. Wait. I can't call without my calzone.
So a sizable side pot already won by Temezi, and now the main pot, which is Temezi versus Katai.
Nice hand already.
What do you have?